From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 704 to chapter 721. Facing Xianxia's rebuke. No one dared to refute. Xianxia and the others lowered their heads and stood aside in fear. Although they were demon emperors. But in front of a demon emperor. Demon emperors. They were just stronger ants. Since the existence of the outer realm, the number of demon emperors that had been born could be counted on one hand. As for demon emperors, although the number was not very good, it was definitely not small. The master of the demons in the void, it had always been those high and mighty demon emperors. At this time, even if Xianxia slapped them to death, Xianxia and the others would have no way. When they were silent like cicadas in winter. Xianxia glanced at them coldly, and then said indifferently, "Search for the weak nodes of the other great thousand worlds. My Xianxia clan must find the passage to enter the great thousand worlds. At least before the demon abyss comes, we have to enter the great thousand worlds." Yes, demon emperor. Several demon emperors bowed and accepted the order. When they straightened up, they found that Xianxia had disappeared at some point. Deep in the outer realm. Xianxia's indifferent face disappeared, and turned a little dignified. There was no reason. He looked up, there was only endless darkness. The outer realm was different from heaven and earth. There seemed to be no distinction between up and down here, and it was almost impossible to detect the passage of time. Even if it was a demon emperor. There was no way to explore the boundary of the outer realm. The great calamity is coming. Since waking up, Xianxia's heart had been throbbing. This feeling. It was something that had never happened since he became a demon emperor. It was also because of this. Xianxia was naturally extremely convinced of such a premonition. After all, at his level of strength, the premonition was actually similar to a prophet's prophecy. This was also the reason why Xianxia was eager to enter the great thousand worlds. Only by breaking through to the holy demon realm. Maybe only then could he deal with the upcoming great calamity. The future time has become turbulent, and no expert can get involved in it. Right now, I can only take one step at a time. Xianxia shook his head. The turbulence formed by the long river of time was enough to explain a lot of things. But now, he also did not have the power to flatten the turbulence of time. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Xianxia fell into a deep sleep again. He had existed for a long time. If he was not in a deep sleep, the loss of energy in his body might not be able to keep up with the rate of absorption. Regardless of whether it was to preserve his own strength. It was also to slow down the loss of his lifespan. Deep sleep. This was the only way. Inside the soul protection realm. 3 stone tablets were erected, suppressing the entire soul protection realm. The laws of heaven and earth surged. The strength of the secret realm was raised to the same level as the world. At this point, all of the tremors disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, Xianxia took back the stone tablet and said to the soul-protecting king, "The soul-protecting mystic realm is not strong enough. The extraterritorial demons might not retreat after their attack failed. Ben Huang thinks that it's better for the soul protector race to open up the secret realm to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." Ben Huang understands. The soul-protecting emperor nodded and sighed in his heart. The secret realm opened. This was equivalent to the soul protectors giving up an important trump card. This place would be no different from the territory of the soul protector race outside. It would no longer be a holy land for cultivation. If it was possible. The soul protection king didn't want the soul protection realm to be opened. But there was nothing he could do. It was obvious that the void demons would not give up until they attacked the vast thousand world. If the soul protector race became the passage node, the entire soul protector race would be destroyed. As such, at this time, he could only cut his losses. On the same day, the soul protector race was attacked by the void demons. It was the same for the other myriad races' mystic realms. Forces with true immortals could still stabilize the mystic realms. But those races without true immortals had no way to suppress the mystic realms. Not everyone could have a supreme treasure like the human emperor stone tablet like Xianxia. And not everyone could use the rule stone tablet to suppress the mystic realms. As such, these small races could only open up the mystic realms and let the power of heaven and earth in to stabilize the mystic realms. In the Water Eldar's territory, the void shook. An entrance to the mystic realm suddenly appeared and hung above the void. Many Water Eldar cultivators could see the city built below through the entrance of the mystic realm. Their expressions were extremely complicated. In the main hall, Shui Linghuang's face was gloomy and ugly. The Water Eldar's territory had all been taken away by the human race. There was no way out for the Water Eldar. He could only seal the mystic realm and then quietly recuperate and recover his vitality. This was supposed to happen. Shui Linghuang was almost used to it. In the end, the void demons attacked the mystic realm, forcing him to open the entrance of the mystic realm. In the end, he happened to see the territory that was already controlled by the human race. That feeling. It made Shui Linghuang extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, he merged his divine will into the core of heaven and earth. Then the void shook and the entire water spirit mystic realm moved away at an extremely fast speed. Out of sight, out of mind. There was no way to stay here. He could only change places. Most of the places in the 4 continents were occupied by various forces. But there were also some places that served as buffers for various races. These buffers. There were no forces occupying them. Apart from that, there were also places with thin spiritual energy and some dangerous places that were not occupied by forces. Now, what Shui Linghuang wanted to do was to move the Water Eldar mystic realm to these places. It was similar to the Water Eldar. The Wood Eldar side also moved the mystic realm away. There was no other way. The Wood Eldar's territory had been occupied by the human race. At this time, opening the mystic realm and watching the human race move around in his territory every day was really not a good feeling. Wood Linghuang was also worried that if he watched for too long, he would not be able to resist attacking the human race. So, he simply moved the mystic realm away. Back in the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian placed the 5-sided stone tablet in front of the human emperor's palace. Suddenly, he felt the void shake slightly. When the 5-sided stone tablet appeared, it became more solid. Such a change. Qin Shujian did not notice it before. However, now that the steel had been removed and placed back, the difference between the steel and the steel was obvious. The skybreaking halberd sighed and said, "The 5-sided stone tablet of Emperor Qin has condensed a strong power of faith. In time, it will definitely become an extremely powerful Zubing. Every time a Zubing is born in the world, it is extremely difficult. But I did not expect that Emperor Qin could have 5 Zubing embryos. It is really admirable." Zubing embryos, it was a supreme treasure. Although it did not really become a Zubing, it had all kinds of mysterious magic. Otherwise, when it was in the Soul Guardian clan, the stone tablet would not suppress the soul protection mystic realm. In the past, the skybreaking halberd had not been to the human emperor's palace, nor had he seen the 5-sided stone tablet. So he did not know that there was such a treasure in the Qianyuan realm. Until now. The skybreaking halberd really knew. Qin Shujian had 5 Zubing embryos. Although it would take a very long time for an embryo to transform into an ancestral armament, it remained that he had already taken that step. Among them, the power of faith on the stone tablets of the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying skill was even more terrifying. According to the skybreaking halberd's estimation, it would not take long for these 2 embryos to successfully transform into a powerful Zubing. As for the power of the 2 embryos, he was also very clear about it. After all, the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying skill had been circulating in the human clan of the East Continent for a long time. Even Xiao Qingfeng had studied these 2 martial arts techniques and was full of praise for them. Through Xiao Qingfeng's perspective, the skybreaking halberd naturally saw the extraordinariness of these 2 martial arts techniques. Hearing that, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "It would be best if they could become Zubing. If not, it would be good to stay here and suppress the Qianyuan realm." He had never thought about it. The stone tablets that he had left behind in the past had really become a powerful divine weapon. In front of the human emperor's palace, Originally, there were quite a few cultivators who were trying to comprehend the cultivation techniques on the stone tablet. In the end, Xianxia took away all 5 steels without saying a word. The cultivators who were comprehending the steels were suddenly at a loss for what to do. Until now, they were relieved when the stone tablets reappeared. It was different from the stone tablets scattered in the outside world. The stone tablets in the Qianyuan realm were the source of all the stone tablets in the world. Comprehending the techniques here, whether they were complete or not, was another matter. Just the comprehension alone would be much stronger than in other places. The green ox stepped on the air. It landed in front of the courtyard. Xianxia got down from the ox's back, and then the ox consciously lay down in the open space. In the courtyard. It hadn't been long since Xianxia left. Everything was the same as when he left. The spiritual tea on the stone table. There was still a faint mist emitting from it. Releasing the skybreaking halberd and the godslayer from the sea of consciousness, Xianxia sat down casually on the stone bench. The Tuzu Bing came out of the sea of consciousness and immediately turned into human form. As soon as he sat down, the skybreaking halberd said, "The demons of the void are attacking the great thousand world crazily. I suspect that it has something to do with the upcoming great tribulation of the demon abyss. It may also be that the demon emperor is about to die and urgently wants to break through to the sacred demon realm. That's why there are so many movements. But no matter what, Emperor Qin has to be on guard. Although the barrier of heaven and earth was stable, but it would be lost if it kept defending." The skybreaking halberd could not be 100% sure that the demons of the void really had no way to break through the barrier of the great thousand world. It was a long time ago. No one knew how long the outer space had existed. So many experts could be born in the great thousand world. Who could guarantee that there were no demons of the void? Even the demons of the void did not have them. But there might be such an existence in the vast outer space. After all, the outer space was too mysterious. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded and said, "Ben Huang naturally will not be careless. But now that the various clans have opened the secret realm, it will not be easy for the demons of the void to attack. As for the existence that surpasses the demon emperor, the demons of the void should not have it. If they had such a trump card, the demons of the void had probably used it a long time ago. Now they were still attacking with brute force." Xianxia believed that the other party most likely did not have such a trump card. Even so, he would not really let his guard down. From the matter of the Soul Protector race, it had already proved that there would not be a true unparalleled defense. It would be lost if it kept defending. This made some sense. But the problem was, now the Great Thousand World had no chance to counterattack. If they could release the things in the Sea of Death or the Heavenly Abyss, there was a high probability that they could destroy the demons of the void. But Xianxia felt, if the mysterious existence of the 2 dangerous places were released, whether the other party would destroy the demons of the void first or destroy him first was a question worth discussing. So, at present, the Great Thousand World really did not have many ways to deal with the demons of the void. All of a sudden, another thought surged in Xianxia's mind. He called Pangu's name, which made the one in the heavenly abyss fearful. The same principle. Would the one in the heavenly abyss think that he had a backer? If this was the premise, would it be possible for him to talk to that existence when he went deep into the heavenly abyss? It's possible. Xianxia muttered to himself. But soon, he dispelled this dangerous idea. Going deep into the heavenly abyss was no different from courting death. If the name of Pangu did not work, even if he recited all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, it probably would not change anything. At that time, Xianxia felt that he should be like Buckle, becoming food for that existence. After he had no more ideas, Xianxia's days were no different from a salted fish. Every day, he stayed in the Qianyuan realm, either drinking tea, observing the changes in heaven and earth, or chatting with the Tuzu Bing. Anyway, his days were leisurely. But it was not boring. Just watching the pulse of his life force every day, and seeing that his life force was close to breaking through, his heart was throbbing. Such a feeling. Xianxia could not completely calm down. He was a little restless. What's going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? Qin Shujian was speechless. He had broken through so many times, but he had never been as restless as he was now. This feeling. It reminded him of his first love in his previous life. Well, a girl's hand was very soft. Bah. Qin Shujian secretly spat at himself. What was he thinking? First love. It had been a few years for him. Adding the time in his previous life and the time here, it had been almost 10 or 20 years. Such a long time. Thinking about it again, naturally, he would not feel too much. But now, the throbbing in his heart made Qin Shujian feel as if he had returned to the beginning. In this way, Qin Shujian felt a little *get up. Godslayer looked at him strangely and asked in confusion, what happened? As Qin Shujian Zubing, he could vaguely sense some changes in the other party's heart. Therefore, Godslayer knew that Qin Shujian's heart was in a mess. His strength had reached the level of the other party. He could control his emotions very well, and it was impossible for his heart to be in a mess. Therefore, Godslayer was suspicious. Did something shocking happen that caused the Qin Emperor's heart to be in a mess? Hearing that, Qin Shujian shook his head and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Nothing. Maybe it's because I've been doing it for too long and I'm a little bored. That's true. Godslayer nodded and said, it's only been 30 years since the Qin Emperor was born. Compared to his long life, he's still in the same place. Any strong person has to endure the loneliness of time. In the future, the Qin Emperor will naturally understand. As for Qin Shujian's words, Godslayer didn't have any doubts. Any strong person. They all had such a transition. Even for the god-slaying saber itself, after becoming an ancestral armament, it had endured endless years of loneliness and torment. In fact, it had even reached a state of near insanity. But later, he slowly adapted to the long years and found a new way of existence, so he didn't feel much about the endless years. In fact, for many strong people, time was their biggest enemy. Many of them were extremely talented experts. In a very short time, they reached a height that ordinary people couldn't reach in their lifetime. Then, in the next thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, they watched the world change. They watched the world change. In such years of suffering, there were only two results. One was that their mentality changed and they adapted to everything around them. One was that they went completely crazy. Hearing that, the skybreaking halberd nodded in agreement. The god of slaughter is right. The loneliness of time is the most unbearable. In the past, there were even genuine immortals who committed suicide because they couldn't withstand the endless years. In fact, this is also a tribulation. Some people call it the inner demon tribulation. The inner demon tribulation exists in any living creature, but no one can be sure when it will appear and whether they can survive it. Looking at the Qin Emperor's current state, I'm afraid the inner demon tribulation has appeared. The inner demon tribulation. Qin Shujian frowned. It was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he finally knew that there was the inner demon tribulation for cultivators. But Qin Shujian also knew. The reason why his heart was palpitating was not because of the inner demon tribulation. It was purely because he had reached the critical point of breaking through and some kind of feeling came from the dark. As for this matter, Qin Shujian didn't explain too much. But he was also a little concerned about the inner demon tribulation that Zhu Bing mentioned. Although he hadn't reached the stage where the inner demon tribulation was born. But Qin Shujian believed. In the years to come, he might have the inner demon tribulation. Knowing in advance, it was also possible to take precautions in advance. Qin Shujian didn't talk much about the inner demon tribulation. Instead, he changed the topic and chatted with the heaven-breaking halberd and the godslayer. The breakthrough was imminent. He wasn't in the mood to observe heaven and earth. He could only use other methods to divert his attention. In the Western Prefecture, in the heavenly abyss, the original territory of the Devil clan had been moved a distance away. It was no longer as close to the heavenly abyss as it was in the past. Because when the existence in the heavenly abyss swallowed Barkle, that abyss-like power spread out completely. Although Xianxia didn't go deep into the heavenly abyss, however, he could also clearly sense the power that viewed him as an ant. Therefore, Xianxia simply moved the territory of the Devil Clan out. He didn't need to be so close to the heavenly abyss to avoid any unpredictable dangers. If the existence in the depths of the heavenly abyss really attacked, he would have time to react. At this time, in the territory of the Devil Clan, there was a blood cloud that covered everything. Inside the blood cloud, a section of the dragon's body was placed in it. Xianxia was sitting in front of the dragon's body. There was a blood lotus blooming under his seat, supporting his body. At this time, the blood cloud surged. The power of division acted on the dragon's body. It seemed to be disintegrating the dragon's body. Wisps of pure blood energy overflowed from the dragon's body and finally converged into Xianxia's body. Starting from obtaining the dragon's body, a long time had passed by now. Xianxia had been silently refining the dragon's body. But, although the dragon's body was broken, its grade was not low. When the demon emperor was still alive, it had already been refined into an immortal body. After Barkle took over, the power of the void demon strengthened the dragon's body. So, the strength of the dragon's body itself was already terrifying. In this case, it wasn't easy for Xianxia to completely refine the dragon's body. More than a year later, he had only refined half of the dragon's body. However, Xianxia's strength had already steadily stopped at the peak of the celestial being realm. He had even taken a step forward and reached the level of the nirvana realm. An unknown amount of time passed. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Looking at the dragon's body that had been refined a lot, his scarlet eyes were also filled with amazement. What a powerful body! I originally thought that I would have to completely devour the demon emperor to break through to the true immortal realm. But now it seems that it won't be so troublesome. As long as I refine the dragon's body in front of me, it will be enough for me to break through. In this regard, Xianxia also had a faint smile on his face. The remaining power of the demon emperor. It was many times stronger than he had imagined. But the more it was like this, the more Xianxia coveted Barkle. One section of the dragon's body already had such power. If he could completely devour Barkle, then his strength would definitely not be as simple as breaking through to the true immortal realm. He might even become the strongest person in the 4 major continents. But Xianxia felt that it was a pity. The demon emperor had already fallen in heavenly abyss. The section of dragon's body in his hand was probably the proof of his existence. Suddenly, Xianxia calmed his mind. The blood cloud became even more vast. The speed of refining the dragon's body was also faster than before. My emperor's strength has become even stronger. A demon clan mighty figure looked at the blood cloud above his head with a look of amazement on his face. As a demon clan powerhouse, he could clearly feel that the demon clan's providence was becoming stronger. And as the first demon emperor, Xianxia's existence was closely related to the demon clan's providence. Now the demon clan's providence had become stronger. In other words, Xianxia's strength was also steadily increasing. Hearing this, there were also other demon clan elders who nodded. It won't be long before the demon clan officially gives birth to a true immortal. When that time comes, we won't have to hide near heavenly abyss. The 4 major continents and the thousands of races in the world should also have a foothold for the demon clan. The other demon clan elders, they all nodded in agreement. Originally, with the demon clan's strength, it would not be a problem to establish a foothold in the 4 major continents. However, when the demon clan was just established, Xianxia killed indiscriminately in the northern continent, offending many races. The current members of the demon clan. In fact, they were all powerhouses of various races. In the end, they were corrupted and assimilated into the demon clan. It could be said that, because of this matter, the demon clan was besieged on all sides in the northern continent. Even the other continents had a lot of opinions about the demon clan. If it was a few years ago, with Xianxia's current strength, it wouldn't be a big problem to offend him. Now that a true immortal was born, the 4 major continents had entered the era of true immortals. Among the forces that the demon clan had offended, some of them had true immortal powerhouses. As a result, the demon clan didn't dare to appear easily. After all, they were facing a true immortal powerhouse. With the current strength of the demon clan, there was no possibility of resisting. If Xianxia could attain the Tao and become an immortal, that would be a different story. At this moment, a demon clan elder suddenly said, "In the past 6 months, many forces have sent cultivators over, seemingly wanting to investigate the whereabouts of the demon clan. If my emperor still doesn't break through, we might have to change places." Those forces are nothing to worry about. They only sent some cultivators over to die. If they really have the guts, how could those true immortals not be able to find us? In the end, they are just greedy for life and afraid of death. An older demon sneered. The movements of Heavenly Abyss were no secret to the demon clan. Everyone knew. When the emperors entered Heavenly Abyss, they alarmed the powerful existences in Heavenly Abyss and fled in fear. For those experts, Heavenly Abyss was a terrifying and dangerous place. Once one stepped in, one's life would be in danger. Even if it was close to Heavenly Abyss. They didn't dare to take this risk. Or else, half a year had passed, and they were still sending people over to probe, as if it was a small matter. After that, the older demon clan said again, "I can be sure that there are definitely experts from the myriad races waiting outside Heavenly Abyss. The purpose of them sending cultivators in is to make us escape without fighting. As long as our clan leaves Heavenly Abyss, we will be in danger of being destroyed in an instant. On the contrary, as long as we stay here, the myriad races can't do anything unless they have the guts to attack." Hearing this, the other demons also heaved a sigh of relief. This analysis was not without reason. They had only been probed by the myriad races many times and were so scared that they were a little flustered. Now that they heard the other party's words, only then did they truly react. Outside Heavenly Abyss, more than 10 experts from different races were stationed here. These races were all from the northern continent. Ever since they knew that the demon clan was in Heavenly Abyss, the various races of the northern continent had sent experts to camp here to wait. The moment the demon clan appeared, they would deal a devastating blow. The demon clan is really calm. They haven't moved for so long. Are they really not afraid that we will attack? Fu Guang's eyes were cold as he looked at the area covered by the black fog in front of him. There was also a look of fear on his face. Heavenly Abyss, since ancient times, it had been an extremely mysterious and terrifying place. Especially more than a year ago. When the emperors returned from Heavenly Abyss, they even said that there was a great terror in Heavenly Abyss and that they should not enter it easily. Even the emperors were almost scared out of their wits. The other cultivators naturally did not dare to act rashly. Just wait patiently. I don't believe that the demon clan can really stay there forever. From the looks of it, it should be that we haven't put enough pressure on them. If we send more cultivators in, it will create the illusion that we will launch a large-scale attack at any time. At that time, the demon clan should not be able to sit still. A mighty figure from a large race said calmly. Hearing this, Fu Guang nodded slightly. That's true. It's time to increase the pressure on the demon clan. The experts of the other races did not refuse at this time. Instantly, the various races sent a large number of cultivators in. Their trip this time was not to attack the demon clan, but to put pressure on the demon clan. As long as the other party left Heavenly Abyss, everything would be easy. Boom! A vast aura suddenly erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. In the Qianyuan realm, all the cultivators turned their gazes toward a certain direction. There was a condensed aura that soared into the sky. The phantom of an expert whose face could not be seen clearly stood proudly in the sky. An aura that suppressed the world for eternity. It made the other cultivators' hearts tremble. Immortal Master. Seeing this scene, Skybreaking Halberd stood up from his seat. Facing the phantom in the sky, his body trembled slightly. It was excitement, it was also nostalgia. Immortal Master Hao Tsung. Godslayer looked at the phantom in the sky with an inexplicable expression. As the ancestral weapon of the primordial human race, naturally, he could recognize Haotsong. Even if he looked down on the face. The aura on his body was also extremely familiar. At this time, the phantom of immortal master Haotsong appeared. The two Zhu Bing did not know what happened. Only Qin Shujian took out the heaven list. Only then did he see the changes in Xiao Qingfeng's attributes. Name, Xiao Qingfeng race, human age, 874 realm, level 10 celestial being combat strength, 500,000 talent assessment, excellent no one knew when. Xiao Qingfeng's realm had already transformed from level 9 celestial being to level 10 celestial being. Even his combat strength. It also soared directly to 500,000. Combat strength 500,000. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn, his gaze fixed on it. Ever since he broke through to level 7 celestial being. This was the first time he saw it. Someone on the celestial being level could surpass him purely based on combat strength. Level 10 celestial being, combat strength 500,000. Qin Shujian was certain that even when Emperor Zhao was at level 10 celestial being, he definitely did not have such combat strength. Or rather, far from it. Otherwise, when the human race walked out of the eastern continent, Emperor Zhao would not have simply defeated the emperors of the 4 races. He would have crushed one of them with a finger, like crushing an ant. This was the terror of 500,000 combat strength. Most celestial beings were no different from ants in front of such a powerhouse. Even if they were ordinary true immortals. In the face of such an existence, they would have to retreat. Xiao Mansion. The people of the Xiao family, Li Guanan, and the other consecrators were all looking at the sky in shock. A vast aura came from where Xiao Qingfeng was in seclusion. Whether it was a celestial being or not. It did not matter if it was another cultivator. Under the cover of such an aura, everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Fortunately, this aura did not do anything other than oppress them. Otherwise, the entire Xiao family would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. After a long time, the aura was restrained. Xiao Hong looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. He was panting heavily. So powerful. What a powerful aura. As he spoke, his body was trembling. In front of this aura, Xiao Hong felt that he was not a celestial being, but a mortal without any cultivation. Master Ho, have you become a true immortal? Li Guang'an tilted his head stiffly and asked Xiao Hong. Becoming a true immortal. There should be a heaven and earth anomaly. If he did not become a true immortal, how could there be such a terrifying aura, in front of such an aura? Li Guang'an felt that he was insignificant. The door to the secret chamber was opened. Xiao Qingfeng walked out in a white robe. His body was as clear as jade, but it quickly returned to normal. However, when one looked at him carefully, he looked like a supreme being that suppressed heaven and earth. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already appeared in the Xiao family. Looking at Xiao Qingfeng who was walking towards him, he looked emotional. Brother Xiao, congratulations on your great improvement in cultivation. Breaking through to true immortal is just around the corner. Congratulations, Sir Immortal. Skybreaking Halberd also congratulated him. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng also had a faint smile on his face. The breakthrough this time put him in a good mood. A million years ago, I did not have the chance to condense the Supreme Foundation, so I hurriedly broke through to true immortal. A million years later, I have fulfilled my long-cherished wish and finally succeeded in cultivating this legendary Supreme Foundation. Xiao Qingfeng said with a smile. He did not hide the changes in his body at all. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression also changed. Supreme Foundation, this was not the first time he had heard this sentence. Xiao Qingfeng was condensing the Supreme Foundation. Qin Shujian knew that he was also condensing the Supreme Foundation. But the difference was, he was now in the 9th level of the celestial being realm and had not really cultivated to perfection. As for Xiao Qingfeng, after breaking through the 10th level of the celestial being realm, he had already cultivated to perfection. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said, Brother Xiao, if you want to prove your Tao and become an immortal, how long will it take? At least half a year, at most a year, I will be able to prove my Tao and become an immortal. Xiao Qingfeng raised a finger and said confidently. The Supreme Foundation had been forged. Breaking through to true immortal. It was just a piece of cake. If not for the fact that he had just broken through and needed to polish on this realm, he could have become an immortal on the spot. Although Brother Xiao has not become an immortal yet, his strength is still stronger than ordinary true immortals. The Supreme Foundation is indeed extremely powerful. Qin Shujian exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng said with a faint smile, Emperor Qin, you have also condensed the Supreme Foundation. You must have also reached perfection. Emperor Qin, you may be one step faster than me. After that, Xiao Qingfeng paused, and his eyes suddenly became heated. Speaking of which, I have never met a second expert who has condensed the Supreme Foundation. Now that you and I have reached perfection, why don't we verify each other? Verify each other? That's right. You and I will not use the power of rules, nor use external objects. We will just verify each other. After all, you and I are both experts who have condensed the Supreme Foundation. If we verify each other, we may be able to break through the original shackles faster. Speaking of this, Xiao Qingfeng was already full of battle intent. Long ago, he wanted to fight with Qin Shujian. But at that time, his opponent had already condensed the Supreme Foundation, and he was still a little lacking. That was why he had not made a move yet. Now that he had finally reached perfection, Xiao Qingfeng felt that it was time to resolve some of the knots in his heart. He also wanted to know who would be more powerful if they were both in the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. In the face of Xiao Qingfeng's challenge, Qin Shujian did not refuse. However, the place where the two fought was not in the Qianyuan realm. They did not even bring Zhu Bing with them. 7 days later, the two returned. Qin Shujian went straight back to Yuan sect, but his expression was not good. How was it, who won and who lost? Godslayer, who had been waiting there for a long time, could not wait to ask. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's expression became even worse. After a while, he said unhappily, it's just that I'm in the 9th level of the celestial being and have not cultivated to perfection. Otherwise, Xiao Qingfeng would not be my opponent. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was a little angry. Defeated, his invincible strength in the celestial being realm had failed miserably in front of Xiao Qingfeng. 400,000 combat power, compared to 500,000 combat power, this gap existed in the first place. Although Qin Shujian had the celestial being and could make up for this gap and even surpass it by a lot. But the problem was, he had the means. Xiao Qingfeng also had the means. After all, he was once a true immortal in the upper 3 levels. His strength was close to that of the Emperor of Heaven. Even if he had reincarnated and his strength had decreased greatly. However, Xiao Qingfeng's battle experience, as well as his many supreme techniques, remained in his memory. So, Qin Shujian lost. Even if it was a Waterloo, it was also a reasonable thing. Hearing that, Godslayer coughed twice and said, Ahem, Xiao Qingfeng is after all immortal Haotsong and has awakened the wisdom of his past life. You have not reached the celestial being complete realm, so it's normal that you are not his opponent. As long as you awaken the wisdom, then you can hang Xiao Qingfeng up and beat him. The god-slaying saber added silently. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was definitely the reincarnation of an existence above the rules. It was just that the other party had not awakened the wisdom. Once the wisdom was awakened, how could Xiao Qingfeng be his opponent? We'll see. Qin Shujian glanced at him and replied snappily. He was not in a good mood. For the time being, he didn't want to care about too many things. Moments later, Qin Shujian turned his attention to his attribute panel. His life force source had already exceeded 7 trillion, but it still hadn't reached the level of upgrading the Gui Yuan ancestral cannon. Breaking through to the 9th tier of the celestial realm consumed 4 trillion. Then, breaking through to the 10th tier of the celestial realm would require at least 8 trillion. Now, Qin Shujian had also figured out the pattern of improvement. The next few realms were basically multiplied. Therefore, he was basically certain that 8 trillion was the time when he broke through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Based on the current rate at which the human race was providing life force, a difference of 1 trillion. It would take about a month or so. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not too anxious. When Ben Huang reaches the 10th level of the celestial being realm, we'll have a good fight. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's lips curled into a smile. 10 levels of the celestial being realm, it was time for him to avenge his previous humiliation. He would let Xiao Qingfeng know who the big shot was. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's smile faded a little. There was a faint fluctuation in his mind, as if something was transforming. He immediately calmed down. Very soon, Qin Shujian found the source of the fluctuation. Jiang Feng. He subdued Jiang Feng. Naturally, there was a connection between them. However, this connection, it had been silent. Qin Shujian would only activate this connection if he wanted to convey an order to Jiang Feng. But now, when he didn't activate it, the connection suddenly moved on its own. As such, there was only one explanation. The one who activated this connection was not him but Jiang Feng on the other end. I can't activate the connection, but the prerequisite is that he has developed intelligence. Could it be that Jiang Feng reached the stage of evolving intelligence so quickly in the myriad tribe battlefield? Qin Shujian was somewhat surprised. To be honest, after leaving Jiang Feng in the myriad tribe battlefield, he basically didn't pay much attention to him and allowed him to develop freely there. However, the connection in his mind was not broken, which proved that he was not dead yet. Besides that, there was no more information. Over time, Qin Shujian almost forgot about Jiang Feng again. At this time, the other party activated the connection to find him. Only then did he remember the Sky Corpse again. His divine will landed on the connection. Qin Shujian could get some vague information from it. Master. Master, the voice was slow and hoarse, like metal rubbing against each other. After a while, the connection slowly disappeared. Qin Shujian withdrew his divine will from the connection, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Interesting. Jiang Feng had followed him for a few years. If he could improve, it would naturally be a good thing. From this, it could be seen. He was right to leave Jiang Feng in the myriad tribe battlefield. Roar, a sound that sounded like the roar of a beast rang out, and it was filled with terrifying killing intent. Jiang Feng stood there, the black robe on his body was already in tatters. The aura on his body was unprecedentedly strong, and his pair of dark red vertical pupils made people shudder. In front of him, there were many corpses lying down. Blood flowed from the wounds, dyeing the ground red. To this, Jiang Feng turned a blind eye. After entering the myriad tribe battlefield, his realm had been improving at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, he finally broke through the 4th level of the heaven-human realm and reached the saint realm. Blood essence, I want more blood essence, Jiang Feng spoke intermittently, as if he had forgotten how to speak because he hadn't spoken for a long time. He also seemed like a newborn child who was learning to speak. However, the words that came out of his mouth sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Jiang Feng disappeared on the spot. The 4th level of the heaven-human realm was not enough, he needed more power. After breaking through to the saint realm, Jiang Feng's intelligence was close to perfection, and because of this, he knew what he should do now. The 4th level of the heaven-human realm. The difference was too big. If he wanted to be of help to his master, he needed to be even more powerful. Not long after, a battle broke out in a small clan. Several saints were alarmed, and a powerful aura suddenly spread out. Roar! Jiang Feng let out a roar and pounced toward one of the saints. Seeing this, the other saint realm masters also attacked at the same time. The battle broke out suddenly. Although Jiang Feng had just broken through to the 4th level of the heaven-human realm, his physical body was as strong as a Dao artifact, and his speed was extremely fast, like a ghost. In terms of real strength, he was much stronger than the average 4th level of the heaven-human realm. What the hell is this? A saint cultivator's attack landed on Jiang Feng, but it only pushed him back. His physical body was faintly cracked, but there were not many injuries. His face suddenly turned ugly. He could feel it. Jiang Feng's strength was similar to his. But that powerful physical body was completely beyond the Saint Cultivator's expectations. Zombie, this is a cultivator from the zombie clan. Zombie. Hearing this, the cultivators who besieged him were stunned. They naturally knew about zombies. Any cultivator who died, as long as their physical body did not return to heaven and earth, could become a zombie under certain circumstances. But the problem was, there were no powerhouses among the zombie clan cultivators. Because as long as a zombie was born, they would be wiped out immediately. This was an extremely terrifying race in the ancient times. In the current 4 great continents, they were even worse than a small race. If there was a clan that was the weakest, then if the zombie clan claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. It was because of the suppression of the various clans. The zombie clan had been unable to produce powerhouses. Not to mention saints, even transcendent heavenly human realm cultivators could not do anything about it. But now, the appearance of a saint zombie was undoubtedly a big deal. We must kill him. The zombie clan has no bottleneck. If we let him kill in the myriad clan battlefield, I'm afraid it won't be long before he reaches the peak of the saint realm, or even break through to the almighty realm. Such a disaster must not be left alive. The saint cultivator who first recognized Jiang Feng's identity had a cold look in his eyes, and his attacks became more powerful. Any zombie was the public enemy of the myriad clans. Because this clan had no bottleneck to speak of, in order to increase their strength, all living beings would be hunted and killed. In ancient times, there were zombies wreaking havoc, and the Darius clan suffered heavy losses. Just like the human clan after the ancient times were destroyed, the zombie clan was also targeted. But compared to the human clan, the zombie clan was weaker, and their fates were even more miserable. If not for the fact that zombies were born naturally and could be born as long as a living being died, this clan would have been wiped out long ago. This cultivator believed. If news of a saint zombie spread out, the various clans on the myriad clan battlefield would definitely join forces to hunt him down. Boom, boom, the battle lasted for half a day. In the end, Jiang Feng turned around and fled. The saint cultivators wanted to stop him, but there was no way they could. What a powerful zombie. We must send a message to the various clans. The appearance of zombies is no longer just a matter of our clan. The saint cultivator's eyes were filled with deep fear. The zombie's talent was too strong, or rather, it was not something that could be measured by talent. That kind of increase in strength, it was terrifying. Right now, this zombie had already targeted their clan. If they could make the zombie stronger, there might be more casualties. On the other side, Jiang Feng had already fled. He originally wanted to find a small clan to attack and then absorb enough essence blood to increase his strength. But unexpectedly, not long after his strength broke through, he was directly defeated by other cultivators. To this, Jiang Feng was not discouraged. If he couldn't beat them, then he would find someone who could. Zombie. After Qin Yuanbai received this news, he was also slightly stunned. But soon, he came back to his senses. If he guessed correctly, the zombie that the other party was talking about should be Jiang Feng. Yin Banqing nodded and said, "Just now, the Soul Protector race sent a message saying that a saint zombie has appeared on the myriad clan battlefield. Now, most of the clans have issued arrest warrants. As long as they encounter that saint zombie, there will be powerhouses joining forces to kill it." At this point, Yin Banqing paused for a moment and looked at Qin Yuanbai with a strange expression. Is the soldier that the Soul Protector race mentioned Jiang Feng? He also knew that Jiang Feng had entered the myriad clan battlefield. After more than a year, a saint zombie suddenly appeared on the myriad clan battlefield. It was hard for Yin Banqing not to associate it with Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai nodded and then said uncertainly, "It might be Jiang Feng, but he was only at the second level of the heaven-human realm a year ago. How could he grow so quickly?" The characteristics of zombies. Qin Yuanbai did not understand very well. He was also somewhat unwilling to believe Jiang Feng's speed of improvement. Yin Banqing said, "It seems that it is indeed Jiang Feng. From the information I received, the zombie race does not have a bottleneck. As long as there is enough flesh and blood of living beings, they can increase their realm. It is also because of this that the myriad clans are extremely afraid of zombies. As long as a zombie appears, they will kill it immediately. No bottleneck, Qin Yuanbai's heart skipped a beat. This talent was truly perverse. However, if that was the case, it would explain why Jiang Feng had broken through to the Saint Realm in just over a year. While Qin Yuanbai was thinking, Yin Banqing said, "Since it is Jiang Feng, we can't let the myriad clans annihilate him. Do you have a way to contact him and let him return to the human realm now, or to be more straightforward, withdraw from the myriad clan battlefield? I believe that the various clans would not dare to start a war with the human race over a zombie." The current human race. It was no longer the human race of the past. Although the various clans dared to besiege the human race in the myriad clan battlefield, they definitely did not dare to attack the human race in the four continents. Or else, these clans would not agree to the establishment of the myriad clan battlefield. The reason was, it was because the human race was too strong now. No one could afford this loss in a head-on war. Only through the myriad clan battlefield as a buffer. Only then could they slowly erode the strength of the human race. This matter, the hostile forces were very clear. The human race was also very clear. The human race did not have any feelings about this. If there were hostile forces, so be it. It would also give them a chance to train their troops. Qin Yuanbai said, "I'll try to contact him first." He also knew what Yin Banqing meant. Jiang Feng absolutely could not die in the myriad clan battlefield. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Qin Shujian. According to the incantation that Qin Shujian gave back then. After Qin Yuanbai performed it, a weak connection appeared in his sea of consciousness for a short time. Return to the human race's territory immediately. No mistakes. After the message was sent out. Not long after. Then, intermittent messages were sent back. No, I need more essence blood so that my strength can become stronger. In one sentence. At the beginning, it was intermittent, but then it slowly became clear and complete. After the message was sent back. Qin Yuanbai felt that the connection in his mind was cut off. Seeing this, he also had a look of astonishment on his face. "How is it?" Yin Banqing asked on the side. "Jiang Feng has developed spiritual intelligence. He refused to come back, saying that he wants to devour more essence blood to improve his strength." Qin Yuanbai came back to his senses and told the news he had received exactly as it was. Hearing this, Yin Banqing was also stunned. Develop spiritual intelligence, this matter was also beyond his expectations. Qin Yuanbai said, "This matter still needs to be reported to the Qin Emperor and wait for him to make a decision." "That's the only way." Yin Banqing nodded slightly. If a Saint Realm expert insisted on not coming back, no one could force him. But the problem was, now all the clans had joined forces to arrest him. If he was really surrounded, even a Saint Realm expert would have the risk of dying. After all, although a Saint Realm expert was powerful. But when surrounded by a large number of experts of the same level, he could not exert much strength. Soon, Qin Yuanbai passed the message back. Not long after, there was a message sent back. After reading the message inside, Qin Yuanbai's face relaxed, then became solemn. "The Qin Emperor has ordered that we humans do not need to care about Jiang Feng's matter, but the Qin Emperor needs us to attack the Blood Eldar." Attack the Blood Eldar. Yin Banqing was stunned for a moment, then he became excited. Attack the Blood Eldar, this was a big deal. Since entering the 10,000 clan battlefield, most of the humans had been on the defensive. The few times they had attacked, their targets were the mid-level clans like the Five Elements Eldar. Except for that, none of the big clans had taken action, let alone the top clans like the Blood Eldar. To be honest, many humans hoped to have the opportunity to attack the top clans. But hope was one thing. Whether they were strong enough or not was another. Qin Yuanbai said, "Attacking the Blood Eldar is a big deal. The current strength of the human race alone is not enough to deal with the Blood Eldar. The Qin Emperor wants the other clans to send troops together. Naturally, we will do as the Qin Emperor says." Yin Banqing nodded. Not long after, The Xianxia sacred ground integrated the cultivators and prepared to attack the Blood Eldar. More than a year had passed. The Xianxia sacred ground had nearly 10 more celestial beings. Although so far, no Saint Realm expert had appeared. But so many celestial beings had been born. It also made the strength of the Xianxia sacred ground reach an unprecedented peak. This time, they attacked the Blood Eldar. Not only did the Xianxia sacred ground send troops, but even the Great Zhao Empire also received the news. 2 days passed. The army set off. At the same time, the Demon Clan, the Soul Protector Clan, the Broken Mountain Clan, all the vassal clans and allied forces of the human race sent an army of cultivators to march towards the Blood Eldar. A large number of cultivators were dispatched. It also caused a lot of commotion. At this time, when the war broke out on the 10,000 clan battlefield, Xianxia sat there, watching the source of life constantly jump. Judging from the current progress, it may take less than a month to gather the source of life for a breakthrough. This result, Xianxia was very satisfied. This time, the humans on the 10,000 clan battlefield attacked the Blood Eldar in order to harvest the source of life as soon as possible. Because the closer they were to the breakthrough, the more Xianxia felt his heart throbbing. This kind of feeling, he didn't like it. Therefore, he had to speed up the pace of harvesting the source of life. As a top clan, the Blood Eldar occupies a lot of the momentum of heaven and earth. If we can conquer a part of it, the momentum of heaven and earth obtained will be much stronger than conquering a mid-level clan. The human race's strength is not increasing fast enough. We need more momentum of heaven and earth. Xianxia suppressed the throbbing in his heart, then took out the heaven list and looked at the list on it. On the celestial list, it already had more than 20 names. In other words, the Xianxia sacred ground now had more than 20 celestial beings. Originally, the number of celestial beings was more than this. However, after many battles, many newly born celestial beings had fallen, so there were not many celestial beings left. But even so, the number of celestial beings now was several times more than when the Xianxia sacred ground was first established. This showed, under the influence of the momentum of heaven and earth, the strength of cultivators improved very quickly. However, in Xianxia's eyes, this improvement was not enough. The great tribulation of the demonic abyss had arrived. The celestial beings were just ants. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm could they barely play a role. As for the real battle, only the top 3 true immortals were qualified to participate. Therefore, what the human race needed now was not celestial beings, but a sufficient number of true immortals. With this thought in mind, Xianxia shook his head again. It's not that easy to give birth to true immortals. There aren't many powerful figures in the human race, and there are only a few who have the potential to break through to the true immortal realm. There's Shiyang, Xiaoqingfeng, and myself. At most, the human race can only give birth to 4 true immortals. Was 4 true immortals a small number, compared with the current 10,000 races in the 4 major continents? Having 4 true immortals in one race was already unimaginably powerful. However, compared to the strength of the ancient heavenly court, 4 true immortals were really too few. Not to mention facing the great tribulation of the demon abyss. Just the Void Evil Demon Clan alone could drown 4 true immortals. Even if the number was several times greater, it wouldn't change the situation. He calmed down. Xianxia silently waited for the growth of the source of life. More than half a month passed. The flames of war had already ignited on the 10,000 race battlefield. With the human race as the leader, the alliance army of various races attacked the Blood Eldar, causing quite a commotion. As a top race, the Blood Eldar naturally didn't lack allies and vassal races. As a result, there were 20 to 30 races participating in the war. The flames of war spread. Not only the Blood Eldar and the human race were affected, but even some neutral races were affected. As a result, the 10,000 race battlefield, which originally didn't have much of a war, once again erupted into intense fighting. The various races fought. The number of cultivators who died was innumerable. The 10,000 race battlefield was expanding almost every moment. regarding such a change. No one had the time to care. A great battle broke out. Naturally, there were victories and defeats. Therefore, the general trend of heaven and earth also fluctuated violently, from the weakening of one race to the tilting of another race. Qin Shujian watched the development of the situation silently, without any intention of interfering. His attention. It had all fallen on the source of life. At this moment, the source of life had already grown to more than 790 billion. At this point, the throbbing in Qin Shujian's heart became even more intense. Almost every minute and second was an indescribable torture for him. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian felt that his heart was being squeezed by a big hand, and there was a brief suffocation, but soon the feeling of suffocation receded like a tide, allowing him to let out a big sigh of relief. Immediately, his gaze fell on his attribute panel. The source of life had officially broken through the 8 trillion mark, and the long-awaited plus sign of the Guiyuan ancestral canon had also appeared. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's face revealed a smile. It's finally time to upgrade. The waiting process was torturous. But it really came to this point. Then all the waiting was worth it. Because the source of life had officially met the requirements for upgrading. Qin Shujian's heart no longer throbbed intensely, but gradually calmed down and returned to its previous state. He got up from the reclining chair. He walked out of the courtyard. Niao Dali felt something and opened his eyes just in time to see Qin Shujian coming out. He immediately got up from the ground. Where is the Qin Emperor going? The place where Ben Huang broke through last time. Okay. Niao Dali nodded and immediately left with Qin Shujian on his back. He had been a mount for a long time. He gradually adapted to this identity. As long as Qin Shujian walked out, Niao Dali had a premonition that it was time for him to move out of the Qianyuan realm. It didn't take much time to reach the valley where he broke through last time. It didn't take too long. He saw a green bull carrying a person into a valley. In the valley, there was still a residual aura that had not faded. It was the residual power of Qin Shujian when he broke through last time. Although it was the residual power. But for ordinary cultivators, it was a fatal threat. In addition, this was a remote place. After such a long time, no cultivator had set foot here. He got down from the bull's back. Qin Shujian said, "You stay here. If Ben Huang makes too much of a commotion when he breaks through, forget it, just stay here." Originally, he wanted to remind Niao Dali to retreat quickly if he could not resist. Then, Qin Shujian thought of Niao Dali's strength and extinguished this thought. Although the green bull had not proven its Tao and become an immortal, but it had reached the 9th level of the celestial being. In terms of strength, Qin Shujian suspected that the other party was about the same, to the extent of being able to kill an immortal. So, with Niao Dali's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to resist some of the aftermath of the breakthrough. After saying that, Qin Shujian didn't care too much about it. He went to the place where he broke through last time and set up layers of formations around it. With the experience of breaking through last time, this time, he set up more and more formations. When the last formation was completed, Qin Shujian placed the heaven list in the eye of the formation and then activated all the formations. Immediately, Qin Shujian sat down cross-legged. His mind sank into the attribute panel and his attention fell on the Guiyuan ancestral canon. His mind touched the plus sign. Immediately, the attribute panel trembled violently. An indescribable throbbing surged from Qin Shujian's heart. Immediately after, in his astonished state of mind, the attribute panel that originally didn't have a physical body suddenly shattered with a loud bang. The attribute panel shattered. A terrifying power surged out of nowhere. The next moment, his physical body's acupoints suddenly opened. At this time, Qin Shujian didn't have time to think so much. He hurriedly locked his mind on his body and observed the changes at all times. The 10th level of the celestial being perfection. He had opened 129,600 acupoints. In the past, Qin Shujian didn't know what the number 129,600 meant. But now, He suddenly came to a realization. 129,600, it represented the number of 1 yuan, the starting number of heaven and earth. If heaven and earth were compared to living beings, in that case, every yuan that passed was equivalent to a reincarnation cycle. Therefore, the lifespan of a true immortal was only 129,600 years. Because this was the limit of heaven and earth, it was naturally a limit that living beings couldn't cross. It was just that heaven and earth were immortal and indestructible. Every reincarnation was just a new starting point for heaven and earth. But for the living beings in heaven and earth, it was the focus of everything. He understood in his heart. His physical body's acupoints opened. It didn't take long for all 129,600 acupoints to be opened successfully. Buzz, an invisible wave spread from Qin Shujian's body. The 129,600 star acupoints in his body seemed to have reached the critical point of perfection. Immediately after, under his horrified gaze, it shattered with a loud bang. The acupoints were shattering, his flesh and blood were shattering, his dantian was also shattering, everything in his body seemed to be shattering at this moment. From the outside world, Qin Shujian's body suddenly burst open. Pale golden blood flowed from his body and then went deep into the earth. Seeing this scene, Niao Dali's face was also filled with shock. What's going on? Could it be that Emperor Qin failed to break through? He wasn't sure. But the scene in front of him gave him a bad feeling. It wasn't that he had never seen a cultivator break through. But all the cultivators who broke through would at most have some strange phenomena. Like Qin Shujian. When breaking through, the body suddenly burst open and blood flowed from the 7 orifices. Niao Dali had really never seen this before. At this moment, in his mind, a thought uncontrollably emerged. If Emperor Qin failed to break through, will he die? Thinking of this, Niao Dali was also shocked by himself. Immediately after, he forced himself to comfort himself again. With Qin Shujian's strength, even if the breakthrough failed, he wouldn't die. At most, he would suffer some injuries. Although the situation in front of him looked scary. But the other party's aura didn't weaken at all. Just as this thought emerged in Niao Dali's mind, he found that Qin Shujian's aura slowly fell from its peak. Seeing this, his face suddenly became ugly. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer was also very confused now. Did the breakthrough fail? Impossible. With his identity as a reincarnation above the rules, how could he fail to break through? Or is Emperor Qin not the reincarnation of an existence above the rules? Many thoughts emerged in his mind. Godslayer was also in a mess now. He realized the situation in front of him was very different from what he had expected. Logically speaking, if Qin Shujian was really the reincarnation of an existence above the rules, the other party's increase in strength was actually equivalent to the recovery stage. In this way, there was almost no possibility of him failing to break through. However, the current situation made the god-slaying saber hesitate again. He wasn't sure whether Qin Shujian had failed to break through or not. The only thing he was sure of was that the other party was not dead. Because they had recognized each other as the master. If Qin Shujian died, Godslayer would also feel it. In the outside world, Qin Shujian's mind was completely immersed in the changes in his body. The collapse of the star acupoints. And the shattering of everything in the body. It was completely beyond his expectations. Qin Shujian wanted to stop it, but there was no way. For this, he could only calm his mind and silently observe the changes. Now the body was not under his control. The improvement of the source of life. Everything was completed naturally. Therefore, Qin Shujian could only be a spectator. He saw that everything in the body had been shattered, leaving only the outer skin intact, but the inside of the body was a mess. It was also at this time. The body shook again. In the shattered everything, a ray of light was suddenly born. The light was very weak. It was so weak that it was almost undetectable. But soon, the light grew and finally reached the point where one could not look directly at it. After the light grew to the limit, Qin Shujian's entire body was lit up. From the outside, endless rays of light were emitted from his body, directly passing through the obstruction of the formation and reflecting on the sky. The rays of light covered millions of miles. It caused many human cultivators to be shocked. But no one knew why the rays of light appeared. They could only raise their heads and look at the changes in the sky in confusion. When the rays of light penetrated out, Xianxia's body shook inside. If the broken body was compared to chaos, then the ray of light just now was equivalent to the first ray of light that broke the chaos. They saw the body shake. All the chaotic forces were suppressed and calmed down. Immediately after, under Xianxia's shocked gaze, the inside of the body seemed to be born from heaven and earth. The clear and turbid qi separated, and earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. After an unknown amount of time, the clear qi rose to the sky. The turbid qi fell to the ground. The earth, water, fire, and wind gradually calmed down. Immediately after, in the center of heaven and earth, there was an indescribable thing there. In an instant, Xianxia understood that the indescribable thing was the core of heaven and earth. At this time, the indescribable slight vibration. Immediately, it was completely unfolded, turning into a long river that surged across the entire heaven and earth. And in the surging long river, more tributaries were born. 1 tributary, 2 tributaries, 3 tributaries, 4 tributaries. A total of 4 tributaries were opened up from the long river. In just an instant, Xianxia's mind shook crazily. He recognized the origin of the 4 tributaries. They were the 4 rules that he had comprehended. In this way, the identity of the long river that included the tributaries was also obvious. The mother stream of the rules that belonged to his body. The reason why heaven and earth was heaven and earth. It was because heaven and earth had a complete set of rules that could make all things yin and yang orderly and maintain normal operation. Now, Xianxia realized that the heaven and earth that he had opened up in his body had given birth to the mother stream of the rules. On another level, the heaven and earth in his body was equivalent to an incomplete heaven and earth. It was incomplete because the rules were not complete. Once the rules were complete, it could evolve into a truly complete heaven and earth. When the Guiyuan ancestral classic is cultivated to perfection, it can actually open up a heaven and earth in the body. At this moment, Xianxia was also completely shocked. He never expected that. When the 129,600 star acupoints were perfected, it would eventually evolve into a heaven and earth. When the heaven and earth were born, Xianxia's aura instantly fell to the extreme and completely disappeared. Just when he was feeling uneasy, his cracked body had already recovered. His original skin became crystal clear like jade, as if endless Tao rhymes were being born from it. But very soon, all the Tao rhymes disappeared again. Her sparkling jade-like body also returned to normal. Just when Xianxia thought that he had successfully broken through, his inner heaven and earth shook. A dusty memory suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. The dusty memories were awakened. It caused Xianxia's spiritual deity to shake crazily. The surging and vast memories. It was unknown how many years had passed. If it was an ordinary heavenly being, the moment the memories emerged, it would be enough to make the spiritual deity explode and become a living dead. It was only because Xianxia had broken through to the 10th level of the heavenly being realm that his spiritual deity and physical body had grown to a terrifying extent that he could accept this dusty memory. 1 hour. 2 hours. Soon. 5 days passed. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged, did not move at all. The multicolored light still covered the sky. However, because the multicolored light had no source, no one could find the specific source. Only the cultivators secretly guessed. It might be the birth of some supreme treasure that caused such a commotion. However, as time passed, the multicolored light had expanded from the original million miles to tens of millions of miles, and then to billions of miles. The entire eastern continent. They were all nurtured in the multicolored light. The sea of death shook. In the deepest part of the sea, fiery red seawater flowed quietly. At first glance, it did not look like flowing seawater, but more like a burning sea of fire. A great sun. It existed in the depths of the sea. And in a deeper place, there seemed to be an infinitely large stone statue sitting in it. The stone statue looked like a human, but not a human. It was a beast, but not a beast. However, there were countless chains lingering around the stone statue, running through the world and firmly locking it here. If there were cultivators who had condensed the universe heavenly lock here, they would discover it. Each of these chains was the universe heavenly lock. However, it was different from the universe heavenly lock condensed by true martial realm cultivators. Each universe heavenly lock here emitted terrifying power. Any one of them. It was enough to suppress a perfected immortal. The stone statue stretched out a hand and held up the great sun, preventing it from completely sinking into the sea. The sun that shone on the 4 continents. In the stone statue's hand, it was just like a fiery red ball, completely incomparable to his vast body. Apart from that, in the deepest part of the Sea of Death, there was nothing else. There was only a stone statue that was dead silent. And a sun. After an unknown period of time, the sun slowly rose from the bottom of the sea and went straight above the astral winds of the 9 heavens. Then, the darkness of the 4 great continents was dispelled. It was also at this moment. The stone statue trembled slightly. There seemed to be countless stone fragments falling down. In the depths of the Death Sea region, terrifying waves were set off. The ferocious beasts near the Sea of Death seemed to have encountered something terrifying as they frantically fled in all directions. Although the dire beasts had no intelligence. But there were also instinctive impulses. At this moment, these ferocious beasts sensed a destructive threat, and their instincts drove them to flee. A colossal ferocious beast that was over 1,000,000 feet long stood up from the bottom of the sea and fled into the depths of the sea. The aura it exuded could easily crush space. A powerful ferocious beast accidentally blocked the way. His body was also shattered by this ferocious beast's slap, and he completely sank into the sea. If there was an expert, they would discover that this beast had reached the level of a true immortal. The first true immortal savage beast fled. Very soon. There was a second one, and then a third. Under such a terrifying threat, even a true immortal savage beast was like an ant. It had no choice but to flee frantically. Just as all the dire beasts were fleeing. With the depths of the sea as the center, a shocking wave surged, enough to cover the sky and the sun, surging in all directions. Heavenly Pattern Island. In the small world of the Jade Wave sect. A towering tree stood there, its branches and leaves covered the entire small world like a canopy. All of a sudden, Ancestor Tong Tian woke up from his deep sleep. The tree trunk twisted slightly, revealing his shocked face. What's going on? Why is there a sudden riot in the Sea of Death? Could it be that something in the depths of the sea has awakened? Just now, Ancestor Tong Tian sensed the tremor in the Sea of Death. An extremely terrifying force was erupting from the depths of the sea and sweeping toward Heavenly Pattern Island at an extremely fast speed. That force. Even Ancestor Tong Tian, who had reached the Nirvana realm, felt like an ant in front of it. The difference in strength. The ancestor of the Blue Wave sect could no longer remain calm. Not only that. The other 2 sects in Heavenly Pattern Island also sensed the abnormality at this time. Holy God sect. The true dragon roared, and the galaxy trembled. Fantasy Sea sect. Xiaoqiao walked to the spacious hall, trembling. His wrinkled face was full of shock. Why is there such a change in the Sea of Death? Father clearly said that the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death is asleep and won't wake up easily. The memories that had been sealed for millions of years were awakened. Xiaoqiao also remembered what Emperor Xia had said to him in the past. In the depths of the Sea of Death, there was a terrifying existence. Even if one broke through to the true immortal realm, one must not go deep into the Sea of Death. One day, one's cultivation could reach the level of the Emperor of Heaven. In other words, in fact, only the Emperor of Heaven could deal with the terror in the depths of the Sea of Death. At this time, countless terrifying auras were approaching. The cultivators in Heavenly Pattern Island all looked in a certain direction with a horrified expression. There were countless terrifying dire beasts crossing the sea and coming over. The dire beasts are attacking the island. Quickly inform the other sections. The dire beasts are attacking the island. The hearts of the cultivators in Heavenly Pattern Island were already beating violently. Looking at the dire beasts, their legs and stomachs were trembling. Strong, too strong, compared to the dire beasts in front of them, the dire beasts that were wandering around Heavenly Pattern Island paled in comparison. There was no comparison at all. In an instant, the alarm in Heavenly Pattern Island rang. All the cultivators gathered, preparing to resist the dire beasts together. At the same time, the restriction array left behind by the emperors was activated, covering the entire Heavenly Pattern Island. In the depths of the Sea of Death, the cultivators in Heavenly Pattern Island had no possibility of retreating. Even if they were afraid in their hearts, they could only brace themselves and face it. Fantasy Sea Sect. Xianxia controlled the heaven and earth spiritual energy to draw a circle in front of him. Then, the circle split into two, becoming two circles of the same size. Inside the circle, the faces of Ancestor Skirich and Sage Star appeared. Ancestor Skirich and Sage Star. Xiao Chao. The three of them faced each other, each with a grave expression. Xiao Chao said, "The riot in the depths of the Sea of Death is very likely caused by that existence awakening from his slumber. Now that the dire beasts are attacking, there is an even greater threat behind. Heavenly Pattern Island cannot be moved. If we want to survive this disaster, we can only use the backup plan left behind by the emperors. Since the emperors allowed them to enter the Sea of Death, naturally, they would have prepared a backup plan. The emperor's restriction. As a method left behind by an ancient third-layer true immortal expert, it would not be so simple. It was only truly using the backup plan left behind by the emperors. The price they had to pay was not small. Therefore, in the past, when Heavenly Pattern Island was attacked, they would use the surface array and then send cultivators to fight the dire beasts to protect the island. But in reality, the true Emperor's restriction on Heavenly Pattern Island had never been used. Sage Star said slowly, "There is a problem in the depths of the Sea of Death. Regardless of whether that existence has awakened or not, it is impossible for Heavenly Pattern Island to stay out of this. After all, there are true immortal level dire beasts in the depths of the sea. Therefore, I also suggest that we use the backup plan left behind by the emperors." Seconded. Ancestor Skirich said too much, but he also agreed with the two suggestion. Then, the three sects were shaken. A vast power rose from within, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit energy was instantly extracted from Heavenly Pattern Island. In the sky above Heavenly Pattern Island, the Emperor's restriction suddenly emitted a sacred and powerful aura. Soon, a figure with a crown on his head walked out. Looking at the dire beasts coming at him, he directly punched out. The fist struck. The void shattered. Dozens of dire beasts that could be said to be at the level of almighty dire beasts exploded into a bloody mist. Boom, a terrifying power swept through the world. The ferocious beasts that were charging over were all shocked. Looking at the terrifying figure, they instinctively made way for it. What is that thing? I don't know. Maybe it's a power mark left behind by the emperors. The cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island raised their heads and looked at the figure in the sky with reverence. A punch that killed dozens of dire beasts. Such an existence. At his peak, he was absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Everyone knew. The restriction left behind by Heavenly Pattern Island was the means of the former emperors. Now, the figure of an expert had appeared. Naturally, some people connected it to the emperors. Father. Xiao Chao looked at the illusory figure that appeared in the sky. His old face was filled with excitement, and his fingers were trembling slightly. 1,000,000 years, it had been 1,000,000 years since the fall of Emperor Xia. He hadn't seen his father's appearance for 1,000,000 years. After all, it had been so many years. He had been imprisoned in the main hall. Many of his memories faded bit by bit with the passage of time until they completely disappeared. Until now. Seeing Emperor Xia's power mark being triggered, Xiao Chao recalled some things. For a time, he also had mixed feelings. At the same time, a dire beast that was 100,000 feet tall came with a monstrous wave, wanting to completely drown Heavenly Pattern Island. A true immortal dire beast. Xiaoqiao's face twitched again. A true immortal dire beast. Ever since he entered Heavenly Pattern Island, he had never encountered an existence of this level. Because dire beasts of this level, they were all in the depths of the Death Sea and didn't touch other areas at all. But now, they had come out. Xiaoqiao wasn't sure if the power mark left behind by Emperor Xia could kill a true immortal dire beast. After all, although Emperor Xia was strong, he had died 1,000,000 years ago. The power mark left behind in the past had been weakened to a certain extent by the passage of time. However, although Xiaoqiao was worried, he didn't panic too much. The Emperor's restriction. It was Heavenly Pattern Island's final trump card. At this moment, Heavenly Pattern Island was basically going all out. If it succeeded, there would be no worries. If it failed, it would be destroyed. Now that it had really come to this, Xiaoqiao was actually able to accept it. Monstrous waves swept over. The true immortal dire beast let out a furious roar and punched at Heavenly Pattern Island. Emperor Xiao's figure raised his hand and punched out, colliding with the dire beast. Boom, the fist shattered. Flesh and blood burst. The true immortal dire beast let out a miserable cry. Without waiting for it to react, Emperor Xiao's figure punched out again, completely killing the true immortal dire beast. The true immortal dire beast fell. Its flesh and blood essence scattered on the surface of the sea. Emperor Xiao's figure waved his hand and collected a large amount of the dire beast's flesh and blood, then threw it towards the illusion sea sect. When he saw this, Xiaoqiao was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He wanted to soar into the air and get closer to Emperor Xiao's figure. But because of the palace's restrictions, there was nothing he could do. In the end, Xiaoqiao could only forcibly suppress the excitement in his heart and collect the dire beast's flesh and blood that had fallen into the palace. The flesh and blood of a true immortal dire beast. It was a precious treasure that was hard to come by. Although the Emperor's restriction prevented Heavenly Pattern Island from giving birth to cultivators above the 3rd level of the Celestial Realm, it wasn't a problem for them to use the dire beast's flesh and blood to produce more of them. After killing a true immortal dire beast, more true immortal dire beasts pounced over. They weren't like those almighty dire beasts. Although Emperor Xiao's figure was strong, it wasn't enough to scare them away. Instead, it aroused their savage nature. Soon, another illusory figure appeared. It was a true dragon coiled in the sky, and a towering tree that covered the sky. A vast aura swept through the world. Then, the Emperor's shadows began to slaughter all the true immortal dire beasts. In the deepest part of the Sea of Death, after the stone statue shook for a while, it stopped. Then, the stone statue's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A faint light shot out from within, as if it could see everything in the world. Since when was such a terrifying existence born in the world? Could it be that a supreme existence has awakened his innate wisdom? A soft murmur sounded in the depths of the sea. This voice seemed to be talking to someone, but also seemed to be talking to itself. Above the laws, it's a realm that people yearn for. Unfortunately, I'm imprisoned here, and there's no way for me to break through. Oh, since when were there so many creatures in the sea? They look familiar. I think I've seen them before. I remember, there was a person called Xianxia who brought a group of people here. I think he was in that group. Speaking of which, it's a pity for Xianxia. There was hope, alas. The murmur gradually quieted down. Not long after, the deepest part of the Sea of Death returned to peace. Just as the Sea of Death was rioting, inside Heavenly Abyss, there was also a problem. Only to see a voice that did not sound like a human's voice or a beast's roar coming from below Heavenly Abyss. The roar shook the world, and any celestial cultivator who was too close to Heavenly Abyss died completely in the roar. The world was shaking, the void was cracking. Xianxia, who was originally refining the dragon's body, suddenly woke up from his cultivation. He turned his head to look at Heavenly Abyss. And his calm face was completely replaced by horror. The next moment, the blood cloud collapsed. Xianxia didn't even think before fleeing outside. The other demon cultivators were also frantically fleeing at this time. No one knew what had happened. But the roar in Heavenly Abyss made them feel the threat of death. However, Those demon cultivators below the almighty level all exploded and died at this time. There was no chance for them to escape. Those who could really escape were experts above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. At the same time, the black fog near Heavenly Abyss retreated. The cultivators outside the range of Heavenly Abyss all had a premonition that a great terror was coming. Then, when they saw the void silently collapsing and vanishing, they immediately retreated frantically. No one knew what had happened. However, everyone could feel the threat of death from Heavenly Abyss's roar. At that moment, no matter how high their cultivation base was, they all fled. Even some experts who saw the demon cultivators passing by did not have the time to kill them. Killing the demons was important. But their own survival was more important. The premise of killing the demons. It was also to ensure that they would not die. Otherwise, the demons would not kill them. Heavenly Abyss's roar. Not only did it affect the range of Heavenly Abyss, but even the entire Western Prefecture and the other 3 prefectures heard the earth-shattering sound. He's awakened again. Why did he awaken twice in such a short time? Could it be related to the phenomenon in the Eastern Prefecture? In the Moon Palace, the Moon Empress's beautiful face turned pale. Her fear of Heavenly Abyss's existence was stronger than any emperor's. At this time, Heavenly Abyss's existence had awakened. Even if the Moon Clan was not in the Western Prefecture, the Moon Empress could not remain calm. The phenomenon in the Eastern Prefecture. She also knew about it. After all, the multicolored light that covered the entire Eastern Prefecture, unless one was blind, anyone could see it. She had some guesses in her heart. But the Moon Empress did not confirm anything. Heavenly Abyss was terrifying. The human race in the Eastern Prefecture was not something the Moon Clan could provoke. What made the Moon Empress feel lucky was, after Heavenly Abyss's existence roared, he did not make any extra movements. Regarding this, her heart gradually calmed down. On the other side, inside the Eastern Prefecture, Xianxia was still sitting there cross-legged. 10 days had passed since he broke through. In these 10 days, his body did not move at all. Niu Dali waited by the side. He did not leave and did not dare to approach. When Heavenly Abyss roared, he also felt something and turned his head to look in the direction of the Western Prefecture. But he quickly retracted his gaze. The current Niu Dali. His mind was focused on Qin Shujian. What is going on with Emperor Qin? The last breakthrough was completed very quickly. Why is there no movement after such a long time? Niu Dali was not too anxious. From the current situation, the other party should not have failed the breakthrough. As for why he did not wake up, he did not know the specific reason. The breakthrough this time. It was also very different from the last time. The most basic. The power of the last breakthrough was earth-shattering. This time, there was not much power, but the multicolored light covered the sky. Time passed by little. Soon. A month passed by. Qin Shujian refined all the memories that emerged to the last step. All of a sudden, his body shook slightly. In the next moment, his tightly closed eyes opened. There seemed to be Dao rhymes surging in his eyes, but they quickly disappeared. I see. Qin Shujian revealed a faint smile on his face. Then, he got up from the ground and reached out his hand, grabbing the heaven list in his hand. Holding the heaven list. Then, he looked at his own attributes. However, the attributes related to him had completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled again. As expected. Shaking his head, he kept the heaven list in his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, he took a step forward. All the arrays that he had set up disappeared silently. Looking at Qin Shujian who was walking in, Niu Dali found that the other party did not seem to have any cultivation, just like an ordinary person. To this, he could not help but reveal a look of shock on his face. But very soon, a word emerged in Niu Dali's mind: return to nature. What was return to nature? In fact, he was not too sure. But the moment he saw Qin Shujian, he could not help but have this thought. At the same time, that familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Niao Dali tried hard to recall, but he could not. In the end, he had to give up trying to recall. He looked at Qin Shujian and bowed. Qin Shi Huang. It's you. Qin Shujian revealed a meaningful smile on his face. Then, he sat sideways on the other party's back, took out the folding fan from his sea of consciousness, and gently knocked on the bull's head. Bull, let's go back. Yes. Niao Dali did not dare to say anything more. He immediately flew towards the Qianyuan realm. Sitting on the bull's back, Qin Shujian closed his eyes to rest. In fact, he was flipping through the memories in his mind. He had always thought he had just come to this world by chance. Other than that, there was no problem. Until the Guiyuan ancestral canon broke through to perfection and awakened the wisdom of his previous life. Only then did Qin Shujian realize everything had been arranged beforehand. For this matter, his heart did not stir up too much. How can it be so inexplicably good? It was just arranged long ago. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer finally could not keep silent at this time. Qin Shi Huang, have you awakened the wisdom of your previous life? As he spoke, he had involuntarily used honorifics. Because Godslayer had realized after the breakthrough, he had become a completely different person. This difference. It was not a difference on the surface, nor was it a difference in the replacement of the divine soul. It was an indescribable feeling. At least, the current Godslayer had no way to sense the changes in Qin Shujian's heart. In his perception, the other party was as vast as heaven and earth, but also as vast and deep as the endless void. Not to mention probing. Even if he wanted to get close, he would fall into it. At this point, Godslayer was certain that Qin Shujian was definitely in existence above the rules in his previous life. Now that the other party had awakened the wisdom, it was equivalent to a living rule. Even in terms of strength, there was still a big gap. But in other aspects, the other party was above the rules. Facing such an existence, even though he was an ancestral armament, he did not dare to act impudently. Qin Shujian said, "You can say that. Didn't you already guess? Now it just so happens to confirm your thoughts. May I ask what kind of realm is above the rules?" Godslayer finally asked the question in his heart. Above the rules, that was just a name for the unknown. Just like how true immortals could be called above celestials. This realm. There must be a real name. Regarding this question, Qin Shujian did not hide anything and said calmly, "Above true immortals is Tao. That realm can be called Tao or Tao fruit. In fact, there is no difference. Just like how you are willing to call him above the rules, the name is just a code name. When you reach it, you will naturally reach it. Tao, Tao fruit." Godslayer silently remembered these two names in his heart. He knew. To be able to meet the reincarnation of an existence above the rules was the biggest turning point in Zhu Bing's life. Just as Godslayer was about to ask something else, Qin Shujian directly interrupted his thoughts. "There are some things that you shouldn't ask too much. When you reach that realm, you will naturally know. It's not good to know too much now." Godslayer was speechless. These words sounded very familiar to him. In the past, he often responded to Qin Shujian like this. Now it was the other way around. Godslayer felt a little strange. Soon after, he felt relieved. Qin Shujian, who had awakened his innate wisdom, was not comparable to the original Qin Shujian. When there was a change on the heaven list, it was also the attention of many human experts. Emperor Qin's name disappeared from the celestial list. Could it be that Emperor Qin has attained Tao and broken through to true immortal? Impossible. The true immortal list is still blank. Originally, after Shao Qingfeng broke through, Qin Shujian fell from the first place to the second place on the celestial list. Before the others could be shocked for long, Qin Shujian's name completely disappeared from the celestial list. Not on the celestial list. Not on the true immortal list. Qin Shujian's name did not appear on any of the lists on the heaven list. It was as if this person had completely disappeared. Such an unforeseen event. It caused many experts to be shocked. Because the Heaven List recorded all the cultivators in the human cultivation world. Anyone who had the strength to be on the list would naturally have their name on it. The current situation. This was the first time this had happened. In addition, Qin Shujian had disappeared for more than a month, which made some of the elders of the Qianyuan sacred ground secretly anxious. They were not sure. Had something happened to Qin Shujian, it was not until Green Ox appeared in the Qianyuan realm that those cultivators who were anxious completely calmed down. When they returned to the main branch of the Qianyuan sect. At the gate of the courtyard, Zheng Fang and Su Yuanming were already waiting there. When they saw Green Ox land, the two of them immediately stepped forward and bowed. Emperor Qin. What happened? A few days ago, Emperor Qin's name disappeared from the Heaven List. In addition, you have been gone for a long time. Many people are worried that. Su Yuanming closed his mouth as he spoke. There was no need to finish. His meaning was obvious. Qin Shujian said, Ben Huang just removed his name from the Heaven List. Don't make a fuss. In addition, I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. No one is allowed to disturb me. Yes, my emperor. Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand casually. Su Yuanming and Jing Feng immediately retreated. They got down from Green Ox's back. Niu Dali had already consciously gone to lie down in his original position. Qin Shujian glanced at him sideways and did not say anything. The gate of the courtyard opened by itself. Qin Shujian stepped in. Immediately after, he took out the Godslayer and the Heaven List from his sea of consciousness and placed them in the courtyard. Ben Huang is going to cultivate in seclusion. You guys stay here and don't wander around. Okay. The Godslayer nodded slightly. The Heaven List shook slightly. A similar emotion was expressed. As an 8-seal Taoist artifact, it had also given birth to spirituality. And as time passed, its spirituality became stronger and stronger. It was almost to the point where it could give birth to spiritual wisdom. He pushed open the door of the room. In more than a year, this was the first time Qin Shujian walked in. Although this room had always been in the courtyard. But almost all of his time was sitting in the courtyard. He was too lazy to come in. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he no longer needed to sleep to make up for his exhaustion. This place is spotless, Qin Shujian said calmly. The next moment, the little bit of dust in the room completely disappeared. Seeing this, he smiled slightly. Then he sat down on the couch and slowly sorted out his awakened memories. When he broke through in the canyon, for more than a month, Qin Shujian was simply receiving memories. That long memory. It took more than a month just to receive the memories. However, receiving the memories was just the most basic memory collection. If he wanted to understand some of the things, he still needed time to slowly go through them. Time passed slowly. Qin Shujian closed his eyes and went through his memories. After a long time, only then did he open his eyes again. In an instant, an ancient aura leaked out, but it soon disappeared. Is it the 4th era or the 5th era? An era. It represented a long period of time. Qin Shujian wasn't sure if he was in the 4th or 5th era. Because it had been too long. Moreover, he didn't know how many things had happened during the period when his innate wisdom was asleep and then awakened. During this period of time, maybe only one era had passed. Or maybe a few eras had passed. No one could be sure. Very soon, Qin Shujian put this matter aside for the time being. Which epoch was it? That wasn't important. The 5th era was fine. The 10th era was fine. For him, it didn't affect him much. The only thing that could affect him was the awakening of his innate wisdom. Once his innate wisdom was awakened, it was equivalent to saying that everything had reached a critical point. I can already sense it. This epoch is about to end. Once this epoch ends, the next epoch will begin. The end of an era. The beginning of an era. It was equivalent to a reincarnation. Qin Shujian's face became solemn. Since my innate wisdom has been awakened, everything should be put on the agenda. Most of the people from back then have fallen. However, I can sense that there are still some people who still exist in this era. Thinking of this, he sighed. After awakening his innate wisdom, Qin Shujian understood a lot of things now. He was born in the Third Era and died in the Third Era. He had also fought side by side with the remaining experts of the First Era and the Second Era. It was a pity. They had also failed in the Third Era. As such, he had fallen into reincarnation again. Until now, when a new era had begun, he had awakened the innate wisdom of his previous life. However, my strength hasn't fully recovered. It's meaningless to think too much. It's better to recover my strength first. Qin Shujian thought to himself. There were many things that he didn't have the right to interfere with his current strength. Because his current strength had only recovered a little. The Guiyuan ancestral scripture had reached perfection. He had opened up an inner world in his body. This method was already different from the path taken by all the true immortals in the great wide world. Normal true immortals take the path of controlling the rules and then rely on the rules to reach the peak and breakthrough to the Tao fruit realm. However, I'm not taking the path of the rules now. In other words, I'm not taking the fixed path of the great wide world. I'm evolving the world. I'm the world, and the world is me. As long as there are enough rules born in the inner world and it's perfect enough, my strength will continue to improve. Qin Shujian also understood a lot about his own situation. The Guiyuan ancestral scripture. It was a technique that he had deduced by combining the methods of the Great Thousand Realms. Opening up the inner world. Not taking the path of the rules. Qin Shujian wasn't too clear about the realm he was currently in. He was considered a heavenly being, however, he was also considered a true immortal. This was because his strength was already comparable to the third-level true immortal in this world. As for his lifespan, it had broken the shackles of the original true immortal and reached an extremely long realm. Qin Shujian estimated. He could exist for as long as the world existed. In other words, the 129,600 lifespan limit of a true immortal was no longer of any use to him. The true immortals of this world have actually taken the wrong path, but it's not completely the case. However, it's extremely difficult to rely on this method to break through to a higher realm. The limit of lifespan is the biggest problem. Combined with himself, Qin Shujian also knew what kind of path the world was taking. This was also the reason. So far, this world had not given birth to an expert of the Tao fruit realm. Because of the limit of lifespan. It was also difficult to walk the path of a single rule, which limited everyone's future. Of course. This was not absolute. If there was really an expert with outstanding talent, there was a possibility of breaking this shackle, but the possibility was slim. After opening up the inner world, the source of life can no longer play any role because I'm now equivalent to a newborn world, which is incompatible with the world in front of me. The source of life was also a kind of power of heaven and earth, but it was of a higher level. However, no matter how advanced it was, it could not transcend the limits of heaven and earth. In other words, Qin Shujian's current level of life was already equivalent to that of the great wide world. As a result, it was no longer possible to quickly improve his strength through the back door that the great wide world had opened for him. However, Qin Shujian didn't pay too much attention to it. The source of life was just a means to quickly improve his strength before he awakened his innate wisdom. Now that he had awakened his innate wisdom, he already knew how much of the road ahead would be. The existence of the source of life, there was no need for it. P.S. The book is already in the late stage. It might be finished in another month or two. At present, it's mainly restoring the book. If there are any more rewards, it depends on your mood, but there won't be additional chapters. He walked out of the room. Qin Shujian counted with his fingers and roughly knew how much time had passed. Qin Emperor. Godslayer stepped forward with a fawning smile on his face. Things were different now. The other party was really the reincarnation of a being beyond true immortal. Although he was Zhu Bing, in front of such a being, he was just a little brother. So. The god-slaying saber clearly recognized its position. Senior, your attitude is a little different today, Qin Shujian said with a surprised face. You're exaggerating, Qin Emperor. I don't deserve to be called senior. If you think highly of me, just call me little god. Godslayer lowered his head submissively. Following Qin Shujian, he was no different from a henchman. As for the heavenly list, it also stepped forward at this time. But because its intelligence was not complete, it could only vaguely express its meaning. He took the heavenly list into his sea of consciousness. Qin Shujian glanced at Godslayer and then said, although Ben Huang has awakened his innate intelligence, it didn't change anything. The previous life is like a cloud and smoke. You should focus on the present. You don't have to be too restrained. Just act as usual. You're right, Qin Emperor. Godslayer was still smiling apologetically. Qin Shujian didn't bother to pay attention to this. Since the other party wanted to do this, then let him be. He sat back in his original position. Qin Shujian skillfully made a cup of tea for himself, then looked at Godslayer and said, I want to know, which era is it now? Which era is it? Hearing this, Godslayer's eyes showed confusion. The name era. It was the first time he heard of it. What is the era that Qin Emperor is talking about? It's nothing. I just asked casually. Qin Shujian shook his head. It seemed that even Zhu Bing didn't know about the existence of era. Thinking of Zhu Bing, he turned his gaze back to Godslayer. Speaking of which, after Zhu Bing obtains the power of faith, will he no longer fall from the level of Zhu Bing? Yes, that's true. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded. It seemed that not only was the path taken in this era different, even some of the methods used were different. In the third epoch, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The power of faith could create gods. Commonly known as investiture, when a mortal obtained the power of faith and became a god, they would possess extraordinary power. The more powerful the power of faith was, the more powerful it was. The more powerful the gods were, the more powerful they were. In the third era, there were gods who relied on the power of faith to reach the Tao fruit level. It was a pity. He was still reduced to ashes by the Great Tribulation. It was also an application of the power of faith. The gods of the third era were completely integrated with the power of faith, almost to the point of living and dying together. In the current era, the utilization of faith power by living beings was more like a form of plunder. Plunder this faith to complete a metamorphosis. But after completing the metamorphosis, they could still use the power of faith to fight against the enemy, but this power of faith would never disappear. They would not fall to the mortal world because of the destruction of the race they believed in. But it was the same. Furthermore, ancestral armaments would not become more powerful just because they possessed more power of faith. Because Zhu Bing was based on faith. But he was not nourished by faith. Once Zhu Bing was formed, faith would completely become his foundation. If he wanted to improve in the future, he would need to plunder the power of the flesh and blood of living beings to improve his strength. Comparing the two, each had its own benefits. At least the gods of the third era did not have any tribulations. In this era, Zhu Bing still needed to go through the tribulation. But in Qin Shujian's opinion, Zhu Bing of this era was actually much more powerful than the gods of the third era. Zhu Bing cultivated himself. The gods survived by faith. In comparison, Zhu Bing was more like a real cultivator who focused on his own power. Unlike the gods, once they lost the faith of living beings, they would completely fall to the dust. Although the path of a cultivator is different, the utilization of faith has improved a lot. This is probably one of the advantages of this era. Qin Shujian finished the spirit tea in front of him and his heart wavered. In any of the eras that were destroyed, in fact, they all had their shortcomings. Because of the shortcomings, that era would end. So, there was no possibility that the older the era, the more powerful it was. Instead, from the birth of each era to the end, the next era would become more perfect. Qin Shujian wanted to know which epoch was the current one in, but unfortunately, it seemed that this era had never produced a powerhouse above the level of a true immortal. No one could give him an answer. Godslayer, who was sitting at the side. At this moment, his heart was in a mess and he felt a little restless. Qin Shujian was deep in thought. He did not talk to him. But for some reason, the god-slaying saber still felt an immense pressure. Such pressure, he had never felt such pressure from so many hosts in the past. Even when facing the Emperor of Heaven, Xianxia, Godslayer did not feel such pressure. Probably, this is the terror of a Tao fruit powerhouse. Even if he has just awakened his innate wisdom, he is not comparable to an ordinary person. He could only comfort himself in this way. Half an hour later, Qin Shujian woke up from his contemplation and observed his own situation. His inner world had been established. One sand, one world. Heaven and earth could be infinitely big or infinitely small. But if he wanted to establish a new world in his physical body, he had to break it down and then completely shed his mortal body. The current Qin Shujian. His physical body looked normal, but it was completely different from before. If one had to make a comparison, it was probably equivalent to the immortal body of a true immortal. But the difference was, Qin Shujian's physical body could evolve with heaven and earth and become stronger step by step. Even in the situation where he had just established a new world, his physical body was stronger than an ordinary immortal body. The strength of my physical body should be at the level of a third-level immortal. Overall strength should be at the level of a fourth-level immortal. He had taken a new path. Qin Shujian could no longer use the standards of this world to measure his realm. Similarly, the division of realms in the third era was also not suitable for him. Because of the path he was taking now. It was a new path that was deduced from the third era and combined with the cultivation system of this new era. It seems that I have to create a new system now. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Then he calmed his mind and appeared in his inner world in the next instant. Heaven and earth were barren. It was only 1,000,000 miles in size. There was no great Yin and no great sun. In the position of the vault of heaven, there was a mother stream flowing quietly. At this moment, the mother stream of laws was very empty and very weak. This was because the mother stream of laws was the combination of all the laws of heaven and earth. In other words, the more laws there were in heaven and earth, the stronger the mother stream of laws would be. On the contrary, the rarer and weaker the laws of heaven and earth, the weaker the mother stream of laws would be. The divine thought incarnation walked in the inner world. Qin Shujian could sense the desolation of heaven and earth. The laws are incomplete. The lack of laws is serious. Heaven and earth are also desolate and not strong enough. There are no living creatures born. Rather than saying that this is a complete world, it is better to say that it is a small world created by a true immortal. Different from a true immortal small world, I can completely control the power of heaven and earth. And the stronger the heaven and earth, the stronger the power I can use. If the laws of heaven and earth are complete, then as the ruler of heaven and earth, my strength will officially return to its previous peak and even be stronger than before. At this moment, Qin Shujian had a lot of understanding. But to expand heaven and earth and fill in the laws was not an easy task. Now in heaven and earth, power, forging, array Dao, alchemy Dao, the power of the four laws were the laws that Qin Shujian had originally comprehended. After heaven and earth were created, he borrowed a trace of the laws to be reborn here. In other words, the four laws in his inner world could only be said to be a seed that had not yet sprouted, let alone grown into a giant tree. So, letting heaven and earth have more seeds of laws was one of the things. Then letting the seeds sprout and grow into real laws was another thing. So what I have to do next is to comprehend enough laws in the greater thousand world and then let the same seeds be born in my inner world. Only then can heaven and earth become stronger. In that case, the world in front of me should be considered a small world with laws, but the laws are far from stable and complete. Next is the middle thousand world, and then the greater thousand world. Qin Shujian used the level of his inner world as the division of his current strength. He had just opened up a small world. His strength was roughly equivalent to that of a fourth-tier true immortal. If it was promoted to a middle thousand world, his strength would be at the level of an upper-tier true immortal and half-step Dao fruit. As for the greater thousand world, he would have completely stepped into the Dao fruit level. I can put the matter of the epic aside for now. Instead, the demon abyss and the void demons are the current problems. The void demons are born in the outer realm and have a long lifespan, almost to the extent of being immortal. This method is somewhat similar to the methods of the third epic. But I can't be sure immediately since I haven't seen it. As for the demon abyss, it is rumored that a Dao fruit expert opened up a world. It seems to be true. But this world should not have given birth to a Dao fruit. It could have been born but later left. But no matter what, the demon abyss must be related to the Dao fruit level. After all, the void demons are immortal and only Zhu Bing can kill them. To a certain extent, they are already in existence born from the origin. Such an existence is actually a Dao fruit expert that has been weakened countless times. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning wildly. Although he had reached the Dao fruit level, it was a matter of the third epoch. Who knew which epoch it was now? Moreover, his strength had weakened to a freezing point. Not to mention the Dao fruit, he was half-step Dao fruit. If there was really an upper three true immortal in front of him, Qin Shujian felt that he was not a match for him. So, even if he had awakened the innate wisdom, the void demons and the demon abyss were both a big problem. If the void demons and the demon abyss could not survive the calamity, then it would be a big joke. There were two things to do now. First, they had to get rid of the void demons guarding the Great Thousand World. Second, kill the demon abyss. Soon, Qin Shujian retreated from the inner world. After re-establishing his life goal, he was in a good mood. Breakthrough ahead. Awakening the innate wisdom. The impact of too many memories made Qin Shujian almost chaotic, and he also forgot what his goal was. Now, after carefully thinking about it, he finally understood. But, before that, I have something to do. Qin Shujian thought of something, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Qin Shujian. But he had never been a magnanimous person. Then, Qin Shujian said faintly, I said, I should be in front of Xiao Feng. After saying that. Then, under Godslayer's shocked gaze, he directly disappeared. My words are law. He was stunned. My words are law. Godslayer did not expect that there was really someone who could achieve the level of my words are law. For such a rumored method. He had also heard of it from the Emperor of Heaven. However, even the Emperor of Heaven had only comprehended the existence of my words are law, but there was no way to really use it. Until now. It was the Godslayer's first time seeing a living my words are law. Soon, he realized another thing. Qin Shujian, you left me out. Godslayer hurriedly ran outside. The Xiao family. Xiao Qingfeng was drinking tea alone, as well as playing chess alone. All of a sudden, without any warning, there was one more person in front of him. Qin Shujian. Xiao Qingfeng's pupils suddenly shrank, and even his hand that was playing chess directly stopped. He was sure. When the other person just appeared, he did not feel anything. As if the person in front of him had always been here. This feeling. Suddenly, Xiao Qingfeng felt a vague sense of oppression. Just as he was shocked, Qin Shujian said with a smile, Brother Xiao, playing chess alone is too boring. Hearing that, Xiao Qingfeng forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at the person in front of him and said, I have always been used to playing chess alone. If Qin Shujian is also proficient in chess, you and I can play chess. Now he had recovered. Just now, he did not notice Qin Shujian's appearance at all. Xiao Qingfeng attributed it to him being distracted. Ben Huang also dabbles in chess. Since Brother Xiao is interested, then Ben Huang will accompany you to the end. But I haven't played chess for many years and am a bit rusty. I hope Brother Xiao can be merciful. Qin Shujian's face showed a kind smile. To this, Xiao Qingfeng said, Qin Shujian, you are too modest. While speaking, he did not think so in his heart. How old was Qin Shujian? Even if he was a chess genius, he would not be a match for him, let alone whether he was really wasting his time. After all, he had played chess for tens of thousands of years. I will not take advantage of Qin Shujian. I will let you play black first, and I will let you play 3 pieces. How about that? Xiao Qingfeng was generous enough to go easy on him. Last time he beat Qin Shujian up. Although Qin Shujian did not say anything on the surface, it was hard to guarantee that he would not have any thoughts. If he were to crush Qin Shujian again in the game of chess, Qin Shujian would not be able to bring himself to do so. Xiao Qingfeng was already thinking. What should he do to make Qin Shujian lose with dignity? As for admitting defeat, that did not exist. Qin Shujian did not refuse. He nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for letting me play first." After that, he had already put down a piece. Then he put down 2 more pieces. Xiao Qingfeng smiled confidently. He picked up a chess piece and placed it down. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Qingfeng's forehead was covered with sweat. His right hand holding the piece was in the air, and he did not know how to put it down. Even with the experience of his previous life and the deduction of his current cultivation, he could not deduce a way out at all. Opposite him, Qin Shujian took out the human emperor fan and fanned it gently. There was a gentle smile on his face. He was not in a hurry. He did not urge him. He allowed Xiao Qingfeng to think about countermeasures. Half an hour later, Xiao Qingfeng put down the piece in his hand weakly and sighed. "I lost." After that, he added, "I did not expect Qin Shujian to be so good at chess. It seems that I underestimated him. This time you and I will have a fair game." Xiao Qingfeng could not accept his loss in the last game. Let the pieces go later. One step behind, one step behind. It was as if Qin Shujian had completely predicted the future. His every move was restricted, and he was forced into a dead end. For this matter, Xiao Qingfeng could not accept it no matter what. After all, he had tens of thousands of years of experience. There was absolutely no reason for him to lose to a junior. For Xiao Qingfeng's request, Qin Shujian did not refuse. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's have another game." "I lost." When Xiao Qingfeng said this, he was already sweating profusely. He lost again. It was worse than last time. Last time, he held on for a quarter of an hour. This time, he did not even hold on for a quarter of an hour and was completely defeated. It was a simple game. It made Xiao Qingfeng feel like he had a life and death battle with a top expert. No, it should be a one-sided beating. 2 games. Xiao Qingfeng was doubting himself. He did not dare to believe it. With tens of thousands of years of experience in chess, he was defeated by Qin Shujian. And he was defeated so miserably. Looking at Xiao Qingfeng's gloomy face, Qin Shujian decided to give him another chance. "Last time, after I verified with Brother Xiao, Ben Huang went into seclusion for a while. I accidentally gained something. This time, I am also itching to have another game with Brother Xiao. I wonder if Brother Xiao is willing? I gained something." Xiao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. He withdrew his attention from the chessboard. He was sure. The current Qin Shujian definitely had not broken through to the true immortal realm. This way. Xiao Qingfeng was relieved. Since he lost badly in chess, he also wanted to find a chance to save face. For this, he nodded and said, "Since Qin Shujian said so, I will not refuse." "Then let's go." Qin Shujian got up and walked outside. Xiao Qingfeng was not far behind. Soon, the 2 of them came to the void. This was the void of the East continent. If they went further up, it would be the layer of heaven and earth's wall. If they wanted to enter there, they must have an immortal body. Or else, any cultivator who entered there would immediately be crushed into powder. Although Qin Shujian and Xiao Qingfeng's bodies were not weaker than an immortal body, the 2 of them did not enter the layer of heaven and earth's wall. After all, it was just a game. There was no need to choose such a dangerous place. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Just like last time, you and I will not use the power of rules or any divine weapons. We will only use the means of our own existence." After the evolution of his inner world, he could no longer borrow the power of heaven and earth, so he could not use the rules that he had previously comprehended. Because strictly speaking, Qin Shujian was now a walking heaven and earth. Although it was countless times weaker than the vast 1,000 domains, it was essentially the same. This way, how could one heaven and earth borrow the power of another heaven and earth? No problem. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled. "Then please make your move, Brother Xiao. Be careful." Xiao Qingfeng did not talk nonsense. He took a step forward, and his physical strength had already shattered the void. Then, he threw a punch, and a terrifying power exploded in an instant. Boom boom boom, a simple punch, but the power was already comparable to a true immortal's attack. Supreme Foundation. It allowed Xiao Qingfeng, at the heavenly being level, to have a combat power of 400,000. To this, Qin Shujian did not move, and when the attack was about to hit him, he suddenly stretched out a fist. In an instant, the two fists collided. The void was quietly destroyed and shattered. Then, Xiao Qingfeng felt as if his body was struck by lightning, and then flew out uncontrollably into the distance. At this moment, his face was full of astonishment. It was as if he had not yet recovered from his shock. How did he get blasted out? However, Xiao Qingfeng's shock did not stop Qin Shujian. He took a step forward, and his body had already disappeared from where he was. In the next second, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Qingfeng. "Brother Xiao, be careful." After saying this, he threw a punch. A punch landed on his stomach, and a terrifying power spilled out, almost shattering his physical body. In an instant, Xiao Qingfeng only felt an unbearable pain in his stomach, and his internal organs were completely overturned by this punch. Not only that, he also felt that Qin Shujian's punch had temporarily sealed his true essence, and there was no way for him to use his true essence to counterattack. Xiao Qingfeng was about to speak, but unfortunately, Qin Shujian did not give him a chance. Another punch was thrown. This time, it was to hit his face. Bang, bang. Bang, Qin Shujian punched and kicked, and Xiao Qingfeng did not have any power to fight back, and was beaten up in the void. The control of power. He did it very well. The power of each blow was just right. Since the opponent felt pain, there would not be any serious injuries. "Brother Xiao, why don't you fight back?" Bang. "Brother Xiao, fight back." Bang. "Brother Xiao, your strength has regressed recently." Bang, in the void, Qin Shujian did not stop attacking. Xiao Qingfeng's heart was filled with rage, and he was extremely shocked. He suddenly realized Qin Shujian's strength had skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. He did not use the power of rules, but he could beat him until he could not fight back. Especially the method of sealing his true essence, it was even more shocking. After an unknown period of time, Qin Shujian threw another punch, and Xiao Qingfeng finally could not help but let out a scream. The seal of true essence was finally broken, and a vast amount of true essence flowed out of his body. The original injuries on his body were all healed the moment the true essence flowed. Emperor Qin, Xiao Qingfeng, clenched his fists and planned to rush up to avenge his humiliation. To this, Qin Shujian gently waved his folding fan, and his expression was calm. "Brother Xiao, do you still want to fight? If you still want to, I can accompany you to the end." Xiao Qingfeng's chest rose and fell violently. Still want to fight? Thinking of the one-sided beating he had just received, he deduced what his chances of winning would be if they fought again. After a long while, Xiao Qingfeng felt a chill in his heart. He realized that no matter how he fought, there seemed to be no chance of winning. Unless only by using all of their trump cards, including their rules and ancestral armaments, would they be able to contend against Chu Feng. But in that case, it would not be a spar, but a battle to the death. So, Xiao Qingfeng suppressed this impulse, and said with a bitter smile, "I lost this battle. I did not expect that in just 2 or 3 months, Emperor Qin's strength had improved so quickly. I am afraid that Emperor Qin can already break through to the true immortal realm." In his opinion, Qin Shujian's strength could already break through to the true immortal realm at any time. And once he broke through, he was a true powerhouse among the true immortals. According to Xiao Qingfeng's estimation, when Qin Shujian was a level 1 true immortal, he could have the strength of a level 4 true immortal. This was a terrifying leap. But this was often the case. To have the strength of a level 3 true immortal, even in the ancient heavenly court, he was a true powerhouse. To reach that level, even the emperors of small clans were about that level. Of course, Xiao Qingfeng knew. If he broke through, his strength could also stay at the level 4 true immortal realm. This was the advantage of building a supreme foundation. Otherwise, there was no need for him to work so hard to build a supreme foundation. True immortal? Qin Shujian shook his head slightly, and said, Ben Huang will not break through to the true immortal realm. What do you mean? Xiao Qingfeng's expression changed. The other party's words made him feel confused. Then, Xiao Qingfeng immediately reacted, and his gaze became serious. Could it be that Emperor Qin has created a new system, so he did not walk the path of a true immortal? He was not a stupid person. Plus his identity in his previous life. Not many people could compare to Xiao Qingfeng's knowledge. Because of this, as soon as Qin Shujian opened his mouth to speak, he immediately realized that Qin Shujian's path was not that of a true immortal. Then, Xiao Qingfeng felt relieved. That's right, Emperor Qin is already so powerful without breaking through to the true immortal realm. He must have taken another path. I am not being arrogant, but the path of a true immortal, on the level of a celestial being, no one can compare to me. Because what I have built is the most complete foundation. If everyone walked the same path. Xiao Qingfeng believed that in the vast thousand worlds, no one could be stronger than him at the same level. This was the confidence of a strong person. As for the new system that Qin Shujian had taken, in Xiao Qingfeng's opinion, it should have surpassed the original celestial being level, and was moving towards a higher level. This level. He did not know what level it was. But, the level that the other party was in now must be the same as the true immortal realm. Or else. It was impossible for him to be so miserable. This was Xiao Qingfeng's confidence, and the only explanation that could make him feel relieved. To this, Qin Shujian could guess what Xiao Qingfeng was thinking, but he did not expose him. If Xiao Qingfeng knew that the supreme foundation he was so proud of was nothing in front of Qin Shujian, Xiao Qingfeng's Dao heart would probably collapse. Actually, the path that Brother Xiao is taking is almost equivalent to opening up a new system. While they were talking, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Xiao Qingfeng, and he looked at him deeply. Casting the supreme foundation, turning yourself into a perfect carrier. When you break through to the true immortal realm, you directly use your physical body to carry the rules. This method is very different from the normal path of a true immortal, and then gradually master the rules of the true immortal realm. Although it is also borrowing the rules of heaven and earth, but seriously speaking, your current system is already a new one. A new system. Xiao Qingfeng looked a little confused. He had never thought that the system that he was taking would be a new one. But Qin Shujian's words. However, he suddenly woke up from his stupor. That's right, the system that he was taking was a new one, it was also the rules. But a normal true immortal took the path of controlling the rules. Strictly speaking, although the rules were controlled by cultivators, they still belonged to heaven and earth, and were equivalent to borrowing the power of heaven and earth. It was just that the power that a true immortal borrowed was of a higher level and purer than the power that a heavenly being borrowed. But the path that he was taking now. It was the path of using his physical body to carry the rules. Such a method. It was equivalent to taking away the rules from heaven and earth, and then gathering the power in himself. In that case, it was two different cultivation systems. Qin Shujian's words. Xiao Qingfeng was completely enlightened. Originally, he had always thought that the path that he was taking was actually the same as before. It was just that before breaking through to the true immortal realm, he would strengthen his foundation, and then when he broke through, his strength would become stronger. But Xiao Qingfeng only realized now. It turned out that he had always been wrong. Suddenly, Xiao Qingfeng stood in the void, and his expression kept changing. He had already fallen into some kind of enlightenment. The scene in front of him. Qin Shujian did not disturb him. He knew that Xiao Qingfeng was taking a new path because the path that he was taking was exactly the same as that of the third era. Or rather, the path that the first, second, and third eras took was the same. Qin Shujian did not know in the past. But after awakening his innate wisdom, he suddenly realized. It turned out that the path taken in this era was different from the previous eras. But the path that Xiao Qingfeng took. It was the style of the ancient era. Every era's path has its advantages and disadvantages. However, in terms of strength, the paths of the first 3 eras should be the strongest. However, it also depends on the situation. Perhaps someone who walked on the path of this era would be stronger. That's not necessarily the case. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He thought of Zhao Huang. The other party walked the path of the rules and regulations. The normal true immortal system. But Emperor Zhao was extremely powerful. At the very least, from Qin Shujian's point of view, Emperor Zhao was not weak at all. He was not sure about the ancient era and the ancient era. But in this era, Zhao Huang was definitely one of the best. He could even be called the most powerful person in the world. If there were any experts in the 4 continents who had the hope of breaking through the true immortal limit, then Zhao Huang was one. Xiao Qingfeng in front of him was one. But hope is still hope. Whether or not one can really reach that step depends on one's luck. Qin Shujian shook his head. Not to mention the 2 of them. Even if it was him, he was not sure that he could break through the Dao fruit realm by taking a new path. For this, Qin Shujian did not regret it. The failure of the 3rd era proved that the path that he took was still flawed. If he did not want to repeat the same mistake, in that case, he had to take a new path. He was not completely sure whether the path that he took would be strong or weak in the end. However, Qin Shujian was willing to take a gamble. Half a day later, Xiao Qingfeng woke up from his enlightenment. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Emperor Qin. Xiao Qingfeng is very grateful. This bow. He thanked the other party for pointing out the path and enlightening him. It had nothing to do with their identities. It was just a favor for pointing out the path. Qin Shujian calmly accepted the other party's bow. When Xiao Qingfeng straightened up, he smiled and said, "It seems like Brother Xiao has gained quite a lot. It should not take too long for you to break through to the true immortal realm. At most 3 months, at least 1 month, I will be able to prove my Dao and become an immortal." Xiao Qingfeng nodded. Originally, he thought that there should be a year for him to prove his Dao. But now he realized, if he did not understand himself, there was a high chance that he would fail. Now that he understood himself, Xiao Qingfeng had 100% confidence now. At the same time, the time for him to prove his Dao and become an immortal was much earlier. The onlooker sees the game clearly. I was originally blind. Thanks to Emperor Qin's guidance, I was able to walk out of my confusion. Xiao Qingfeng sighed. However, there was a smile on his face. It should be a coincidence that Qin Shujian pointed him out. It was as if he could not see the leaf. What he could not see clearly would be seen clearly by others. In this battle, although Xiao Qingfeng lost miserably, he understood himself and gained a lot, which led to him being beaten up. He also chose to forget. He could not forget. With Qin Shujian's current strength, there was no way he could fight back. Unless he proved his Dao and became an immortal one day, then he would have a chance to save face today. After returning from the void, Xiao Qingfeng went into seclusion again. Although he understood himself, he still needed some time to integrate. This was also the reason why he needed 1 to 3 months to break through to the true immortal realm. On the other side, Qin Shujian returned to the courtyard. The moment he entered the courtyard, looking at the empty courtyard, his expression was somewhat startled. Where is the saber? Qin Shujian found that the Godslayer seemed to have disappeared. Immediately, his divine consciousness spread out and covered the entire Qianyuan realm. Not long after, Qin Shujian found where the God-slaying saber was. After sending a message to the other party, he retracted his divine consciousness. Sitting on the stone bench, he looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. His thoughts had already drifted to another place. With my current strength, I should be able to flip the table. P.S. It only said that it might be completed within the next 2 months, not immediately. Don't worry, the holes left behind will definitely be filled. If it takes longer to fill them all up, then it will naturally take a little longer to complete. Please vote. the strength of a fourth-level immortal. At the moment, he could already be considered the number one person in the 4 continents. Of course, this did not include the existences in Heavenly Abyss and the Sea of Death. If those 2 places were taken into account, then, Xianxia was now a younger brother. A 4th-level immortal is still not safe enough. Sect Master Qin sat on the stone bench and sighed faintly. If the myriad races don't have any other trump cards, it's about time. However, it seems that it's best to wait for the human race to have 1 or 2 more perfected immortals. If Xiao Qingfeng proves his Dao and becomes an immortal, he will definitely be an expert comparable to a 4th-level immortal. If there are 2 4th-level immortals, it should be enough. Was it enough? In fact, Qin Shujian himself was not confident. If it was in the past. If he could sweep through the 4 continents with his strength. But the problem was, in just over a year, many emperors had succeeded in proving their Dao. Until now, there were already 50 to 60 perfected immortals. Even if a 4th-level immortal could crush a 1st-level immortal, he would not be a match for so many perfected immortals. Unless, Qin Shujian's strength could be increased by another step before he had a chance to suppress all those perfected immortals. But he had to go 1 step further. It was not an easy task. If you want to resist the outside, you have to settle the inside first. Although the myriad races are most likely united in dealing with the void demons and the demon abyss, they are not absolutely stable. Qin Shujian tapped his finger on the stone table gently. If he wanted to unite the myriad races, it was not an easy task. From Zhu Bing's words, he knew that there was actually more than one expert in this era who wanted to unite the myriad races, but they all failed. The first was the ancient demon emperor. All the races in the world belonged to the demon race, and in the end, he was beaten to death. The second was the emperor of heaven. He established the heavenly court and ruled the myriad races in the world. In the end, he expanded the influence of the heavenly court step by step, and then weakened the influence of the races to achieve the goal of unification. Unfortunately, the arrival of the demon abyss broke the Emperor of Heaven's plan. Although both of them had failed in the matter of ruling the myriad races, it had indirectly proved one thing. As long as it was an expert with foresight, their goal was to unify the myriad races. Only by grasping all the power of heaven and earth in one's hands would one be qualified to do other things. Judging from the current situation of the Devil Abyss, there's still some time, about 30 to 50 years. The evil void demons can't break through the heaven and earth barrier now, so there's actually quite a lot of time left for the human race. In other words, I have quite a lot of time left. Qin Shujian's mind spun. After obtaining the memories of the Third Era, his body had undergone some transformations. Even though his strength did not change much. But in reality, combined with the various means of the Third Era, one's strength would also undergo a great change. He thought of the methods of the Third Era. Qin Shujian shook his head again with a regretful look on his face. It's a pity that the laws of the universe are different now. Many of the techniques of the Third Era can't be used in this era. Unless I can break through to the Dao Fruit realm and ignore the restraints of the universe. There were rules in heaven and earth. There were rules in the outer realm as well. However, at the end of all laws, there was the law of the universe. This was the strongest existence in an epoch. If one surpassed the laws of heaven and earth and touched the laws of the universe, it was equivalent to the half-step Dao Fruit realm. If one broke free from the restraints of the laws of the universe, that was the true Dao Fruit. This was also why the evil void demons pursued the sacred demon realm. The living beings of heaven and earth were bound by the laws of heaven and earth. The outer realm was also bound by the laws of the outer realm. The two were completely different. But they were of the same origin. In different eras, the laws of the universe were different. Therefore, it was naturally not easy to use the methods of the Third Era. Or else, Qin Shujian did not have to think so much now. Just relying on the memories of the Third Era was enough to deal with all the true immortals. Until now, what he could use were only a few techniques that were compatible with the laws of the universe. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. It's too risky now. Qin Shujian finally decided to wait a little longer. At this time, he flipped the table. It was too risky. If the human race suffered heavy losses because of the war, it was not in line with his expectations. Then, Qin Shujian focused his attention on himself. Until now, he had only sorted out some things in the long memories of the Third Era and had a preliminary understanding of his own inner world. Apart from that, Qin Shujian was still confused by the many other methods he had used. Endless years of memories. It was a good thing. It could give him incomparably rich experience and unparalleled knowledge. But it was also a bad thing. Because in the long years, many things were buried in the dust. If he wanted to find something useful to him, he would have to flip through it bit by bit and search for it. Sometimes, he would have a flash of inspiration. He might remember some things that he had forgotten. Now, Qin Shujian completely understood what the Godslayer often said in the past. Some things were forgotten. It was really not easy to remember. The Dharma eyes look a little familiar. It seems a little like the methods of the Second Era's experts. To be able to survive several eras and still have methods left behind, they should be Dao fruit experts. But there are only a few Dao fruits in the Second Era. I know them all. Qin Shujian thought of his Dharma eyes. The experts of the Second Era had an extremely powerful eye technique that could peer into the universe and search for the origin of everything. Dharma eyes, it was like the predecessor of this powerful eye technique. However, Qin Shujian had seen the experts of the Second Era in the Third Era. He was basically sure. No one had left behind Dharma eyes. In other words, the ones who left behind Dharma eyes should have been experts who had died in the Second Era. In this way, it could explain why he, who had the Third Era, could not recognize them. At such a level, as long as there is a backup plan left behind, it is impossible for them to really die. The Cauldron Cave Mansion might be an opportunity for rebirth. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. The Cauldron Cave Mansion. Without a doubt, it was a method left behind by the Second Era. Even after the end of an era, it was not destroyed. With the beginning of a new era, it reappeared in the Great Thousand World. Regarding this matter, Qin Shujian was not too surprised. At such a level, who did not have a backup plan, however, it was impossible for him to not care about the method left behind by an unfamiliar Dao fruit expert. This era. It was very important to Qin Shujian. I still need to put in more effort to search for the Cauldron Cave Mansion. After all, it is not easy to find the method left behind by a Dao fruit expert. He shook his head. Qin Shujian directly entered the mother stream of precepts. Ever since he broke through to the 9th level of the celestial being realm, it was his first time entering the mother stream of precepts. He had entered the mother stream of precepts. Qin Shujian wanted to comprehend the power law. However, this time, he entered the mother stream of precepts to give the seeds of the ordinary laws of his inner world. Rumble. The moment he entered the mother stream of precepts, he saw the long river shaking. The river water that was originally flowing calmly in the mother stream was surging like raging waves. In an instant, Qin Shujian was in a precarious situation. Before he could observe the situation around him, waves hit him. Boom! Qin Shujian punched out and forcefully extinguished the waves. Then, he took a step forward and advanced in the mother stream. It was different from before. This time, he entered the mother stream of precepts with his real body. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a true immortal to enter the mother stream of precepts as a true immortal. However, Qin Shujian walked a new system that he created himself. To a certain extent, he was already in existence on the same level as heaven and earth. Therefore, entering the mother stream of precepts was naturally not a problem. However, at the same time, because of the inner world and the new system, Qin Shujian entering the mother stream of precepts was an intruder to the vast thousand world. He was considered a thief. A thief who existed to steal the heaven and earth law. Therefore, the mother stream of precepts that was originally not a threat to cultivators became extremely dangerous at this moment. This is quite troublesome. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. Every step he took was a powerful threat. The mother stream of precepts. It was the origin of the vast thousand world. In other words, if the vast thousand world was compared to a cultivator, the other party was equivalent to a complete Dao fruit powerhouse. Now, what he did was to enter a Dao fruit powerhouse's house to steal things. Even if the other party did not care. But with some instinctive counterattacks, he could easily crush a true immortal at any level. Therefore, Qin Shujian had to treat it seriously. If a true immortal entered and died, he would really die. At this moment, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was treading on thin ice. However, Qin Shujian had his own reasons for being so confident. At this moment, the mother stream of precepts surged and shook, and wave after wave flooded towards the intruder. In the beginning, Qin Shujian could still rely on his own strength to extinguish the waves. But in the end, he had no choice but to take out the Godslayer. Boom, his inner world shook, and surging power filled his body. Immediately, Zhu Bing's power was completely activated. The saber slashed down. The waves that came over were split into two. After breaking through the inner world, Qin Shujian was no different from a true immortal. He could perfectly use Zhu Bing's power and could also support the consumption. After all, there was a heaven and earth in his body. Consumption was naturally not a problem. Very soon, Qin Shujian locked onto the nearest long river of precepts. Without thinking, he used Zhu Bing to slash out and tore a gap in the long river of precepts. Then, he took a step into it. He entered the long river of precepts. Qin Shujian casually put away the Godslayer and walked steadily in it, feeling the terrifying power that filled the surroundings. His purpose for coming here, it was to comprehend the existence of the precepts and nurture the precepts' seeds for his inner world. If he used the Godslayer to slash around, it would be different from his idea. So, after putting away the Godslayer, Qin Shujian walked in the long river of precepts while comprehending the precepts' power in the river. Just like the mother stream of precepts, the long river of precepts had also discovered the existence of the intruder. Endless pressure came from all directions, causing Qin Shujian to feel a great deal of pressure. However, this pressure was much smaller than the mother stream of precepts. With Qin Shujian's current foundation, blocking it was not a problem. Southern continent. In a sealed secret realm, countless long swords were scattered. It was like a vast valley of swords. Every long sword. It was as if they were living cultivators, inhaling and exhaling the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The entire secret realm. It was filled with terrifying sword aura, turning this place into a terrifying land of death. The Sword Clan, it was a race formed by the divine weapon longsword that had gained sentience. The Sword Clan was not weak. In the past, they were considered one of the more powerful clans. However, because there were too few divine weapons that could give birth to sentience and evolve into flesh and blood, this clan was extremely rare. So, the Sword Clan had always been lukewarm. Until recently. The Sword Emperor's breakthrough to true immortal caused the Sword Clan to rise from a small clan to a large clan. In the center of the Sword Clan's secret realm, a crystal palace stood in the center of the palace. A middle-aged man in a white robe was sitting on the throne in the palace. As he inhaled and exhaled, a sea of sword energy gathered and pure sword energy exhaled. These pure sword energy exhaled and exhaled. It was immediately divided by all the clansmen in the Sword Clan's secret realm. All of a sudden, the Sword Emperor's heart palpitated and he suddenly opened his eyes. Someone entered Ben Wang's sword Dao La. Soon, he understood what was going on. Regarding this, the Sword Emperor was not angry. He was just extremely confused. Any law with an owner could not allow other cultivators to enter. Because the law monument had already recognized an owner. The long river of precepts also had a layer of barrier. Even if a true immortal attacked, he could not force his way into an owner's law. Because once a true immortal intruded into an unfamiliar law with an owner, it would automatically trigger the law's counterattack. A moment of carelessness would result in death. More importantly, in an unfamiliar long river of precepts, the intruder would not be able to use his original law. As a result, if he encountered an enemy in an owner's law, the probability of a true immortal dying was even higher. So, this was what the Sword Emperor was really confused about. As for experts who were not true immortals, there was no possibility of entering an owner's law. After a brief moment of confusion, the Sword Emperor did not think too much about it. Since the law monument told him that an expert had entered his Sword Dao Law, then as the ruler of the Sword Dao Law, he naturally had to step forward. The Sword Emperor stretched out his hand and slashed forward. The void instantly cracked open. Immediately after, he took a step forward and disappeared from the palace. The long river of precepts. Qin Shujian destroyed the waves with a flick of his finger. When the waves collapsed, there was a weak rule power that overflowed. His divine consciousness spread out and captured the rule power that overflowed, wanting to comprehend the corresponding law from it. However, the overflowed power was too weak and did not have much of an effect at all. Comprehending the law is not an easy task. There is still a long way to go. Qin Shujian was silent in his heart. His footsteps did not stop as he continued to walk forward. Facing the intruder, the long river of law shook crazily. The waves set off by the river were each stronger than the last. After walking to a certain extent, Qin Shujian also felt the pressure. But after entering for so long, he had never encountered an expert's shadow to stop him. To this, he did not have to wonder for too long before he roughly understood what was going on. It was also at this moment, a hole appeared in the long river of laws. A person walked in from within and directly blocked in front of Qin Shujian. Qin Emperor. Seeing the intruder, the Sword Emperor's expression instantly turned solemn. He did not expect, the one who broke into his law was not a true immortal as he expected, but the human clan's Qin Emperor, of course. The Sword Emperor was also very clear that although Qin Shujian was not a true immortal, his strength was much more terrifying than a true immortal. When he saw Qin Shujian also recognized the identity of the person who came. Sword Emperor. His brows raised slightly. Qin Shujian also did not expect that the long river of laws he entered would be the one controlled by the Sword Emperor. For the Sword Clan. He also had some understanding. After all, among the thousands of clans in the world, some were very normal, while some were quite magical and ingenious. The Sword Clan was one of them. Any expert of the Sword Clan was a powerful magic weapon, and the Sword Emperor was one of the best. I wonder what Qin Emperor's purpose is to break into Benhuang's law. The Sword Emperor's eyes were cold, and his voice was neither fast nor slow. But my Sword Clan has never had any conflicts with the human clan. Qin Emperor, please leave. Otherwise, if we fight, it will inevitably hurt the relationship between both sides. He did not want to fight with Qin Shujian. Even if it was his own home ground, it was the same. The Sword Emperor understood. Qin Shujian's strength, even if he did not use the power of the law, was extremely powerful. He was not confident that he could kill him here. If he only expelled Qin Shujian, it was inevitable that both sides would become hostile. Therefore, the Sword Emperor hoped that Qin Shujian would take the initiative to leave. Of course, if he was confident that he could keep him here forever, that would be another matter. Hearing that, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. I heard that the Sword Emperor's cultivation in the sword principle is superb. Benhuang happens to be interested in seeing you and wants to learn from you. You want to snatch the path from Benhuang. The Sword Emperor's heart was filled with killing intent, and the way he looked at Qin Shujian had completely changed. Snatching the path, he had only heard of it in rumors. But, after breaking through to the true immortal realm, the Sword Emperor also understood that snatching the path was real. That was to break into the law with an owner with absolute strength, defeat the owner, and snatch the law monument to leave one's name. That was snatching the path. For any true immortal. Snatching the path. It was a hatred that would not end until one of them was dead. Now, Qin Shujian's words, in the Sword Emperor's eyes, were blatantly snatching the path. Since he had said that, the Sword Emperor naturally would not take any chances. He raised his hand, and the long river of law raged. Countless long swords condensed out of thin air, and they were already slashing towards Qin Shujian. Snatcher, he must die, no matter what identity he had, the final result was the same. Good timing. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up, and he also punched out. The two forces collided. All the long swords that had condensed were met with a destructive blow, and they were shattered halfway. Seeing this, The Sword Emperor did not panic and pointed his finger diagonally. In an instant, heaven and earth were torn apart, and yin and yang were separated. It was originally a simple point, but in Qin Shujian's eyes, it was a divine sword that could destroy heaven and earth, and the power it carried was enough to shock people. This scene. It did not shock Qin Shujian. Instead, it made him even more excited. Because he realized, when the Sword Emperor really attacked, the Sword Dao Law also became abnormally active. At that moment, Qin Shujian had a realization in his heart. But this realization was very weak, and it was not enough for the seed of the Sword Dao Law to be born in his inner world. However, he was not in a hurry. As long as he continued to fight, the possibility of comprehending the Sword Dao Law was very high. Boom! Qin Shujian fought the Sword Emperor with all his might with his bare hands. He did not use the Godslayer. He did not use any other means. He purely relied on the fundamental power of his physical body to fight against a true immortal at his peak. In the past, Qin Shujian did not use the power of the rules, and there was no way he could fight against a true immortal. But it was different now. The evolution of his inner world. It made his strength transform to a terrifying level. At this moment, there was no way for the heaven list to record it, and Qin Shujian could not clearly see what level his combat strength had reached. However, there was one thing he was sure of. After the evolution of his inner world, his combat strength was at least 1,000,000, and as for how much more, he did not know. Boom, boom. In the long river of rules, two terrifying figures were fighting. The Sword Emperor used his hand as a sword, as if he was holding a shocking divine weapon, and easily cut through the void with every move. However, the more they fought, the more shocked he was. In the home ground of rules here, the Sword Emperor found that he could not gain any advantage at all. No matter how fierce his attacks were, Qin Shujian could deal with them steadily. One thing was certain. The other party definitely did not use the power of the rules. Therefore, that was why the Sword Emperor was shocked. But soon, this shock turned into monstrous killing intent. In his opinion, Qin Shujian's purpose was to snatch the path. At this moment, the stronger the other party was, the greater the danger he was in. Once the other party succeeded in snatching the path, then falling to a true immortal would be a small matter, and he might even die on the spot. Qin Shujian, you forced me to do this. The Sword Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. He suddenly clenched his hands in the void, and the vast power of the rules gathered crazily. A huge amount of rules gathered. The shadow of a long sword appeared, and it became more and more solid. The crazy and terrifying sword chi and sword intent raged wildly in the long river of rules. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression was both solemn and a little excited. This was it, this was the power. He had already felt that there was a seed being born in his inner world. That was the seed of the sword principle. At this moment, the seed was still a certain distance away from being completely nurtured. However, soon, Qin Shujian's heart palpitated slightly. Just as the long sword condensed in the long river of rules. The 4 continents. At this moment, all the sword-type divine weapons let out a pleasant sound. Then, they bowed slightly in the direction of the South Continent Sword Clan, as if they were worshipping an emperor. Such a change. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. Inside the 10,000 clan battlefield, Test Jianfeng stopped in his tracks. The long sword on his back vibrated slightly, letting out a pleasant sound, and vaguely showing signs of flying out of its sheath. Has a peerless divine weapon been born? A hint of doubt appeared on his calm face. But soon, the doubt disappeared. Test Jianfeng took off the long sword and stroked the scabbard with his palm. In an instant, the vibrating long sword immediately calmed down. Test Jianfeng closed his eyes slightly. Not long after, he opened his eyes again. Sword Principal Emperor. He had obtained the corresponding information from his spiritual sword. It was because of the birth of a Sword Principal Emperor. That was why it shocked all the weapons in the world. Sword Principal Emperor, Sword Emperor, Test Jianfeng's eyes lit up. He also walked the path of the sword, and a great battle intent rose in his heart for this legendary Sword Principal Emperor. However, Test Jianfeng also knew. With his current strength, he was not qualified to fight with such an existence. Let's wait a little longer. When I have the chance in the future, I will officially fight with you. Test Jianfeng already knew who was the one who triggered his divine weapon. Among the thousands of clans in the 4 major continents, only the Sword Sovereigns were worthy of being called Sword Sovereigns. That was a supreme existence who had recently attained the Tao and become an immortal. In comparison, he was only a cultivator at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Even so, Test Jianfeng did not have the slightest intention of cowering. He was only at the 5th level of the divine martial realm and was not qualified to fight with the Sword Emperor. But when he was strong enough, he would definitely fight with the other party. Because the other party was the Sword Emperor, although the Tao that Test Jianfeng walked was not necessarily the Tao that the Sword Emperor walked. But this did not stop him from wanting to fight with the Sword Emperor. He restrained his thoughts. Test Jianfeng put the long sword on his back again, then took a step forward and continued to walk forward. 5th level of the divine martial realm. There was no need to think so much. The current him. He needed more experts to sharpen the sword in his hand. Until there was no way to advance. Naturally, it was time to swing his sword at the Sword Emperor. Inside the long river of laws, the long sword in the Sword Emperor's hand had already condensed. It was formed by the convergence of the Sword Tao Law. It was a jade-like long sword. On the pure white sword body, there was Tao rune engraving. Just the sword chi that overflowed was enough to make a true immortal's expression change. In terms of strength, the Sword Emperor was also an extremely powerful existence among the true immortals. Slash. The cold voice echoed in the long river of laws. In the next second, the long sword slashed down. It was supposed to be a 3-foot-long sword, but at this moment, it had already occupied the entire long river of laws. Qin Shujian did not move at all. Because there was no need. The moment the long sword slashed out, he had already been locked onto by the sword intent. No matter where he retreated, there was no possibility of escaping. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of dodging. The moment the long sword slashed down, his heart throbbed. In his inner world, the mother river of laws trembled, and a new tributary was about to be born. That was the Sword Tao Law seed. Crack, the void shattered and disappeared like a mirror. The long river of laws also trembled crazily. The moment the long sword fell, it had already slashed onto Qin Shujian's body. That terrifying power was unleashed. It directly drowned everything. There were even waves that were tens of thousands of feet high, presenting a doomsday-like scene. Is he dead? The Sword Emperor gasped for breath, and there was a look of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes. That sword just now. He clearly saw that it had slashed onto Qin Shujian's body. That Qin Emperor. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move to stop it, as if he was willing to die. The Sword Emperor had doubts in his heart, but he also felt a sense of pleasure. He was basically sure. The possibility of Qin Shujian surviving this sword was not high. All of a sudden, the expression on the Sword Emperor's face became stiff. The waves fell. Qin Shujian retreated tens of thousands of miles, and his eyes had already closed at some point. His original physical body had now collapsed, and there was a sword wound on his chest. One could vaguely see his beating heart. Such an injury. It looked serious, but in fact, it was insignificant. His flesh and blood were regenerating. The collapsed physical body and the sword wound on his body were recovering bit by bit. A few breaths later, everything returned to its original state. Impossible. The Sword Emperor's face changed drastically. No one knew better than him what kind of power his sword had just now. In the 4 continents, there was absolutely no true immortal who could forcibly receive this sword without putting up any defenses. This was the Sword Emperor's confidence. It was also the confidence of a true immortal expert. However, the scene in front of him made the Sword Emperor's heart tremble. Any confidence. It was shattered by everything that happened in front of him. Qin Shujian opened his eyes, and a ray of divine light flashed. Then, he looked at the Sword Emperor, who was a little depressed, and a smile appeared on his face. The Sword Emperor's strength is indeed omnipotent. Ben Huang has experienced it this time. If there is a chance in the future, Ben Huang will definitely experience it again. Goodbye. After that, he had already taken out the Godslayer, cut open the long river of rules, and then disappeared. Omnipotent, I'll experience it again in the future. Qin Shujian's words were still echoing in the Sword Emperor's mind. After a long time, the Sword Emperor came to his senses and looked in the direction Qin Shujian left. There was anger in his eyes. Qin Shujian, how dare you humiliate me? Humiliation, an undisguised humiliation. From the Sword Emperor's point of view, Qin Shujian was clearly humiliating him. Moreover, Qin Shujian was trampling on his face and ruthlessly rubbing it under his feet. Originally, the Sword Emperor thought that Qin Shujian's goal was to snatch the Dao. But now it seemed the other party's goal was not to snatch the Dao at all, but purely to humiliate him. Otherwise, with Qin Shujian's strength, he could completely defeat him and then snatch the Dao of sword rules. Standing in the same place, the Sword Emperor's chest rose and fell violently. Even if it was a normal defeat, he would not be angry at all. His strength was inferior. There was nothing worth saying. But the scene just now was not as simple as a defeat. Human clan, Qin Shujian, good, very good, our grudge is set. The Sword Emperor gritted his teeth, the killing intent in his heart almost bursting out of his chest. Immediately after, he also turned and left the long river of rules. Sword Clan Secret Realm. When the Sword Emperor had just returned to the main hall, there were already many Sword Clan elders there. Seeing his appearance, immediately an elder cupped his hands and said, "May I ask my emperor, was there a strong enemy invasion just now?" "No." The Sword Emperor replied coldly. Hearing this, that elder's face was filled with doubt, but just now, a powerful sword intent was emitted, causing all the swords in the Sword Clan to bow. If it wasn't the Emperor's method, no one in the world could do it. Ben Huang just entered the rules to comprehend the Dao of Sword. It caused some commotion, don't pay too much attention to it. The cold light in the Sword Emperor's eyes was hidden. He couldn't help but think of the long river of rules. Subsequently, the Sword Emperor said, "Pass down Ben Huang's order. In the 10,000 clan battlefield, our clan will immediately attack the human clan, no mistakes." Attack the human clan. The expressions of several Sword Clan elders changed. Reporting to my emperor, the human clan's strength is not weak now. There are also many Saint Realm cultivators, and there are also many human clan alliance troops. If we attack the human clan, I'm afraid our clan will suffer a great loss. We suggest that we discuss this matter before making any plans. Inside the 10,000 clan battlefield, the human clan was a veritable overlord. Although the Sword Clan was now a big clan. In fact, excluding the Sword Emperor, it was only the strength of a small clan. Because the Sword Emperor had just become an immortal, the overall strength of the Sword Clan could not keep up. Naturally, there was no way for them to be comparable to a big clan, let alone an overlord like the human clan. The Sword Emperor's expression was indifferent. The human clan is strong, but they are also surrounded by enemies. Didn't the human clan attack the Blood Eldar not long ago? Help Ben Huang send a message that the Sword Clan intends to form an alliance with the Blood Eldar. This time, the Sword Clan will definitely do our best to attack the human clan. I think the Blood Eldar will not refuse this opportunity. In the Sword Emperor's opinion, attacking the human clan was definitely not an easy task. However, if he did not attack the human clan, it would not be enough to vent the anger in his heart. In the long river of laws, he was humiliated by Qin Shujian. No matter what, he had to get back at him. But in terms of strength, the Sword Emperor knew the gap between him and Qin Shujian. So, the possibility of taking revenge directly was not high. In this way, he could only start from the 10,000 clan battlefield. If he could not kill Qin Shujian, then he would kill a few more humans. Anyway, it would be enough to vent this anger. Others. The Sword Emperor did not want to care too much about it now. Seeing his determination, the Sword Clan elders did not dare to have any objections. Immediately, The Sword Emperor's order was spread out inside the 10,000 clan battlefield. In the territory that belonged to the Sword clan, the Peak Saint Realm expert guarding this place immediately took action after receiving the Sword Emperor's order. Men. Lord, what are your orders? A heavenly being came in from outside. Pass down my order. Go to the Blood Eldar and tell them that our clan intends to form an alliance with them to deal with the human clan. The Saint Realm cultivator said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the heavenly being bowed and left. After he left, the Saint Realm cultivator's eyes revealed a cold light. Attack the human clan. Our Sword clan has been silent for a long time. It's time to show our edge. As a divine weapon, it gave birth to intelligence. The Sword clan was a warlike clan. Although the Sword clan's current strength was very far from the human clan's, this matter was not within the scope of his consideration. Because the order was given by the Sword Emperor. As the commander of the Sword clan in the 10,000 clan battlefield, he only needed to listen to the Sword Emperor's orders. Others. Then it had nothing to do with him. On the other side. After retreating from the long river of laws, Qin Shujian directly tore through the void and returned to the Qianyuan realm. The moment he returned to the courtyard, he immersed his mind and then entered the inner world. At this moment, the inner world's laws, the mother stream, manifested. And in the mother stream, there were 5 tributaries flowing quietly. 4 of the tributaries were about 10 feet wide and 30 to 40 feet long. As for the other tributary, it was only 3 feet wide. It was only about 7 feet long. Compared to the other 4 laws, it was more than twice as weak. To this, Qin Shujian revealed a smile on his face. Sword Dao Law. At this point, the inner world was considered to have the existence of the 5th law. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. After the birth of the 5th rule, his inner world shook slightly. The original range of 1,000,000 miles expanded again. The shaking soon disappeared. As the ruler of the inner world, Qin Shujian received the news immediately. 1 million. It is increased by about 100,000 miles. The Sword Dao rule was only at the seed stage and had not really taken root yet. To be able to increase the inner world by 100,000 miles. It was already not bad. If it could become stronger in the future, the inner world would naturally become stronger. However, it was not an easy task to make the rules stronger. There were only 2 paths in front of Qin Shujian. The first was to give birth to living beings in the inner world, and then comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. Then, like the great wide world, he would develop and strengthen the rules bit by bit and grow together with it. The great wide world had taken the first path. As for the second path, it was to find enough nourishment to nurture the rules of the inner world. The problem was, only the rules could nurture the rules. In other words, the best way was to directly move the rules of the great wide world over. However, the great wide world would not allow him to move the rules over. There was a greater possibility. If the inner world did not move the rules of the great wide world, Qin Shujian would be killed by the thunder tribulation of the rules immediately. Apart from that, in fact, there was a third path. That was, Qin Shujian would personally expand each and every one of the rules. However, this difficulty, it was even more unreliable than the previous 2 methods. Standing in the inner world, Qin Shujian was already thinking about something. The best way to move the rules should be to plunder the rule monument and then use it to remove the rules. However, it was not an easy task to do. So, as for the birth of living beings in the inner world, it is even more troublesome. If he wanted to evolve living beings naturally, the rules had to be perfected. As for the extent of perfection, Qin Shujian was not too sure himself. Because in the memory of the 3rd era, the path he took in his previous life was not the path of evolving heaven and earth, but the path of carrying the rules with his physical body like Xiaoqing Feng. Therefore, when he was taking a new path, Qin Shujian himself was also confused. However, based on the memories of the 3rd era, after pondering over the matter, he came up with some ideas. The evolution of the living beings of heaven and earth is nothing more than the 5 elements of yin and yang. As long as these things are gathered, there will be a chance to evolve into living beings. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Shujian did not dare to be too certain. However, But he could give it a try. The 5 elemental laws were easy to find because the 5 elemental Eldar represented the 5 elemental laws of heaven and earth. As for the yin and yang laws, Qin Shujian thought of the Sea of Death and Heaven Abyss. If he didn't guess wrong, the half-step Dao fruits in those 2 places walked the path of yin and yang. If that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome to obtain the seed of the yin-yang law. Qin Shujian's face was solemn. Half-step Dao fruit. Reaching this realm was already like taking a step forward. An ordinary 9th heaven immortal. In front of such an expert, there was no possibility of resisting. It had to be said that the Emperor of Heaven and the emperors of the ancient times were lucky to be able to return from the Sea of Death alive. Or rather, at that time, the Emperor of Heaven was already extremely powerful. Although he didn't reach the half-step Dao fruit level, he was close. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how they could safely retreat from the Sea of Death with only minor injuries. His thoughts were a little chaotic. Qin Shujian quickly extinguished this thought and focused his attention on his inner world again. The strength of his inner world. It was related to his strength. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian felt like he was playing a nurturing game in his previous life. Strictly speaking, the memories of the Third Era were not prepared for his previous life because after the fall of the Third Era, he had been reincarnated several times. Until this life. Only then did he truly awaken his innate wisdom. In other words, not only did Qin Shujian have the memories of the Third Era, but he also had the memories of the other eras. The feeling he had now. It was from his previous life. Starting with an inner world and nurturing it all depends on myself. Sigh, this is a troublesome thing. Qin Shujian shook his head. For other cultivators, they were already satisfied with having such strength. But in his opinion, he had just entered a new starting point. Everything before was just to pave the way for this new starting point. The starting point was already open. How to proceed from here on out would depend on himself. My strength will only be as strong as the inner world. There are 2 ways to strengthen the inner world. The first is to perfect the rules, and the second is to expand the size of the inner world. There are also 2 ways to expand the size of the inner world. The first is to perfect the rules and drive the expansion of the inner world. The second is to provide sufficient spiritual energy and let the inner world slowly expand. Qin Shujian analyzed. The perfection of the rules was the strength of the inner world. As for using spiritual energy to expand the inner world, it was like a bubble that would burst with a poke. But one had to know. Anything that reached a certain amount could cause a qualitative change. Even if the inner world was an empty shell. If it could be as vast and boundless as the upper world and had sufficient spiritual energy, Qin Shujian's strength could also become terrifying. However, there was a limit to such strength. It was almost impossible to break through to the Dao fruit level. Therefore, it was necessary to fill the rules of the inner world. But before that, he could try to expand the inner world. At this moment, after the inner world was opened, the original 129,600 star acupoints had all been shattered. This surging energy, other than the evolution of the inner world, the rest was the evolution of the inner world into mountains and rivers. The rich energy. The evolution of the inner world was extremely powerful. Although it was only 1,000,000 miles wide, there were many heavenly treasures contained in it. This was equivalent to a 3rd heaven immortal smashing his head into the ground and dying here. Then, he would use the energy contained in his body to create blessings. Not to mention perfected immortals. Even a drop of blood essence of a 10th level heaven being could be divided into many treasures. Not to mention that the power of a 3rd level immortal was all poured here. From this, it could be seen how many treasures existed in the inner world. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of using it. The inner world is the evolution of my physical body. Everything in it is a part of me. If I want to dig out treasures from here, it will always be a little uncomfortable. He ate himself. Qin Shujian was not very used to it. Apart from that, he found that there were also spirit meridians condensing and taking shape in the inner world. According to his guess, there should be mountains and rivers that devoured a large amount of his energy, and that energy was filled with surging spiritual energy. In the end, these spiritual energy piled up and gradually evolved into spirit meridians. After a long time, Xianxia retreated from the inner world. With a thought. Basically, he already knew how long he had been in there. The river of time in the inner world is not complete. Unlike the mother stream, the river of time records the beginning of the world. Such supreme treasures will naturally be born. But the process will take some time. Right now, I have to think of a way to make the spiritual energy of the inner world richer. The best way is to bury spirit stones or spirit meridians in it to increase the spiritual energy of the world. Xianxia's mind turned slightly. Placing spirit stones was not reliable. It was true that spirit stones could produce spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy in spirit stones was not very sufficient. It was fine to enrich the spiritual energy of a city or a sect, but it was much worse to fill the inner world with spiritual energy. The most direct way was to move the spirit meridians in. Xianxia fell into deep thought. The spirit meridians in the eastern continent must not be moved. Now that the spirit meridians in the eastern continent have reached a balance, if they are moved wantonly, it will destroy the layout. This is the root of the human race. Unless it is a last resort, it must not be moved. The spirit meridians in the Qianyuan realm must not be moved at the moment. After all, as the foundation of the Qianyuan sacred ground, the spirit meridians in the Qianyuan realm must be protected to a certain extent. Moreover, the demons in the void are attacking various small worlds. In this way, the Qianyuan realm also needs sufficient spirit meridians to strengthen itself. In Xianxia's opinion, the spirit meridians in his hands could not be moved. In other words, if he wanted to get the spirit meridians, he had to start from other places. At present, all the places with spirit meridians have been occupied by various clans. If I want to extract the spirit meridians, I have to start from the various clans. Xianxia had just thought of this. But soon, he remembered something else. No, the spirit meridians in the Sea of Death are also very abundant. In this case, there should be a lot of spirit meridians in the Sea of Death. After all, the Sea of Death has existed for countless years, and a large number of fierce beasts absorb and exhale spirit meridians. If he really wanted to nurture a spirit vein, it wouldn't be a difficult task. More importantly, no one dares to approach the Sea of Death. Even if there are spirit meridians in the Sea of Death, other cultivators have no chance of seizing them. As for the fierce beasts, they do not have spiritual intelligence and do not know how to dig spirit meridians. But the thing in the depths of the Sea of Death is a problem. I have to think about this matter carefully. There were spirit meridians in the Sea of Death. But if he went to the Sea of Death to extract the spirit meridians, he might cause trouble. If he had the strength of the Third Era, Xianxia was naturally not afraid. But now, he thought that it was better to be safe. Impulse was the devil. If he died before he succeeded, he would really be a laughingstock. Which race should I start from? Xianxia's fingers subconsciously tapped on the stone table, and a faint fragrance wafted out from the teacup on the table. Find a race to attack. This was not an easy task. Now that the myriad races battlefield was established, the human race had to attack a race in order to plunder their territory. Moreover, in the past, when they occupied the territory, they had to prevent the race from taking away the things in the territory. After an unknown period of time, the heaven board shook slightly. Xianxia took out the heaven board from his sea of consciousness, then held the communication token inside and read the information inside. The various races have joined forces to attack the human race's territory, and the originally neutral sword race has also interfered? Sword race, after hearing this name. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he understood the reason why the sword race had made a move. Without a doubt. It must be because the Sword Emperor was in a bad mood after being tortured by him in the Long River of Laws, so he ordered the sword race to attack the human race. Immediately after. Thus, he had decided on his next target. Since the sword race has made a move, then let's start from the sword race. Although the sword race is small, there must be a spirit vein in their territory. This is also a way to get the spirit vein. Xianxia quickly determined his target. However, there was also a problem. That was that the allied forces of the various races were aggressive. With the current strength of the human race and the willingness of the various races, it was at most a 50-50 situation. Not to mention the possibility of the human race winning. Even if they really won, they did not have the strength to attack the sword race. Because the sword race was now on the side of the Blood Eldar. If they simply attacked the sword race, the Blood Eldar and the other races in the same camp would definitely not sit back and do nothing. In this way, the human race had to increase their strength. But in the 4 continents, all the forces that could ally with the human race had been pulled over. The remaining myriad races, they were either hostile or neutral. And even if they were neutral races, they did not want the human race to become stronger, so there was a high chance that they would not interfere. In that case, who else can be roped in? One race after another flashed through Xianxia's mind. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. I said, I should be in front of Xianxia. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia had already disappeared on the spot. In the range of Heavenly Abyss. They originally thought that the existence under Heavenly Abyss had awakened and let out a furious roar to disperse the black fog within 1,000,000 miles of Heavenly Abyss. The living beings within Heavenly Abyss. Either all of them died or all of them fled. Even the cultivators of the various races who were waiting outside Heavenly Abyss seemed to be scared out of their wits and did not dare to approach. As the existence under Heavenly Abyss fell asleep again, the fog that had been dispersed gradually covered the land within 1,000,000 miles of Heavenly Abyss. Because the existence under Heavenly Abyss had awakened. It was because many demons had escaped from Heavenly Abyss. Right now, many races in the northern continent were searching for traces of the demons. However, what these races did not know was, long ago, when the existence under Heavenly Abyss was asleep, Xianxia had led the demons back here quietly. Because the most dangerous place was also the safest place. With the current strength of the demons, if they floated outside, there was no possibility of survival. They could only rely on the protection of Heavenly Abyss. Only then would they have a chance to breathe. Even if the existence under Heavenly Abyss might awaken again and cause the destruction of all the demons, Xianxia still did so. After all, one would die without a doubt. One still had a glimmer of hope. As long as it was a normal person, they would know what to choose. The original demon territory was still covered by blood clouds. Xianxia sat upright in the blood lotus. In front of him was the half-refined dragon body. At this time, his aura had become erratic, as if some kind of transformation would occur at any time. All of a sudden, a calm voice woke Xianxia up directly. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest. You are really brave. Who? Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes were filled with a tyrannical look. At the same time, the blood cloud was also shaking violently. A terrifying killing intent loomed from it. Looking at Xianxia, who was making a big commotion in front of him, Xianxia stood in the blood cloud with his hands behind his back. Although his face remained calm, he was somewhat surprised. He did not expect. After the demons escaped from Heavenly Abyss, they still had the courage to come back. After all, the existence under the demon abyss had awakened twice in a short time. No one could be sure. Would the existence under the demon abyss wake up a third or fourth time, in this case? The other party dared to fight to the death. It was indeed unexpected. On the other side, Xianxia also reacted at this time. The scarlet in his eyes faded a little, and then there was a flash of fear. However, he still sat cross-legged on the blood lotus, without any intention of getting up. Ben Huang was also very surprised that the Qin Emperor suddenly visited the demons. I wonder what is the purpose of the Qin Emperor's uninvited visit this time. After saying that, Xianxia's gaze also fell on Xianxia, and did not move away for half a moment. His face, at this time, had regained its calmness. Because this was the territory of the demons. In the blood cloud. It was also a kind of restriction that he had set up himself. Xianxia was able to appear in front of Xianxia without alerting him. This kind of strength had already exceeded Xianxia's expectations. In other words, if the other party wanted to kill him, It would definitely not take much effort. After thinking through this matter, Xianxia was relieved. Since there was no possibility of resistance, then he would lay out everything. Moreover, he also believed that after he established the demons, he had not had any conflicts with anyone, and his hands were not stained with the blood of any human practitioners. Xianxia understood Qin Shujian's character. As long as he was not his enemy, the other party would not attack him for no reason. Hearing that, Qin Shujian said lightly, "Brother Hanhai, you can rest assured that the humans and the demons have nothing to do with each other. Ben Huang did not come here to make trouble for the demons. In any case, the demons have never been enemies with the humans. And Brother Hanhai has fought for the humans before. No matter how cruel Ben Huang is, he will not attack people who have made contributions." Ben Huang naturally believes the words of the Qin Emperor. Xianxia smiled. He was waiting for the other party to get to the point. Qin Shujian said, "Ben Huang came here this time for only one purpose, which is to borrow some saint cultivators from the demons to enter the 10,000 clan battlefield to help the Qianyuan sacred ground." Borrow saint cultivators? Xianxia's face froze. Just now, he had already guessed the purpose of Qin Shujian's arrival, but he had never thought that this would be the other party's purpose. After all, for a master at the level of Qin Shujian, a saint cultivator was no different from an ant. Not to mention the other party. Even Xianxia himself didn't think much of a saint cultivator. Thinking about it was just thinking. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. "I'm afraid the Qin Emperor has come at a bad time. Some time ago, the existence in the depths of Tianyuan woke up, causing the death of all the powerful practitioners of the demons. At this moment, except for a few powerful practitioners of the demons, there are no other clansmen left." Speaking of this matter, Xianxia was also a little frustrated. He had accumulated the power of the demons for so long, but in the end, 99% of them were killed by the existence in Tianyuan. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also frowned slightly. Xianxia's answer was also a little unexpected. Immediately, his divine consciousness spread out. Without any obstruction, his divine consciousness covered the entire territory of the demons. Sure enough, Qin Shujian only released the aura of a few powerful practitioners in the territory. Except for them, there was no other aura of the demons. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the blood lotus, also saw the change in Qin Shujian's expression. Seeing this, he also understood in his heart. Then he continued, "Ben Huang was originally from the human clan, so naturally, I should not refuse. However, the demon's current strength is difficult to sustain. I'm afraid Ben Huang can't help you." Qin Shujian did not reply. He was thinking about countermeasures. After a while, Qin Shujian recovered from his contemplation, looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile, "Since Brother Hanhai has this idea, Ben Huang naturally will not give you this opportunity. Later, Ben Huang will give you all the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan. What you have to do is to turn all the ancient Buddha clan's Saint Realm cultivators into demons. In addition, you can't touch the spirit veins and small worlds of the ancient Buddha clan. Qin Shujian knows where the ancient Buddha clan is." Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The ancient Buddha clan, he had coveted this clan for a long time. Because the power of the ancient Buddha clan was opposite to the power of the demons. For such an opposing clan, Xianxia naturally hoped to eliminate all of them. In this way, there would be one less threat to the demons. However, since the fall of the ancient Buddha Emperor, the remaining experts of the ancient Buddha clan had sealed the secret realm and directly escaped without a trace. In addition, there were racial restrictions in the northern continent. Xianxia had no way to search for the whereabouts of the ancient Buddha clan. Soon, he recalled what Qin Shujian had said just now, and immediately realized the difference. Give him the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan. Xianxia's expression changed again. Has Qin Shujian already captured all the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan? This Qin Shujian's action. Isn't it too fast? To this, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly, and in the next moment, he left the range of the blood cloud. "You come with Ben Huang." Looking at the disappearing person, Xianxia didn't think much, and immediately left the blood cloud. Below the blood cloud, in the territory of the demons, Xianxia stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Not long after, Xianxia stood in front of him. On the other side. At this moment, the almighty cultivators in the territory of the demons had also noticed Xianxia's aura. Instantly, 6 figures flew over and then landed in front of Xianxia. "Greetings to my emperor." The 6 almighty demons bowed. When they straightened up, they discovered Xianxia's existence. It didn't matter if they didn't see him. They were shocked when they saw him. Xianxia. The 6 almighty demons were originally elders of other clans, but after being assimilated by Xianxia, they became members of the demons. So, how could they not know Xianxia, because they knew him? Now that they suddenly saw Xianxia's existence, they were shocked. Xianxia said, "Brother Hanhai, get ready. Once the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan appears, immediately take action and assimilate them. Ben Huang doesn't care about the other cultivators, but the heavenly beings and Saint Realm cultivators must be alive." Originally, he only wanted the Saint Realm cultivators. But now, Xianxia planned to capture all the transcendent heavenly beings and saint heavenly beings of the ancient Buddha clan. Okay. Although Xianxia was confused, he still nodded, and then looked at the other almighty demons. When the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan appear, you must assimilate all the heavenly beings and Saint Realm cultivators. Don't kill them easily. We'll follow my emperor's order. The almighty demons were also confused, but they still respectfully accepted the order. In the demon territory, the first demon emperor, Xianxia, was God. His orders could not be disobeyed by any demon. Seeing this, Xianxia's face became serious, and then he said in a deep voice, "I said, the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan has appeared in front of me." After saying this, the great thousand world shook. The inner world and his physical body also shook. A mysterious fluctuation spread out. Then, the void trembled violently. The next moment, a secret realm with an open entrance had appeared in the sky above the demon territory. Xianxia and the other demon clan mighty figures were shocked. They didn't know what to say as they looked at the secret realm that had appeared. As for the entrance of the secret realm, the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan were also stunned. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on. However, when the cultivators of the ancient Buddha clan saw Xianxia, their stunned faces suddenly disappeared, and they were shocked. "The blood demon is here. Quick, go and inform my emperor that the blood demon is attacking. Close the entrance of the secret realm, quickly close the entrance." The ancient Buddha clan went crazy. No one from the ancient Buddha clan would forget Xianxia. The ancient Buddha clan had been running rampant in the North Continent for many years. There were very few people who could really make them suffer. The blood demon Xianxia. He was one of them. Therefore, after seeing Xianxia's identity, the ancient Buddha clan immediately sounded the alarm. They only saw the entrance of the secret realm suddenly close. Although the demons of the void were attacking the small world now, if the entrance was closed, it might lead to the destruction of the secret realm. However, if they didn't close the entrance of the secret realm, they would definitely die. Closing the entrance of the secret realm would give them a chance to live. Although the ancient Buddha clan was a race of stone people who had developed spiritual wisdom and flesh incarnations, their brains couldn't really be stone. However, the entrance of the secret realm had just closed. Xianxia casually raised his hand, then slashed diagonally in the void. It was a simple point. Like a peerless divine sword, it easily tore the void and also the closed entrance of the ancient Buddha's secret realm. This was the sword principle rules, however, it didn't rely on the sword principle rules of the great wide world, but the sword principle rules of the inner world. Soon, Xianxia and several demon clan almighties rushed into the ancient Buddha's secret realm. On the other side, the ancient Buddha's secret realm. In a large hall, there was a stone person sitting on the throne that originally belonged to the ancient Buddha emperor. This was the current ancient Buddha emperor. However, the ancient Buddha emperor's face had become extremely ugly. Why would the blood demon attack? Now that the demon clan is wanted by all clans, how would the blood demon dare to attack without permission? Honggu couldn't figure it out. How did Xianxia have the guts to attack the ancient Buddha clan, until now? He didn't know that the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan was no longer in the original place, but in the territory of the demon clan. At this moment, in the ancient Buddha hall, the other elders of the ancient Buddha clan were also shocked. My emperor, what should we do now? The blood demon came suddenly. Let's temporarily seal the ancient Buddha secret realm and talk about it later. Honggu quickly made a decision. With a thought, the ancient Buddha secret realm was directly closed. However, as soon as the ancient Buddha secret realm was closed, Honggu sensed that there was an extremely strong force that forcibly tore the sealed entrance of the ancient Buddha secret realm. Almost at the same time, the aura of the demon clan had already rushed into the ancient Buddha secret realm. One after another, unforeseen events. Honggu could no longer remain calm. The blood demon has torn the secret realm and invaded. All ancient Buddha clan members follow Benhuang to face the enemy. Hearing this, the faces of the elders of the ancient Buddha clan changed again. They didn't have time to think about why the entrance of the ancient Buddha secret realm was torn open. However, Honggu's words had already made it clear. The ancient Buddha clan no longer had a way out. Inside the ancient Buddha secret realm, blood clouds covered the world. Shocking killing aura filled the entire ancient Buddha secret realm. According to Qin Shujian's request, Xianxia and the other demon clan experts captured the transcendents and saints celestials of the ancient Buddha clan and threw them into the blood clouds to assimilate them with the power of the demon clan. As for the other ancient Buddha clan members, they were much more casual. If they wanted to kill them, they would kill them. If they didn't want to kill them, they would throw them into the blood clouds for assimilation. At the same time, nearly 10 tyrannical auras broke through the air. It made Xianxia stop what he was doing for a moment. How dare the blood demon start a massacre in my ancient Buddha clan? Benhuang will make you pay with your blood. Honggu shouted loudly, his eyes fixed on Xianxia. You're the current ancient Buddha emperor. Xianxia's eyes also fell on Honggu. Subsequently, he shook his head, a disdainful smile on his face. It seems that the ancient Buddha clan has really declined. A cultivator in the 9th stage of the celestial being realm can take the position of ancient Buddha emperor. Instead of declining like this, it's better to surrender to my demon clan. Presumptuous! Honggu shouted angrily. He had a rough understanding of Xianxia's strength. It should be similar to his. There shouldn't be a big difference. Because when the other party attacked the ancient Buddha clan's territory many times in the past, he ran away when he encountered the ancient Buddha emperor. With such strength, no matter how strong he was, there was a limit. He knew it in his heart. Honggu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly attacked, suppressing Xianxia. Boundless Buddha light erupted. When he pressed out his palm, a solid swastika symbol emerged from his palm, dispersing the surrounding killing aura. Xianxia shook his head slightly, then pressed out his palm. The blood clouds exploded. He forcefully destroyed the swastika symbol. Then, he pressed out with his finger again. The blood-red finger shattered the void, which made Honggu's face change drastically. A golden lotus bloomed under his feet. Dense Buddha light gathered, trying to block the finger attack. However, although the Buddha light was strong, it melted and retreated in front of the blood-red finger attack. Boom! Honggu's body was hit hard. In an instant, the stone man's body cracked, and he coughed up blood. Although the injuries on his body were serious, however, his heart was filled with even more shock. Xianxia's strength. Compared to the past, it couldn't be compared at all. Your strength is much weaker than the previous ancient Buddha emperor. Xianxia didn't have the mind of a cat playing with a mouse. He took a step forward, and a blood lotus bloomed, directly swallowing Honggu. Then, the blood lotus shook, as if something was struggling inside. However, as time went by, the blood lotus's shaking became smaller and smaller. In the end, it calmed down completely. Seeing this, Xianxia scattered the blood lotus. Honggu closed his eyes, standing still. However, the dense Buddha light on his body had completely disappeared. In the next instant, his tightly shut eyes opened, and a scarlet color appeared from within. Then, Honggu walked to Xianxia and bowed. "Greetings, my emperor." "Good. Go and convert the other members of the ancient Buddha clan into members of my demon clan." Xianxia revealed a carefree smile. If the current ancient Buddha emperor succeeded, the remaining members of the ancient Buddha clan couldn't stop him. Honggu accepted the order. A moment later, he attacked the other experts of the ancient Buddha clan. In the demon clan's territory, Qin Shujian stood there, silently watching everything that happened in the ancient Buddha clan. He didn't go in, nor did he have any intention of interfering. In any era, the demon clan is one of the best. Xianxia can establish the demon clan in this era. If he doesn't fall, I'm afraid he has a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm. Qin Shujian's eyes moved slightly. He was very clear about the demon clan's methods. One of the most powerful methods was assimilation. After being assimilated by the demon clan, the cultivator's body wouldn't change, but his mind would unknowingly become closer to the demon clan. Everything was so natural. Therefore, in the third era, the demon clan was also hated by everyone. After all, such methods were really unreasonable. As for Xianxia, in Qin Shujian's view, he also had a lot of potential. After obtaining the memory of the third era, there weren't many cultivators who could enter his eyes. Those who could be considered as having potential, in the future, they would have a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm. In fact, Xianxia wasn't the only one with potential. The founder of any race had a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm. However, it was only a possibility. Whether there was a chance to break through to the Dao fruit realm in the end depended on luck. Just like the ancient demon emperor, who founded the demon clan and was half a step into the Dao fruit realm, he failed in the end. Therefore, Qin Shujian wasn't sure whether Xianxia could break through to the Dao fruit realm in the end. Just as he was pondering in his heart, the battle of the ancient Buddha clan gradually subsided. After the fall of the previous ancient Buddha emperor, the strength of the ancient Buddha clan weakened a lot. The strongest was only a 9th-level heaven human like Honggu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the ancient Buddha emperor. On the contrary, the demon clan had 6 almighty figures and Xianxia, who had reached the half-immortal level. That's right, in Qin Shujian's view, Xianxia had already reached the half-immortal level. With such strength, the ancient Buddha clan had no chance of contending against the demon clan. In addition to the assimilation method of the demon clan, as long as they had the upper hand, the longer they delayed, the bigger the advantage would snowball. In the end, they could directly clinch victory. The battle of the ancient Buddha clan subsided. With Xianxia as the leader, the original demon clan experts and the newly assimilated demon clansmen all flew out of the ancient Buddha's secret realm. When they saw Qin Shujian, a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. "I've kept you waiting for a long time. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese Network, app Jidian Book, I'm really decent." With Qin Shujian's strength, it was easy for him to destroy the ancient Buddha clan. But it was easy to kill the ancient Buddha clan. However, wanting to subdue the ancient Buddha clan was not an easy matter. From beginning to end, the most difficult thing to control was the human heart. So, only after the demon clan assimilated the ancient Buddha clan, could Qin Shujian borrow the original ancient Buddha clan cultivators to enter the battlefield to help. Xianxia said, "The demon clan has 6 celestial beings at the 4th level, 5 celestial beings at the 5th level, and 3 celestial beings at the 6th level. They are all Saint Realm cultivators." "Enough." Qin Shujian smiled slightly. 14 Saint Realm cultivators, 3 of whom were at the peak of the Saint Realm. Such strength was enough to sweep many small clans in the battlefield. For this, he could not help but sigh. The foundation of the top clans was indeed strong. Even if the death of the previous ancient Buddha emperor and the disappearance of many sealed true immortals forced the ancient Buddha clan to abandon everything and completely retreat behind the scenes from a top clan on the surface. However, the strength of the ancient Buddha clan was still amazing. Xianxia said with a smile, "This time, the demon clan is strong because of your help." But Ben Huang also has one thing that I would like to ask for your help. I wonder if you are willing? What is it? Qin Shujian frowned slightly. He was also a little unhappy that Xianxia wanted to ask for other things. After all, the demon clan had borrowed many Saint Realm cultivators for the human clan. But one thing to know was, he also helped the demon clan to subdue the entire ancient Buddha clan. In comparison, the demon clan had made a big profit by borrowing some Saint Realm cultivators. In this way, Xianxia was still not satisfied. It was inevitable that he would make Qin Shujian unhappy. Don't misunderstand, Ben Huang. This is a sincere request. If you have any request, you can ask for it. It is another deal. Xianxia knew how to read people's expressions. When he saw Qin Shujian, he knew that the other party was unhappy. So, in order to avoid misunderstanding, he hurriedly explained. Standing in front of Qin Shujian, Xianxia didn't maintain any of the arrogance that a demon emperor should have. After all, arrogance was not only a matter of status, but also a matter of strength. He was not strong enough. Everything was fake. Qin Shujian's countenance was calm as he lightly said, "Brother Hanhai, you might as well speak frankly. Ben Huang has a premonition that he will be able to break through the true immortal realm in a short period of time. However, the Qin Emperor also knows that the Devil Clan is not very popular in the four continents. If Ben Huang were to achieve Dao, there would be true immortals who would stop him. Therefore, Ben Huang hopes that the human race can help." Xianxia said. He paused for a moment. Then, he continued, "If Ben Huang succeeds in proving his Dao, the Devil race is willing to form an eternal alliance with the human race. As long as the Qin Emperor has any orders, the Devil race will definitely not refuse." After saying this, Xianxia bowed deeply. With his current strength, he had already reached the half-immortal realm. The energy contained within Buckle's dragon body was far more terrifying than Xianxia had expected. Until now, he hadn't completely refined the dragon body, but he had already reached the level of a true immortal. However, Xianxia had been suppressing his breakthrough. The reason was simple. Breaking through to the true immortal realm would cause too much of a commotion. Those forces that wanted to destroy the Devil race would definitely not stand by and do nothing at that time. To put it bluntly, Xianxia was not confident that he could succeed in proving his Dao while the emperors were blocking his Dao. Because the Devil race had just been established, their greatest foundation was themselves. Unlike the other races, they were all born when the heavens and earth were born. For millions of years, every race had some tricks left behind. Looking at the Devil race, they didn't even have their own small world. How could they be described as miserable? Hearing this, Qin Shujian finally understood what Xianxia's goal was. Proving his Dao and becoming an immortal, for the Devil race, this was indeed a difficult thing. In addition, when the other party had just become a devil, he had run out to kill randomly and had offended many enemies. If there were no other experts to help, Xianxia would definitely fail in proving his Dao. Qin Shujian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood in place, as if he was thinking silently. As for Xianxia, he also stood to the side, waiting for the other party's answer. The other Devil race. At this time, they all tactfully retreated. Brother Hanhai was originally from the human race. Later, he established the Devil race and made enemies everywhere, which also indirectly reduced a lot of pressure for the human race. Ben Huang has no reason to refuse. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. But Brother Hanhai should also be clear about the current situation of the human race. If all the true immortals take action, it may cause disputes in the four major continents. Now the main goal of the various races is still to deal with the void demons and the demon abyss that is about to arrive. So, if Brother Hanhai proves his Dao, Ben Huang promises that the human race will definitely have true immortals take action, but only one. A true immortal. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. But soon, his expression calmed down, and he nodded and said, "One true immortal will be enough." Immediately, Qin Shujian left with the 14 saints. Only Xianxia was left standing in place. Now, he was also thinking about what Qin Shujian had just said. On the surface, the human race only had one true immortal, Zhao Huang. But Zhao Huang's words meant that the human race actually had more than one true immortal. The human race should not have any ancient true immortals. Otherwise, when Zhao Huang achieved his Dao, the situation would not have been so critical. In this case, the human race will soon have a second true immortal. Xianxia's expression changed. The second true immortal of the human race. Almost immediately, he thought of Qin Shujian. Everyone knew. Qin Huang of the human race did not prove his Dao and become an immortal, but he had the strength of a powerful true immortal. If the human race had the highest chance of becoming an immortal, then it would be Qin Huang. Qin Shujian had not yet become an immortal, but his strength was already so terrifying. If he really succeeded in proving his Dao, his strength would definitely reach an unimaginable level. For the various races, they certainly did not want to see such a situation. In this way, Xianxia could understand that it would definitely be a bloodbath. I still need to suppress it for now. I can only prove my Dao and become an immortal after the human race has a second true immortal. He could not prove his Dao right away. If it happened to be the same time as Qin Shujian proving his Dao, Xianxia did not need to think to know who Zhao Huang would help. Therefore, his Dao could only be after Qin Shujian. Or rather, after the human race had a second true immortal. As for what Qin Shujian said before, that the human race had only one true immortal, Xianxia thought it was completely enough. Because no matter if it was Zhao Huang, it was still Qin Huang. Their strength was at the top of the true immortals, and ordinary true immortals could not compare to them at all. As long as any one of them made a move, it was enough to rival several true immortals. He collected his thoughts. Xianxia returned to the blood cloud. He still had to continue refining the dragon body. Although he was suppressing himself now and could not prove his Dao and become an immortal immediately, it was not a problem to strengthen the foundation of his physical body. As the first demon emperor, Xianxia could also vaguely sense something from the fate of the demon race and the world. He knew that the more the physical body accumulated, the stronger it was. When he broke through to the true immortal realm, his strength would become stronger. Just like Zhao Huang of the human race. After becoming an immortal, his strength would directly beat other true immortals. As for Qin Huang of the human race, once he succeeded in proving his Dao, Zhao Huang's title of the strongest in the 4 major continents would also change hands. On the other side, inside the 10,000 race battlefield, the human race joined forces with the other races and was fighting with many experts. This time, the battle, it was not carried out in the human race's territory. Instead, the human race took the initiative to attack after receiving the news. They directly blocked the allied forces outside the human race's territory and directly broke out into a great battle. Boom! Qin Yuanbai held a long sword in his hand, and sword energy swept across the world with every move, forcing the Saint Realm cultivator in front of him to retreat. Long before Eldar Wood's territory was occupied, under the power of heaven and earth, he had already broken through from the 4th level of the celestial being to the 5th level of the celestial being. As for the long sword in his hand, it was also a top divine weapon that Ling Huayu had personally refined. Because the original Dao weapon long sword had already been lost in the previous battle, although the top spiritual weapon in his hand now did not have the effect of suppressing fate, its power was not weaker than a Dao weapon. Coupled with Qin Yuanbai's current strength, it was even more terrifying. A long spear shattered the void. It bombarded a sword race Saint Realm cultivator until he coughed up blood and flew away. Duan Sun's eyes were cold, and his face was already covered in killing intent. The human race has never been enemies with the sword race, but now the sword race has taken the initiative to attack the human race. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Today, I will not let the sword race return. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear had already stabbed out again. The attack was fierce and terrifying, causing the sword race Saint Realm cultivator's expression to change drastically. In fact, the sword race was not weak. In addition, the sword race cultivators were formed from the flesh and blood of divine weapons born with spiritual intelligence, So the sword race was born with extremely strong combat power. If it was an ordinary cultivator, the sword race could challenge those of a higher realm. However, the sword race Saint Realm cultivator in front of him had encountered Duan Sun. As one of the few experts in the Great Zhao dynasty, this general who pacifies the East was also terrifyingly powerful. They were both experts who could challenge those of a higher realm. Obviously, the sword race Saint Realm cultivator could not surpass Duan Sun. The battle did not last long. Duan Sun's spear pierced through the sword race cultivator's chest, and then the spear intent exploded, annihilating the spirit god. Bang, the corpse fell from the void. Then, as the flesh and blood melted away, a cyan steel longsword lay there quietly. Seeing this, Duan Sun reached out and grabbed the bronze longsword in his hand. It's not a Dao artifact, but a top-tier spirit artifact. With his eyesight, it was easy to see the strength of the longsword. A sword race cultivator. The stronger he was, the stronger his body would be. The sword race Saint Realm cultivator he had just killed was a 5th level Saint Realm cultivator, and his body was comparable to a decent 4-seal Dao artifact among the top-tier spirit artifacts. Not a bad harvest. Duan Sun smiled, and then put the bronze longsword into his storage ring. Then, when he looked at the other sword race cultivators, his eyes shone brightly. Kill! Duan Sun raised his spear and charged toward the other sword race cultivators. The sword race was a walking spirit artifact. If he could kill all the sword race cultivators who were attacking the human race would be strengthened by a lot. However, when Duan Sun killed the sword race Saint Realm cultivators, the human race also suffered many casualties. A great battle broke out. It involved celestial beings and those who had entered the Saint Realm. In a battle like this, even a diviner cultivator was at great risk of dying in such a situation. Boom, a terrifying energy exploded. Cui Huai was caught off guard and was forced to retreat while coughing up blood. Die. A Blood Eldar Saint Realm cultivator stepped on the air and charged toward Cui Huai. Seeing this, Cui Huai's expression changed drastically. He was only a 3rd level diviner. Facing a Saint Realm cultivator, even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to fight back, let alone now that he was severely injured. At this moment, the void shook. A large array suddenly came down and swallowed the Blood Eldar Saint Realm cultivator. Fang Xinglan, who was dressed in green, sneered arrogantly. What's the big deal about bullying the weak? Play with me if you can. This, Cui Huai was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Weak, Fang Xinglan, a 2nd level diviner, actually looked down on him, a 3rd level diviner. This made him a little breathless. However, seeing the other party controlling the array and suppressing the Saint Realm cultivator, Cui Huai silently swallowed his anger. Indeed, in terms of overall strength, he was really a weakling in front of Fang Xinglan. The sky was filled with sword shadows. The next moment, the sword shadows gathered and turned into a shocking black rainbow that pierced through the sky. A late-stage divine martial realm cultivator was alerted. Just as he was about to block it, he stopped in midair. Because the moment he blocked it, the black rainbow had already pierced through his chest. A powerful sword intent exploded. The moment it pierced through his chest, it completely destroyed his divine will. Test Jianfeng's expression was indifferent. He did not sheath his sword. Instead, he charged toward the next foreign cultivator. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure came down from the void. Test Jianfeng's heart beat wildly. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. Boom! The Gangqi bombarded the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. At this moment, kill! Cloudmaster's expression was cold. He attacked again and charged toward Test Jianfeng. He could see that Test Jianfeng's realm was not high. But the problem was that the other party was extremely powerful. He was only at the middle stage divine martial realm. But he could easily kill a late-stage divine martial realm cultivator. Such potential was extremely terrifying. When the other party broke through to the diviner realm in the future, the human race would have another powerful existence in the 10,000 tribe battlefield. So, In Cloudmaster's opinion, such a threat had to be eliminated in advance. Also because of the fact that he attacked. Test Jianfeng's expression became serious. Diviner. On the battlefield, encountering a diviner was the worst thing that could happen. However, Test Jianfeng was not too afraid. A diviner was strong. But his strength was not what it used to be. Besides, to be able to fight a diviner, Test Jianfeng's heart was slightly restless. Kill. The long sword slashed out. A black sword energy cut through the void. In an instant, the murderous power had already roared out like a tsunami, as if it was going to swallow Cloudmaster. Seeing this, Cloudmaster was not afraid at all. He struck out with his palm. The palm energy broke through the void and instantly destroyed the sword energy. Moreover, the remaining power did not stop as it charged toward Test Jianfeng. Whoosh, whoosh. Test Jianfeng did not retreat. His long sword slashed out hundreds of times in a breath's time. All the sword energy gathered together and finally turned into a vast sword energy attack. Boom, the sword energy shattered. Test Jianfeng coughed out blood and retreated. He was very powerful, but compared to a diviner, there was a huge gap. It's meaningless to struggle. Cloudmaster shook his head. His body had already moved. The energy finger exploded with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. Seeing this, the sword lotus under Test Jianfeng's feet bloomed. His body had already moved to dodge. He knew the gap between him and a diviner. Fighting head-on. He was just courting death. The moment his body moved to dodge, Test Jianfeng's attack did not stop. His long sword stabbed out with lightning speed. The cold sword intent made Cloudmaster's heart tremble slightly. He flicked his finger. The sword energy shattered. Test Jianfeng's body was pushed back. In the next instant, Cloudmaster took a step forward. When the energy palm blasted out, it seemed to cover the void and heaven and earth. In an instant, Test Jianfeng could feel the space around him solidifying. Although his body wasn't frozen, his movement speed was greatly reduced. Facing a diviner, he was at a disadvantage. Now that his speed was reduced, he had no chance of winning. Buzz, a shocking sword intent erupted. It was as if the power that had been accumulated for a long time had been released at this moment. The originally condensed space. In an instant, it was torn apart by the sword intent. Next, Cloudmaster saw a cold light flying toward him. His skin was tingling. There was no hesitation. He immediately retreated. When Test Jianfeng saw this, he immediately used his trump card. 7 killing deities and ghosts, against the stars, a black rainbow pierced through the air. A terrifying energy sword could destroy heaven and earth. Cloudmaster was shocked. Protective upstanding chi instantly burst out. Boom, the black rainbow collided with the protective energy. In the end, both of them disappeared. Before Cloudmaster could breathe a sigh of relief, a person stepped on the air. The long sword at his waist slashed out. The sword seemed to have crossed space and time. It directly slashed his throat. The sharp pain in his body. Cloudmaster no longer had any thoughts of fighting. He instantly turned around and fled into the distance. The diviner wanted to leave. Naturally, the divine martial school had no way to stop him. Ningbo turned to look at Test Jianfeng and said with a faint smile, "It's a pity that he escaped. Otherwise, today I would have a chance to join forces with Elder Test and kill a diviner with our swords. There will be a chance in the future." Test Jianfeng's expression did not change, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Ningbo, of course, he knew him. After all, he was Qin Shujian's disciple. However, Test Jianfeng had never thought that Ningbo's strength could reach such a level. The sword just now. This had already caused him to feel a great deal of fear. In other words, although Ningbo's strength was not as good as his, it was not much worse. And looking at the other party's means, he was also a powerful swordsman. If it were not for him, Test Jianfeng was not confident that he could contend with Cloudmaster. He took a deep look at Ningbo. Then he charged toward the other foreign cultivators. on the battlefield. But there was not much time to catch up. For every foreign cultivator they killed, there would be one less human casualty. For this, no one would waste extra time. The moment Test Jianfeng attacked, Ningbo also locked onto a target. His wrist moved slightly. The long sword in the sheath suddenly bloomed with dazzling cold light. In the next breath, a foreign cultivator at the first level of the divine martial arts realm had already been decapitated. The fifth one. Ningbo said silently in his heart, but the long sword in his hand did not stop at all. He was still harvesting the lives of foreign cultivators. His target was very stable. He only looked for foreign cultivators at the peak of the spiritual martial arts realm and those who had just entered the divine martial arts realm. As for the stronger foreign cultivators, they were not in Ningbo's target range. With the infusion of the power of heaven and earth twice, Ningbo's strength had also broken through to the divine martial arts realm. And he was at the third level of the divine martial arts realm and was about to break through to the middle stage of the divine martial arts realm. Combined with the previous guidance given by Qin Shujian, most of the early stage of the divine martial arts realm had no possibility of resisting in front of him. This was also the most appropriate way to do things in a war. Do it as quickly as possible. Kill even more powerful enemies. When Ningbo was killing wantonly, it naturally attracted the attention of the foreign celestials. However, just when the foreign celestials were about to attack, Ningbo retreated one step ahead and then hid in the crowd, not giving the foreign celestials a chance to attack. Coupled with his identity as Qin Shujian's disciple, many celestials of the Qianyuan sacred ground paid some attention to him. Whenever a celestial attacked, they would be intercepted by the strong cultivators of the Qianyuan sacred ground in time. It was also because of this Ningbo was almost unhindered on the battlefield. When the war broke out in Yu City, a group of cultivators in black robes suddenly appeared. Because of their unconventional dressing, they also attracted the attention of some humans. However, no one went forward to ask anything. There were many strange people in the world. If they all went forward to ask, they might offend them. Therefore, the other humans just glanced at them and then looked away. Right now, there was a war breaking out outside the human territory. The humans in Yu City were either not strong enough or injured and came back to recuperate. But no matter which one it was, their attention was focused on the battlefield. As for other things, they had no time to care about other things. According to Emperor Qin, the battle took place outside the territory of the human race. You should have sensed that aura, right? Gufeng said coldly from inside the black robe. He was originally a strong cultivator of the ancient Buddha clan. But after being assimilated by the Devil clan, he was already a member of the Devil clan. Although there seemed to be no big change on the surface, in fact, his temperament had completely changed. He had no nostalgia for the former ancient Buddha clan. Instead, he was loyal to Si Hanhai. Hearing this, another cultivator at the peak of the Saint Realm also said faintly, "Don't waste time. The deal between the Devil clan and the Human clan has already begun. We'd better make a move as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Human clan will suffer heavy casualties, and the Devil clan will have a hard time explaining." The strength of the Devil clan was far inferior to that of the Human clan. If the Human clan really wanted to blame them, no one would have an advantage. Then let's make a move. Gufeng nodded his head. Immediately, the group of 14 people directly left Yu City. After leaving the city, they flew in the air and rushed toward the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield was already in chaos. The strong cultivators of the various clans were fighting. Fortunately, Gufeng and the others already knew who were the allies of the Human clan before they came. As for those who were not allies of the Human clan, they naturally belonged to the enemy. Let's end this quickly. Gufeng quickly aimed at a Saint Realm cultivator and directly attacked. Boom! As soon as he attacked, a monstrous demonic aura filled the sky. It made Kong Lian, who was suppressing the Golden Rock King, change his expression slightly. Immediately after, he forced the Golden Rock King back with a palm, and then struck out again with a backhand palm, bombarding toward Gufeng. Rumble! The two palms collided, and a strong wind rose and spread in all directions. Kong Lian's body seemed to tremble, and he took a few steps back. Gu Feng was also knocked back in the air. Devil Clan. He looked at Gu Feng, who was wearing a black robe, and his eyes suddenly became serious. As a peak Saint Realm cultivator of the Blood Eldar. Naturally, Kong Lian recognized that this was a technique unique to the Devil Clan. What he did not expect was that the Devil Clan would enter the 10,000 clan battlefield and help the human clan at this time. Suddenly, Kong Lian looked sideways at the Golden Rock King and sneered. I didn't expect that the human clan had secretly colluded with the Devil Clan. This is unexpected. Why should the Qianyuan sacred ground explain its actions to you? Although the Golden Rock King had doubts in his heart, it did not prevent him from rebuking Kong Lian. The situation in front of him. Gu Feng's strength was obviously very strong, and he was most likely a peak Saint Realm cultivator. With such a helper, the Golden Rock King also felt relieved. Gu Feng said, "We are here to help under the orders of the Qin Emperor. This person is not weak. Why don't you join forces with me to kill him?" Okay. The Golden Rock King nodded. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other, and then a monstrous burst of energy swept toward Kong Lian. On the other side, the intervention of more than a dozen Saint Realm cultivators of the Devil Clan instantly tilted the balance of the victory to the human clan. No one expected this. At the critical moment, the Devil Clan would intervene. What was even more unexpected was that the Devil Clan would be so strong that they could bring out more than a dozen Saint Realm cultivators at once. However, when a cultivator broke the black robe, his face instantly turned pale. The ancient Buddha clan. The appearance of the stone man was the unique symbol of the ancient Buddha clan. When the cultivators of the other clans saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed. The ancient Buddha clan, no, the Devil Clan had conquered the ancient Buddha clan. In other words, the ancient Buddha clan had been destroyed by the human clan. However, if one clan was destroyed, the other clans would definitely sense it. But now there was no news, so it could be seen that the ancient Buddha clan was not completely destroyed. But judging from the current situation, even if the ancient Buddha clan was not completely destroyed, it would not end well. Because another cultivator broke the black robe and revealed the identity of the person inside the black robe. The ancient Buddha clan. They were all members of the ancient Buddha clan. So many members of the ancient Buddha clan had all fallen into the Devil Clan, so the fate of the ancient Buddha clan could be imagined. In the end, the coalition forces of the various clans retreated. Because the strength of the various clans was not much stronger than that of the human clan coalition forces. Now that more than a dozen saints of the Devil Clan had intervened, the coalition forces of the various clans had no chance of resisting. As for berating the human clan for colluding with the Devil Clan, that was even more nonsense. As long as the fist was big enough, there was no problem in doing anything. So, after leaving a lot of corpses, the various clans retreated one after another. As for the human clan coalition forces, they also retreated as soon as possible. In the end, only the human clan was left there to clean up the battlefield. At this time, Duan Sun and Qin Yuanbai had already arrived in front of the Devil Clan cultivators. Among them, Duan Sun cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help this time, friends of the Devil Clan, but I wonder who is the leader? May I ask which of the two of you is the leader of the Qianyuan sacred ground?" Gu Feng took a step forward, glanced at Duan Sun and Qin Yuanbai, and finally asked. Hearing this, Duan Sun suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Qin Yuanbai cupped his hands and said, "I am Qin Yuanbai, the temporary leader of the Qianyuan sacred ground of the Myriad Clan battlefield." This time, the Qin Emperor of the human clan made a deal with the Devil Clan. "There are some things that need to be discussed with you." After knowing Qin Yuanbai's identity, Gu Feng's expression became much more polite. Since the other party was the leader of the Qianyuan sacred ground in the Myriad Clan battlefield, he must be highly regarded by Qin Shujian. For such a person, even if his strength was average, he did not dare to offend him. Haha, well said. Everyone, follow me to the city to discuss in detail. Qin Yuanbai laughed. As he spoke, he glanced at Duan Sun, and then the smile on his face became even brighter. Very good. The Devil Clan was invited by the Qin Emperor, and it had nothing to do with the Great Zhao Empire. Although the Great Zhao Empire and the Qianyuan Sacred Ground were a whole of the human clan. But in fact, the two sides also competed with each other in private. Although this competition did not rise to the level of the human emperor, the rest of the people still wanted to suppress the other party. Now Gufeng, it made Qin Yuanbai feel that he had won one more round in front of Duan Sun, which was a very satisfying thing. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up. The Devil Clan cultivators also returned to Yu City with Qin Yuanbai and the others. Until now, Qin Yuanbai finally had time to take out the communication jade talisman and read the message inside. Soon, he knew the purpose of Gufeng and the others coming here. The Qin Emperor means to let the Devil Clan help the human clan to capture the Sword Clan's territory, right? That's right. Gufeng nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "We came to the Myriad Clan battlefield for two purposes. One of them is to help the human clan solve the current situation, and the second is to capture the Sword Clan's territory." This was the deal between Qin Shujian and Si Hanhai. It was also equivalent to the deal between the human clan and the Devil Clan. Qin Yuanbai said, "The Sword Clan was not weak, but after this battle, they have suffered a lot. With the help of the Devil Clan, it will not be a problem for the Qianyuan Sacred Ground to capture the Sword Clan." After that, he paused and said slowly, "The problem is that the other allies of the Sword Clan will not stand by at that time." The Sword Clan was on the side of the Blood Eldar. As a result, the Sword Clan was not a small clan that could be destroyed at will. If they attacked the Sword Clan, it might be another fierce battle. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan said faintly, "The biggest problem of the Sword Clan is the reinforcements of the various clans. In fact, as long as this is solved, the Sword Clan will not be a concern." "Elder Fang, do you have a way? I can set up a space shielding formation to make the Sword Clan's teleportation formation ineffective for a short time. Then we can take down the Sword Clan with lightning speed." Fang Xinglan frowned as he spoke. "However, it will be easy for us to take down the Sword Clan. When the other clans react afterwards, we will have to pay a high price to defend the Sword Clan's territory." "No need." "Elder Qin, what do you mean?" Fang Xinglan was startled. No need for what?" Qin Yuanbai said. "The Qin Emperor just wants us to capture the Sword Clan's territory. If the other clans want to snatch it, we can just give it away if there is no way to defend it. In other words, our main purpose is to completely drive the Sword Clan out of the Myriad Clan battlefield." At this moment, Qin Yuanbai also somewhat understood Qin Shujian's purpose. The Sword Clan's main body was all transformed from powerful divine weapons. If they could destroy the Sword Clan, the human clan would be able to obtain a batch of powerful divine weapons. For a cultivator, cultivation realm was one aspect. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, and divine weapons were another. Combining the two together, that was the complete strength. If the Qianyuan Sacred Ground could have a batch of powerful divine weapons, their strength would definitely increase significantly. After all, divine weapons of that level, even if a Grandmaster Forger wanted to forge one, he would have to pay a high price. Just when Qin Yuanbai thought that he understood Qin Shujian's intention, the other elders, at this time, they were also deep in thought. Soon, they also understood Qin Shujian's purpose. The Sword Clan is full of treasures. Even if we can't occupy the Sword Clan's territory, it would be good to obtain a batch of divine weapons. "Elder Fang, how long will it take to set up the space shielding formation?" "I need to ask Elder Ling to refine a set of formation plates. It will be convenient to seal off the Sword Clan space in a short period of time without the Sword Clan noticing." Fang Xinglan pondered for a moment and gave a rough answer. "As for the time, it should be about half a month." About half a month, it was about time to refine a set of formation plates. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai nodded. "Half a month is fine. This time, the human clan has also suffered a lot in the war. We can take this opportunity to recover a little." While the affairs of the 10,000 clan battlefield were proceeding in an orderly manner, Qin Shujian had already taken away the ancient Buddha clan's secret realm and abandoned it in the East continent. It was different from the last time he crushed the secret realm. This time, he did not crush the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan. Instead, he opened the entrance of the secret realm and then entered it to extract the spirit veins of the secret realm. As the secret realm of the top clans, there were 2 large spirit veins, 3 medium spirit veins, and 3 small spirit veins in the secret realm of the ancient Buddha clan. Looking at the secret realm that had been extracted, Qin Shujian performed the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and his body became tens of thousands of feet tall. In the next moment, he grabbed a spirit vein and directly opened his mouth to swallow it. Yes. He swallowed it. The inner world existed in the physical body. If he wanted to move something as large as a spirit vein into it, the best way was to swallow it directly. Fortunately, after developing the inner world, Qin Shujian's lawful embodiment of heaven and earth became even larger. It was not difficult to open his mouth and swallow the spirit vein. Soon, a spirit vein disappeared from his mouth and fell into the inner world. As the spirit vein appeared, the spirit chi of the inner world vibrated and instantly became rich. Then, Qin Shujian did not stop and grabbed another spirit vein and swallowed it. Front and back, 8 spirit veins were swallowed by him just like that. In the inner world, 8 spirit veins lay horizontally, crushing many mountains and collapsing them. However, the spirit chi that was emitted directly increased the spirit chi of the inner world to a terrifying degree. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. 8 spirit meridians. The spirit energy in the inner world increased by more than several times. The original inner world. Although there was still spirit energy, compared to now, there was no comparison at all. Immediately, Qin Shujian's mind entered the inner world. The moment he entered the inner world, with a thought, the earth split and 2 large spirit meridians were directly buried. But other than that, the remaining 3 medium spirit meridians and 3 small spirit meridians were all crushed and spirit energy was poured on the original spirit meridians in the inner world. The spirit meridians were crushed. Boundless and dense spiritual chi suddenly burst out. Immediately after, the spirit energy that erupted dripped on the earth like rain. Deep in the earth, a spirit meridian that was not fully formed seemed to be breathing. It rose and fell and swallowed all the spirit energy rain that dripped down. Rumble. The earth shook. The originally calm ground squirmed slightly and rose one after another like a horned dragon. About half a day later, the spirit energy rain fell completely. And when the spirit energy rain fell completely, the spirit meridian under the ground finally took shape. Roar. Roar, a sound like a dragon's roar came from the ground and reverberated in the entire inner world. At the same time, the spirit energy in the inner world also became denser. Boom, the inner world that was originally 1,000,000 miles expanded outwards at this time. 11 million, 15 million, 2 million, 3 million, 2 million, finally, when it expanded to 2 million miles, the inner world finally stabilized. The expansion of the inner world. Qin Shujian could feel that the power he could control was more powerful. But this was powerful. It was not time to cause a qualitative change. However, at his level, every increase in strength was something worth celebrating. The Dragon Meridian has been born and the inner world has become more complete. Qin Shujian looked at the spirit meridian under the ground and smiled. That was not a simple spirit meridian. As the first spirit meridian born in the inner world, it must be the Dragon Meridian of heaven and earth. The stronger the Dragon Meridian, the stronger the spirit energy in the inner world. In the future, if any spirit veins were to appear, they would only be the descendants of the dragon veins. All of a sudden, with a thought, Qin Shujian extracted the 2 large spirit veins that had been buried. Since the dragon vein is formed, I'll let you eat your fill. Boom, 2 large spirit veins were shattered. Spiritual energy poured down like a heavy downpour. Roar. The dragon vein let out a joyful cry. The dragon vein, which was about to reach the level of a large spirit vein, directly broke through to the level of a large spirit vein. After the breakthrough, the growth of the dragon vein did not stop. Heavy rain of spiritual energy. This lasted for half a month. By the time all the spiritual energy was consumed, the dragon vein had already grown to an extremely terrifying extent. A world of 2 million miles. It was completely occupied by the dragon vein. Due to the transformation of the spiritual chi, the flowers and trees in his inner world also became more luxuriant. The dragon vein is strong, but it's not easy to break through the shackles of a large-scale spirit vein. Unless there are a few more large-scale spirit veins, it will take a long time. Xianxia shook his head. He did not think about breaking through the shackles of a large-scale spirit vein for the time being because it was too difficult. But the current dragon vein was enough. As long as there was enough time, his inner world would be able to derive other spirit veins on the basis of the dragon vein. All of a sudden, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, Xianxia was already standing in front of a giant tree that was 100 feet tall. It was as if it had sensed his arrival. The branches and leaves of the giant tree moved without wind. Spirituality is born on its own. In the future, it will have a chance to give birth to spiritual wisdom and become a true cultivator. Xianxia was surprised. He did not expect that at this time, there would be plants in his inner world that could give birth to spirituality. One had to know. Spirituality was the first step to giving birth to spiritual wisdom. As long as there was a trace of spirituality, there was a high chance that it would become a true living being in the future. After the surprise, Xianxia quickly realized what was going on. The Eldar of the boundless world was also like this in the beginning. Immediately, his eyes gradually lit up as he looked at the giant tree in front of him. Giving birth to spiritual wisdom, it was equivalent to a living being. If the inner world could give birth to living beings, it would be a step closer to a complete heaven and earth. More importantly, the cultivation of living beings could allow the heaven and earth to absorb the power of living beings and give birth to more rules. It was the prerequisite for the growth of any heaven and earth. It was all based on the foundation of having living beings. Originally, Xianxia thought that if he wanted to give birth to living beings in his inner world, at least the rules of heaven and earth would have to be slightly perfected. But now it seemed that there was a shortcut. It did not matter if there was no way to give birth to living beings. But he could think of a way to let the plants in his inner world give birth to spiritual wisdom and become the first living beings in heaven and earth. In this way, his inner world could be perfected faster. Xianxia stroked the trunk of the giant tree and said, "In ancient times, there was a Jianmu that could reach the heavens. Today, I will give you the name Jianmu. Don't let me down." As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven and earth shook slightly. The giant tree seemed to have been watered by some kind of power and suddenly doubled in height, reaching the height of 200 feet. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled slightly. Compared to the height of the third era's Jianmu, the height of 200 feet was much lower. But he believed. As the most promising living being in his inner world to give birth to spiritual wisdom, the Jianmu in front of him was definitely not weaker than the third era's Jianmu. Giving it a name. This proved that Xianxia had high hopes for the giant tree in front of him. However, even if he had powerful means, he could not help the Jianmu strengthen its spirituality and reach the point of giving birth to spiritual wisdom. This was because such a method involved the level of a creator. Unless he was at his peak. Or else, it was almost impossible to do this step. After leaving the inner world, Xianxia looked at the ancient Buddha territory, where the spiritual energy had declined. He took a step out and then reached out to hold the ancient Buddha mystic realm and approached the Qianyuan realm. When it was about to collide with the Qianyuan realm, he put down the ancient Buddha mystic realm. Immediately afterward, he set up a formation around the ancient Buddha mystic realm, but the entrance of the mystic realm was not sealed. This was because the ancient Buddha mystic realm, which had lost its spiritual vein, was pitifully fragile. If he did not borrow the power of heaven and earth, there was no possibility of resisting the attack of the void demon. So, only by opening the mystic realm could he ensure that the ancient Buddha mystic realm would not be broken. After finishing his task, Xianxia looked at the myriad clan battlefield and said to himself, speaking of which, the human clan is now attacking the sword clan's territory. I can make a trip there and not waste time. With the current strength of the Qianyuan sacred ground and the dozen or so saints of the devil clan, it would not be a problem to break through the sword clan's territory. Thinking of this, Xianxia said, I should be in the sword clan's territory. As soon as he finished speaking, universe shift. He had already appeared in the Sword Clan's territory. The absolute command is indeed useful. It is much more reliable than a simple mount. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. The absolute command was indeed an extremely powerful technique. This was in the Third Era. It was a technique that he had comprehended. Unfortunately, the absolute command had its limitations. The weaker the opponent, the more convenient it would be to use it. Another thing was, the easier it was to say, the easier it would be to achieve. Therefore, Qin Shujian now used the absolute command to travel most of the time. Because of this, it should be the easiest thing to do. As for the relocation of the ancient Buddha mystic realm, it was also because there were no strong people in the ancient Buddha mystic realm. It could be done with just a word. So, except for those who left the ancient Buddha mystic realm, the rest of the ancient Buddha mystic realm were naturally packed up and taken away by the Devil Clan. When Qin Shujian appeared, the Sword Emperor, who was in the Sword Clan's mystic realm, immediately noticed the commotion. In the main hall, the Sword Emperor's face was puzzled at first, then it was filled with anger. Emperor Qin. The void shook. The Sword Emperor walked out and directly appeared in front of Qin Shujian. This is my Sword Clan's territory. What is Emperor Qin doing here? When he spoke, he was already not polite at all. Last time, he was humiliated in the long river of rules. In the Sword Emperor's heart, Qin Shujian was already on the must-kill list. It was only because of the other party's strength that he did not make a move. But he did not dare to make a move. But it did not mean that he would be nice to the other party. However, the Sword Emperor was not worried that Qin Shujian would dare to make a move on him in the Sword Clan's territory. Because now all the clans had reached an agreement. If Qin Shujian were to make a move, it would be equivalent to tearing up the agreement. To this, the other clans would definitely not sit by and do nothing. This was also the source of the Sword Emperor's confidence. Why is the Sword Emperor so stingy? Ben Huang is just walking around. The Sword Clan's territory is open to outsiders. Could it be that the Sword Emperor does not welcome Ben Huang? Qin Shujian said with a faint smile with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's face was cold. Ben Huang does not welcome you. I hope Emperor Qin can leave. Since that is the case, then Ben Huang will take his leave. Qin Shujian's smile faded a little. He then took 2 steps back and stood still. What does Emperor Qin mean? The Sword Clan's territory covers an area of 200,000 miles. Ben Huang was at the border of the Sword Clan's territory just now. Now that he has taken 2 steps back, he will leave the Sword Clan's territory. There shouldn't be any problems with that, right? Qin Shujian patiently explained. This time, he was in a surprisingly good mood. After all, he was about to take over the other party's territory. There was no need to lose his temper at this time. The Sword Emperor's face was as gloomy as water. He said coldly, is it really that interesting for the Qin Emperor to play such a word game? Ben Huang is just following the rules. Qin Shujian smiled. Then, his expression became solemn. His gaze landed on the Sword Emperor. Similarly, Ben Huang also hopes that others can respect the rules. Ben Huang will not be merciful to those who do not follow the rules. Good, I hope Emperor Qin will follow the rules as always. The Sword Emperor looked at him coldly for a while. Then, he retracted his gaze. He couldn't win against him. So, he didn't want to fight with Qin Shujian. Since the other party wanted to guard there, then so be it. As for the purpose, the Sword Emperor wasn't too sure. But just as Qin Shujian said, as long as the other party didn't step into the Sword Clan's territory, he had no right to expel him. If he really wanted to expel him by force, he would definitely find a reason to do so. Thinking of the strength that the other party displayed in the long river of rules, the Sword Emperor shuddered. The difference between the two. They weren't on the same level at all. Just like that, the two stood opposite each other. Between them was the boundary of the Sword Clan's territory. Half a day later, the heaven list in his sea of consciousness shook slightly. Qin Shujian took a step forward and officially stepped into the Sword Clan's territory. Emperor Qin, you have crossed the line. No, you have. Qin Shujian shook his head. He looked at the Sword Emperor with pity. What do you mean by that? The Sword Emperor's expression changed. He had a bad premonition. Immediately after, he silently calculated. Half a breath later, the Sword Emperor's body shook. His expression changed drastically. He looked at Qin Shujian with eyes full of killing intent. Any true immortal would be able to divine some things that were related to them. Not to mention, in the 10,000 tribes battlefield there was still his blood essence. Just now, in the 10,000 tribes battlefield, his blood essence cracked. To be able to do this, there was only one explanation. And that was, the Sword Clan and the 10,000 tribes battlefield had all been wiped out. The human clan has already wiped out all the Sword Clan in the 10,000 tribes battlefield. Now, the Sword Clan's territory is the human clan's territory. Sword Emperor, you have crossed the line. The smile on Qin Shujian's face had completely disappeared. His indifferent eyes made the Sword Emperor's heart turn cold. He wanted to refute. But there was no other way. Because Qin Shujian was right. The Sword Clan and the 10,000 tribes battlefield had been wiped out. Now, the Sword Clan's territory had indeed become the human clan's territory. Thinking of this, the Sword Emperor laughed in anger. Good, good, good. I didn't expect Emperor Qin to have such means. Today, the Sword Clan has fallen. If there is a chance in the future, Ben Huang will definitely return it double. After speaking, he turned and left. At the same time, he sent a message to all the Sword Clan cultivators to retreat into the secret realm. The cities were shaken. They were pulled up from the ground by experts who wanted to take them away. There were even experts who took action. They were ready to extract the spirit vein. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. All the floating cities fell down. The experts who took action to extract the spirit vein were also crushed by a tyrannical force. Qin. Shu. Jian. The Sword Emperor was furious. At this moment, he no longer addressed himself as Emperor Qin. His gaze was terrifying. The aura on his body erupted, crushing the surrounding void. My clan has already left the territory. Why are you still attacking? You have to give Ben Huang an explanation. This time, the Sword Emperor was unprecedentedly angry. Killing a member of the Sword Clan in front of him was equivalent to slapping his face. As the emperor of a clan, the Sword Emperor was also a person who cared about face. If Qin Shujian could not give a reasonable explanation, even if he knew that he was no match for him, he would still fight. Facing the Sword Emperor's reprimand, Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "Don't forget, this is the human clan's territory. Everything in the territory belongs to the human clan. You can leave, but whoever dares to move the things in the human clan's territory without permission will only die." As soon as he finished, Qin Shujian directly took action. In front of the Sword Emperor, he extracted the large underground spirit vein and then took out the heaven list to store it. The entire process. The Sword Emperor's gaze was cold, but he did not really make a move. After the large spirit vein was taken away, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the Sword Emperor again. The Sword Emperor is now staying in the human clan's territory. Could it be that you have evil intentions? If that is the case, Ben Huang will have to take action to protect the safety of the human clan. Good, good. Ben Huang will remember this. The Sword Emperor was no longer angry, but his expression was terrifyingly calm. He took a deep look at Qin Shujian. Then, he turned around and returned to the Sword Clan's secret realm. As for the other Sword Clan members, at this time, they were all fearful. They did not dare to make any unnecessary moves and hurriedly returned to the Sword Clan's secret realm. Those cultivators who were not from the Sword Clan. At this time, they were all sensible enough to leave. Not long after, in the entire Sword Clan's territory, except for Qin Shujian, there was no other living creature. After standing in the territory for a while, Qin Shujian waved his hand and took out all the Sword Clan cities. In the next moment, He took all the cities into the sky and left the Sword Clan's territory. It was different from when he used the absolute verbal law. This time, Qin Shujian took to the sky and caused a huge commotion. The Sword Clan's 7 cities. Each city occupied an area of thousands of miles. With the 7 cities added together, the target was not small at all. Therefore, when they saw the cities in the sky, it naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. However, when they saw the person who took the cities into the sky, no one dared to say anything. Emperor Qin, the second strongest person in the 4 great continents. His strength was publicly acknowledged to be only below Emperor Zhao. It did not take long. Qin Shujian took to the human clan's territory and placed the 7 cities there. Rumble. The cities landed. It caused the earth to shake. Huazhan, who was in charge of the East City, also appeared immediately. Emperor Qin. Ben Huang took the 7 cities from the Sword Clan. In the future, they will stay here as part of the human clan's territory. However, Ben Huang has removed all the formations in the cities. I'll leave the rest to you. Qin Shujian said indifferently. The Sword Clan cities must have some methods of the Sword Clan. However, in front of him, there was no way these methods could be hidden. With a sweep of his mind. Then, he would be able to get rid of all his tricks. Huazhan was also stunned when he heard that. Inexplicably, there were 7 more cities in the human clan's territory. He could not help but be shocked. However, very soon. Huazhan reacted and said with cupped hands, "Don't worry, Emperor Qin. I know what to do." "Okay, you can go." Qin Shujian nodded and then left. On the other side, Huazhan also reported this matter to the Great Zhao. New cities. They needed to open a portal. This matter could only be solved by a Formation Dao Grandmaster. When Qin Shujian moved the things in the Sword Clan's territory away, Qin Yuanbai and the others also occupied the Sword Clan's territory in the 10,000 clan battlefield. With the formation set up by Fang Xinglan, the Sword Clan's portal could not be used at all. In addition, the human clan's forces were powerful this time. They were several times stronger than the Sword Clan. Therefore, wiping out the sword race was also a logical thing to do. In just half a day, this clan's forces in the 10,000 clan battlefield were completely destroyed. Blood Eldar and the other allies. They only knew that the Sword Clan had been robbed after the Sword Emperor's imprint appeared and the power scattered in all directions. In the Sword Clan's territory, Qin Yuanbai said, "Immediately organize all the things that can be taken away. Elder Feng, open the portal as soon as possible and leave a way out for us to retreat." He gave the order in an orderly manner. The news of the Sword Clan's destruction could not be hidden. In other words, it would not be long before the experts of the various clans arrived. The human clan was now in the enemy's camp. If they were surrounded, even if they were not completely wiped out here, they would still suffer a lot of losses. Even with the help of the demon clan, it was the same. Because the strength of the various clans led by Blood Eldar was not something that the demon clan could contend against. Therefore, after the human clan took down the Sword Clan's territory, they could retreat. The formation is not a big problem. I can settle it soon. Fang Xinglan smiled confidently. After breaking through to the second realm, his formation Dao cultivation had become extremely powerful. Methods like the teleportation formation. It was not a big problem at all. That's good. Qin Yuanbai also had a smile on his face. He had gained a lot from attacking the Sword Clan's territory this time. He had personally killed a Sword Clan cultivator at the 5th level of the Saint Realm and obtained the other party's body. A top-notch divine weapon long sword whose power was comparable to a Force-Seal Dao artifact. A divine weapon of this level. It was much more powerful than the divine weapon in Qin Yuanbai's hands. With the help of such a divine weapon, his strength had already risen to a new level. Such a good thing. How could Qin Yuanbai not be happy? Very soon, all the human clan had already plundered everything that the Sword Clan could take away. In the end, they disappeared into the teleportation formation. Half an hour later, the experts of the various clans arrived. But the Sword Clan cultivators were completely gone. Not only that, even the entire Sword Clan's territory was empty. Why was the Sword Clan destroyed? Could it be that the human clan took action? Damn it. The experts of the various clans had cold expressions. The Sword Clan was destroyed. To them, it was also a big blow. Very soon. A Blood Eldar expert ordered, all clansmen go down and search to see if there are any traces left. Yes. Very soon, the Blood Eldar cultivators started searching in the Sword Clan's territory. The cultivators of the other clans. It was the same. The Sword Clan was a clan after all. Although it was destroyed now, there might be something left behind. In Yu City, all the human cultivators who went out had returned. Fan Xinglan felt something and raised his head to look in the direction of the Sword Clan's territory. In his hand. He was already holding a medium-sized jade talisman in his hand. Subsequently, he squeezed it hard and the jade talisman shattered. In the Sword Clan's territory, a large array suddenly rose from the ground. Immediately after. Before the cultivators of the various clans could react, the large array that rose suddenly exploded. Boom! The destructive waves spread out and swallowed all the cultivators of the various clans. In the next instant, many experts escaped from the Sword Clan's territory and fled in all directions. It's enough for you to suffer. Fan Xinglan smiled. Although he couldn't see the scene in the Sword Clan's territory, he could imagine the scene. In order to make the array's effect sufficient, Fan Xinglan deliberately buried a set of array discs there. This was also the reason why he could set up an array that covered the entire Sword Clan's territory in a short period of time. According to Fan Xinglan's estimation, the explosion of the array was comparable to the self-destruction of a celestial. And it was the power of a celestial that was the size of the Sword Clan's territory. He believed, even if it couldn't kill a saint, it shouldn't be a problem to kill all the cultivators below the saint level. It's a pity that there's no way to retrieve the corpses. Otherwise, my merit points would increase by a lot. Fan Xinglan shook his head with a regretful expression. However, it was enough to kill a group of foreign cultivators. After returning to Yu City, Gufeng and the other demon cultivators officially left. After destroying the Sword Clan, their mission was considered completed. When they came, there were 14 of them. When they left, there were only 12 of them. 2 of the saints were taken away by the self-destruction of the Sword Clan's saints in the Great Battle. To this, Gufeng didn't feel anything. The demon cultivators were indifferent. Even if they were on the same side, they were dead. There was nothing worth talking about. Inside the city lord mansion, Cui Huai said, I need to leave the 10,000 race battlefield for a while. Elder Cui, are you ready to break through to the saint level? Yes. Cui Huai nodded and said, I'm already in the 3rd tier of the celestial being. As long as I ask Emperor Qin to help me, I can break through to the 4th tier of the celestial being. The transcendents in the 10,000 race battlefield are still a little weak. Only by breaking through to the saint level can I really be useful to the human race. Breaking through to the 3rd tier of the celestial being. It was no secret in the Qianyuan sacred ground that Qin Shujian could enter the mother stream and comprehend the 4th tier of the celestial being. This was because the price was clearly marked. Any cultivator in the 3rd tier of the celestial being could enjoy this treatment for 10,000 merit points. Although 10,000 merit points was a lot. But Cui Huai had been in the 10,000 race battlefield for so long and had killed many foreign experts. He had accumulated enough merit points. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai didn't stop him. Just as the other party said, only by breaking through to the saint level could he be of help to the current battle situation. There were already many celestials in the Qianyuan sacred ground. But the saint level, there were only a few. If it was only the human race, Qin Yuanbai was the only one. If Cui Huai could break through to the saint level, it could also relieve some of the pressure. After leaving the 10,000 race battlefield, Cui Huai returned to the Liangshan spirit domain. When he entered Liangshan city again, he suddenly had an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. In the 10,000 race battlefield, the murderous aura covered the area. Even if there was no war, it would make people feel nervous. But when he returned to Liangshan city, That murderous aura that had always existed had completely disappeared. Suddenly, Cui Huai felt his body relax. His cultivation, which had been stagnant, suddenly increased a little at this time. Cultivation is also about alternating between tension and relaxation. Cui Huai realized that it was not a good thing to be too oppressive. Relaxing occasionally. Perhaps he could gain a different harvest. He left Liangshan City. Cui Huai entered the Qianyuan realm and immediately went to visit Qin Shujian. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian was sitting there. In front of him stood Cui Huai. "Greetings, Qin Emperor. Elder Cui, why have you come out from the 10,000 race battlefield? I am already at the 3rd level of the heaven-human realm. Now that I have left the 10,000 race battlefield, my main purpose is to hope that Qin Emperor can help me break through." After Cui Huai finished speaking, he bowed. Breakthrough. Qin Shujian was slightly puzzled, but he quickly came back to his senses. He was the one who made the decision to go through the mother stream. It was just that he was shocked by the memories of the 3rd era, causing him to temporarily forget about it. After Cui Huai's reminder, Qin Shujian finally remembered. To enter the mother stream, you need 10,000 merit points. I have already prepared the merit points. Please take a look, Qin Emperor. While speaking, Cui Huai handed over his identity token. There were merit points on it. A total of more than 20,000 merit points. Qin Shujian waved his hand and took away 10,000 merit points. Then, he handed the identity token back. Split a trace of divine thought and don't resist. Yes. Hearing this, Cui Huai immediately did as he was told. Qin Shujian was just about to bring his divine thought into the mother stream. Rumble. The void shook violently. The mother stream, which was originally invisible, appeared in everyone's sight at this time. Qin Shujian paused slightly. He didn't look at the mother stream, but at the Xiao family. Xiao Qingfeng is getting ready to prove his Tao. Just now, in the Qianyuan sacred ground, there was also a powerful aura rising. It was also because of this aura. It led to the appearance of the mother stream. In the current situation of the Qianyuan sacred ground, there was only one strong person who could prove his Tao. Cui Huai, who had split his divine thought and was about to enter the mother stream, was also awakened by the vibration of the mother stream. Is there another emperor proving his Tao? He was no stranger to the scene in front of him. Although there was a formation shield in the 10,000 race battlefield, the phenomenon of emperors achieving Tao did not appear there. But before entering the 10,000 race battlefield, Cui Huai had also seen emperors achieving Tao. Qin Shujian said, "Calm down and observe the phantom of the mother stream. Maybe you can directly feel the power of the mother stream and enter it yourself. You don't need to spend 10,000 merit points." Hearing this, Cui Huai looked grateful. "Thank you for your guidance." After that, he calmed his mind and silently crossed the mother stream of the mother stream in the sky. At this time, a proud and aloof figure walked out of the mother stream of the mother stream. A vast mother stream of the mother stream suddenly opened up. Seeing the person walking out of the mother stream of the mother stream of the mother stream, all the cultivators were shocked. That's Marquis Baiyun of the human clan. Marquis Baiyun Xiao Qingfeng. The strong person who proved his Tao is Xiao Qingfeng of the human clan. Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise. However, even more people had expressions of shock and relief on their faces. Xiao Qingfeng, no one was unfamiliar with this name. The first time he was really remembered by the 10,000 races was before Emperor Zhao achieved Tao. He transformed into Emperor Zhao's appearance and killed many true immortals. The second time, he killed everyone in the 10,000 races battlefield and forced the powerful figures of the various races to retreat. It could be said that Xiao Qingfeng's strength was extremely terrifying. It was not surprising that he proved his Tao and became an immortal. The second person who became an immortal is Xiao Qingfeng. After seeing Xiao Qingfeng's appearance, Si Hanhai's calm face was also shocked. He had always thought that the second person who became an immortal would be Qin Shujian. But he had never thought about it. The one who became an immortal was not Emperor Qin, but Marquis Baiyun Xiao Qingfeng. As for Xiao Qingfeng, Si Hanhai knew a lot about him. After all, he was once the strongest person in the Fu Hai sect. As for Marquis Bayun, who was in charge of the Bayun mansion, he naturally had some information about him. Then, Xianxia calmed down again. Xiao Qingfeng could be invincible in the 10,000 races battlefield and forced the 10,000 races to set rules to restrict all powerful figures from entering the 10,000 races battlefield. Even if his strength is not as strong as Emperor Qin, he is still extremely powerful. If he proves his Dao and becomes an immortal, he will definitely be a terrifying true immortal. He was very clear. With Xiao Qingfeng's terrifying strength, if he proved his Dao and became an immortal, his strength would not be ordinary. At the same time, Xianxia also wanted to see. Did Xiao Qingfeng have the possibility of proving his Dao and becoming an immortal? After all, on the surface, the human race only had one true immortal, Emperor Zhao. If the emperors were to stop him, it was unknown whether the Zhao Emperor alone could stop all of them. In this way, Xianxia could take this opportunity to judge his success rate through Xiao Qingfeng's proving his Dao. If there was really no other way, then he would have to find another way. Middle State Prefecture. Imperial City. Xiao Qingfeng is starting to prove his Dao. Emperor Zhao clasped his hands behind his back, and his gaze fell on Xiao Qingfeng, who was walking on the long river of rules. All the illusions of powerful figures that were born in front of the other party, they were completely useless. With just a raise of his hand, he could destroy all the illusionary figures of the experts. The person standing next to Emperor Zhao was Xiang. Father, what do you think is the probability of Xiao Qingfeng succeeding? If there are no powerful figures to stop him, the probability of Xiao Qingfeng succeeding is 100%. But if there are powerful figures to stop him, then it's hard to say. Emperor Zhao shook his head slightly. He was still very confident in Xiao Qingfeng. No matter what, Xiao Qingfeng was the reincarnation of immortal Haozong. Naturally, he would not fall at this step. The only thing that could make Xiao Qingfeng fail, it was the interference of external forces. Shi Yang's expression was solemn, and he said in a low voice, "Father, even if you take action, you are not confident that Xiao Qingfeng will succeed?" "No." Emperor Zhao said, "The various races will not sit and watch the birth of a second true immortal, let alone one as powerful as Xiao Qingfeng. Therefore, once the battlefield of rules is opened, it will be a fierce battle." However, while they were talking, Emperor Zhao paused, and then continued, "Xiao Qingfeng must succeed. Only if he succeeds, the human race will have the chance to have a third and fourth true immortal. Otherwise, the strength of the human race will always be limited here. If he fails, the only hope of breaking the restriction is probably Qin Shi Huang." Xiang was silent. He knew that his strength was not enough to break the limit. Therefore, Xiang had been suppressing his realm. Otherwise, he would be the second human to attain the Dao. Just as the various races were looking at the sky, the long river of rules had returned to the mother stream. At this moment, the battlefield of rules was officially opened. In an instant, boom! A vast aura rose from below. Suddenly, the long river of rules broke through, trying to stop Xiao Qingfeng from attaining the Dao. P.S. I recommend my friend's new book, Doomsday Circle. It's a good seedling. If you like it, you can raise it. Xiao Qingfeng. The Moon Queen had a cold expression on her beautiful face. She was wearing a long palace dress that accentuated her beauty perfectly. Her otherworldly temperament made it seem like she was not an ordinary person. The current Moon Empress. Xiao Qingfeng's calm eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness. On the Moon Empress, he felt a sense of familiarity. This feeling caused a strong murderous intent to rise in his heart. There were no more words. Xiao Qingfeng took a step forward and attacked the Moon Empress with his palm. Since the other party wanted to stop him, then there was no room for reconciliation. Anyone who tried to stop him must die. The Moon Empress waved her hand, and the bright moonlight covered the battlefield. The temperature suddenly dropped a lot. Then, a crescent moon slashed out like a crescent blade, and the void instantly cracked. Boom! Xiao Qingfeng directly smashed the crescent moon, and then his attack did not stop. He turned his palm into a fist and attacked. A vast amount of power surged forth. It caused the space within the battlefield to shatter like a piece of porcelain. In the long river, the waves were surging. Facing such an attack, the Moon Empress's face also showed a serious expression. Her jade-like hand shot out and collided with his fist. Boom, the terrifying aftershock, with the two as the center, raged in all directions. In the next moment, the figures of the two overlapped and suddenly separated. A great battle. In an instant, it had started. The Moon Empress is the first to stop him. Xianxia and the Moon Clan have a deep grudge. In the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian's face showed a faint smile. He had long known that Xianxia and the Moon Clan had something going on. Looking at it now, the Moon Empress was the first to stop him. Qin Shujian did not believe that there was no grudge at all. However, he did not want to find out too much about these gossips. Xiaoqingfeng's Dao validation. It was an opportunity for the human race. As long as he could succeed in his Dao validation, the human race could definitely break the current situation. At the same time, the various races would not sit and watch Xiaoqingfeng's Dao validation. The Moon Empress's action was just the beginning. As long as she showed signs of defeat, there would definitely be other emperors. When that time came, even the rulers of the neutral races would not stand idly by. Xiaoqingfeng's Dao affirmation. It was not only his own tribulation, but also the tribulation of the human race. The human race's tribulation is not as simple as just one. As long as we fail to survive even one tribulation, even if our race doesn't go extinct, our strength will be greatly reduced. Qin Shujian's heart sank. Tribulation, it was the greatest threat to all existences. No matter how strong one was, there was no possibility of escaping from the tribulation. At least, so far, Qin Shujian had not discovered anything. In the battlefield of rules, the battle continued. As the sovereign of the Moon Clan, the Moon Empress was naturally extremely powerful. But the problem was, the battlefield of laws was Xiaoqingfeng's home ground. Other cultivators had no chance of borrowing the power of laws here. On the contrary, Xiaoqingfeng, on the other hand, could control the power of the rules. Comparing the two, therefore, the Moon Queen was at a disadvantage. Not long after, the two figures suddenly separated. The Moon Empress was blown away, and she coughed up golden blood. Die. Xiaoqingfeng's eyes were indifferent as he punched out again. Seeing this, the Moon Queen's expression changed. She gathered celestial core power in her hands, and a vast moon suddenly descended. The moon descended. Endless moonlight burst out. The Moon Empress's originally battered appearance had become pure and holy. Her appearance was still the same as before. But the difference was, her temperament had completely changed. You are Xi Ling. After seeing the Moon Empress, Xiaoqingfeng's expression suddenly changed. The killing intent in his eyes had already condensed. In the next moment, the skybreaking halberd had already appeared in his hand. Until now, Xiaoqingfeng finally knew. The ancient Moon Empress did not die at all, but was reborn as the current Moon Empress. Or rather, the current Moon Empress had already been possessed by the ancient Moon Empress. But no matter which one it was, Xiaoqingfeng was sure that the Moon Empress in front of him was the ancient Moon Empress, Xi Ling. Just this point alone. That was enough. I want you to die. Shocking halberd light burst out, and with lightning speed, it tore the moon apart. That terrifying aura. It made the Moon Empress's pure and holy face also change. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still so cruel. The moonlight spread. It blocked the halberd light. Xiaoqingfeng sneered. Today, I will kill you here, and then destroy the Moon Clan, and let the Moon Clan completely disappear from the thousands of clans in the world. As he spoke, the skybreaking halberd had already forced the Moon Empress to retreat. Xiaoqingfeng, who was attacking with all his might. His strength was not something that the Moon Empress could contend with. It was also at this moment. Another long river of laws broke through the Tao. The Wind Emperor of the Wind Clan, the Ice Emperor of the Ice Clan, the Sword Emperor of the Sword Clan, the three emperors of the true immortal realm stepped into the battlefield of laws. Without any words, they joined forces to attack Xiao. Instantly, the pressure on the Moon Empress suddenly decreased. Seeing this, Xiao was not afraid, and his aura became even more tyrannical. Come as many as you can, today, I will kill immortals to prove my Tao. Arrogant words. It made the Sword Emperor and the others furious. However, the power that Xiao unleashed caused their hearts to instantly turn heavy. On the other party's body, it was as if they had met Qin Shujian. To this, their hearts sank. Another Qin Emperor? Inside the Blood Eldar, Shui Huang's face was filled with emotion. First, it was Zhao Emperor, then, it was Qin Emperor, now, there was another Xiao. He could not help but feel that the human clan was really full of powerhouses. Every powerhouse that was born was a top existence. If Xiao succeeded in proving his Tao, even Shui Huang himself would not have the confidence to fight against him. On this point, he still saw it very clearly. Xiao strength was too strong. If such an existence were to prove his Tao, his strength would definitely be terrifying. Looking at Xiao, who relied on his own strength to fight against the emperors of the four clans. At this moment, Shui Huang also thought of Qin Shujian. Xiao was already so powerful when he proved his Tao. If the Qin Emperor proved his Tao, it would definitely be more troublesome. The human clan cannot have a second true immortal. Shui Huang's expression was solemn. The current strength of the human clan. It was so strong that the various clans had to join forces to deal with it. If a second true immortal was to be born, he was afraid that even if the various clans joined forces, there would be no way to keep the human clan in check. Especially when an existence like Xiao proved his Tao, the human clan's strength would increase greatly. Plus, there was Qin Huang, who was not a true immortal but was stronger than one. Thinking of this, Shui Huang's heart turned cold. The human clan, they were really too strong, at this moment. In the battlefield of rules, the killing was still going on. Even if the Sword Emperor and the other two true immortals intervened, Xiao still relied on his own strength to suppress the four true immortals. The skybreaking halberd in his hand completely washed away, revealing the sharpness of the ancient times. Plus, Xiao strength was already very strong. With a combat power of 500,000, it was enough to make the other true immortals change their expressions. Now, with the power of rules and Zhu Bing's power. Although he did not prove his Tao, but his strength, he also directly stepped into the level of a level 3 immortal. In comparison, the other emperors could not borrow the power of rules. Instead, their strength was weakened. One weakened while the other strengthened. The Sword Emperor and the others were also struggling. Boom! The long river of rules broke through the sky. After the 4 emperors blocked the path, another 5 emperors broke through the battlefield of rules and directly joined the battle. In an instant, Xiao pressure increased greatly. Xiao, with us true immortals here today, you definitely have no chance of proving your Tao. Retreat obediently now, and you may still have a chance to live. The Sword Emperor sneered. Although he was barehanded, each of his attacks was like a heaven-shaking divine weapon, bursting with terrifying power. This was the strength of the Sword Clan. Not having a divine weapon in hand was better than having one in hand. Every move could tear the sky and earth apart. To this, Xiao did not bother to reply. Instead, his attacks became even more intense, shattering the surrounding void. In the long river of rules, under the vibration of power, the river water surged wildly. 9 true immortals. Qin Shujian looked at the battle in the battlefield of rules, but his expression did not change much. The emperor stopped him. This was a normal thing. It was just 9 true immortals. There would be more later. However, in his eyes, Xiao had almost reached his limit to fight against 9 true immortals. After all, no matter how strong the other party was, he had not become an immortal. His physical body was strong, but without transforming into an immortal body, it was still a shortcoming. However, just being able to reach this stage was already extremely powerful. After all, even if there were strong powerhouses with a deep foundation who could directly go against true immortals at the heavenly being level, they could only deal with one. Like Xianxia, directly fighting against Nai was already terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, another emperor appeared. In an instant, Xianxia's pressure increased greatly. Qin Shujian retracted his gaze from the battlefield of rules and looked in the direction of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou Imperial City. Emperor Zhao felt something and also turned to look in the direction of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Two gazes. As if crossing the barrier of time and space, they directly looked at each other. In the next instant, the void collapsed. The luck of the human clan was vast. Emperor Zhao stepped on the human Dao law and directly stepped into the battlefield of rules. They finally made their move. Bloodling Huang looked at the vast human Dao law and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, the rules shook. Bloodling Huang walked out of the blood spirit mystic realm and also walked towards the battlefield of rules in the sky. He had not made a move. He was waiting for Emperor Zhao. Bloodling Huang also attached great importance to this number one powerhouse of the myriad races. At the same time, the emperors in the four continents also immediately made their move. Instantly, nearly 10 more rivers of rules pierced through the sky and directly bombarded the battlefield of rules. Until now, there were already 23 emperors blocking the path. Apart from the Battle of the Fallen Immortal Realm and the Battle of Encircling Demon Emperor Barkle, it was still a rare scene for so many true immortals to join forces. Even when Emperor Zhao attained the Tao, the true immortals sealed by the various races did not make a move as grand as this scene. Oh, 23 true immortals. Almost half of the true immortals in the four continents have been mobilized. Qin Shujian's expression was calm. At present, there were only 50 to 60 true immortals who had attained the Tao. A few of them were on the human clan side. Now that 23 true immortals had appeared, half of the true immortals in the myriad races had been mobilized. If these true immortals are killed here, the myriad races in the four continents will not be able to stop the human clan. Qin Shujian thought of this. He directly took a step forward and instantly crashed into the battlefield of rules. In an instant, the battlefield of rules shook, and stormy waves rose. The emperors who were fighting could not help but stop at this moment. They all looked at Qin Shujian with a shocked expression. Emperor Qin. The Ice Emperor's expression changed drastically as if he had seen something unbelievable. How could Qin Shujian enter the battlefield of the myriad races? He did not break through to the true immortal realm. Without the power of the rivers of rules, it was impossible to enter the battlefield of the myriad races. However, and yet, Qin Shujian had appeared. Thinking of a certain possibility, the Ice Emperor's expression became even uglier. You have already become an immortal. This was the only explanation. But what puzzled him was how Qin Shujian became an immortal. When the other party became an immortal, how did he cover up the phenomenon of heaven and earth so that no one could detect it? The Ice Emperor's expression was ugly. The other emperors also had ugly expressions. Even Shueling Huang's heart sank. Qin Shujian became an immortal. This was something they had never expected, and it was also the biggest variable in Xianxing's Tao. Not only the emperors of the various races. Even Emperor Zhao had a shocked and puzzled expression on his face. He didn't know when Qin Shujian had secretly confirmed his Tao and become an immortal. Only Xianxia. His heart was filled with shock, but he also understood. If he guessed correctly, the other party was able to enter the battlefield of rules because of the new system he had taken. As for the shock of others, Qin Shujian did not care at all. With his hands behind his back, he said with a faint smile, "Didn't you all want to fight? Why did you all stop after Ben Huang came?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scene was still silent. No one said anything. For the emperors of the 10,000 races, the news of Qin Shujian becoming an immortal was too shocking. Especially when they thought of the other party's strength that could sweep away perfected immortals. Now that he had become an immortal, no one knew how strong he would be. Since you all are not attacking, Ben Huang will not be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian walked out as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Immediately after, Then, he shattered the void with a palm and blasted towards the Ice Emperor. It was a simple palm. The Ice Emperor was alarmed. Without any pause, he took a few steps back. At the same time, he pressed his palm forward. His immortal core power condensed and frost covered the void, turning into a huge ice shield. His palm fell. The frost shield was destroyed. The remaining force did not stop and bombarded the Ice Emperor's body. Boom, a terrifying power erupted, causing the Ice Emperor's powerful immortal body to really shatter. His body flew out like weeds. Immediately after, Xianxia took another step forward and arrived in front of the Ice Emperor. His palm struck. The Ice Emperor's already shattered body was instantly torn apart. His body was torn apart. But it was quickly repaired by a powerful self-healing power. But not long after it was repaired, it was shattered by the remaining power of the body. It repeated like this. In just a breath's time, the Ice Emperor's body was destroyed and restored countless times. Finally, the power of the immortal body was exhausted. The Ice Emperor didn't even have the time to scream before he died. A perfected immortal had fallen, a rain of blood fell from the sky, the Ice Clan's hearts were filled with grief. Looking at the fallen Ice Emperor, their faces were filled with shock. The Ice Emperor has fallen. At this moment, whether it was the Almighties or the ordinary members of the Ice Race, they were all terrified. The Ice Emperor had fallen, that was equivalent to the sky collapsing for the Ice Clan. With the current situation of the myriad races, without a perfected immortal, the Ice Clan would definitely not be able to maintain their current status. It was hard to say if there would be any other way out. On the other side, the moment the Ice Emperor died, the hearts of the experts from the 4 great continents trembled violently. A perfected immortal had fallen, it was the first time this had happened in the 4 continents. Although there were perfected immortals who had fallen before, those were ancient perfected immortals who were sealed. They were completely different from the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor has fallen. The Dog Emperor was shocked. He knew the Ice Emperor's strength. He was already considered a powerful existence among the emperors. But even so, he was still casually killed by Xianxia. Such a difference in strength made the Dog Emperor's heart tremble. However, although the Dog Emperor was shocked, his expression also became excited. The stronger Xianxia was, the greater the benefits for the 9-headed dog clan. On the battlefield of rules, the Ice Emperor's death was only discovered in an instant. The emperors wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. Since you all stopped the perfected immortals of the human clan from achieving the Tao, then all of you can die. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. After killing the Ice Emperor, he looked at the other perfected immortals. Perfected immortals were inferior to the battlefield of rules. If he wanted to kill them, it would not be so easy. But in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, no perfected immortal could borrow the power of rules. On the contrary, Xianxia himself did not have any restrictions. The formation of his inner world allowed him to have peak combat strength anywhere. As a result, killing a perfected immortal was a piece of cake. Xianxia did not plan to let the perfected immortals who entered the battlefield of rules retreat. As long as he killed all the perfected immortals here, the strength of the races of the 4 major continents would be weakened to the extreme. By then, with the strength of the human clan, it would not be a difficult thing to completely wipe out the 4 major continents. So, Xiao Qingfeng's Tao attainment was both a calamity and an opportunity for the human clan. Boom, another perfected immortal's body collapsed. Just as Xianxia was about to kill him, the other perfected immortals did not hesitate any longer. Kill, either Xiao Qingfeng fails to attain the Tao attainment today, or our races will walk towards the end of the world. We have no way out. Xue Linghuan shouted angrily. The sea of blood immediately surged. Things had come to this point. He naturally knew what Xianxia's goal was. He deliberately hid the fact that he had become an immortal. Then, Xiao Qingfeng attained the Tao attainment, causing the emperors to enter the battlefield of rules, and then attacked. Xue Linghuan did not know. Why could Xianxia still have such powerful strength in the battlefield of rules, but he understood. The other party must have other trump cards. This was a trap. A trap to kill the emperors. Even if they retreated now, after Xiao Qingfeng attained the Dao attainment, the other races would not have the chance to stop the human clan. So, even if Shui Linghuan understood that this was a trap, he could only fight to the death. Or else, then, he would wait for the human clan to rule the world, and the other races to bow down to them. Below, the remaining emperors who were watching from the sidelines did not dare to hold back at all. Qin Shujian's strength surprised them. The reason why those neutral races were neutral was that the powerful races all had opponents to contend with, and it was impossible for one race to dominate. But it was different now. If Xiao Qingfeng succeeded, the human clan would dominate the 4 major continents. So, no matter what, the other races had to stop them. One perfected immortal after another forced their way into the battlefield of rules. At this moment, Emperor Zhao and Xiao Qingfeng also directly attacked. Since they wanted to kill, then they might as well kill. Master Xiao, can I borrow Zhu Bing for a moment? Emperor Zhao forced an emperor to retreat with a palm strike, then immediately shouted in a low voice. Hearing that, Xiao Qingfeng directly took out the stone spear that he had placed for a long time from his sea of consciousness and casually threw it over. Seeing that, Emperor Zhao, he directly reached out and grabbed the stone spear. Then, he smashed the body of a perfected immortal. Whether it was Emperor Zhao or Xiao Qingfeng, in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, they both had the strength to fight against many. On the other side, Qin Shujian used the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and the power of his inner world was continuously transmitted. With the Godslayer in his hand, he seemed to have transformed into a demon god of slaughter. No perfected immortal in front of him had a chance to resist. Boom, boom. Boom, the battle suddenly erupted, and it had already reached a white-hot stage. The long river of rules surged wildly. The river water surged like a huge wave, but it was quickly extinguished by the aftermath of the battle. The waves that could devour perfected immortals in the past could not play any role in the aftermath of such a battle. The 4 continents. All the living beings had their eyes on the battlefield of rules at this moment. With Qin Shujian's entry and the death of the Ice Emperor, the emperors of the myriad races, they had all made their moves. It could be said that this was the first earth-shattering battle since the era of perfected immortals had begun. No one expected that the battle would come so suddenly. But everyone knew that this battle would officially determine the future of the myriad races. If the human race lost, then the 4 continents could still maintain the current situation. But if the human race won, the world would once again enter the ancient era, and the situation of the heavenly court suppressing the myriad races would reappear. At that time, the myriad races in the world would be respected by the human race. The world is about to change. In the demon race, Xianxia sighed. He knew that Xiao Qingfeng's Dao attainment would definitely cause a huge change. But he did not expect that the battle would reach such an extent. The death of the Ice Emperor. Everything had become out of control. How many perfected immortals of the myriad races have not made their moves? Xianxia's gaze fell on the battlefield of rules, but the thoughts in his mind had already drifted to another place. It was not difficult to know how many perfected immortals there were in the myriad races. This was because every time a perfected immortal attained the Tao, it would be accompanied by a phenomenon of heaven and earth. As long as one remembered the number of times the phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared, one would know how many perfected immortals there were in the myriad races. There are a total of 57 perfected immortals of the myriad races. At this moment, they have all entered the battlefield of the myriad races. In other words, there are no more perfected immortals of the myriad races in the 4 continents. Xianxia's eyes lit up. There were no perfected immortals in the myriad races. This was his greatest opportunity. If he asked the human race for help and allowed him to successfully attain the Tao, he might as well take this opportunity to directly break through to the perfected immortal realm. Xianxia could not think of anything. When else would he have a better chance of successfully attaining the Tao than now, instantly? He was connected to the power of the rules. Then, the mother stream of rules shook. Xianxia had already opened up the long river of rules and entered the stage of Tao attainment. But unlike other perfected immortals, the Fiend Emperor Law, no perfected immortal had ever set foot in it. Or rather, this law did not exist in the first place. It was only after Xianxia established the demon race that the world gave birth to the Fiend Emperor Law. So, when Xianxia walked onto the long river of rules, there were no shadows of powerhouses to stop him. Because he was the founder of the Fiend Emperor Law and the first to use the Fiend Emperor Law to attain the Tao. Another powerhouse had attained the Tao. It should have been a big deal. But now, among the myriad races, most of the cultivators' attention was on the battlefield of rules. No one had the time to pay attention to Xianxia's Tao attainment. Zhongzhou Imperial City. Demon Emperor Xianxia. Xiang looked at the person who walked out of the mother stream of rules and was slightly stunned. Immediately after, he shifted his gaze and looked at the battlefield of rules. All the emperors of the myriad races had entered the battlefield of rules. Right now, it was not as simple as stopping Xiaoqingfeng from attaining the Tao. It was possible. Many emperors would fall in this battle. Xianxia took this opportunity to attain the Tao. Perhaps it's also my opportunity. Shi Yang's eyes flickered. From Xiaoqingfeng's Tao attainment, it could be seen that it would be extremely difficult for a perfected immortal of the human race to attain the Tao. But judging from the current situation, the emperors had already placed all their strength on Xiaoqingfeng's battlefield of rules. In this way, if he took this opportunity to attain the Tao, the various races should not have any extra strength to stop him. Moreover, Xiang was not sure if Emperor Zhao and the others would be defeated. If the human emperor of the human race was defeated, it would be impossible for him to attain the Tao again. So, Xiang only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. Rumble. The mother stream of rules shook. A long stream of rules was opened up. After Xianxia took the opportunity to attain the Tao, another powerhouse took the opportunity to attain the Tao. Crown Prince Xiang of Great Zhao. Many cultivators' pupils constricted when they saw Xiang. Another human had attained the Tao. It turned out that the powerhouses of the human race who could attain the Tao were not as simple as Emperor Qin. Xiaoqingfeng could attain the Tao. Crown Prince Xiang of Great Zhao could also attain the Tao. In just one day, the strength that the human race had revealed shocked all the races. Compared to the shocked races, the humans of the East continent were excited. His Highness the Crown Prince is also going to attain the Tao and become an immortal. As long as the Crown Prince and Xiaoqingfeng succeed in attaining the Tao, the human race will have 4 perfected immortal powerhouses. By then, no one will be able to stop us. Many human cultivators were extremely excited. Could the human race truly rule the world? It all depended on the result in front of him. As long as Xiang and Xiaoqingfeng could succeed, no one in the world could stop the human race. But at the same time, if they were defeated, the situation of the human race would become difficult. Of course, with the current strength of the human race, even if they failed, there was no possibility of extinction. But it would be very difficult for them to produce another perfected immortal. Rumble. Heaven and earth wailed, and a rain of blood fell. In the West continent, a small race let out a sorrowful cry. The appearance of the rain of blood meant that another perfected immortal had fallen. In the battlefield of rules, Qin Shujian held the Godslayer, and the strength that he exerted had exceeded the limit that all the emperors could withstand. Even if many perfected immortals joined forces to fight against him, there was still no possibility of resisting. Until now, another perfected immortal had fallen in the hands of the other party. I said, I am invincible. Qin Shujian shouted coldly. A mysterious force rose from his body, and all the forces that bombarded him were quietly annihilated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Shujian took a step and shattered the void. The Godslayer had already slashed towards the Wind Emperor. Not good. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Immediately, he burned his blood essence and erupted with an unprecedented power. His body also retreated frantically. He did not dare to block. Because no one could block Zhu Bing's sharpness. There were already perfected immortals who had fallen under the Godslayer. At this time, the Wind Emperor did not want to repeat the same mistake. It was just that he had just retreated. Qin Shujian opened his mouth again. I said, my blade is unstoppable. As soon as his words fell, the power that the Wind Emperor had erupted with instantly disappeared. I said, the Wind Emperor cannot retreat. Immediately, the Wind Emperor's explosively retreating body abruptly stopped. The surrounding space seemed to have stagnated, imprisoning him there. No, don't. The Wind Emperor's face was filled with shock. He did not know what had happened, but the scene in front of him made him smell the smell of death. Boom, the stone saber slashed down. This Wind Clan's emperor died on the spot. Zhu Bing's power completely obliterated his flesh and blood. Even the divine spirit was destroyed in an instant. The Wind Emperor's death was so fast. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Words of law, you know how to use words of law. The Moon Emperor's beautiful face had already lost all color. Looking at Qin Shujian's eyes, it was as if she had seen an inconceivable existence. Words of law, the legendary words of law, even for her, she had only heard of such methods in rumors and had never seen one before. At this moment, seeing Qin Shujian use it, the shock that the Moon Emperor received could be imagined. At this moment, this Moon Clan's emperor was afraid. Fear arose in her heart. When she saw Qin Shujian's gaze again, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her body actually instinctively took a step back. As for the other perfected immortals, at this moment, they were all horrified. The Wind Emperor was dead, another emperor of a large clan had fallen, at this moment. Finally, the emperor's heart was filled with fear. Then, he wanted to break through the battlefield of rules and escape towards the 4 continents. I said, the battlefield of rules cannot be broken. An indifferent voice sounded. The battlefield of rules became unbreakable. Then, the stone saber shattered the void and directly killed the emperor on the spot. Rumble. Another rain of blood, indicating the fall of a true immortal. Until now. For true immortals had already fallen at the hands of Qin Shujian. His inner world was trembling violently at this moment. After using the words of law several times, his inner world was about to enter a state of overload. Not only that, Qin Shujian also noticed that the great wide world had its own power, as if there would be a lightning tribulation at any time. For this, he understood in his heart, but he didn't care. The words of law couldn't be used wantonly. If he used it too much, the impact would be great, and heaven and earth would naturally counterattack. But for Qin Shujian, it was enough to use the words of law to this extent. The rest of the matter, with his own strength, it was enough to solve it. The battlefield of rules has been temporarily sealed. Today, either you kill all the true immortals of the human race, or you will all be buried here. A cruel smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. He had endured for too long. Based on his character in the past, if the myriad races dared to take advantage of him, he would have long brought people to fight them. It was just that he had considered various factors. Qin Shujian had endured for so long and even opened up the battlefield of the myriad races to buffer the conflicts between the various races. But now, he didn't intend to endure any longer. At this point, there was nothing much to say. Either the emperors of the myriad races died, or the true immortals of the human race died. However, Qin Shujian had absolute confidence. Because the person who died wouldn't be him. Hearing this, the other emperor's expressions were also solemn. Ling Huang suppressed the boiling qi and blood in his body and looked at Qin Shujian in front of him with a calm expression. Alright, it's time for our race and the human race to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, his blood essence burned, and a vast sea of blood surged, instantly devouring Qin Shujian. Things had come to this point. There was no way out for anyone. Because the battlefield of rules had been sealed by the other party. Just as he said, it was already a life and death situation. The sea of blood overturned the sky. The void was smashed to smithereens. It was also at this moment. The saber chi tore through the sea of blood, and a terrifying body walked out. In the next moment, the Godslayer slashed out again, and the biting cold blade cut through everything. The Moon Emperor's immortal essence erupted. The moonlight that was as vast as an abyss condensed into countless blades of frost that shot toward Qin Shujian. Facing such an attack, Qin Shujian slashed at the Moon Emperor with a backhand slash. Facing the attack, he turned a blind eye. Boom, the frost blades bombarded Qin Shujian's body, causing cracks to appear on it, but his injuries quickly healed. When he looked at the Moon Emperor again, his body had already been sent flying by the Godslayer. The terrifying saber chi did not dissipate. It almost cut the Moon Emperor's body in half. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng held the skybreaking halberd in one hand and steadily walked forward. Any true immortal's attack that tried to stop him was scattered by his Zubing. The current Xiao Qingfeng. Although he had not completely become an immortal, he was already much more terrifying than ordinary true immortals. His strength had steadily stopped at the level of a third-level immortal. The skybreaking halberd cut through the void. An arm was broken and directly shattered by the halberd light. The true immortal retreated. Flesh and blood had already grown out of the broken shoulder. In less than a breath, a complete arm appeared. In the next second, the true immortal had charged forward again. The battle continued, terrifying power spilled out in the battlefield of rules, shaking the entire void violently. Fortunately, the battlefield of rules was enough to isolate all the aftermath of the power. Or else, if this power fell on the 4 continents, it would be enough to cause the death of many creatures. As for Xianxia and Xiang, no one was paying attention to them now. The two of them had attained the Tao. Compared to the battle on the battlefield of rules, there was no comparison at all. Even if a new battlefield of rules was opened up, no true immortal blocked the Tao. Just like that, both Xianxia and Xiang had easily reached the end of the rule steel and left their unique imprints on the rule steel. A true immortal was born. Golden flowers fell, and golden lotuses appeared. But when the golden flowers fell, there was a thunderous roar in the sky, followed by a rain of blood. The golden flowers mixed with the rain of blood. There was a hint of tragic killing intent. P.S. Please vote. The 10,000 races battlefield, the emperors had fallen. This was the most tragic battle since the human race sealed off the eastern continent 200,000 years ago. In this battle, there were no extra living beings involved. The powerhouses who participated in the battle were all emperors and perfected immortals. However, compared to the battle 200,000 years ago, the number of perfected immortals who had fallen was several times more than that time. In the 4 continents, apart from the eastern continent, the other 3 continents were raining blood and could not stop for a moment. Every thunder and lightning trembled. It all indicated that perfected immortals had fallen and emperors had sacrificed themselves. The wails of the 10,000 races, there was a huge tremor. Even the 10,000 races battlefield that was covered by the formation could not block this fluctuation at this moment. The blood rain poured down. It made the 10,000 races battlefield, which was already filled with a murderous aura, even more terrifying. The dusk of the emperors. Qin Yuanbai looked at the blood rain in front of him and muttered subconsciously. The others heard this. Their expressions also became very complicated. The dusk of the emperors, perhaps this was really the dusk of the emperors. Up until now, they did not know how many emperors and perfected immortals had fallen. Because of the formation, there was no way to see the situation on the battlefield. They only knew that the battlefield was raining blood non-stop. Only the news from the outside allowed Qin Yuanbai and the others to understand what was happening at this moment. This battle. Perhaps it was the battle that would determine the future. Boom, the Godslayer slashed out and shattered the body of an emperor. Then, the heaven list suppressed and swept all the flesh and blood into it. The battle had been going on for so long. Qin Shujian did not remember how long had passed. He was completely immersed in the slaughter. Any emperor who blocked his path was killed on the spot. Because of the law of the land, the battlefield of laws had already become a cage, an unbreakable cage. Unless Xiao Qingfeng attained the Tao and became an immortal, there was absolutely no chance of breaking the cage. More than 50 emperors. At this moment, there were more than 30 left. Among the 20 emperors, 90% of them had fallen in the hands of Qin Shujian. The rest were killed by Xiao Qingfeng and Emperor Zhao. Even if Ben Huang dies, I'll definitely make you suffer with me. An emperor's eyes were about to split open, and his body exploded with a bang. A terrifying power self-explosion. This caused the battlefield of rules to shake violently. Qin Shujian did not retreat at all. He took a step forward and faced the aftermath of the explosion. The destructive power struck him, causing his body to crumble. But very soon, a powerful regenerative force emerged from his body and healed his injuries. However, it was immediately shattered by the destructive force. The cycle continued. Towards the end, the destructive power completely disappeared. Qin Shujian did not have many injuries. He had only used up a lot of quintessential essence to repair his physical body. However, he had a dragon vein in his inner world that constantly replenished his quintessential essence. Why are you so strong? The Sword Emperor's face was filled with madness, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Why? How could someone be so strong? They were all emperors. Why was Qin Shujian so freakishly strong? Even the self-detonation of a true immortal's greatest trump card could not do anything to the other party. The Sword Emperor could barely accept it if Qin Shujian had used some other means to block it. However, Qin Shujian had used his body to block it. This was a huge blow to the Sword Emperor. It was not just the Sword Emperor. Even the other emperors were filled with a sense of powerlessness. How could they fight? How could they fight? Even self-detonation could not injure him much. Could the remaining emperors really contend against the humans? Some emperors suddenly realized. Entering the battlefield of rules to block the path was a wrong decision. If they were in the outside world and used the power of rules to resist, even if they were no match, they would not end up in such a situation. But now, in the battlefield of rules, the power of rules did not need to be borrowed. Even a true immortal could not perfectly display the strength of a true immortal, causing a large number of powerhouses to fall. However, some emperors understood. Whether they entered the battlefield of rules or not, the situation in front of them was only a matter of time. If a few more powerful true immortals were born in the human race, the myriad races would die sooner or later. Xue Linghuang smiled bitterly. I didn't expect this. 200,000 years ago, we crippled the human race and forced them to retreat to the eastern continent. I thought that we could suppress the human race. In the end, 200,000 years later, the human race still has the strength to rule the world. Ben Huang hates today's result. He hated that he was not decisive enough in the past and gave the human race a chance. If he was decisive enough, he would have destroyed the entire human race the moment they walked out of the eastern continent. Then, there would not have been so many things happening. However, it was too late. The human race was already fully fledged and had the strength to rule the world. At this moment, the myriad races wanted to join forces again. There was no possibility of resisting. Xue Linghuang already understood that he would not be able to escape today. However, although he regretted it, there was nothing worth saying. He took a step forward. A blood lotus bloomed under his feet. In the next moment, his body transformed into countless figures. Countless Xue Linghuang figures charged toward Qin Shujian at the same time. Seeing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand and slashed out. The arc-shaped blade aura swept out in all directions like ripples. All the Xue Linghuang figures were destroyed by this force and turned back into blood that merged into the sea of blood. It was also at this moment. The sea of blood flowed and arrived at Qin Shujian's feet at an unknown time. Xue Linghuang suddenly emerged from below. In the blink of an eye, he was completely close to him. Boom, a destructive force erupted with a bang. With Xue Linghuang and Qin Shujian as the center, it swept out and devoured the surroundings. Xue Linghuang suddenly self-destructed. The expressions of all the emperors changed. In the face of the destructive aftermath, they all retreated to other places. Since the demon emperor was possessed by Barkle, Xue Linghuang was the second emperor of a top clan to die. He was also the only one who died by self-destructing. Among the Blood Eldar, the originally surging providence suddenly declined. Sorrow welled up in the hearts of all the Blood Spirit clansmen. The emperor has fallen. An elder of the Blood Eldar had a sad expression on his face. As a top clan, the emperors of the Blood Eldar rarely fell by accident. Even in the battle 200,000 years ago, no emperor of the Blood Eldar had fallen. But now, Shui Ling Huang had fallen. In 200,000 years, the first true immortal of the Blood Eldar had fallen. The fall of the Emperor, it also meant that the Blood Eldar would officially withdraw from the top clan and become an ordinary clan. Unless a second true immortal could be born. Or else, the Blood Eldar would never be able to regain its status as a top clan. However, it was extremely difficult to give birth to a second true immortal. Judging from the current situation of the 4 continents, Shui Ling Huang had fallen. The human race might not give the Blood Eldar a chance to develop. The Emperor has fallen. What should we do now? Some mighty figures' faces were filled with grief and panic. For this, no one from the Blood Eldar gave an answer. Because no one knew what the Blood Eldar would do now. Inside the battlefield of rules, the aftermath of the destruction gradually subsided. All the Emperor's gazes fell on the center of the explosion. The void there was chaotic and shattered. Even their gazes could not penetrate it. For a moment, they were not sure whether Qin Shujian had fallen or not. However, these emperors still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Because the powerhouse who had self-destructed was Shui Ling Huang, one of the top true immortals of the 4 continents. Such a powerhouse had self-destructed. Its power could be said to be destructive. It was not something an ordinary true immortal could compare to. At this moment, the cold saber aura shattered the destructive aftershock and directly bombarded one of the ruler's body. A terrifying power erupted. The Emperor did not even have time to react before he was instantly destroyed by the saber energy. Then, the heaven list flew out and swept the flesh and blood into it. At the same time, a person slowly walked out of the chaotic void. With every step he took, the shattered void calmed down. Emperor Qin is not dead. An emperor moaned powerlessly. He was not dead. Could he still fight? However, they did not want to fight, but it did not mean that Qin Shujian would stop. It was just as he had said before. The battlefield of rules was sealed. Between the human race and the emperors of the 10,000 races, only one side could walk out. Qin Shujian licked his dry lips and coldly looked at the other emperors. Shui Ling Huang is dead. It's time for you to die. As soon as he finished, the Godslayer had already slashed out. Boom, Xianxia was arrogant. The sky-breaking halberd shone brightly and destroyed the moonlight in the sky. The Moon Emperor coughed up blood and flew away. The Moon Emperor's original opponent was Qin Shujian. But later, Xianxia directly attacked and blocked the Moon Emperor's attack. So, the Moon Emperor's opponent had changed from Qin Shujian to Xianxia. Shi Ling, it's time for you to die. Xianxia's expression was cold. The sky-breaking halberd was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, trying to harvest the Moon Emperor's character. Seeing this, the Moon Emperor's beautiful face also showed a panicked expression. Haotsong, you really don't care about old times. Ben Huang left you in the past because I had no choice. I went back after that, but you had already left. Really, Haotsong, have you forgotten the days we used to spend together? The Moon Emperor could feel it. Xianxia really wanted to kill her. So, the Moon Emperor couldn't care less about her face. Hearing this, Xianxia was unmoved. Haotsong is dead. I am Xianxia. Boom, the sky-breaking halberd shattered the vacuum and instantly pierced through the Moon Emperor's delicate body. The power of killing exploded. It made the Moon Emperor let out a scream, and her physical body instantly burst apart. Immediately, Xianxia blasted out another palm, and instantly, the Moon Emperor's physical body was completely destroyed. Until the Moon Emperor completely died. His expression didn't change much. Just like what he said before, he was now Xianxia. As for Haotsong, he had already died. Even if he got that memory, he was no longer the original Haotsong. Everything about Haotsong has already disappeared. The only one left in this world is Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the place where the Moon Emperor died and said softly. After saying this, he felt like something in his body had disappeared. His body suddenly relaxed, and his strength also increased. Then, Xianxia walked forward. At this moment, he had already walked to the end of the Law battlefield. There was a Law monument standing there. Law monument. Xianxia looked at the monument in front of him. He didn't leave his mark on it. Instead, he raised the sky-breaking halberd, and in the next second, he blasted the Law Monument. The Law Monument shook violently. A large number of cracks covered it. When the steel cracked, the entire battlefield was in a state of shock. Then, Xianxia raised the sky-breaking halberd again, and the terrifying power blasted the Law Monument. Although the Law Monument was powerful, but it couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. The stone tablet, which was originally cracked, shattered with a loud bang. The Law Monument shattered. The entire Law battlefield instantly collapsed. The Law River trembled violently, and then, under everyone's shocked gaze, it directly broke into several pieces. Seeing this, Xianxia instantly stretched out his hand and forcibly grabbed a piece of the broken Law Monument. Then, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed the broken Law Monument. Boom, devouring Law Monument. Heaven and earth shook. The dark red thunder calamity covered heaven and earth. Xianxia, who fell out of the Law battlefield, happened to be under the thunder calamity. Then, the thunder calamity fell. The destructive thunder calamity was mighty and mighty. Xianxia was not afraid. He held the sky-breaking halberd and slashed at the thunder calamity. As the Law battlefield shattered, the remaining emperors also instantly left the Law battlefield. Leaving the Law battlefield, those emperors could borrow the power of the Law battlefield. In an instant, the Law River surged. An emperor wrapped in endless Law strength, and suppressed Qin Shujian. Facing such an attack, Qin Shujian's expression still did not change. The heavenly list blasted out in the air, forcefully shattering the power in front of him. Then, the Godslayer slashed out, splitting the emperor into two. So what if you can borrow the Law battlefield? You're just an ant. The heavenly list swept out and took away the flesh and blood. Qin Shujian took a step forward and had already charged towards the other emperors. Seeing this, the other emperors did not retreat either. They all borrowed the Law strength, and some even used the Law Monument to attack Qin Shujian. Although the Law battlefield shattered, the battle was not over at all. Things had come to this point. It was no longer as simple as stopping Xianxia from confirming the Tao. It was the last fight of the remaining powerhouses of the 10,000 races for themselves. If they succeeded, the possibility of the human race dominating the world would completely fail. If they failed, they would only die. Thousands of years had passed since they had cultivated to their current level, and they had seen through many things. Although they did not disregard life and death, they were definitely not afraid of death. Therefore, the battle was still ongoing. Terrifying power raged in the void, complementing the power of the thunder tribulation. Xianxia was transcending the tribulation. Only Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao were dealing with the true immortals of the 10,000 races. Although the human race also had allies to help, there were only a few true immortals. Boom, another emperor had fallen. The terrifying power spread out, causing the other emperors to pause for a moment. Qin Shujian swung his long saber and suddenly looked at the Dog Emperor and the others, saying, "It's enough that you can help. Leave the rest to the human race. When this matter is over, Ben Huang will reward you according to your merits." Reward according to their merits. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor and the others did not resist. Instead, they nodded and said, "Then we'll leave it to Emperor Qin." After that, the few true immortals immediately retreated. Looking at the true immortals in front of him, Qin Shujian said calmly, "How many can Emperor Zhao fight?" "What do you think, Emperor Qin?" "There are 13 emperors in front of us. Ben Huang will fight 10, and the rest will be left to Emperor Zhao." Qin Shujian smiled faintly. His words showed that he did not take the emperor seriously at all. After that, the energy saber slashed through the void and covered 10 of the emperors. The moment Qin Shujian attacked, Emperor Zhao held the nameless stone spear in his hand and charged toward the remaining 3 emperors. At this moment, more than 50 emperors. 2/3 of them had fallen. The remaining emperors had consumed a lot of energy. Although they could borrow the power of their own laws after leaving the battlefield, in terms of true strength, they were still far from Qin Shujian. The Rule Monument pressed down. Qin Shujian controlled the heaven list to suppress it. When the two collided, the void immediately collapsed. Under the heaven list, the human race's destiny was vast. Then, he stepped into the void, and the Godslayer revealed a shocking sharpness. The target of the attack. It was the Sword Emperor. After being targeted by the Godslayer, the Sword Emperor found that the surrounding space had become condensed. It was impossible for him to dodge. Seeing this, he simply stopped retreating. The rule of Sword Dao vibrated, and a vast power condensed in his hand. A shocking divine weapon suddenly appeared out of thin air. The moment the divine weapon appeared, the swords of the 4 great continents vibrated. Most of the cultivators found that the long swords in their hands were out of control and flew toward the sky. This scene, it was as if thousands of swords were paying homage to the sect. "I am the Sword Emperor, the Emperor of Swords." The Sword Emperor shouted angrily. Countless long swords gathered in the divine weapon in his hand. The next moment, the divine weapon suddenly slashed out. Countless sword cries gathered together and turned into a long cry that shook heaven and earth. A 10,000-foot-long energy sword shot out. Heaven and earth and the void were reduced to dust. Then, under the gaze of all the cultivators, the energy sword collided with the energy saber. The aftermath of the destruction spread. The energy sword shattered in the middle, and countless long sword fragments scattered in the sky. The energy saber did not stop. It directly swept past the Sword Emperor's body and split his body into 2. Terrifying power. It completely obliterated the Sword Emperor's physical body and spirit. The moment blood rained down. The 2 broken swords that had lost their divine light fell from the sky. Xianxia waved his hand, and a surge of energy swept out and put away the 2 broken swords. In the territory of the sword race, 10,000 swords cried sorrowfully. The fall of the Sword Emperor caused a much greater commotion than the fall of the other emperors. In the 10,000 race battlefield, Test Jianfeng, who was breaking through, suddenly felt his aura shake. Then, he opened his tightly closed eyes. Just now, he suddenly came to a realization. The Sword Emperor has fallen. As a Sword Dao expert, Test Jianfeng could feel the sorrowful cry of the Sword Dao. It was a symbol of the fall of a supreme expert. During this period of time, Test Jianfeng had always set the Sword Emperor as his goal. In fact, he was even prepared to challenge the Sword Emperor personally when his cultivation level was high enough in the future. However, Test Jianfeng did not expect that the Sword Emperor would fall before he could grow to the point where he could challenge a perfected immortal. He felt a little regretful. However, this regret soon disappeared. Because the Sword Emperor had already fallen, there was no need to think too much. Although there was no one ahead, if he really wanted to climb to the peak, there was no need for someone to stop him. As early as when an emperor had fallen. In the 10,000 races battlefield, some forces immediately mobilized their troops and charged toward the human territory. To them, the emperor had already fallen, and it was unknown whether the race would still have hope in the future. Since that was the case, they might as well drag the human race down with them. It was not a loss to kill a human. It was a great profit to kill 2 humans. Of course, not all races dared to be so decisive. However, even if some of them joined forces and erupted with power, it was enough to make the human race fear them. Therefore, the reinforcements of the human race had also arrived. While the emperors were fighting, a great battle also broke out in the 10,000 races battlefield. In the 4 continents, Xianxia was transcending the tribulation, and the lightning was vast. However, outside the lightning, it was raining blood. When the last emperor fell, Qin Shujian controlled the heaven list and swept the other party's flesh and blood into it. Then, he put away the heaven list and stood in the void with his saber. On the other side, Emperor Zhao had also killed the 3 emperors. He was already extremely powerful, and with the help of the nameless stone spear, his strength was even more terrifying. The 3 emperors were not weak. However, in front of Emperor Zhao, they were completely not enough. At this point, apart from a few Emperor Realm True Immortals, all the other Emperor Realm True Immortals of the myriad races had fallen. Blood rained down. It seemed to have dyed the entire ground red. At this moment, all living beings fell into silence. Only the thunder tribulation bombarded. It was the only sound that existed in the world. It's time to transcend the tribulation. Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Xianxia. At this moment, the other party was already bathing in the sea of lightning. The dark red thunder tribulation was filled with a destructive aura. No one had ever done it before. When one attained the Tao and became an immortal, they would shatter their rule monument. No one had ever been attacked by the thunder tribulation when they attained the Tao. That was because of the great wide world's Tao attainment method. It was completely different from Xianxia's Tao attainment method. However, only Qin Shujian knew. The thunder tribulation that Xianxia was transcending now was called the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. It was a tribulation that the powerhouses of the first, second, and third eras would encounter when they attained the Immortal Ascension. When the mighty power returns to one's body, it's equivalent to depriving the world of its power. To achieve this step, the first test is whether the physical body can bear the laws. The thunder tribulation is the second test. If you can't transcend the thunder tribulation, you'll die. Qin Shujian's gaze did not move, nor did he have any intention of interfering. Because of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, no one was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the heavens and earth would send down the thunder tribulation of the laws, wiping out everyone involved. Strictly speaking, the physical body bearing the laws and the mighty power returning to one's body was equivalent to a thief stealing the power of the world. Facing such a cultivator, normally, the world would directly send down the thunder tribulation and turn him into ashes. However, all living beings had a chance of survival, even the thief of the world. Therefore, the Immortal Ascension Tribulation appeared. Qin Shujian was not sure now whether Xianxia had a chance of transcending the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. However, in his opinion, Xianxia was the last person who had the hope of transcending the Immortal Ascension Tribulation among all the cultivators in the great wide world. What if even the other party failed? That would prove that the path of the third era was completely unsuitable for the current era. On the other side, Emperor Zhao's face was also solemn. He did not know about the existence of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, but he could understand how terrifying the Thunder Tribulation was. Emperor Qin, do you think Xianxia can transcend the Thunder Tribulation? The Immortal Ascension Tribulation is a test of the world, so there's naturally a chance of survival. Brother Xiao is extremely powerful, so he should be able to transcend it. Qin Shujian shook his head and gave an ambiguous answer. Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Emperor Zhao's expression changed slightly. That name was very unfamiliar to him. However, it was surprising that Qin Shujian knew about it. In the void, Xianxia was enduring the Thunder Tribulation. Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao retreated a distance to avoid being affected by the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, but they did not leave either. At the same time, in the four continents, all the races were terrified. All the Emperor-level perfected immortals had fallen. In the world, no other race could compete with the human race. No one knew. What would the human race plan to do next? Would they completely destroy all the races, or would they absorb all the races and imitate the actions of the ancient demon emperor and the ancient emperor of heaven? If it was the former, there was absolutely no way out for all the races. If it was the latter, there was a chance of survival. Because of this uneasy feeling, all the races were shrouded in fear. All the emperor-level perfected immortals of all the races have fallen, and the human race is now the strongest race. If the human race wants to destroy all the races, what should we do? Inside the Gold Eldar, Ji-Meng looked terrified. After all the Gold Eldar's powerful figures had fallen, he was the only Gold Eldar elder. In the main hall, other than him, only Gold Ling Huang was sitting on the main seat. Compared to Ji-Meng's fear, Gold Ling Huang's expression was much calmer. However, when one looked at him seriously, one could still see the fear in his eyes. After a while, Gold Ling Huang said slowly, the human race shouldn't completely destroy all the races since the emperor-level perfected immortals have fallen. In Ben Huang's opinion, the human race is most likely trying to imitate the ancient times. In the ancient times, the human race established the heavenly court and ruled all the races in the world. Now that the human race was the only one in the world, they already had the capital to establish the heavenly court. As for when they destroyed all the races, Gold Ling Huang was not too worried. Because the current four continents were already different from the previous four continents. Outside the world, there were void demons besieging them. They wanted to attack the world at all times and plunder the source of the upper-class world. And the mystic realms that the myriad races had were equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of the upper-class world. If the human race really wanted to exterminate them, then there would definitely be races who would shatter the mystic realms and let all the void demons in. When that time came, everyone would really die together. So, Gold Ling Huang was sure that the human race would not exterminate the myriad races. And as long as there was a glimmer of hope, the myriad races did not perish together with the human race. In this way, the greatest possibility for the human race was similar to establishing the ancient heavenly court to rule over the cultivators of the myriad races. Hearing this, Ji Meng's heart also relaxed a little. As long as they did not exterminate the myriad races. After all, no one wanted to die. It was naturally a good thing to have room for maneuver. The demon race. Xianxia had already proven his Tao and become an immortal, but there was no joy on his face. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. He had never expected that the human race would kill all the perfected immortals. But it had already happened, and there was no way to undo it. At this point, Xianxia finally understood what was going on. If the human race wants to rule the myriad races in the world, I'm afraid the demon race won't be able to stay out of it. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He had thought that after becoming an immortal, the demon race could officially participate in the competition of the world. In the end, before the competition even began, the myriad races in the world were wiped out by the human race. The current demon race. It was equivalent to a cultivator who had just cultivated and was preparing to go out and explore, but as soon as he went out, he met the top experts. That kind of sadness. Xianxia was the only one who could understand it. However, he was also clear in his heart. With the current power of the human race, it was impossible for the demon race to resist. Even if he had become an immortal, the result would be the same. If the human race could kill all the emperor-level perfected immortals of the myriad races, then he, the demon race's emperor, would not be a problem. Xianxia knew that he was not weak. But compared to the emperors of the human race, the difference was not ordinary. Boom boom boom, the lightning tribulation of heaven and earth continued. It had been 2 days since the immortal ascension tribulation descended. In these 2 days, Xiao Qingfeng was still fighting in the lightning tribulation. As strong as Xiao Qingfeng, who had not been injured much when facing the emperors in the battlefield, was now under the lightning tribulation. He was severely injured. But until now, there was no sign of the lightning tribulation weakening or stopping. The immortal ascension tribulation can last 3 days or 7 days if it is weak. It all depends on Xiao Qingfeng's luck. Qin Shujian shook his head secretly. For now, Xiao Qingfeng's situation was not good. But as the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haozong, he should have other means. Soon, another 2 days passed. At this time, Xiao Qingfeng was severely injured, but the power of the lightning tribulation was slowly weakening. Another day passed. The lightning tribulation dispersed. Between heaven and earth, rays of light fell, covering Xiao Qingfeng. Bathed in the rays of light, his damaged body recovered in an instant, and it began to undergo a powerful transformation. Passing the immortal ascension tribulation, there is a gift from heaven and earth. It seems that this era can also walk the same path as before. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was relieved. The rays of light fell. It was to help Xiao Qingfeng transform his immortal body. In other words, he had succeeded in passing the tribulation. To Qin Shujian, the path of the third era could be walked in this era, which was a good thing. Because the system of the third era would be more powerful. If he could walk in this era, he wanted to cultivate a group of experts. But just as this thought came to his mind, Qin Shujian was not ready to implement it yet. The rays of light lasted for half a day, and soon disappeared. The moment the rays of light disappeared, a vast power spread out, and instantly swept across the 4 continents. Then, the golden flowers and golden lotuses that symbolized the success of the Tao validation had appeared again. At this moment, the human race officially had the 4th true immortal. Xiao Qingfeng flew to Qin Shujian and Zhao Zhao, and cupped his hands to thank them. Thank you for your help, human emperors, for allowing me to succeed in the Tao validation. After that, he bowed deeply. He had to thank them for their help in becoming an immortal. If Qin Shujian and Zhao Huan did not help him, Xiao Qingfeng knew that he would not have succeeded in the face of the other human emperors. After straightening up, Xiao Qingfeng bowed to Qin Shujian alone again. This bow was to thank him again for enlightening him. If Qin Shujian did not tell him the path he wanted to walk, Xiao Qingfeng would not have known that the path he wanted to walk was the path of the physical body bearing the laws. Only when the physical body could bear the laws. Xiao Qingfeng finally understood. How big was the gap between people who had achieved immortal ascension this way and those who had achieved immortal ascension through the traditional path, although he had only taken a fragment of the laws and integrated it into his physical body. However, as long as he spent time, the broken laws could slowly open up a path for him. When that time came, his own strength would also become stronger as the rules became stronger. More importantly, after the great power returned to his body, the cultivator would not have any obvious shortcomings. Unlike other cultivators. If the law monument was damaged, his strength would also decline. If the law monument was broken, he would fall from the true immortal level. As for his current state, Xiao Qingfeng did not understand it very well. Right now, he needed some time to slowly familiarize himself with his own strength. Because it was a new path. Therefore, even if he had the memories of immortal Lord Haozong, it would not be of much help to Xiao Qingfeng now. Facing his big bow, Qin Shujian and Zhao Huang accepted it calmly. However, Zhao Huang was curious about. Xiao Qingfeng bowed twice to Qin Shujian. Of course, he did not ask about this curiosity. Instead, he smiled and said, Patriarch Xiao has achieved immortal ascension. The human race now officially has 4 true immortals. Congratulations. In Zhao Huang's opinion, Qin Shujian must have achieved immortal ascension. However, the immortal ascension path he took should be different from the traditional path. At first, he did not think about this. However, after seeing Xiao Qingfeng's unique way of achieving immortal ascension, Zhao Huang naturally thought about it. There was no vision of heaven and earth. It was because Qin Shujian did not take the ordinary path to immortal ascension. It was also because of this that he was able to catch the other emperors off guard and let the human race win. After that, Emperor Zhao looked at Qin Shujian and said in a deep voice, the emperors have all fallen. Emperor Qin, you must have expected this. What are you going to do next? In Zhao Huang's opinion, what should the human race do? Qin Shujian did not answer but asked a question instead. Hearing this, Zhao Huang shook his head. Ben Huang is only the emperor of the human race. Just like the ancient Emperor Xia, I only want the human race to prosper forever. As long as what you do is beneficial to the human race, Ben Huang will not oppose it. In other words, it was already very obvious. Xiao Qingfeng, who was on the side, did not say anything at this moment. Because the people who were talking, they were the 2 emperors of the human race. What they said would also determine the future of the human race. Although he had achieved immortal ascension, he was still below the emperor in terms of status. Or rather, no one in the human race could be on equal footing with the emperor of the human race. His gaze fell on Zhao Huang. Qin Shujian did not reply. Zhao Huang followed the rules of the human race. Just like what the other party said, his purpose was for the human race to prosper forever. This was true. At this moment, his face was solemn and he seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, Qin Shujian said slowly, a month later, Ben Huang will hold a meeting of the 10,000 races in the east city of the human race. At that time, all the emperors of the 10,000 races must come. Anyone who disobeys will be exterminated. P.S. I'm about to fall out of the top 3. Please vote for me. Support the original, Jidian Chinese Network, app Jidian Book, I'm really decent. A month later. East City of the Human Clan. The emperors of the various clans had to attend the meeting of the myriad clans. Otherwise, their clans would be exterminated. The news spread. The various clans received it immediately. Regarding this, many of the clans felt relieved for the time being. Since there was a meeting of the myriad clans, that proved that the humans would not directly destroy the myriad clans. In this way, the other clans would not be ruthless enough to perish together with the humans. After all, it was the inheritance of a clan. It had existed since the birth of heaven and earth. If they were really destroyed, not everyone could make up their minds. The meeting of the myriad clans. After receiving the news, Si Hanhai's expression was complicated. He knew The meeting of the myriad clans that Xianxia mentioned should be different from the previous two. In the previous two meetings of the myriad clans, the demons were not involved. But this time was different. Xianxia knew that the myriad clans that Xianxia mentioned included the demons. If the demons did not participate, even if he had some old ties with the humans, he would probably be destroyed by the humans. More importantly, the demons did not have a secret realm now, nor did they have any means to protect themselves. As for after breaking through to the perfected immortal realm, Xianxia already had the ability to open a secret realm, but he did not dare to do so now. Because the opening of a secret realm, it would definitely open a temporary gap in the barrier of heaven and earth. The demons of the void were now watching outside. If there was a problem with the barrier of heaven and earth, they would definitely be attracted in. Therefore, Xianxia did not have a way to open a secret realm for the time being. The meeting of the myriad clans. It seems that the humans really want to imitate the ancient emperor of heaven and open a new heavenly court. No, maybe it's not the humans who want to build a heavenly court, but that Emperor Qin. Xianxia's eyes were deep. Although he did not have much contact with Qin Shujian, he knew a lot about him. Soon, Xianxia put away his thoughts. He had just broken through to the perfected immortal realm and still needed to consolidate his realm. A month's time. It was also a good opportunity for him to consolidate his realm. Eastern continent. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian and Xiao Qingfeng sat opposite each other. Brother Xiao has officially stepped into the true immortal realm. His strength is probably already comparable to a fourth heaven immortal. Qin Shujian's gaze fell on him as if he wanted to see through him. With the physical body bearing the laws, Brother Xiao can be considered to have opened up a path that you can take in the Great Thousand Realms. In the future, when you reach the peak, you have a high chance of breaking through the laws. Qin Huang, you seem to be very familiar with the path that I am taking now? Xiao Qingfeng also had a curious look on his face. The path he had taken. No one should have walked through it before. However, looking at Qin Shujian's current situation, it seemed that Qin Shujian was very familiar with his path, even more familiar than himself. Qin Shujian said, Brother Xiao is not the only one who has walked the path of the physical body bearing the laws. There were people who walked it before Brother Xiao. However, most of those who walked this path failed. In other words, he had perished in the great calamity. After all, one would definitely encounter the immortal ascension tribulation once the physical body attained the Tao. How could the immortal ascension tribulation be so easy to overcome? You should know how powerful the immortal ascension tribulation is when you went through it, right? That thunder tribulation is called the immortal tribulation. Xiao Qingfeng understood in his heart. Originally, he did not know that he had to go through a tribulation to become an immortal, let alone that the tribulation that he was going through was called the immortal ascension tribulation. However, it was just as Qin Shujian had said. The immortal ascension tribulation was indeed powerful and terrifying. The power of that thunder tribulation was already comparable to that of a third heaven immortal. It was only because one's strength was strong enough that one could safely go through the thunder tribulation. If it were other heavenly beings, there would be no way for them to survive. Even in the ancient times, there were not many heavenly beings who could go through the immortal ascension tribulation. Among these heavenly beings, it was even more impossible to have the strength of a third heaven immortal while in the heavenly being stage. Therefore, Xiao Qingfeng was also somewhat skeptical about Qin Shujian's words. Perhaps there were people who had walked this path before him, but they had all perished in the immortal ascension tribulation. As for why Qin Shujian knew, it should have something to do with his opportunity. Everyone had secrets. Xiao Qingfeng was not too surprised by this. Since you know about it, then you should know about the path that I will walk in the future, right? I know a little. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he said, actually, the path that you are walking now has a unified name. It is called the sanctification of the physical body. The sanctification of the physical body means that the physical body carries the rules, allowing the mortal body to undergo a perfect transformation. After going through the immortal ascension tribulation, it is only the beginning of the sanctification of the physical body. When your rules are stronger, your physical body will be stronger as well. When it reaches the extreme, your physical body will become a sanctification. At that time, you will be affected by karma but not be affected by it, and you will be immortal even after going through thousands of tribulations. If you can do this, then you are truly qualified. Be affected by karma but not be affected by it, be immortal even after going through thousands of tribulations. Xiao Qingfeng's pupils suddenly shrank, and even his breathing slowed down by half a beat. 2 simple sentences. This caused him to be greatly shaken. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly realized that what Qin Shujian knew seemed to be different from what he had guessed. Even in the ancient times, there were people who walked the path of the sanctification of the physical body, but they were definitely not too strong. If there were really experts who had reached that step, it was impossible that there were no traces left behind. Similarly, if one had not reached that step, no one could say that one could be untainted by karma, or be immortal after going through thousands of tribulations. Because one had not reached that level. That was something that could never be understood. Sanctification of the physical body, is it really possible to reach that level? Xiao Qingfeng seemed to be asking himself, but also asking himself. He did not know if what Qin Shujian said was true or false, but he had a hunch. If it was really possible to reach that step, perhaps it would be above the rules that he had been searching for. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingfeng took a deep look at Qin Shujian. There were some things that did not need to be asked, it was enough for them to understand each other. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, when your physical body becomes a sanctification, you will naturally understand. After that, he also added in his heart, sanctification of the physical body naturally exists, but whether you can reach that step depends on yourself. Even in the third era, there were only a few supreme beings who could achieve sanctification of the physical body. One era. More than hundreds of millions of years. There were countless experts, but those who could really reach that step were like sand, being washed away by waves. These words Qin Shujian did not tell Xiao Qingfeng. Because sometimes, knowing too much was not necessarily a good thing. However, in his heart, he also had certain expectations for Xiao Qingfeng. After all, in the current era, the path of sanctification of the physical body had not appeared at all. The other party could comprehend it on his own. To a certain extent, his talent was already terrifyingly powerful. Such a person, it was very likely that he could reach the sanctification of the physical body. The topic stopped from the sanctification of the physical body. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly changed the topic. Now, except for the allies of the human clan, all the true immortals of the 10,000 races have fallen. In the 4 major continents, except for the Death Sea domain and Heavenly Abyss, there are no other forces that can stop the human clan. And those 2 places are equivalent to cages. Even if there are experts there, there is no way to get out. After that, Xiao Qingfeng took a sip of tea and moistened his throat. Then, he said seriously, after 1,000,000 years, the human clan has completely walked out of the haze of weakness. Emperor Qin must have a plan. Brother Xiao, what do you think Ben Huang should do? Establish the heavenly court and unify the 10,000 races. Xiao Qingfeng said word by word. In the current situation, the most appropriate thing for the human clan to do was to establish the heavenly court and unify the 10,000 races. In this way, the human clan would be able to integrate all the forces of the 10,000 races. In time, they would slowly erase the barriers and influence between the 10,000 races, and slowly make the human clan the leader. Under the subtle influence, the human clan would stand out from the 10,000 races and become a supreme being. Even, it was not impossible for the 10,000 races in the world to belong to the human clan. However, Xiao Qingfeng also knew that to reach that step, it was not something that could be done in a short time. The Emperor of Heaven had spent so many tens of thousands of years, but in the end, he did not really succeed. Qin Shujian wanted to achieve this step, and the time he spent would not be much less than the Emperor of Heaven. But the problem was, there was not much time left for the Great Thousand World. Not to mention tens of thousands of years. Not even hundreds of thousands of years. From Xiao Qingfeng's point of view, the human tribe only had a few decades of time left. A few decades of time. It was impossible to dilute the existence of the 10,000 races and make the human clan the leader. Even if the heavenly court was established, they could only use the power of the heavenly court to forcefully integrate the 10,000 races. But even so, it was already a good thing to be able to integrate the forces of the 10,000 races. Establish the heavenly court and unify the 10,000 races. Qin Shujian whispered to himself, and then smiled. The 10,000 races in the world have been in civil war for too long. Even if the 10,000 races battlefield is opened, it is only a buffer. Now that there are external threats such as the void demons and the demon abyss, if there are internal problems, it is almost impossible to fight against the great calamity. Internal injustice, how to pacify the external chaos, whether it was to deal with the void demons or the upcoming demon abyss, it was not something that could be done with scattered forces. Establish the heavenly court, unify the 10,000 races, this was the only way out for the 4 continents. Xiao Qingfeng could understand. Qin Shujian naturally understood too. 1 month was a buffer period for both sides. After all, many emperors had fallen, and it would take some time for the various races to have another emperor to succeed the throne. After the two chatted for a while, Xiao Qingfeng got up and left. The main purpose of his visit this time was to have a good chat with Qin Shujian about the path he had taken. Short name, Dao Discussion, from Qin Shujian's mouth. Xiao Qingfeng also got the information he wanted. To this, he had no other purpose. As for the heavenly court, Xiao Qingfeng did not want to interfere too much. Just like in the ancient times, he did not want to be the human emperor, nor did he want to be the emperor of heaven. He only wanted to find out where the peak of cultivation was. Embarking on the path of physical sanctification, Xiao Qingfeng already saw the opportunity to break through the limits of his previous life. After Xiao Qingfeng left, Qin Shujian transmitted a message, and then his mind entered the inner world. Outside the courtyard, Niu Dali, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up from his deep sleep. Before he could react, a sentence sounded in his ears. Ben Huang is going to be in seclusion for a while, and do not let anyone disturb him. If Ben Huang does not come out in a month, you have to come in and wake Ben Huang up. After digesting the message, Niu Dali's bull face was filled with distress. Qin Shujian was in seclusion and did not let anyone disturb him. This was not a difficult thing. But what really troubled him was, if Ben Huang did not come out in a month, he had to go and wake him up. A month was not a short time, but it was not a long time either. Niu Dali was also worried that he would accidentally fall asleep when he was sleeping. If he really overslept, he was sure that Qin Shujian would skin him alive if he did that. Sigh, I can't sleep properly again. A certain green bull sighed. If he could not oversleep, the easiest way was to not sleep. But for Niu Dali, not sleeping was as uncomfortable as killing him. Of course, if he had to choose between life and sleep, Niu Dali would still choose the former. After all, sleep was precious, but life was more precious. In the inner world, at this time, the spiritual energy was much thinner. That was because most of the spiritual energy had been consumed in the previous battle. If it was not for the existence of the dragon vein, even the inner world would be damaged. However, and because of the existence of the dragon vein, although the spiritual energy in the inner world was severely damaged, it was recovering bit by bit. The moment he entered the inner world, Qin Shujian went to take a look at Jianmu. Well, that giant tree had grown a little taller, but other than that, there were not many changes. He was not in a hurry. After all, it was not so easy to give birth to spiritual wisdom. Leaving Jianmu's range, Qin Shujian came to the original place where the dragon vein was born. Now the dragon vein was vast and had crossed the entire inner world. But no matter how powerful the dragon vein was, it had its origin. Similarly, the spiritual energy at the origin of the dragon vein was the richest. It seemed to have sensed Qin Shujian's arrival. There was a faint dragon roar coming from the ground, cheering and jumping. Immediately, Qin Shujian's thoughts moved, and the heaven list appeared in his hands. Until now, he suddenly remembered that the supreme treasure that recognized its master could also enter the inner world. So, Now Qin Shujian recalled the scene where he swallowed the spiritual vein, and there was an awkward look on his face. Fortunately, no one saw it at that time. He calmed himself down. Then the heaven list shook, and the flesh and blood of many emperors fell from it. Rumble, terrifying power was emitted from the flesh and blood. Then there was an angry roar coming from the flesh and blood, as if there was an indestructible powerhouse roaring inside. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. Even the dragon vein below was emitting a sense of fear. The flesh and blood of a true immortal, it contained an endless amount of energy. Even though the true immortal had already fallen, the natural residual power was still incomparably terrifying. A drop of blood. Suppressing an ordinary celestial was not a joke. A piece of a true immortal's flesh and blood was enough to kill an ordinary almighty. Moreover, the heaven list gathered the flesh and blood of dozens of true immortals. With such a vast amount of power piled up together, it was naturally terrifying to the extreme. The dragon vein had not grown to a certain extent yet. In the face of such power, one would feel fear. Destroy. Qin Shujian's gaze turned cold, and he directly pressed out with his palm. Instantly, all the roars were forcefully extinguished by him. Even the power that spread out from the flesh and blood of a true immortal was suppressed. When you were alive, Ben Huang could kill all of you, let alone just some flesh and blood. How dare you try to overturn the heavens? Qin Shujian sneered. He could kill a living true immortal at will. What was there to be afraid of with some true immortal flesh and blood, after suppressing the flesh and blood? Soon, his mind was integrated with the power of heaven and earth. Then, Qin Shujian transformed into the ruler of heaven and earth. A terrifying power came from the void, and then it included all the flesh and blood. Not long after, wisps of mysterious energy were being extracted from the flesh and blood that were being wrapped up. As the mysterious power was extracted, the mother river that spanned across the sky also trembled slightly. The river water rose and fell. It was as if something was being born. After an unknown amount of time, the river water shook and forked, and a small tributary appeared. Then, the tributary that was only 1 foot wide and 2 feet long grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, it had already become 2 feet wide and 5 feet long. Moreover, it did not stop. Just as the tributary was growing, a new tributary was opened up in the mother river. Behind, tributary after tributary was opened up. The entire heaven and earth expanded crazily. And while Qin Shujian was refining the power of the flesh and blood, the blood that flowed down kept dripping onto the ground and was absorbed by the dragon vein below. Roar. The dragon roar that shook heaven and earth resounded. The dragon vein also expanded along with the heaven and earth on its original foundation. At this moment, new rules were being born. The heaven and earth were expanding. The dragon vein was extending. At the same time, Qin Shujian's own power was also steadily increasing. But he did not care so much now. All his attention was on the flesh and blood of the true immortals, constantly controlling the power of heaven and earth to refine it. If he wanted to increase the rules of his inner world, the fastest way was to seize the rule monument. But the problem was, he had killed so many true immortals before, but he did not see anyone leave behind the rule monument. Therefore, Qin Shujian could only find a compromise. The flesh and blood of a true immortal had been tempered by the power of the rules. Otherwise, there was no way to transform into an immortal body. Similarly, because of the power of the rules, all the flesh and blood of a true immortal contained the power of the rules. It was just a matter of how strong or weak it was. Although there was no way to be like a physical sage, where the body was equivalent to the rules, it was still contaminated with a lot of the power of the rules. So, as long as he refined the flesh and blood of a true immortal, Qin Shujian could extract the weak power of the rules from it. For the inner world, it did not need a complete set of rules. As long as there was enough power to breed a seed of rules, that would be enough. This was also why Qin Shujian would collect the flesh and blood of a true immortal. But unfortunately, There were more than 50 true immortals, and he only collected the flesh and blood of 40 true immortals. The remaining few true immortals basically died in the hands of Emperor Zhao and Xianxia. In addition to the tragic battle at that time, Qin Shujian did not have extra time to snatch the flesh and blood of other true immortals. However, the flesh and blood of true immortals that he had collected was enough for him. The refining time passed very quickly. Qin Shujian was already completely immersed in it. Another long period of time passed. The mother stream of rules became even more vast, and the power that it emitted also became stronger. At the same time, many tributaries had been opened in the mother stream. Among them, the largest tributary was already 50 to 60 feet wide and hundreds of feet long, completely exceeding the original 5 rules. After the last bit of flesh and blood was refined, the expansion of heaven and earth gradually stopped. His mind left the core of heaven and earth and reappeared in the inner world. All of a sudden, the situation of the entire inner world poured into Qin Shujian's mind. Heaven and earth has expanded by 50 million miles. Although there is still no way to compare with the great wide world, it is already half the size of Baiyun Mansion. More importantly, the original 5 rules of heaven and earth have increased to 48. A smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. The more rules of heaven and earth there were, the more perfect heaven and earth would be. The perfection of heaven and earth. It also proved that there would be fewer loopholes, and the operation would be more perfect. His power would also become stronger. When the inner world was just born, it was just a small world. Then, it should be at the middle stage of the small world now. In other words, his cultivation base had already advanced once again from its original level. Although it was just a step forward, Qin Shujian was already very satisfied. Because when the small world was just born, his strength had already reached the level of a 4th level immortal. Now that the small world had entered the middle stage, his strength had also reached the level of a 5th level immortal. As long as he broke through the medium world, his strength would naturally enter the ranks of the upper 3 levels of true immortals. As for what stage of strength he was at, Qin Shujian could only judge based on his inner world. Because the path he walked was a new path that he opened up himself, there was not much to learn about the limits of his strength and realm. It is said that there are 3,000 rules in heaven and earth. In fact, there are far more than that. If I want to rely on myself to comprehend them one by one, it will take too long. The best way is to give birth to living beings in heaven and earth. Then, the living beings of heaven and earth will have an epiphany on their own. From then on, suitable rules will be born from heaven and earth. Qin Shujian's thoughts were running wild. Swallowing more than 40 emperor's rules only allowed him to break through a small level in the end. Such an increase. In fact, it was not considered small. After all, the strongest emperor was only at the level of a 1st level immortal. The power of more than 40 1st level immortals was probably not comparable to that of a 5th level immortal. Therefore, to be able to transform from a 4th level immortal to a 5th level immortal, his strength had increased by a lot. However, the problem that the great wide world was facing now was not something that a 5th level immortal could solve. In fact, even a true immortal of the upper 3 levels could not do anything. Dao fruit. Even if I don't use the Dao fruit, I need to at least be at the half-step Dao fruit realm. Qin Shujian set a small goal for himself. Before the arrival of the demon abyss, his strength had to be at the half-step Dao fruit realm. When dealing with the void demons, his strength had to reach the level of an upper 3 levels true immortal. The former, he gave himself 30 years. As for the latter, he only gave himself 10 to 20 years. It could be said that this time was very tight. However, Qin Shujian had the memories of the 3rd era after all, so he had some confidence in his heart. Not long after, Qin Shujian retreated from his inner world. When his divine thought returned to his physical body, a powerful force surged out of his body. However, this force emerged. It only appeared in his physical body and did not cause any power to spread. Because after the development of his inner world, Qin Shujian's physical body had reached a perfect level. In other words, it was returning to his original state. At this level, as long as he did not deliberately reveal his strength, no one would be able to see through it. Unless, it was an existence on the same level as Qin Shujian's life source. In other words, it required at least a Dao fruit realm expert. He simply pinched his fingers. Qin Shujian knew how much time he had spent. There are still about 10 days before the meeting of the myriad races. That should be enough. Then, he took out the communication jade talisman that had been vibrating for a long time from the heaven list. Originally, the communication jade talisman had been ringing, but Qin Shujian was too lazy to pay attention to it. Now, the human race was the dominant race in the 4 continents. Even if something really happened, it would not be too big of a deal. With Emperor Zhao and the others, it was enough to completely deal with the matter. Until now, when his matter was almost settled, Qin Shujian had the time to care about other things. In an instant. Then, he read the information inside. The matter was similar to what Qin Shujian had guessed. It was all about the 10,000 races battlefield. Many races joined forces to attack the human race. As for what happened later, the other races wanted to take advantage of the human race. Some of the neutral races directly attacked and joined forces with the human race alliance army to destroy all the enemy forces. The matter was not big. Qin Shujian did not pay too much attention to it. It was just that the communication jade talisman reminded him of the 10,000 races battlefield. The 10,000 races battlefield exists only to buffer the conflicts between the races. There is no need for it to exist now. The emperors had fallen. There was no need for the 10,000 races battlefield to exist. In just a few years, since the opening of the 10,000 races battlefield, countless creatures had fallen there. At this moment, Qin Shujian could already sense that the divine weapon he had personally forged had become extremely powerful. Even the current heaven list, compared to the 10,000 tribes battlefield, it was still inferior. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian sat in his original position without moving at all. 2 hours later, he finally snapped out of his thoughts. Ask Xingfang and the others to come and see Ben Huang. Qin Shujian turned his gaze towards the courtyard. There was a green ox standing there like a guard. Surprisingly, Niu Dali did not sleep. He was also curious. But he did not think too much and directly sent a message over. Outside the courtyard, Niu Dali's calm face froze for a moment. Then, he transformed into a human and walked down the mountain. Half a day later, there were already many people in the courtyard. Among them were Xingfang, Su Yuanming, and other elders of the Yuan sect. There were also Zhang Ergu and other members of the Cold Mountain village. Something worth mentioning was, after awakening the memories of the Third Era, Qin Shujian already understood the existence of Zhang Ergu and the others. Just like other creatures that were born in heaven and earth. Zhang Ergu and the others. They were also creatures that were born in heaven and earth. But the difference was, because of the rules of heaven and earth, Zhang Ergu and the others had absolute loyalty to him. Such loyalty. As long as the great wide world was not destroyed, there would basically be no changes, let alone thoughts of betrayal. Although it seemed unreasonable, it was the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of the great wide world were like this. Everything had to operate according to the rules. Any existence that went against the rules, either they had surpassed the rules or they were destroyed by the rules. But, there were only 8 people left in the original Cold Mountain village. The rest had all died in several battles. In addition to the elders of the various branches, there were a total of 37 people in the courtyard. Emperor Qin. 37 people bowed. Their voices were orderly and powerful. Dispense with the formalities. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Everyone stood up. Their expressions remained calm. They were puzzled as to why Qin Shujian had asked them to come here at this time. However, no one asked too much. Looking at the people in front of him, Qin Shujian said slowly, Ben Huang began in Cold Mountain Village. Everyone here has paid a lot to be able to reach today's level. Strictly speaking, you are all Ben Huang's trusted subordinates. As one of us, Ben Huang will never treat you unfairly. As soon as he finished speaking, The scene was still quiet. Only a portion of the people had a hint of excitement on their faces. At this point, anyone who didn't know the purpose of this visit would be a fool. Qin Shujian said, in Ben Huang's opinion, naturally, I hope that you can become immortals. In the future tribulation, only true immortals are qualified to have enough say. Now, there are 3 paths in front of you. The first is the traditional path, which is to cultivate the heaven and earth Tao seeking scripture and break through to true immortal in the ordinary way. The second is the path of physical sanctification. Ben Huang can teach you supreme techniques so that you can break through to true immortal. The third is the path of heaven and earth. Which path do you want to take? You can tell me. Ben Huang will fulfill your wishes. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. True immortal, for the people present, this was an extremely distant matter. Because until now, no heavenly being had been born among them. But what Qin Shujian said, it made them feel as if they were very close to true immortal. Everyone could understand that the choice they made next might determine their future. Immediately, Su Yuanming cupped his hands and said, Emperor Qin, what are the differences between the 3 paths? The first path is the simplest, but after becoming immortal, one's strength is also the weakest. The second path is more difficult, but one's strength is also extremely strong. Xiao Qingfeng is walking the path of physical sanctification. When one becomes immortal on this path, there will be an immortal tribulation. Without the strength of a heavenly being, one will die under the thunder tribulation. As for the third path, that is the path Ben Huang is walking. Compared to the first 2 paths, it is more difficult, but it is also the most powerful. Qin Shujian explained. He was not modest at all, and directly classified the path he was walking as the most powerful. However, this was indeed the truth. In the same realm, Xiao Qingfeng was not his opponent at all. After the explanation, Qin Shujian paused and added, becoming an immortal is not child's play. Once you make a decision, it will be hard to go back on it. Although there are ways to become an immortal that will make you more powerful, the difficulty will also increase correspondingly. So, don't be greedy for the powerful way to break through. If you make the wrong choice and can't even become immortal, then you will be a laughingstock. Qin Shujian also did not want some people to deliberately pursue the impossible path for the sake of strength. If that was really the case, it was equivalent to harming oneself. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Qin Shujian's words were clear enough. And it was also an extremely important matter that concerned whether one could become immortal in the future. Qin Emperor, I want to walk the path of becoming immortal with my physical body. Test Jianfeng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Many people looked at him strangely. To this, Test Jianfeng's expression did not change. I am confident that my talent is not weak, but it is still far from being comparable to Qin Emperor. I think the path of becoming immortal with my physical body might be suitable for me. He did not want the traditional path of becoming an immortal, because the fall of the emperors showed him the weakness of this path. But Test Jianfeng was not confident in the path Qin Shujian was walking. So, only the path of becoming immortal with his physical body was suitable for him. Have you made your decision? I have made my decision. Qin Emperor, please bestow the technique. Test Jianfeng bowed. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then, he raised his right hand. A dense light shot out from his index finger, and entered between Test Jianfeng's eyebrows. Instantly, Test Jianfeng's body trembled. He instinctively closed his eyes, and stood there without moving. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again, digesting the extra memories in his mind. Qin Shujian said, what Ben Huang taught you is called the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. Every breakthrough requires the body to be tempered by the thunder tribulation, which will transform the body into the Purple Heaven Divine Body. This divine body has endless mysteries, which will make the cultivator stronger. When you reach the complete celestial being realm, your body will be able to bear the rules, and step onto the path of becoming immortal with your physical body. And because you need to go through the tribulation at every stage, your chances of success will increase a lot when you go through the immortal tribulation. This technique, it came from Qin Shujian's memory of the Third Era. It was an extremely powerful technique. Hearing this, Test Jianfeng bowed again. Thank you, Qin Emperor, for bestowing the technique. You can leave now. Qin Shujian waved his hand, then looked at the others who had not made their decision. He said, everyone who wants to take the first path can leave now. After that, many people looked at each other, then cupped their hands and left. These people. They did not have the confidence to walk the path of becoming immortal with their physical body. Because when Xiao Qingfeng went through the immortal tribulation, they also felt the terrifying power emanating from it. That kind of power. It had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not stop them. Soon, the 30 or so people in the courtyard had been reduced to 13. P.S. Please vote. Among the 13 people. Among them were Su Yuanming and other elders, Zhang Ergu and other original members, and the last disciple, Ningbo. When Qin Shujian looked at Ningbo again, he found his fortune had grown even stronger. Seeing Ningbo's luck, Qin Shujian also understood why he dared to stay. After all, he had only been cultivating for a few years, and he had already broken through to the god martial arts realm. In addition to the opportunity, talent was also very important. Is anyone willing to walk the path of deriving heaven and earth? Qin Shujian looked at the remaining 13 people and asked calmly. Hearing that, no one answered. Just as he was about to speak again, Zhang Ergu staggered and took a step forward. You want to walk the path of deriving heaven and earth? Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhang Ergu felt a little tired. He wanted to say that he just accidentally took a step forward. But now, in front of so many people, it didn't seem good to back out. Suddenly, Zhang Ergu made up his mind and bowed. Emperor Qin, please bestow the method. Wasn't it just deriving heaven and earth? Who was afraid of who? His talent was not bad. He had broken through to the god martial arts realm so quickly, leaving 99.9% of the people in the human clan far behind. Thinking of that, Zhang Ergu felt a lot more confident. The more difficult it was. Brother Go was destined to become an expert. Qin Shujian didn't waste any time and directly injected the Guiyuan ancestral canon into Zhang Ergu's mind. It was different from the previous versions of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. This time, he imparted the complete version of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. In fact, any cultivation method, no matter how complete it was, stopped at the celestial being level. As long as the foundation was laid. As for how far he could go in the future, it would all depend on his own perception. After Zhang Ergu walked out, Ningbo also took a step forward and bowed. I am also willing to practice the method of deriving heaven and earth. Master, please bestow the method. All right. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shujian passed the complete version of the ancestral scripture to him. Until then, the remaining 11 people all wanted to walk the path of sanctification through their physical bodies. Qin Shujian did not waste any time and directly imparted the purple heaven divine thunder scripture to him. After doing these things, he looked at the crowd and said calmly, the spells that Ben Huang taught are not to be spread without permission. Otherwise, you will be executed. We understand. Everyone nodded. Naturally, such a powerful method could not be made known to everyone. Even if Qin Shujian didn't mention it. Without permission, they didn't dare to spread the news. Qin Shujian waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Not long after, he was the only one left in the courtyard. The two of them walked the path of heaven and earth derivation. Ningyu should have a chance to succeed. As for Ergu, it's hard to say. Qin Shujian had a strange look on his face. To be honest, he didn't think highly of Zhang Ergu. The other party came to join in the fun and wanted to walk the path of the evolution of heaven and earth. In fact, Qin Shujian wanted to refuse. However, the other party chose his own path, so he couldn't refuse anything. Excluding the two who walked the path of the evolution of heaven and earth, the remaining 12 people walked the path of sanctification through their physical bodies. 12 people. Qin Shujian thought highly of them. The other party dared to stay because he had the confidence. In addition, the purple heaven divine thunder scripture was a supreme technique. Although it was difficult to cultivate, the progress after mastering it was incomparable to other techniques. In his opinion, at least half of the 12 people had a chance of passing the immortal ascension tribulation. Such a success rate was already very high. Because the cultivators who walked the path of sanctification through their physical bodies were destined to be strong in the future. Now the emperors had fallen. There were no new true immortals born in the various clans. Qin Shujian could only cultivate a group of people himself. As for the fall of the emperors, Qin Shujian didn't care too much. If they died, then so be it. If they were so weak, they would probably become food for the demons of the void and the demon abyss in the future. Therefore, whether the emperors died or not, Qin Shujian didn't think it would be of much use. After obtaining the complete Guiyuan ancestral canon, Zhang Ergu walked toward his residence, cursing along the way, "Old Qian, did you push me just now? Otherwise, why would I take that step forward? Dog, you have to be honest." "I didn't do anything. You moved yourself. Don't blame me." The bow of heaven and earth complained loudly, "You know, Emperor Qin is right. There. How would I dare to do anything? Who in the world can do anything in front of Emperor Qin?" That was true. Zhang Ergu nodded to himself. Emperor Qin was the most powerful person in the world. Who could do anything in front of him? Was I really absent-minded just now? He couldn't help but doubt himself. Soon, Zhang Ergu wailed again. I took a look at the cultivation method of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. I need to devour a lot of treasures to open up powerful acupoints in my body. I don't have so many treasures now. Are you stupid? If you don't have them, can't you find them? The 4 continents are so big. Although resources aren't everywhere, there are definitely a lot. Moreover, the East continent is growing rapidly. Almost every once in a while, a new area will be born. Those new areas are full of treasures. As long as you're willing to work hard, it won't be a problem to find treasures. The bow of heaven and earth encouraged him. Zhang Ergu felt a little better when he heard that. Although he hadn't really started to cultivate the complete version of the Guiyuan ancestral canon, he could tell from the memories in his mind that the mysteries of the Guiyuan ancestral canon were not something that the Heaven and Earth Tao-Seeking Sutra could compare to. Time passed slowly. Soon, the 1 month that Qin Shujian had given him had passed. In the human territory, Huazhan once again became the receptionist. However, the difference was that other than Huazhan, there were still other cultivators who came this time. As for the emperors of the various races, at this moment, when they entered the human territory, they all consciously descended from the void and walked to the East City. Today was different from the past. Everyone could understand that this meeting of the 10,000 races would decide the situation of the 10,000 races. And the decision-maker was the human race. Or to be more direct, the human race's Emperor Qin. In the past, the 10,000 races were on equal footing. But now, everyone understood that the various races had already lowered their heads in front of the human race. Under the eaves, one had to lower their heads. Even if it was an alien race. It was the same. A person walked forward slowly. Every step he took seemed small, but thousands of mountains were compressed under his feet. Not long after, he arrived in front of the East City Gate. When Huazhan saw this, he immediately went forward and said with a smile, "Dog Emperor, you're here. Sorry for not welcoming you. East City Lord, you're too kind." The Dog Emperor smiled and also cupped his hands. Although he was a perfected immortal, he did not ignore Huazhan's existence. There was no other reason. Just because the other party was a human cultivator and was in charge of such an important position in the East City, it was already enough to show that his status was not low. Soon, Huazhan asked someone to lead the Dog Emperor in. Not long after, other emperors arrived. In the venue in the city, the seats of the emperors did not change. But it was different from last time. Most of the emperors who came this time had solemn expressions. No one spoke. Only the Dog Emperor and the other human allies were more relaxed. I made the right bet. The Dog Emperor could only sigh in his heart. A few years ago, When Qin Shujian went to the nine-headed dog clan to seek an alliance, he hesitated, but in the end, he chose to take a gamble. Now that the human race had destroyed the emperors of the 10,000 races and officially ruled the 4 great continents. And judging from the power in front of him, there was a high chance that the heavenly court would be established like the ancient times. The nine-headed dog clan was an ally of the human race. And it was an ally from the beginning. The dog emperor believed that the nine-headed dog clan would definitely have a lot of benefits. Even if there were no benefits. But if he wanted to continue the legacy and give birth to experts in the future, it would not be difficult. Compared to the uncertain fate of the other races, the dog emperor was already very satisfied. At this moment, he saw a figure in the corner of his eyes. He immediately turned his head and smiled while cupping his hands. Demon Emperor, you came a little late. Haha, I was not as fast as you. The Demon Emperor laughed heartily. Then he cupped his hands from afar and sat down in his seat. After sitting down, the Demon Emperor's smile faded a little. The situation in the 4 great continents changed so quickly that he was caught off guard. The originally stable situation suddenly became dominated by the human race, while the other races gradually declined. Although the demon race was now an ally of the human race. But in his heart, the Demon Emperor did not want to see the current situation. However, whether he wanted to or not was one thing, but how he did it was another. Even now, he, the Demon Emperor, was only a half-immortal. He had not even stepped into the true immortal realm. Not to mention, even if he was a true immortal, facing the 2 human emperors of the human race, he could not do much. The current demon race could only go with the flow. Not to mention, in the Demon Emperor's opinion, the other races were the same. The strength of the human race had reached an uncontrollable point. Unless a race was ruthless enough to break the barrier of heaven and earth. But then, everyone would really die together. They had not really reached a dead end. No one dared to make such a decision. Therefore, the direction of the demon race in the future would have to depend on the mood of the human race. Soon. Then, another ruler arrived. After the death of the previous bloodling Huang, the Blood Eldar this time was a 9th-level celestial being who took over the position of emperor. From this, it could be seen that the Blood Eldar was indeed terrifyingly weak. Not to mention the Nirvana realm and the half-immortal realm. Even a 10th-level celestial being expert could not take it out. In the end, they had no choice but to let a 9th-level celestial being take over the position of emperor. It was also at this moment. A young man who seemed to be in the darkness slowly walked in from outside. All the emperors present turned their heads to look at the young man. Immediately after, many emperors' pupils contracted. Blood demon, Xianxia. If it was in the past, when they saw Xianxia appear, the emperors of the various races would have already attacked. But now, many emperors looked at Xianxia coldly, but no one dared to say anything. It was very simple. Because the blood demon in front of them was already a true immortal expert. As for the emperors of the other races, those who had a grudge against the demon race did not have a true immortal overseeing them. In other words, if they really fought, the one who would die might not be Xianxia, but them. Besides, now that the East City was the territory of the human race, no one dared to act recklessly without the permission of the human emperor. Xianxia glanced at the other emperors indifferently, then sat down in the seat that belonged to the demon race. From the beginning to the end, he did not take the emperor's presence seriously. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, the only ones who could be taken seriously by this demon emperor were the few true immortals of the human race. Besides that, the other races, even the true immortals of the dog emperor and the other big races, were not taken seriously by Xianxia. After the arrival of the demon race, the atmosphere in the venue became even more solemn. Half a day later, almost all the emperors of the various races had arrived. It was also at this moment. Another person stepped in from outside. After seeing his appearance, all the emperors were stunned, and then they could not help but stand up. Emperor Zhao. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Ben Huang is only participating in the meeting this time. Emperor Zhao smiled slightly and then sat down in the seat of the human race. After sitting down, he just closed his eyes and rested, as if he did not care about everything around him. As for the other emperors, their eyes were flickering. Emperor Zhao was here. It had to be said that this was a big deal. In the past 2 meetings of the myriad races, Emperor Zhao did not personally appear. They were all presided over by Emperor Qin. But now, the other party had suddenly arrived and sat at the side of the table. Instantly, someone's gaze fell on the main seat of the venue. He already understood in his heart. Even Emperor Zhao could only sit on the side. Then, who could sit on the main seat? The answer was obvious. It was also at this moment. The destiny of the human race was vast and mighty. Qin Shujian stepped on the air and arrived. When he appeared in the venue, a terrifying aura spread out invisibly and covered the entire East City. In front of this aura, the hearts of the emperors of the myriad races trembled. Immediately, all the emperors stood up at the same time. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Everyone, please sit down. Thank you, Emperor Qin. The emperors took their seats. Qin Shujian sat upright on the main seat. His expression was as calm as before. However, the difference was that there was a faint pressure spreading from his body at this moment, causing the hearts of the emperors present to tighten. Qin Shujian did not say anything. Instead, he swept his gaze across the emperors one by one. After a moment, he said calmly, Ben Huang said that the emperors of the various races must come to the East City to participate in the meeting of the myriad races. However, no emperor from the ancient Buddha clan has come. This is already a provocation to Ben Huang. How do you think we should deal with this matter? When the emperors heard this, their expressions changed slightly, but no one dared to answer without permission. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The ancient Buddha clan disobeyed the Qin emperor's order. They should be destroyed. The person who spoke was Xianxia. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said calmly, the demon emperor is right. The ancient Buddha clan should be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth again. I said that the ancient Buddha clan should be destroyed. His voice was not loud. However, it contained an endless amount of power. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha clan members in a certain mountain range were instantly crushed into powder by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, the ancient Buddha clan's luck dissipated. The emperors of the various races also received the feedback of the luck immediately. Boom! Knowing that the ancient Buddha clan was really destroyed by Qin Shujian's words, the emperors looked at Qin Shujian with horror in their eyes. Destroyed, the ancient Buddha clan was really destroyed. The other party only said a few words, and the entire ancient Buddha clan was destroyed. Compared to the human clan's large-scale attack on the ancient Buddha clan and then directly destroying the ancient Buddha clan with tyrannical means, the means used by Qin Shujian in front of them were even more terrifying. The more mysterious and strange the means were, the more terrifying it was. Especially someone like Qin Shujian, who could destroy a clan with just a few words. Did that not mean that as long as he wanted, the other clans could be destroyed without any effort? Words are the law. Although Emperor Zhao's face was calm, there was also a faint solemnity. Such a method. He had already seen it in the battlefield of rules. Even so, he was still shocked when he saw it again this time. To a certain extent, words were the law. It was really unreasonable. The Zhao Emperor had only heard of the verbal law, but he had never truly comprehended it. The destruction of the ancient Buddha clan. It directly raised the atmosphere of the venue to an extremely solemn level. Qin Shujian's expression did not change much. Then, he said in a clear voice, I believe that everyone knows very well that not long ago, a demon emperor was reborn in the great wide world. In the end, he fell in heavenly abyss. Then, the evil demon clan attacked the barrier of heaven and earth. In addition, the demon abyss is approaching. Perhaps in another 30 to 50 years, it will collide with the great wide world. Although the great wide world seems to be calm, it is actually full of danger. If we are not careful, we will be completely destroyed. In ancient times, when the great tribulation of the demon abyss came, the heavenly court resisted it, and many true immortals of the upper 3 levels took action. In the end, the Emperor of Heaven sacrificed himself to shatter heaven and earth, cutting off the possibility of the demon abyss destroying the great wide world. However, it has been 1,000,000 years since the Emperor of Heaven shattered heaven and earth and saved all living beings in heaven and earth. For 1,000,000 years, the demon abyss has been approaching heaven and earth step by step. The great tribulation that ended the ancient times is about to descend in front of us. In the venue, the emperors were silent. Only Qin Shujian's voice reverberated. The other parties' words were different from each other's view. There was no need to debate whether the Emperor of Heaven had saved the great wide world in the past. If Qin Shujian wanted to clear the name of the Emperor of Heaven, then he would clear the name of the Emperor of Heaven. After all, the matter of the heavenly court. It was just an excuse for the myriad races to attack the human race in the past. Now that the human race was powerful, it was impossible for the myriad races to attack the human race again. Therefore, there was no need for this excuse to exist. In other words, if the 10,000 races had the strength to attack the human clan, they could easily come up with hundreds of excuses to attack the human clan. To put it bluntly, any excuse was built on the basis of strength. In the great wide world, strength was the most important. Or else, the person who was speaking there now would not be a human. Qin Shujian said, "If you want to resist foreign forces, you have to settle internal affairs. This has existed since ancient times. The reason for the glory of the ancient times was that there was the heavenly court controlling it. The myriad races worked together to resist foreign enemies and did not have too many internal disputes. Now that the myriad races are facing a calamity, if the great wide world wants to survive the calamity, we can only work together to have a chance." Therefore at this point, Qin Shujian deliberately paused and looked at the emperors. Under everyone's solemn expressions, he said the latter half of his sentence. Ben Huang has decided to establish the heavenly court again to rule the myriad races of the world. Only by integrating the power of the great wide world can we have a chance to deal with the great calamity. However, Ben Huang also understands that the establishment of the heavenly court is not decided by me alone. The main purpose of this meeting of the myriad races is because of this matter. As he spoke, Qin Shujian suddenly smiled and said, "I wonder who among you is in favor of the establishment of the heavenly court, and who is against it? Who agrees, who opposes?" Many rulers looked at each other and saw the gloomy expression in each other's eyes. Establishing the heavenly court and ruling the myriad races, this was not good news for the myriad races. Nevertheless, no matter how dissatisfied they were, no one would jump out to object at this moment. Just as the other rulers were silent, Emperor Zhao smiled and said, "It's naturally a good thing to establish the heavenly court. Only by working together can we resist the great calamity. The human race agrees to establish the heavenly court." F***CKU. The other rulers cursed in their hearts. What do you mean by the human race agreeing to establish the heavenly court? So the one who will be the Emperor of Heaven won't be the human race, right? If the human race didn't establish the heavenly court, they were almost certain that the Zhao Emperor would be the first to object. However, although the rulers of the various races were cursing in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. They couldn't afford to offend the human race now. However, they didn't want the heavenly court to be established, so they could only remain silent. As soon as Emperor Zhao finished speaking, the dog emperor also smiled. Emperor Zhao is right. The nine-headed dog clan agrees to establish the heavenly court. Establishing the heavenly court, it was also a good thing for him. Perhaps after the heavenly court was established, he would be able to obtain a good position. After all, the heavenly court wasn't just an emperor of heaven. Other than the Emperor of Heaven, there were also other positions in the heavenly court. As soon as the Dog Emperor finished speaking, the Black Emperor and the Soul Protection Emperor also nodded in agreement. While the emperors of the various races were silent, the allies and vassal races of the human race had already taken the lead to respond. The indifference on Si Hanhai's face disappeared, and he said with a faint smile, "As one of the 10,000 races, the demon race naturally hopes that the great wide world can survive this great calamity. The establishment of the heavenly court is indeed more beneficial than harmful. Therefore, the demon race also agrees to establish the heavenly court." Very good. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the demon emperor and asked calmly, "Do you have any different ideas, demon emperor?" Or do the demon race not agree to establish the heavenly court? You're exaggerating, Emperor Qin. The demon emperor forced a smile. Among the many allies of the human race, the demon race was probably the most fragile. Before he became the demon emperor, he had to rely on the human race to have a chance to seize the position of the demon emperor. However, after becoming the demon emperor and looking at the problem from the perspective of the demon race, the human race also became the target of suppression. It was just that the demon race was weak and there was no possibility of suppressing the human race. In addition to the original alliance agreement, the demon emperor had no choice but to agree to the alliance with the human race. Now that Qin Shijian's gaze was on him, he also felt a great deal of pressure. In the end, the demon emperor could only bite the bullet and reply, "The demon race agrees to establish the heavenly court." After saying that, only then did he realize that Qin Shijian had shifted his gaze away from him. Instantly, the demon emperor felt regretful again. He had miscalculated, his hesitation just now had already offended the human race. Since he could not stop the human race no matter what, why didn't he agree to it faster just now? Why did he have to wait until Qin Shijian questioned him before he reluctantly spoke? Thinking of this, the demon emperor felt even more regretful. However, what was done could not be undone. No matter how much he regretted it, there was no possibility of turning it back. Now, he could only hope that the demon race would agree to establish the heavenly court, as well as the original alliance agreement. Qin Shijian would not hold a grudge against the demon race. Otherwise, the demon race's future would be difficult. After the demon emperor agreed, some of the clans who had originally wanted to join the human race also spoke up at this moment. Things had come to this point. Half of the emperors of the various clans in the venue had already agreed. The rest. They also understood that the establishment of the heavenly court was the general trend, and there was no way to object. At this point, the emperors of the various clans had already agreed to establish the heavenly court. After the last emperor nodded in agreement, Qin Shijian smiled completely. Since everyone has agreed to establish the heavenly court, Ben Huang will officially create the god list. 3 months later, the emperors of the various clans will come again. At that time, the heavenly court will be established, and the emperors will be conferred as gods. At the end, Qin Shijian's expression had already turned solemn. The establishment of the heavenly court, the emperors will be conferred as gods. The moment he finished speaking, the world rumbled as if it was responding to his words. At the same time, the emperors of the various clans were all shocked. From Qin Shijian's words, they felt endless pressure. That kind of pressure. It was not just the pressure of the aura, but the pressure that came from the world. In front of this pressure, the emperor's expressions could not help but become solemn. "Yes, sir." The emperor stood up and bowed. When they straightened up again, Qin Shijian had already disappeared from the main seat. Seeing this, the emperors did not say anything else. They turned around and left the East City. The establishment of the heavenly court, the emperor's investiture. Emperor Zhao recalled what Qin Shijian had said just now, and there was some doubt on his face. He naturally knew about the heavenly court. After all, he had received the legacy of the heavenly court, so how could he not know about the ancient heavenly court? However, Emperor Zhao knew about the existence of the heavenly court, but he had never heard of the words investiture. He had a premonition. When the emperors were investiture, there would probably be some changes that they did not know about. The secrets of Emperor Qin are much more powerful than I imagined. Emperor Zhao thought to himself. He could no longer see through Qin Shijian. Fortunately, the other party was concerned about the human race. Otherwise, it would not only be a disaster for the myriad clans, but also for the human race. He shook his head. Emperor Zhao left in the sky. In the imperial city of Zhongzhou, Xianxia was already waiting there. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, although he was still the crown prince, he had gradually taken over the power and had the aura of the human emperor. Unfortunately, Xianxia was still not the real human emperor, and he was not qualified to participate in the meeting of the myriad clans. Now that Emperor Zhao had returned, he immediately asked, "Father, what's the result of the meeting of the myriad clans?" In 3 months, the heavenly court will be established, and the emperors will be investiture. The emperors will be investiture. Xiang had a stunned expression on his face. He knew about the establishment of the heavenly court. After all, although this matter was not publicized, anyone with a normal brain could guess the purpose of the meeting of the myriad clans. However, the words "the emperors will be investiture" confused Xiang. Emperor Zhao shook his head. Don't ask me. I don't know what the emperors will be investiture. In 3 months, some things will naturally become clear. Even father doesn't know what the emperors will be investiture. Xiang was really shocked this time. In his eyes, nothing could be hidden from Emperor Zhao. But even so, the other party did not know about the emperors will be investiture. After suppressing the shock in his heart, Xiang asked, if the heavenly court is established and Qin Huang becomes the emperor of heaven, won't he have to give up his identity as the human emperor? The human emperor is a position, and so is the emperor of heaven. Emperor Zhao nodded slightly and explained, only one of the two positions can exist. Once he becomes the emperor of heaven, he will no longer be the human emperor of the human race. Just like the ancient celestial Arch, he was originally the emperor of the human race. But after becoming the emperor of heaven, he will naturally give up his position as the human emperor. I see. Xiang suddenly understood. But soon, he realized that this was a good thing. Because once Qin Shujian gave up his position as the human emperor, the fate of the human race would no longer need to be separated. When that time came, the fate of the human race would be completely enjoyed by Emperor Zhao. Seeing his expression, Emperor Zhao knew what he was thinking, but he did not say anything. He just shook his head and turned to leave. Under the imperial astronomer, inside a huge stone cave, the few remaining elders of the imperial astronomer were all here. In front of them, there was a huge array, and in the center of the array there was a stone spear suppressing it. At this moment, the dim light that was suppressing the array had become extremely powerful. All of a sudden, the strong dim light suddenly weakened. At the same time that the dim light weakened, a person suddenly appeared. After seeing the person appear, the few elders hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The few elders of the imperial astronomer stood up. Emperor Zhao's gaze fell on the array and said, the demonic aura in the crack of the demon abyss is getting stronger and stronger. Yes. Su Zhan nodded and sighed. The demon abyss is getting closer and closer, and the demonic aura in the crack is getting stronger and stronger. If not for Zhu Bing suppressing it, the demonic aura would have exploded. The demonic aura exploded, the entire imperial city would be doomed. Not only the imperial city, but with the current level of demonic aura, once it spread out, all the living beings in the central state prefecture would be assimilated by the demonic aura and become part of the demon disaster. The crack of the demon abyss. Emperor Zhao's expression was cold. If not for the crack of the demon abyss, and Zhu Bing from the great Zhao Empire suppressing the demonic aura, he would not have to borrow Zhu Bing from Shao Qingfeng every day. But there was no other way. The demonic aura could not be leaked. Although all the humans in the central state prefecture were involved in cultivation, not all of them were successful. With the current level of demonic aura, if it were to explode directly, all the cultivators below the god martial arts realm would become part of the demon disaster. So, Zhu Bing, who was suppressing the seal, could not be used at all. Unless there was a way to completely seal the demonic aura. Or rather, to completely remove the crack of the demon abyss. All of a sudden, Zhao Emperor stretched out his hand. His jade-like index finger cracked open, and a drop of golden blood dripped down from it. The golden blood appeared. An aura that could suppress the heavens and the earth filled the air. Su Zhan and the other elders could not help but retreat in the face of this aura. Someone as strong as them. It was difficult for them to resist the power of the blood. Then, under everyone's gaze, the golden blood directly merged into the stone spear. Boom, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. The stone spear, which was originally a little dim, now seemed to have been washed clean of lead, and multicolored light overflowed from within. The stone spear became stronger. The power of the array also increased greatly. The dim light that was already weakened was completely suppressed at this time. Senior, you have suppressed this place for thousands of years. It has been hard on you. I am already satisfied to be able to suppress the crack of the demon abyss here. Even if I have to be suppressed here forever, I am still willing. A low voice came from the stone spear. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao bowed deeply to the stone spear. When Su Zhan and the others saw this, they also bowed. Since the establishment of the Great Zhao Empire, this Zhu being that belonged to the Great Zhao Empire had been suppressing the crack of the demon abyss here. If it was not for the other party suppressing it, the current central state prefecture had long been reduced to a demon domain. The stone spear said, "Human emperor hasn't come for a long time. I feel that the destiny of the human race is flourishing now." "How is the situation now?" Emperor Zhao straightened up and nodded. "The human race already has 4 true immortals. A few days ago, they killed all the true immortal sovereigns of the 10,000 races. At this time, the 10,000 races have already submitted. 3 months later, the Heavenly Court will be officially established." "Establish the Heavenly Court." The stone spear trembled. He was also shocked by this news. "Human Emperor, are you saying that the human race is going to establish the Heavenly Court again?" His voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The Heavenly Court, the stone spear had already forgotten how long it had been since he heard this name. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the Heavenly Court had been buried with the ancient times. He had also thought that one day, there would be a powerhouse who would re-establish the Heavenly Court, but he also knew that the possibility was not high. Therefore, after hearing Emperor Zhao's words, that was why the stone spear was so excited. Emperor Zhao smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. The Heavenly Court will be established, and the human Tao will prosper forever." "The human Tao will prosper forever," the stone spear muttered to himself, and finally a comforting voice sounded. "That's right. The Heavenly Court will be established, and the human emperor will prosper forever." In the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian sat alone in the courtyard with a complicated look on his face. It was like a memory. It was also like a sigh. The Heavenly Court will be established, and the emperors will be conferred as gods. I thought that everything was over, but it turns out that it has come to this step again. Qin Shujian's expression was a little absent-minded. All of a sudden, he felt that he had appeared in a huge heavenly palace, and there were gods standing below. Then, the gods bowed and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Emperor of Heaven. My beloved subjects, please rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the throne, looked at the gods below with a faint smile on his face. Soon, the scene changed again. The Heavenly Court collapsed. The gods died in battle. The entire Heavenly Court, and even the entire world, was heading towards the end. Then, all the images disappeared. The scene that he had seen before had turned into everything in the courtyard. Qin Shujian's gaze was deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. 3 months later, the Heavenly Court will be established, and the emperors will be conferred as gods. When the time comes, I will be the Emperor of Heaven. P.S. Support the original subscription, I can't afford to eat anymore. Jidian Chinese Network, App Jidian Book, I'm really decent, finally, I'm asking for monthly votes. Establishing the Heavenly Court, investiture of the emperors, I will be the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian became calmer as he thought of this. Establishing the Heavenly Court, this was just the first step. There were many more things to do after that. There is a problem with the investiture of the emperors, which is the creation of the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian thought of an important matter. That was, the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the emperors was not just a verbal investiture. There must be a treasure to carry it in order to complete the investiture of the gods. When the Heavenly Court collapsed in the Third Era, the investiture of the gods was also gone. It was a treasure that was naturally nurtured by heaven and earth. Even Zhu Bing could not compare to it now. But I don't know which era it is now. The investiture of the gods of the Third Era is out of the question. It seems that I can only use my own methods to create the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian shook his head secretly. In the end, he could only think of a way to create the investiture of the gods himself. But to create such a treasure, it was not an easy task. Fortunately, after obtaining the memories of the Third Era, his own forging methods had reached a very terrifying level. Now that I have developed my inner world, it is impossible to use the origin of heaven and earth here to improve myself. Qin Shujian's finger placed on the stone table subconsciously tapped gently. The so-called origin of heaven and earth. It was the existence of the source of life. Any living creature carried the origin of heaven and earth. After killing a living creature, one could plunder the origin of heaven and earth from the other party and turn it into one's own power. The original attribute panel. This was the principle. Killing a living creature could plunder the origin of heaven and earth. But the difference was, living creatures of the same world could not obtain the origin of heaven and earth if they killed each other. Only living creatures of different worlds could obtain the origin of heaven and earth from each other and improve themselves. There are 4-player worlds in the 4 continents. Although the 4-player worlds are different worlds, they are essentially the same to a certain extent. Therefore, there is no way for players to level up by killing each other. On the contrary, the boundless world was different from the player's world. Therefore, players could obtain experience points by killing creatures in the boundless world. The so-called experience points were also a kind of origin of the world. However, at the same time, killing players in the Great Thousand Worlds could also plunder the heaven and earth origins. Therefore, they could also increase their strength. However, the origin on players was very little to begin with. Moreover, the lower the level of the player, the less origin they have. Therefore, there is a level limit for the creatures of the boundless world to kill players. Qin Shujian thought of many things. There was something. He might have known about it long ago, or he might have just found out. However, there were simply too many memories contained within the endless years. Therefore, Qin Shujian needed to sort it out bit by bit through some sort of connection. However, regardless of whether it's the players or the living beings of the great wide world, although they can plunder the origin of the heavens and the earth, there's no way for them to actively use it. In other words, the players have a certain degree of autonomy, but they're not too powerful. The reason why I can fully control the world's quintessence is because of the means left behind by the Third Era. Experts who surpass the true immortal realm are able to leave behind trump cards even at the end of an era. However, the world's quintessence is not omnipotent. If it's used in the world, it's naturally limited by the world. If I keep using the world's quintessence to improve myself, I'll stop at the 9th level of the true immortal realm, and there'll be no possibility for me to improve. Therefore, the evolution of my inner world has raised my life level to the same level as that of the great wide world. Although I don't have the ability to use the world's quintessence, the path ahead has been opened. There were gains and losses. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it wasn't difficult to make a choice between the two sides. As for why he didn't use the world's quintessence now, it was also because his life level was already the same as that of the great wide world. A weak quintessence that was born in a great wide world. How could it increase the strength of a great wide world of the same level? Unless he could devour the core quintessence of the great wide world. However, it was very difficult to do that. The great wide world is equivalent to an expert with a Dao fruit. Only an expert with a Dao fruit can devour a Dao fruit. Qin Shujian immediately dismissed the thought that had just arisen in his mind. The great wide world. How could it be devoured so easily? Immediately after, he took out the heavenly list from his sea of consciousness. After a few years, the human race's destiny had gathered. This 8-seal Dao artifact had grown to a very powerful level, and its spirituality had also increased greatly in a short period of time. Although it didn't have spiritual intelligence like the Godslayer, it wasn't far off. Qin Shujian was basically certain. In another 8 to 10 years, the heavenly list should have a great transformation. The 10,000 tribes battlefield. Retracting his gaze from the heavenly list, Qin Shujian looked outside the Qianyuan realm. 2 beams of light. It was as if they had crossed the barrier of time and space and landed directly on the 10,000 tribes battlefield. The 10,000 tribes battlefield is already a perfect embryo. In the past few years, more than hundreds of millions of cultivators have died there. Under the nourishment of the blood of living beings, it has already completed a transformation. If I were to refine the god role, the 10,000 tribes battlefield would be a good choice. Qin Shujian naturally knew what level the divine weapon that he had personally refined had reached. The 10,000 tribes battlefield. When he was forging it, he had the idea of taking this opportunity to nurture a supreme divine weapon. The current 10,000 tribes battlefield could be both a divine weapon and an embryo. Since the meeting of the 10,000 tribes, there were no more wars in the 10,000 tribes battlefield. The original reason for the war was that the various tribes were competing for the general trend of heaven and earth. But now, Qin Shujian wanted to establish the heavenly court and unify the 10,000 tribes. In this way, there was no need to compete for the general trend of heaven and earth again. No longer competing for the general trend of heaven and earth. Now, the human race was the ruler. Naturally, the killing of the various tribes would no longer exist. Then, Qin Shujian retracted his attention from the heavenly list. With a thought, the human race's destiny immediately flew out. In an instant, the vast destiny appeared in front of everyone. Qin Shujian's silhouette appeared in the sky above the province. Most of the humans in the eastern continent raised their heads at this moment and looked at the vast destiny above their heads. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, Qin Shujian's illusory figure suddenly collapsed. From today onwards, Qin Shujian of the human race is no longer the human emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, another human's destiny shook. That was the destiny of the human race that belonged to the great Zhao dynasty. After Qin Shujian gave up the position of the human emperor, the destiny of the cultivation world immediately gathered towards the destiny of the great Zhao dynasty. Then, Emperor Zhao's shadow stepped out in the air without any expression on his face. Okay. At this point, the destiny of the human race was unified again. After losing the destiny of the human race, the heavenly list became an ordinary 8-seal Dao artifact. The cultivators who were originally on the heavenly ranking also realized that the aura on their bodies had dropped. The blessing from the unseen fate had already completely disappeared. Regarding this, many people were shocked, but some people maintained their composure. The news of the establishment of the heavenly court was no longer a secret. At this moment, Qin Shujian suddenly gave up the position of the human emperor. These people could vaguely guess some things in their hearts. Emperor Qin has given up the position of the human emperor. Qin Yuanbai's expression was a little emotional. Although the other party was no longer the human emperor, he still called him Emperor Qin. Since the conference of the 10,000 races, there were no wars in the human race's territory. Qin Yuanbai sat here and felt that he had nothing to do. Yin Banqing said, Emperor Qin has given up the position of the human emperor. It should be in preparation to establish the heavenly court and become the emperor of heaven. I'm afraid that the current myriad race battlefield will not last long. If the various races did not fight, there was not much meaning for the existence of the myriad race battlefield. Regarding this, Yin Banqing also felt that his tensed heart suddenly relaxed. The myriad race battlefield was established. Up until now, only a few years had passed. However, he had already grown from the first level of the celestial being to the third level of the celestial being. As long as he found some more opportunities, he could directly break through to the fourth level of the celestial being. It was simply unimaginable for Yin Banqing to break through two small realms in just a few years. If it was in the past, it would take at least a few hundred years to break through from the first level of the celestial being to the third level of the celestial being. Now, the time spent was more than 100 times shorter. It could be done to this extent. Of course, it was due to the general trend of heaven and earth. But in fact, the biggest reason was still because he often fought with existences of the same level in the myriad race battlefield and gained a lot of insights from it. It was not just Yin Banqing. Since the opening of the myriad race battlefield, the human race who entered here, as long as they did not die, had their realms improved rapidly. In addition, their combat experience had also become very rich. It could be said that, now the Qianyuan sacred ground had a lot more experts than before. The original thousands of people in the divine martial arts realm had evolved to more than 100,000 now. As for the celestial being, it had also increased by more than several times. The changes that the myriad race battlefield had brought to the human race were not ordinary. If it was possible, Yin Banqing also did not want the myriad race battlefield to withdraw from the stage so soon. But the problem was, judging from the current situation, the withdrawal of the myriad race battlefield was already 100% certain. All of a sudden, there was one more person in the city lord's mansion. The voices of several people suddenly stopped talking and then hurriedly got up. Greetings, Emperor Qin. No need for formalities. Qin Shujian waved his hand. Seeing this, Qin Yuanbai tactfully gave up the main seat. Emperor Qin, please take a seat. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and then sat down in the main seat. As for Qin Yuanbai, he casually found a seat to sit down. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, many people's expressions became strange. If they remembered correctly, the emperors had made a rule oath. Powerful figures could not enter the myriad race battlefield, emperors could not enter the myriad race battlefield, true immortals could not enter the myriad race battlefield. It could be said that the three rules had blocked all experts above the 7th level of the celestial being realm outside the myriad race battlefield. If anyone dared to appear here without permission, there would be a rule thunder tribulation descending. But now, Qin Shujian openly entered the city lord's mansion, which was why they felt so strange. After all, even if he gave up the position of the human emperor, he was still a true immortal expert. Even if he did not become an immortal, he must be a powerful expert. It was impossible. Qin Shujian had not broken through to the realm of a powerful expert yet, however, the other party had really appeared. Qin Shujian did not explain too much to everyone's doubts. Strictly speaking, it was a loophole in the rule oath. Because the new system that he took was not considered a true immortal at all. As for Xiao Chengfeng and the others who took the path of physical sanctification, they were considered true immortals. Although it was a new system for this era. But the problem was, after the other party succeeded in transcending the tribulation, heaven and earth would congratulate him. In that case, cultivators who took the path of physical sanctification were the same as true immortals. Only Qin Shujian himself took the path of deriving heaven and earth, which was completely beyond the scope of the great wide world. Naturally, there were not so many restrictions. These things, Qin Shujian did not want to explain too much. He looked at Qin Yuanbai and the others and said, from now on, all humans will leave the myriad race battlefield. Take away all that you can within 3 days. If you can't, stay here. However, you all need to understand that, it won't be long before the 10,000 races battlefield completely disappears. Anything left here will disappear along with the battlefield. Indeed, hearing this, everyone secretly said in their hearts. It was just as they had guessed. The myriad race battlefield was about to leave the stage of heaven and earth. Although they had already guessed it, Qin Yuanbai and the others were still not used to receiving this news all of a sudden. However, they were not used to it. Since Qin Shujian had already spoken, they were not in a position to refuse. Qin Yuanbai nodded. I'll spread the news. All humans will leave the myriad race battlefield within 3 days. Do it as soon as possible. Qin Shujian said, and in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Outside, Qin Shujian's shadow appeared and occupied most of the sky of the myriad race battlefield. The cultivators of the various races could not help but look up at the shadow in the sky. From now on, all the shadows of the various races will leave the myriad race battlefield within 3 days. Anyone who doesn't leave within 3 days will die. His voice was loud. It spread throughout the entire myriad race battlefield. After saying that, Qin Shujian put away the shadow, took a step forward, and left the myriad race battlefield. At this moment, after receiving the news, the various races looked at each other. We're leaving the myriad race battlefield? Humph, who knows if the human race will take advantage of this opportunity to attack and occupy all the territories if we retreat. That's right. This is a serious matter. We must let my emperor make the decision. One by one, the various races sent the news back to their respective clans. Leaving the myriad race battlefield. This was not a small matter. If this was a conspiracy of the humans, they would fall right into their trap if they left. Because of this, not many people were confused as to why Qin Shujian could enter the myriad race battlefield. However, there were also some people who had doubts. However, although they were confused, they could not make any difference. Soon, the various races of the 4 continents received the news. The monster emperor crushed the communication jade token and said coldly, "Send a message to all the monsters in the myriad race battlefield to return to the territory of the monster race immediately." Yes. Immediately, some elders left. The remaining elders all had different expressions on their faces. Tianyu said in a deep voice, "If we leave the myriad race battlefield now and the humans take this opportunity to occupy the territories of the monster race, according to the rules, we can only give them the power of heaven and earth." Retreating just like that. In his opinion, it was too risky. The monster emperor shook his head. The goal of the humans is to establish heaven and earth. So what if they occupy the territories of the monster race? Besides, although the humans are powerful now, they do not dare to go too far. Otherwise, no one will benefit from a life and death struggle. The monster emperor did not know. Why was Xianxia able to enter the myriad race battlefield, and why did he order the myriad race to leave? However, he was sure of one thing. The other party's goal. It was definitely not just to occupy the territories of the various races. It seems that when Emperor Qin made the rules, he was already prepared. Otherwise, he would have been able to enter the myriad race battlefield through the loophole of the rules. What the monster emperor really cared about was the fact that the other party appeared in the myriad race battlefield. The rules were bound by the rules. It had always been unsolvable. However, he did not understand what method Qin Shujian used to enter the myriad race battlefield. It was a loophole of the rules. Or a method to shield the rules of thunder. If it was the former. The monster emperor thought for a while and did not find any loopholes in the original rules. If it was like this, the most likely possibility was that the other party had a method to shield the rules of thunder. Thinking of this, the pressure in the monster emperor's heart increased. The more Qin Shujian had means, the more he understood his powerlessness. Ben Huang is about to go into seclusion to break through to the true immortal realm. If he does not come out in 3 months, go and wake Ben Huang up. The monster emperor said slowly. Hearing this, the elders of the monster race bowed and accepted the order. Then, the monster emperor waved his hand and asked all the elders to leave. There were not many places in the monster race that were suitable for the emperor to cultivate in seclusion. The dragon transformation pool in the hands of the dragons was a good choice. After expelling the dragons, the monster emperor specially left the dragon transformation pool behind. After all, how could he allow the fled dragon clan to take away such a supreme treasure from the ancient times? However, when the monster emperor really used the dragon transformation pool, he realized that the dragon transformation pool had already become an empty shell. It did not match the legendary supreme treasure at all. Besides that, the only Zubing heavenly demon temple had also been shattered. Although the monster emperor had asked many monster clans to take action and search for the fragments of the heavenly demon temple, but Zubing had been shattered. All the mystical powers had disappeared. They were scattered on the ground, no different from ordinary stones. Even if they were found, it would be useless. It could be said that the monster race's assets had all been squandered by the previous monster emperor. The hall they were in now was still the original hall of the Golden Rock clan. It could be considered a treasure that had the effect of gathering spirit energy. So, if the monster emperor wanted to go into seclusion, he could only do it here. I've been a half-immortal for a long time. I'm walking the path of the Golden Rock Emperor's rules. Compared to the monster emperor's rules, it's a little inferior. It's just that it's impossible to change paths halfway. The previous monster emperor had fallen. The monster emperor's rules that he had originally occupied had naturally become ownerless. But, he was walking the path of the Golden Rock Emperor's rules. If he abandoned his own rules and walked the path of the monster emperor's rules, he would definitely not be able to retain his half-immortal realm and would directly fall to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. To this, the monster emperor could not accept it at all. Therefore, he could only walk this path to the end. When Ben Huang reaches the level of the ancient emperors, even the Golden Rock Emperor's rules will be stronger than the monster emperor's. 3 days later, the various clans withdrew from the 10,000 race battlefield. The emperors had no room to resist Qin Shujian's orders. Unless they were already prepared to perish together with the human race. Or else, they could only take it one step at a time. In the sky above the Nanming Fire territory, the array formation retreated. A continent that was tens of millions of miles in size loomed over the void, shrouding the land below in darkness. It was covered by the array formation. The 10,000 race battlefield that had disappeared for a few years once again appeared in the sight of all living beings. Xianxia stood in the void. He looked at the 10,000 race battlefield in front of him. Suddenly, his power surged and pushed the power of the Nanming Fire territory to the extreme. In an instant, in the Nanming Fire territory, there was a raging flame soaring into the sky. It burned the void into a sea of fire. The soaring flame, it caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. The Nanming Fire territory originally thought that it had been severely exhausted, and its power had weakened a lot. Now, after being pushed by Xianxia's power, it immediately recovered to its previous peak. That terrifying temperature, it burned the space into nothingness. Fire writing art, go. Xianxia made a seal with both hands. The fire spirit power between heaven and earth gathered and then merged into the Nanming Fire territory. This was a method of the Third Era. At that time, he was heaven and earth, and he was familiar with all the methods in the world. Fire writing art, it was one of the good methods. Although the name was ordinary, it could control all the fire in heaven and earth. The innate divine fire of the Vermilion Bird clan and the true sun fire could be controlled by the fire writing art. Immediately, the power of the Nanming Fire territory became stronger. The flames that soared into the sky seemed to have turned into a huge fire lotus, occupying tens of millions of miles of the sky and enveloping the entire battlefield. Rumble, there was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. The temperature of the entire south continent had risen sharply at this moment. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in the south continent was rich. Even the ordinary flowers and plants had a lot of spiritual energy in them, so they could withstand the increased temperature. As for the things close to the Nanming Fire territory, they were not so lucky. A large number of cultivators fled. They did not dare to get close to the Nanming Fire territory. At this moment, Xianxia controlled the flame, enveloping the entire battlefield. The temperature was enough to incinerate the void. Everything in the 10,000 tribes battlefield was gradually burned to ashes. The rivers dried up. The mountains and the earth cracked. All the trees and flowers withered and turned into ashes. After a few breaths, the mountains dissipated. The earth disappeared completely. This caused the 10,000 races battlefield to reveal its original appearance. A huge black iron piece that was tens of millions of miles in size appeared in the flaming lotus. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from the metal piece, almost forcefully suppressing the fire lotus. A tyrannical intent, it appeared from the battlefield. Xianxia sneered when he saw this. So you've already gained sentience. You've hidden yourself well. After absorbing the blood of the 10,000 races, the 10,000 tribe battlefield gave birth to its own intelligence. However, the other party had been hiding and did not reveal any clues. There was no doubt. The purpose of the 10,000 tribe battlefield was to conceal itself and secretly accumulate enough strength. When he felt that the time was right, it would naturally be revealed. Unfortunately, even if you have gained sentience, so what? The time is too short after all. If you had hundreds or thousands of years, it would be a tricky problem. Xianxia struck out a palm print, directly bombarding the battlefield. Boom, the battlefield trembled violently. The sentience that was born let out a shrill scream and weakened a lot. Without the suppression of sentience, the flaming lotus suddenly became stronger. Xianxia stood silently in the void with his hands behind his back, watching the flaming lotus forge the battlefield. He had no intention of interfering for the time being, because it was just the beginning to forge the god role. Only by melting the battlefield could he enter the next step. As for the sentience that was born in it, Xianxia had no intention of keeping it. Because of that sentience, it was born from the blood of the 10,000 races in the world. Not only was it brutal, but it was also extremely chaotic. Even if he recognized the battlefield as its master, it would not be easy to control it. He could not use it for himself. Naturally, it was best to destroy it. At this moment, the sentience that was born in the battlefield had been severely injured by Qin Shijian's palm just now. It could no longer resist the burning of the flames. Under the power of the Nanming fire territory, other than a series of shrill screams, there was no other movement. As time went by, the miserable screams gradually died down. Half a month passed. The battlefield had changed from the original black iron piece to a red color. At this moment, the sentience that existed in it had already dissipated. Right now, the 10,000 tribe battlefield was an extremely pure embryo. Another 10 days passed. Qin Shijian performed lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Then, he gathered power in his hands and a substantial sledgehammer appeared in his hands. Next, he swung the sledgehammer and smashed it heavily on the iron piece. Bang! A heavy buzzing sound resounded throughout the world. The entire iron piece shook violently. The original size of tens of millions of miles seemed to have become smaller. Qin Shijian's expression did not change. He recalled the memories of the Third Era in his mind. Then, he swung the sledgehammer and forged. In the inner world, the forging rule also shook. Then, it grew at a rapid speed. As the forging rule grew, the power of the mother stream also became stronger. Rumble. The inner world shook and a new area was born again. As for the changes in his body, Qin Shijian did not care at all. Right now, he was completely immersed in the forging process. Forging a rule. It was also a very mysterious method. In the Third Era, there was someone who used forging as a foundation and was only one step away from the Dao fruit realm. When he was the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shijian had also consulted him before. Therefore, although his forging method had not reached the peak, it was definitely much more powerful than before. As the forging deepened, many familiar feelings surged in his heart. Gradually, Qin Shijian became even more adept at it. Heaven and earth buzzed. Thousands of rays of light appeared. Vaguely, a long river of laws appeared. However, because Qin Shijian had already opened up his inner world, the forging rule of the vast thousand world did not directly appear on his body. It was only mighty in the sky. Rumble. Qin Shijian forged the 10,000 tribe battlefield. Therefore, there was naturally no need to explain the commotion. At this moment, the experts of the various races all looked at the South Continent. They also wanted to know what Qin Shijian's purpose was. Driving all the races out of the 10,000 tribe battlefield and then reforging it, although the various races had doubts in their hearts. No one dared to go over and disturb him. Time passed bit by bit. The power of the Nanming fire territory was even more terrifying. The 10,000 tribe battlefield, which was originally tens of millions of miles in size, had been completely tempered to only 100 miles in size. The more condensed it was, the more powerful the aura emitted by the 10,000 tribe battlefield was. At this moment, Qin Shijian's expression also became solemn. The 10,000 tribe battlefield was indeed a supreme embryo. Even with his current strength, he still had not reached a limit after forging for so long. Seeing this, Qin Shijian was also a little excited. The stronger the embryo, the stronger the divine weapon forged will be. Even if there's no way to compare with the investiture of the gods in my previous life, at least it won't be too far away. There was an idea in his mind. Qin Shijian's hands did not stop moving. In his inner world, a large amount of spirit energy was consumed. After absorbing the flesh and blood of many perfected immortals, the dragon vein had become very powerful. Although it was still in the category of a large spirit vein. However, it had almost reached a limit. Although the dragon vein was a large spirit vein now, the spirit energy it provided was comparable to 8 or 10 large spirit veins. Qin Shijian's consumption was huge. But the dragon vein could also completely support it. Bang! Another hammer fell, and the red iron piece had already shrunk to the size of about 10 feet. And vaguely, it was about to liquefy again. Seeing this, Qin Shijian took out the heaven list and then threw it into the fire lotus. But the difference was, When he threw the heaven list in, he left a hand of power to protect the spirituality born in the heaven list. Suddenly, the originally vast fire lotus was also forcibly suppressed by a terrifying power, and it was more than 1,000,000 times smaller. The power of the entire Nanming fire territory. At this moment, it was all absorbed and completely integrated into the fire lotus. It was reduced by 1,000,000 times. The power of the fire lotus also became terrifying. The original red fire lotus had turned into a strange green red at this time. Under the burning of the fire lotus, the heaven leaderboard and the 10,000 tribe battlefield melted away rapidly. The fallen fire tribe powerhouse is not simple. Xianxia's expression was extremely solemn. After absorbing the power of the Nanming fire territory and completely condensing it, he understood that the fallen fire tribe powerhouse was definitely not weak. The fire lotus in front of him. It had already transformed to a terrifying extent. Even the ordinary true fire of the sun would be inferior in front of it. Even if there was a true immortal here, the fire lotus would also completely devour and incinerate it. Although it had the power of the fire spirit of heaven and earth, it could not erase the power of the fire lotus itself. Xianxia calmed his mind. This time, he did not use the hammer to temper, but used his own power to control the fusion of the two. Nearly 2 months later, the flames of the Nanming fire territory dissipated. Only a fire lotus existed in the void. Since the beginning of the forging, Xianxia had devoted himself to it and did not pay any attention to the passage of time. Now, in the sky, many strange phenomena had appeared. There were also forging rules that turned into a long river that spanned across the void. The human territory. East City. Xiang looked at the south continent in front of him. There was a destructive force rising there. In front of that force, even he, who had broken through to the true immortal realm, felt a fatal threat. What kind of magic weapon is Emperor Qin forging? It's so powerful that it has never been before. Xiang's face was filled with shock and doubt. There was not much time left to establish the heavenly court. But Xianxia was still forging magic weapons. He wasn't sure how much more time the other party would need. More importantly, Xiang did not know the purpose of Xianxia forging magic weapons. Could it be the forging heavenly palace? A thought arose in his mind, but then he suppressed it. It should not be possible. There was no need to forge the heavenly palace at all. The original palace of the human emperor in the Qianyuan sacred ground could be used as the foundation of the heavenly palace. And even the forging heavenly palace could not have such a powerful power. After all, no matter how powerful the heavenly palace was, it was just a palace. The power in front of him was more like forging a terrifying magic weapon. How much time is left in 3 months? Xiang retracted his gaze and turned to look at Huazhan. Huazhan said, "Your Highness, there are only 13 days left." 13 days. Xiang nodded and looked at the south continent again. Do you think Emperor Qin can successfully forge the magic weapon in 13 days? Once the time was set, it would not be a good thing to change it again. Especially when it was a major event like the establishment of the heavenly court. Although there would not be any specific impact, it would still be bad. All the cultivators in the world. Although strength was the most important factor, luck was also the most important factor. Huazhan shook his head. I don't know much about forging, so I can't see much. But since Emperor Qin dares to do this, he should be confident. Yes. Xiang nodded and did not say anything else. The East City, which had become an empty city, was silent again. One day, there was a sudden thunderous explosion between heaven and earth. Then, the monstrous thunder tribulation struck down. The power of the thunder tribulation was more terrifying than that of a perfected immortal. All the strong cultivators paled in the face of the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation existed for a full 7 days. 7 days later, the thunder tribulation dissipated. Endless colorful light shone from the sky above the south continent, completely dyeing the sky of the 4 continents. A jade-like list. It was quietly suspended in the void. On the list, there were 9 Dao seals condensed, showing the level of this supreme treasure. Then, The 9 Taoist seals began to twist and distort, eventually transforming into 3 large characters. Investiture of the Gods. P.S. Monthly votes. In the human territory. In the East City. At this moment, all the buildings in the city had disappeared. At the original location of the venue, an altar that was 99 feet tall had been built. The altar was mainly made of bluestone. However, an expert had carved runes on it, turning it into a powerful divine weapon. On the altar, there was a list placed horizontally on it. In front of the altar, there was an empty space. The heavenly patrol guards were guarding the surroundings to prevent anyone from causing trouble. In front of the East City Gate, above the city wall, there was a table with green plums and wine. 2 people sat opposite each other. Since the ancient times, we haven't seen the heavenly court for millions of years. Xiao said with a smile as he picked up the wine in front of him. I heard that there were 365 perfected immortals in the ancient heavenly court. In comparison, there are much fewer experts in the world now. Xiang smiled. As for Xiao Qingfeng's background, he was fully aware of it. The reincarnation of immortal Lord Haozong, he was also a top expert in his previous life. However, when Xiang first received the news, he was a little shocked, but he had already calmed down. Talking about his previous status, he was the crown prince of the Great Zhao, and the other party was the Marquis of the Great Zhao. Strictly speaking, they were just subordinates. Looking at the present, he was a perfected immortal, and so was Xiao Qingfeng. Therefore, facing the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haozong, Xiang did not feel any pressure. At most, they were equals. Xiao Qingfeng said, when the heavenly court was first established, there were number 365 perfected immortals. However, after the establishment of the heavenly court, there were fewer disputes between the races, and 365 perfected immortals were born. Now that there is a great battle, it is easier for perfected immortals to be born. In a few years, even if the strength of the Great Thousand World cannot be compared to the ancient times, it will not be much weaker. Xiao Qingfeng. He was also very confident. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was not simple. The ancient emperor of heaven, Qin Song, was a shocking talent, but so was the current emperor Qin. Xiang nodded when he heard that. Brother Xiao, do you know what it means to be a god? I have never heard of it. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head slightly. He knew what Xiang was asking. The other party was confused, and so was Xiao Qingfeng. Investiture, he had never heard of this name before. However, Xiao Qingfeng was certain that becoming a god was not that simple. This was because the investiture of the gods on the altar was already a supreme Tao artifact with 9 seals. Throughout the ages, there were only a handful of Tao artifacts that could reach the 9 seals level. Even the ancient heavenly court. In the past, there were only 2 9-seal Tao artifacts. Among them, the immortal ranking of the myriad races recorded the experts in the world. The heavenly mirror observed the world. Nothing in the world could hide from it. It could be said that, although the 2 treasures of the ancient celestial court were not offensive treasures, they were still very useful. Hence, Xiao Qingfeng was very curious about the heaven roll on the altar. As for Shi Yang's question about becoming a god, he had asked the skybreaking halberd and Nameless before, but he didn't get an answer in the end. It's time. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly put down the wine glass in his hand, then stood up from his seat and looked outside the city wall. At this moment, a ruler had arrived. However, both Xiao Qingfeng and Shi Yang did not move easily. Only Huazhan, Qin Yuanbai, and the others were responsible for leading the rulers in. Will someone make a move at this time? Shi Yang looked at the incoming rulers with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Ever since he broke through to the true immortal realm, he hadn't really made a move yet. Shi Yang also wanted to know how strong he was after breaking through to the true immortal realm. Xiao Qingfeng glanced at him and shook his head. Those who dare to make a move now are the kind with water in their heads. Who can become an emperor is a fool. Making a move now was no different from committing suicide. Hearing that, Shi Yang didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and collected his thoughts. Not long ago, the demon emperor of the demon clan proved his Tao. Now, the demon clan once again has a true immortal. A month ago, the demon emperor successfully proved his Tao. It also allowed the demon clan's weakened strength to recover a lot. After all, there was a huge difference between having a true immortal and not having one. Xiao Qingfeng said, the Golden Rock clan's Tao is narrow and not as strong as the original demon emperor's. Even if he succeeds, his strength won't be too strong. The two of them had a simple conversation. However, their gazes were fixed outside the city, and they did not move at all. Although it was impossible for anyone to make a move now, they still could not relax for even a moment. It was best if nothing happened. If something happened, they had to make sure that they would suppress it immediately. Establishing the heavenly court was a big deal. It was very important to Qin Shujian, and it was also very important to the human clan. Once the heavenly court was established, it would be used to rule the myriad clans. Then the human clan. They would be able to truly restore the glory of the ancient times. This was the supreme honor and also the greatest opportunity for the human clan after a million years of silence. In front of the altar, a ruler had already appeared there. Unlike the last meeting of the myriad clans, this time, there were no seats. They were just standing there. No matter which race's ruler you were from, you could only stand now. Regarding this, no one dared to say anything. So be it. Anyway, with their cultivation, even if they stood for 1,000 or 100 years, they would not lose a piece of flesh. Moreover, they were just standing there for a while. Naturally, there was no problem. Soon, the other emperors also came one after another. In front of the altar, the emperor stood there in an orderly manner. Behind the emperors, there were many powerhouses of the human clan. Whether it was the Great Zhao or the Chanyuan sacred ground, all the cultivators who had broken through to the celestial realm had already appeared here. The investiture of the gods. The demon emperor looked at the altar, where a list was placed horizontally. Just by looking at it, he could feel a strong threat from it. It could be seen. The supreme treasure that Qin Shujian had spent 2 months refining was definitely extraordinary. It was also a 9-seal Dao artifact. It was also divided into strong and weak. The weak 9-seal Dao artifact was only comparable to a level 1 immortal. But if it was a powerful 9-seal Dao artifact, it could even suppress a level 2 or 3 immortal. The demon emperor also knew a lot about the materials of the investiture of the gods. After all, refining the 10,000 races battlefield would cause a huge commotion. He never expected that Qin Shujian had been preparing since he started refining the 10,000 races battlefield. The so-called 10,000 races battlefield was actually a backup plan left behind by the other party. Until now. Only then did he use this backup plan. The birth of a 9-seal Dao artifact made the demon emperor very jealous. The demon clan wanted to have a 9-seal Dao artifact. Everything else aside, it wouldn't be a problem for them to return to their peak state from 200,000 years ago. Not long after, Emperor Zhao had also arrived. This time, Emperor Zhao didn't wear a yellow robe. Instead, he wore plain clothes. But no matter how plain his clothes were, there was no way to hide his power. When they saw Emperor Zhao, the other emperors couldn't help but look away. Even the demon emperor, who had broken through to the true immortal realm, didn't dare to have too many thoughts at this moment. Most of them were true immortals. But sometimes, the gap was so big that it made people despair. Half a day later, all the emperors had arrived. Rumble, suddenly, the world trembled. Purple chi rose from the east continent and spread toward the human clan territory. Finally, the purple chi stopped above the east city. Then, a person stepped on the long river of purple chi and landed in the east city. After he appeared, all the heavenly patrol guards and the human clan cultivators bowed in unison. Only the emperors. They didn't move at all. Landing in front of the altar, Qin Shujian, who was dressed in a green robe, looked at the emperors with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "In ancient times, the heavenly court ruled over the myriad clans and led the experts to resist the great calamity. However, the heavenly court collapsed and the emperors fell. Today, Qin Shujian of the human clan has gathered the fate of the myriad clans and established the heavenly court in the great wide world. As soon as Qin Shujian finished speaking, the sky shook violently. Endless rays of light spread out between heaven and earth, as if covering the entire great wide world. And what he said? It was also under the effect of the power of heaven and earth that it reached the ears of all living beings. Instantly, a crazy roar came from heavenly abyss. That shocking roar caused the entire western continent to shake crazily. Then, in the depths of the Sea of Death, stormy waves rose. Many fierce beasts that had calmed down were frantically fleeing outside at this moment. In Heavenly Pattern Island, all of the living beings were rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. Established the Heavenly Court? Did an expert establish the Heavenly Court? Qin Shujian of the human clan is an expert of the human clan. After everyone heard the voice in their minds, their faces revealed ecstasy. As the foundation inheritance of the three clans, the living beings of Heavenly Pattern Island naturally knew what the Heavenly Court was. Or rather, they had been instilled with the glory of the ancient times since they were young, so they were very familiar with the Heavenly Court. But everyone also knew. As early as 1,000,000 years ago, the Heavenly Court had already been destroyed. At this moment, an expert had established the Heavenly Court again. In the Fantasy Sea sect, Xiaochao's body also seemed to have been struck by lightning, completely stunned on the spot. In his mind, only the words he heard just now echoed endlessly. The Heavenly Court. An expert has established the Heavenly Court again. Qin Shujian of the human clan, could it really be him? Xiaochao's face was filled with indescribable excitement. As the descendant of the ancient Emperor Xia, he constantly recalled the glory of the human clan and the Heavenly Court in the ancient times. However, Xiaochao also knew one thing. If the Heavenly Court was destroyed, the human clan would definitely suffer heavy losses. Restoring the glory of the ancient times would not be an easy task. Until now. Only now did he know that another human expert had established the Heavenly Court. Moreover, to be able to transmit his voice to Heavenly Pattern Island, there was only one possibility. The other party had already subdued the myriad races and obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth. Only then could such a phenomenon occur. Qin Shujian, Xiaochao would not be unfamiliar with this name no matter what. As early as a few years ago, a human cultivator had coincidentally entered Heavenly Pattern Island. For this reason, he had even sent the human clan's godslayer Zhu Bing. As early as that time, Xiaochao had already seen through Qin Shujian's extraordinariness. However, he had never thought that the other party would be able to grow to such an extent in just a few years. To be able to establish the Heavenly Court, he had to subdue the myriad races and obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth. If he wanted to achieve this step, he had to be at least a true immortal, and an extremely powerful existence among true immortals. Otherwise, how could he have the qualifications to establish the Heavenly Court? However, in just a few years, he had broken through from the third level of the heaven-human realm to the true immortal realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary true immortal. Xiaochao had never heard of such talent. In his memories, even someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven did not seem to have such a godly speed of advancement. With the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the human race will definitely prosper. Perhaps we can take advantage of this opportunity to completely restore the glory of the ancient times. Perhaps we, the living beings of Heavenly Pattern Island, will truly have a chance to leave. Xiaochao took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his trembling heart. His current state. It no longer mattered whether he left Heavenly Pattern Island or not. However, there were still new cultivators born on Heavenly Pattern Island, and there was no lack of talented ones. Originally, it was because of various reasons. As a result, the cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island would not easily leave the island. But if there was a chance, how could Xiaochao not hope to be able to return to his former land when he was excited? In the Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect, Ancestor Tong Tian and Saint Star's expressions were somewhat complicated. The establishment of the Heavenly Court. Of course, this was something worthy of celebration. However, it was still the human race who established the Heavenly Court, so they felt somewhat powerless in their hearts. 1,000,000 years ago, the human race was at its peak, and there was no one who could resist it. 1,000,000 years later, it was still the human race who established the heavenly court. The other races simply did not have the qualifications to compare. It was also at this moment Xiaoqiao once again used his original method to meet ancestor Tong Tian and Saint Star. There is another tremor in the depths of the Sea of Death. It should be caused by the establishment of the heavenly court. Now that the ferocious beasts are about to arrive, we can only activate the restrictions left behind by the emperors. Xiaoqiao went straight to the point. It was different from the previous time when the Sea of Death shook for no reason. This time, he clearly knew the reason. Because Qin Shujian's voice covered the great wide world, it would naturally awaken the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death. Therefore, the tremor was something that was inevitable. Hearing this, Saint Star's expression was complicated. In that case, we can only activate the Emperor's restriction. However, we have already consumed a lot of energy previously. If we activate it again this time, then the Emperor's restriction won't have much energy left. There's nothing we can do about it. If we can hold on for a while, then so be it. Xiaoqiao shook his head. If they couldn't even survive the current calamity, how could they have the qualifications to talk about anything else? Last time, the emperors killed a lot of true immortal ferocious beasts. The flesh and blood fell on Heavenly Pattern Island. We can use this opportunity to try to repair the emperor's restriction. Seeing this, the two of them stopped talking. Not long after, the emperor's restriction was activated once again. They saw a huge formation covering the entire Heavenly Rune Island. This time, the emperors of the three races appeared in the sky once again. But unlike last time, there was a faint smile on Emperor Xia's face this time. A true immortal ferocious beast pounced over. With a punch, he killed the ferocious beast on the spot. Then, the demon emperor and Ling Huang also attacked at the same time, killing all the ferocious beasts that approached Heavenly Pattern Island. Whether it was a true immortal ferocious beast, or a heavenly human ferocious beast, as long as it was close to Heavenly Pattern Island, it was killed by them. The originally clear sea surface was already dyed red with blood. The strength of the emperors was extremely tyrannical. Even if it was only the power imprint left behind, it was not something that ordinary true immortals could compare to. No matter how ferocious the ferocious beasts were, they did not fear death. At this moment, without any power to fight back, they were being wantonly slaughtered. An instinctive fear rose in their hearts. Coupled with the tremors of the Sea of Death, they quickly disappeared. Therefore, these ferocious beasts also consciously retreated. The ferocious beasts retreated. The emperors naturally stopped. Unlike last time, when Emperor Xia stopped, he tilted his head and looked in a certain direction. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. He slowly opened his mouth and said a sentence. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. As for the demon emperor and Ling Huang, their expressions were complicated. After looking in the same direction as Emperor Xia, they also disappeared. Eternal human Tao. This sentence rang in the ears of all the humans on Heavenly Pattern Island. When Xiaoqiao heard this familiar voice, his face trembled. Father, in the depths of heaven abyss, there was endless darkness. In the darkness, the universal heavenly lock entered, as if it was sealing something. Heavenly Court. The Emperor of Heaven, Qin Song. A slow voice came from the darkness. It was hoarse and low, but it was also filled with murderous and tyrannical intent. At this moment, the darkness retreated a little, revealing the face of a terrifying ferocious beast. The two words, Heavenly Court. It reminded the ferocious beast of a sealed memory. A person named Qin Song entered Heaven Abyss and fought with him. Thinking of this, the ferocious beast turned his scarlet and tyrannical gaze to his right arm. There was still an indelible scar there. Even if the wound had healed, the scar was still there. Qin Song. The ferocious beast let out a crazy roar. His scarlet eyes suddenly became even more terrifying. However, his words were imprisoned in Heaven Abyss. Only his voice came out, shaking heaven and earth and the void. Don't let me out. Otherwise, I will destroy your heavenly court and tear you to pieces. The ferocious beast roared again and again. The universal heavenly lock trembled crazily, as if it would break at any moment. After a long time, the commotion in heaven abyss gradually calmed down. The darkness covered again and swallowed the ferocious beast. Only the slightly trembling universal heavenly lock proved what had happened just now. In the human territory, East City. When heaven abyss and the sea of death were rioting, Qin Shujian's expression was normal. He was not affected at all. As for the emperors, their hearts were shaken. However, they did not care too much. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, they bowed in unison and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Emperor of Heaven." As soon as they finished speaking, the fate of the myriad clans shook crazily. Long rivers of fate flowed towards the east city of the human territory. Then, countless fate condensed in the sky above the east city. Then, it turned into a jade seal and slowly fell from the sky. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand. He held the jade seal in his hand. Boom, heaven and earth rumbled, all the creatures of the myriad clans felt something. They bowed in unison towards the east city and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Emperor of Heaven." Their voices were not loud. However, when they condensed, they broke through the clouds. At this point, the fate of the myriad clans in the world had condensed into the jade seal and landed in Qin Shujian's hands. An invisible fluctuation spread out from his body. It was supposed to be a simple green robe. At this moment, it set off Qin Shujian's might. Then, he held the jade seal in his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The emperor stood up. At this moment, every emperor had a complicated expression. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of them, they already understood that the establishment of the heavenly court was officially completed. After all, establishing the heavenly court, it had never been a complicated matter. As long as the myriad clans submitted, they would naturally have the qualifications to establish the heavenly court that ruled the myriad clans. Of course, things did not sound complicated, but it was actually very difficult to achieve this step. How many powerhouses did the myriad clans have? It was not so easy to suppress the myriad clans. Even Emperor Zhao, who was known as the #1 powerhouse in the 4 great continents, did not have the qualifications to suppress the myriad clans. After all, he was as strong as the #1. He might not be able to suppress the myriad clans. Unless he was really too strong, it was only possible. So, Qin Shujian had done it, so he naturally had the qualifications to become the Emperor of Heaven. With the establishment of the heavenly court, it is time for the emperors to confer gods. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian turned around and walked up the stairs to the altar. The altar was not high, but he was just like an ordinary person, walking up steadily. About half a quarter of an hour later, Qin Shujian walked up to the altar and arrived in front of the god roll. Looking at the god roll in front of him, Qin Shujian said loudly, "Today, I will set up the heavenly list and the god roll to confer titles to all living beings in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, the jade seal was imprinted on it. In an instant, the power of heaven and earth rolled over like a wave and immediately poured into the god roll. Immediately, the god roll slowly rose from the altar. A vast and powerful aura was emitted from the altar. With the altar as the center, it spread out in all directions. Everyone's hearts trembled. If the original god roll was already a top-notch 9-seal Dao artifact, now that it had absorbed the power of heaven and earth, it had directly completed a transformation. Although the god roll was still a 9-seal Dao artifact due to the rules of heaven and earth, its power had far surpassed the limit of a 9-seal Dao artifact. Standing in front of the god roll, Qin Shujian also had a faint smile on his face. In the world of great battles, it was because of the surging power of heaven and earth that the various clans would compete with each other. But now, the myriad clans had submitted. The power of heaven and earth that the various clans possessed naturally fell into the hands of the heavenly court. It could be said that the scene in front of him was already within Qin Shujian's expectations. Half a day later, the aura emitted by the god roll gradually diminished. But even so, it still made the emperors of the myriad clans feel great pressure. What a powerful divine weapon. Standing in the ranks of the humans, Xianxia's pupils suddenly constricted. He had the memories of his previous life. He naturally knew how powerful the immortal ranking of the myriad clans of the ancient heavenly court and the heavenly mirror were. However, the god roll in front of him had already surpassed the two heavenly court treasures. But one thing to know was, up until now, the god roll had not been infused with the power of the rules of heaven and earth. If this divine weapon was infused with the power of the rules of heaven and earth like the two divine weapons of the ancient heavenly court, then it would definitely become even more terrifying. In his sea of consciousness, the skybreaking halberd also vibrated slightly. Immortal Lord, the god roll in the Emperor of Heaven's hands is so powerful. I feel that the divine weapon is no weaker than the four tribulation Zhu Bing. In time it might be even more terrifying. As Zhu Bing, the skybreaking halberd had seen countless Taoist artifacts and divine weapons. But no matter how powerful the divine weapon was, it was at most comparable to the second or third tribulation Zhu Bing. Once Zhu Bing reached the fourth tribulation, his power would increase greatly. He was not comparable to Zhu Bing at all. A divine weapon that was comparable to the fourth tribulation Zhu Bing. This was the first time the skybreaking halberd had seen it. And he was sure that the god roll did not carry the power of the rules. In this way, it was even more terrifying. John Doe, who had been silent, also slowly said, "This is the first time I've seen the power of the god roll. Throughout the ancient times, there was no such powerful divine weapon. I've also never heard of the means to carry the power of heaven and earth. The Emperor of Heaven has a big secret that is beyond our imagination." While speaking, Nameless had already automatically replaced the honorific title of Heavenly Emperor. The heavenly court was established. Then Qin Shujian was already the Emperor of Heaven. This was recognized by all clans and heaven and earth. To some extent, the Emperor of Heaven was equivalent to the ruler of heaven and earth. All living beings of heaven and earth had to respect him. On the altar, Qin Shujian held the god roll in one hand and the imperial jade seal in the other. Then he turned to look at the emperors below. The heavenly court is established, and the emperors are conferred as gods. Under the title of Emperor of Heaven, there are 5 emperors. Under the 5 emperors, there are 4 war gods. Under the 4 war gods, there are 365 Zhou-Tian constellations. Anyone who leaves their name on the god roll will be blessed by the luck of the heavenly court and the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, a little true spirit will be left on the roll. Even if you die in the future, you can use the true spirit to be reborn. Boom. Qin Shujian's words made everyone's expression change drastically. Originally, the emperors of the various clans only had a lot of thoughts about the god roll because of its power. But now, after hearing what Qin Shujian said, the emperors of the various clans were really excited. Blessed by the luck of the heavenly court, blessed by the power of heaven and earth, there was no need to mention the benefits of just these 2 points. Why did the various clans start a war? It was to fight for the power of heaven and earth so that they could reach a higher realm. Now, leaving their name on the god roll directly gave them such benefits, which was already beyond the expectations of the emperors. But what really shocked them was Qin Shujian's last sentence. Leaving a little true spirit on the god roll would give them a chance to be reborn in the future. In other words, any powerhouse who left their name on the god roll could be reborn with the help of the true spirit on the god roll if they accidentally died in other places. In this way, it was already equivalent to being immortal in disguise. Of course, this method was far from being truly immortal and indestructible. But even so, the effect of the god roll was enough to make everyone scramble like a flock of ducks. 5 emperors, 4 war gods, the 365 heavenly constellation mansions, adding up all the positions, there were only 374 spots. Among the various clans present, there were already more than 1,000 emperors. In other words, at least 2/3 of the emperors were not qualified to enter the god roll. At this moment, the others also finally understood a little about what the so-called apotheosized god was. On the altar, Qin Shujian held the god roll and shouted in a deep voice, "Xianxia, come forward and listen to the roll." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao took a step forward, cupped his hands and lowered his head. Here. I confer upon you the title of Emperor Zhongyuan, the leader of the 5 emperors. Qin Shujian said in a clear voice. Then. A mysterious power was emitted from the god roll and directly landed on Emperor Zhao's body. Then. Emperor Zhao's aura became much stronger. Originally, he was only one step away from the second-level immortal, but now, he had officially broken through the original shackles. At the same time, the 3 words Emperor Zhao also officially appeared on the god roll. Seeing this, everyone cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings, Emperor Zhongyuan. You're too polite. Emperor Zhao nodded slightly and then stood to the side. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Qin Shujian, and their hearts were still burning with passion. Receiving the title of Emperor Zhongyuan, he directly broke through to the second-level immortal realm. The power of the god roll. It was much more terrifying than they had expected. However, the emperors were not surprised that Emperor Zhao could obtain the position of Emperor Zhongyuan. No matter what. Qin Shujian was also a human. If there were benefits, he would definitely think of the human race first. The position of the leader of the 5 emperors naturally fell on Emperor Zhao. As for the remaining positions of the 4 emperors, it made people envious. Qin Shujian said again, Xiao Zhouge, come forward and receive the title. Yes. The dog emperor stepped forward. Xiao Zhouge was his name, but not many experts really knew about it. So when the emperors heard Xiao Zhouge's name, they had a puzzled look in their eyes. Until the dog emperor stepped forward. Only then did they know who Xiao Zhouge was. I confer upon you the title of Emperor Dongyang, one of the 5 emperors. As Qin Shujian finished speaking, suddenly, a powerful force landed on the dog emperor's body. Boom! The dog emperor's aura became much stronger, but it was still far from breaking through to the second-level immortal realm like Emperor Zhao. After receiving the title of Emperor Dongyang, a bright smile appeared on the dog emperor's face. He knew. He had made the right bet this time, and he had made a huge profit. When Qin Shujian wanted to establish the heavenly court, he had already guessed that he would gain a lot of benefits. But he had never thought that he had a chance to become one of the 5 emperors. Moreover, from the current order of conferring titles, Emperor Dongyang's title was only below Emperor Zhongyuan's. He was ranked second among the 5 emperors. After that, Qin Shujian said, Xianxia, come forward and receive the title. Yes. I confer upon you the title of Emperor Xiling, one of the 5 emperors. Qin Shujian announced. After that, Xianxia's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. At the same time, his aura increased greatly. If Xianxia, who had just broken through to the true immortal realm, was only at the stage of consolidation, now that he had the support of the investiture of the gods, his strength, he had at least reached the mid-stage or late stage of the first-level immortal realm. Although he had not broken through, he was still much stronger than the other immortals. At this moment, 3 of the 5 emperors' positions had already been taken. Many emperors were expressionless, but their hearts had already become heavy. They were all very clear. The remaining 2 positions were probably not fated to be with them. The demon emperor stood still, but his hands and his sleeves had unknowingly clenched into fists. If Emperor Zhao had received the title of Emperor Zhongyuan, he would not be dissatisfied. But the dog emperor and Xianxia had received the titles of Emperor Dongyang and Emperor Xiling respectively. The demon emperor was very unhappy. In his opinion, what right did the 2 of them have to be ranked ahead of him, and now, there were only 2 positions left among the 5 emperors. The demon emperor's confidence that victory was within his grasp began to waver. He was not sure. Would he be able to get the title of Emperor of the 5 emperors in the last 2 positions? If Qin Shujian really did not give it to him, there was nothing he could do. Just as the demon emperor was feeling apprehensive, beside his ear, a calm voice rang out. Yan Ding, come forward and receive the title. The demon emperor forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart, then took a step forward. Here. I title you as Emperor Nan Yen, one of the 5 emperors. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he conferred the title of Emperor of the Five Emperors. To be honest, he actually did not want to give the demon emperor the position of Emperor of the Five Emperors. But among the emperors, no one was more suitable than the demon emperor. If he were to insert a human true immortal into the ranks of the five imperial emperors, his table manners would be too unsightly. So, Qin Shujian might as well confer this position to the demon emperor. After the demon emperor was conferred the title on the investiture of the gods. Similarly, his name appeared. At that moment, the demon emperor discovered that his originally complete spiritual god had uncontrollably split a trace of its origin and entered the investiture of the gods. This discovery. Immediately, he was greatly shocked. Losing a trace of the spiritual god's origin did not affect a perfected immortal. But after leaving his name on the investiture of the gods, the demon emperor had a kind of understanding in his heart. The investiture of the gods had given them powerful benefits, but it was also a disguised form of imprisoning the people on the list. As long as Qin Shujian was willing, he could kill the people on the list at any time through the investiture of the gods. Unknowingly, his little life was already in the hands of the other party. This fact made the demon emperor's heart sink. However, his own strength had increased a lot, which made him feel much better. The main reason was that what was done could not be undone. It was impossible to resist. Besides, with Qin Shujian's strength, even without the investiture of the gods, it would not be difficult for him to kill him. After figuring out the key points, the demon emperor's heart had been lifted. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Qin Shujian once again said a name, "Anhun, come forward and listen to the conferment." Yes. The Soul Protection Emperor immediately reacted and then stepped forward with an excited expression. Qin Shujian said, "I confer you the title of Emperor of the North Sea, one of the five emperors." After saying that, he left his name on the investiture of the gods. At the same time, a powerful force rose from the Soul Protection Emperor's body. Rumble, the broken long river of rules suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a mysterious power was seen acting on the long river of rules, causing the broken long river of rules to be restored bit by bit. Immediately after, then, he saw a rule monument appear from within. Unknowingly, the originally cracked rule steel was already completely undamaged. The rules were complete. The rule monument was completely repaired. The aura on the Soul Protection Emperor's body suddenly became tyrannical, not weaker than the Dog Emperor and the Demon Emperor. P.S. I recommend a new book, My Senior Sister is a Pit. Cough cough, there is absolutely no PY transaction chapter. Also, I ask for monthly votes. The rules were incomplete. The rule monument was cracked. Both had always been the pain in the Soul Protection Emperor's heart. Especially after the Void Demon attacked the Soul Protection Secret Realm, the rule monument was severely damaged, and its strength fell to not much stronger than a half-immortal. During this period of time, the Soul Protection Emperor was wondering if he should abandon his original path and reaffirm the Tao again. In the end, this time, the Emperor's investiture directly healed his hidden danger. Regarding this, the soul-protecting sovereign was more excited than all the other sovereigns. At this moment, the positions of the five emperors had been completely established. Although the remaining emperors were dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything. It was very simple. Emperor Zhao Xianxia was the strongest, and no one dared to object when he took the position of Emperor Zhongyuan. The remaining four positions, they were all true immortal powerhouses. It could be said that now, the true immortals of the myriad clans were almost wiped out. It was not easy to fill the positions of the five emperors with one from each clan. If Qin Shujian gave all the positions of the five emperors to the human clan, no matter how afraid they would express their dissatisfaction. But now, the human clan only occupied one of the positions of the five emperors. So, the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the emperors decreased a lot. The positions of the five emperors were gone. The positions of the four war gods. Naturally, they fell into their sights. Qin Shujian continued to investiture and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Qingfeng, come forward and listen to the investiture." Yes. Among the human clan, Xianxia stepped forward. Qin Shujian said, "I confer you the title of Eastern War God, the leader of the four war gods." Suddenly, Xianxia's name appeared in the investiture of the gods. Immediately after, a powerful force surged out from the investiture of the gods and landed on Xiao Qingfeng's body. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted, causing all the emperor's expressions to change. Even the demon emperor and the other emperors who had already become gods looked at Xiao Qingfeng with a completely different gaze. The Xiao Qingfeng before the Tao affirmation. His strength was already shockingly powerful. After the Tao affirmation, although the other party did not make a move, his strength was already among the top. Now, he had obtained the title of Eastern God of War. Xiao Qingfeng's strength had become even more terrifying. In the eyes of the demon emperor, there was a faint look of fear on his face. Momentum of heaven and earth. The providence of the heavenly court. As Xiao Qingfeng felt the changes in his body, he was somewhat shocked. He didn't leave his name on the investiture of the gods. No matter what, there was no way he could comprehend how powerful it was. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng finally understood why Qin Shujian became a god. Let's not talk about other things. Just those that left their names on the divine seal decree would have their strength forcefully increased by a level. It was the same as forcefully giving birth to a group of powerhouses. Other than that, leaving his name on the investiture of the gods, the subsequent benefits were also endless. Xiao Qingfeng even had a premonition that it would not be long before he broke through to the second heaven immortal realm. With his strength, after breaking through to the second heaven celestial realm, the terrifying battle prowess that he possessed was self-evident. Even now, Xiao Qingfeng had a premonition that with the support of the investiture of the gods, he could already fight against the stronger level 4 immortals. The head of the 5 great imperial emperors fell on Zhao Emperor. The head of the 4 great imperial war gods fell on Xiao Qingfeng. The 2 most important positions. They were all taken by the human clan. The various clans were even more dissatisfied. However, even if they were dissatisfied, they could not say anything at this moment. Because just like Zhao Emperor, Xiao Qingfeng's strength was also terrifyingly powerful. If one were to rank the powerhouses of the 4 continents, Xiao Qingfeng's strength would at least be in the top 3. The scene of him attaining the Tao in the past. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. With his own strength, he dominated nearly 10 true immortals. That kind of strength. It was enough to shock everyone. After conferring the title on Xiao Qingfeng, Qin Shujian continued with the investiture of the gods. West Pole War God Dark Emperor, South Pole War God Earth Emperor, North Pole War God Earth Emperor. The positions of the 4 great imperial war gods were either occupied by the human clan or by their allies. There was no other way. The true immortals who could be conferred titles had already been conferred. The only true immortal left was probably the human clan's crown prince Xiang. At this moment, even Xiang did not get the position of the 4 great imperial war gods. The other sovereigns who had not attained the Tao had nothing to say even if they were dissatisfied. Not long after, the conferment of the 4 great imperial war gods was completed. After that, Qin Shujian began to confer the position of the Zhou Tian constellation. Just like the previous 2, the human clan Xiang was ranked first in the Zhou Tian constellation. The remaining ones were the positions left for the others. As the positions were conferred one by one, many sovereigns who had obtained the power of the investiture of the gods directly stepped into the ranks of the Tao. Rumble. The mother stream of laws appeared between heaven and earth. One of the sovereigns laughed out loud and entered the mother stream. Instantly, many people raised their heads to look at the sky with envy in their eyes. Becoming an immortal, it was the biggest threshold to stop all living beings. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm could one enjoy a lifespan of 129,600 years and truly break free from the shackles of the lifespan of a clan. Or else, even the longest clan would at most pass away in a few tens of thousands of years. For a full 3 days. 365 The position of the Zhou Tian constellation was officially conferred. All the sovereigns who had been conferred the title, their strength had increased greatly. 1/3 of the sovereigns had directly become immortals after being conferred the title. In other words, the situation where the true immortals of the myriad clans had been reduced to single digits because of Xianxia's massacre had completely disappeared. At this moment, the number of true immortals in the upper-class world, it had completely broken through 3 digits. Regarding this, Xiao Qingfeng was also shocked. He thought that it would take a lot of time for the heavenly court to have the power of the ancient times. But he had never thought about it. Just one investiture of the gods had allowed the heavenly court to produce more than 100 true immortals. Although there was still a certain gap compared to the 365 true immortals of the ancient times. But looking at the current momentum, it would not be difficult for the other sovereigns who had the investiture of the gods to become immortals. One investiture of the gods. It greatly increased the strength of the myriad clans. However, the investiture of the gods had the effect of sealing the true spirit. The lives of all the cultivators on the list were in the hands of Qin Shujian. As a result, the other party did not have to worry at all. Because the strength of the myriad clans was too strong, it would affect the foundation of the heavenly court. As long as the investiture of the gods was in their hands, all the cultivators on the list had no chance of resisting the heavenly court. At this moment, the experts who had obtained the deity position had smiles on their faces, while the sovereigns who had not obtained the deity position looked disappointed. It was also at this moment Qin Shujian once again imprinted the imperial seal on the investiture of the gods. Then, the investiture of the gods shook. It flew up into the air, and countless streams of light shot out from it, disappearing into the void of heaven and earth. Then, in the upper-class world, unfamiliar memories and information appeared in the minds of all the living beings of the myriad clans. I have conferred titles to my true body in the investiture of the gods. Apart from the 5 imperial emperors, the 4 extreme war gods, and the 365 heavenly cycle constellations, I have also conferred 720 heavenly cycle generals. Apart from those who have the deity position, anyone who obtains the general divine talisman can leave their name on the Zhou Tian War general list. Those who are on the list can obtain the blessing of providence. In addition, if the heavenly court adds another deity position in the future, they can choose a new deity from the Zhou Tian War general list. Qin Shujian's words. Not only did it reach the ears of the people present, but it also reached the ears of all the living beings of the myriad clans through the investiture of the gods. 720 Zhou Tian War General, the eyes of many cultivators glowed. Although the Zhou Tian War General list could not be compared to the deity position, it could still obtain the blessing of providence. In addition to that, most importantly, those who were on the list were equivalent to future candidates for the deity position. Everyone could understand. The deity position that they had now would definitely not be all the deity positions in the future. After all, the heavenly court had just been established. Everything had not been perfected yet. In the future, more deity positions would definitely be born. When that time came, those who left their names on the war general list would have a chance to obtain the true deity position. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled again. Soon, they found that in their minds, the originally blank Zhou Tian War General list had an unfamiliar name. Someone has obtained the War General Divine Talisman. Some emperors had complicated expressions. Right now, 720 War General Divine Talismans were scattered all over the world. It was completely up to luck to obtain the War General Divine Talisman. They really wanted to snatch it. This was because the War General Divine Talisman was not fixed. As long as the owner of the War General Divine Talisman was defeated, the War General Divine Talisman would automatically leave and fall into the hands of the victor. This news. It was also covered by the unfamiliar memories in their minds. But now that things were not over, no one dared to leave without permission. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "The heavenly court has been established. The emperors have completed their investiture and can leave now. You all have the deity position, so you can naturally find the location of the heavenly court." After saying that, he simply waved his hand. All the experts present did not have any way to resist and were directly swept out of the East City. And after they left the East City, All of a sudden, the eastern city rose from the ground and disappeared into the sky. Inside the east city, Xianxia suddenly blasted the imperial jade seal in his hand into the void. In an instant, a huge hole seemed to have been torn open in the sky. Then, the east city directly entered it and disappeared from everyone's sight, entering the heaven and earth hole. At this moment, the east city seemed to have entered a completely different world. The ground was white. The wind was also white. Except for the sky above, which was illuminated by Zhou Tian's stars, the rest of the place was white. The white wind blew past. It caused the east city to tremble violently as if it would shatter at any moment. The nine heavens astral wind of this era is still so powerful. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. He was now driving the east city into the heaven and earth astral wind layer. This was the place where the sun and the moon had to pass through. It was also the place where the nine heavens astral wind wreaked havoc. Any expert who was not a true immortal, as long as they barged into the nine heavens astral wind without permission, they would instantly be annihilated. Even if they were ordinary true immortals. If they were here, there was also the possibility of dying. Because this place was not only threatened by the nine heavens astral wind, but also by the sun and the moon. The sun had the true fire. It was enough to burn and devour a true immortal. The moon had the power of extreme cold, which could also destroy the flesh and bones of a true immortal. In the third era, the heavenly court existed above the nine heavens. So, Xianxia was now going to place the heavenly court in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. The sun rose from the Dead Sea domain and slowly entered the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Immediately, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The violent astral wind surged crazily, as if it was also avoiding the heat of the true fire of the sun. Although the East City was a top divine weapon, but it was not an easy task to resist the true fire of the sun. The array formation on the city shattered inch by inch. Then, cracks appeared on the green city wall, as if it would shatter at any moment. True fire of the sun. Xianxia stood on the altar with his hands behind his back. That terrifying temperature was so hot that even he could feel it. However, with his current strength, unless he really entered the depths of the sun, the true fire of the sun would not be able to do anything. The East City had already entered a state of collapse. The burning of the true fire of the sun, and the heaven and earth astral wind raging. This divine weapon, which had stood guard in the human territory for many years and had killed many experts, had reached its limit. Boom, the East City shattered with a loud bang. The entire city turned into countless fragments in front of the heaven and earth astral wind, scattering in all directions. It was also at this time Xianxia reached out, as if holding the universe in his hand, and directly grabbed all the fragments of the East City. Then, with another thought, he had already used the fire-controlling art, and drew the true fire of the sun over. The true fire of the sun, known as the strongest divine fire in the world, rushed over like a long dragon. Wherever it passed, even the heaven and earth astral wind was burned and annihilated by the true fire. Under the control of the fire-controlling art, the true fire of the sun swept through the heaven and earth astral wind layer, wrapping all the fragments of the East City inside and melting them without much effort. The melting speed. It was simply astonishingly fast. The true fire of the sun is indeed the most powerful divine fire in the world. If I can successfully cultivate the Vermilion Bird clan's innate divine fire, it would be a good thing. Xianxia felt the temperature of the true fire of the sun and had already associated it with holy fire. Now that he was getting stronger and stronger. Holy fire of the 8th level of the celestial realm. To be honest, it was already not very useful. The divine fire that the other party controlled was not as useful as Xianxujian's fire-controlling art. However, the innate divine fire was indeed powerful to be on par with the true fire of the sun. If there was a chance, Xianxujian also wanted to cultivate holy fire, and it would be best if he could completely cultivate the innate true fire. However, it was not easy to cultivate the innate divine fire. If holy fire wanted to have a real innate divine fire, he had to at least break through to the true immortal realm. To personally cultivate a true immortal, it was not an easy task. Even with Qin Shujian's current means, it was very difficult to personally raise a cultivator to the true immortal realm. The best way. It was to use the god role to become a god. The reason why the god role can become a god is because it contains the destiny of the myriad races and the power of the world. If there are too many deity positions, the effect of becoming a god will be reduced greatly. In this way, the effect of becoming a god will not be achieved. If I want to increase the number of deity positions, I have to at least wait until the myriad races become stronger and increase the destiny of the entire great wide world. The current heavenly courts are far inferior to the heavenly courts of the Third Era. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. The heavenly courts of the Third Era had more than one Dao Fruit Realm expert. As for the half-step Dao Fruit Realm, there were many. Apart from that, there were many true immortals in the upper 3 levels. As for the true immortals in the middle 3 levels, they were only qualified to obtain the weakest deity position. Some of them did not even have a deity position. The true immortals in the lower 3 levels, not to mention becoming a god, they did not even have the right to step into the heavenly courts. It could be said that the Third Era was very powerful. In fact, there was a time when every era was very powerful. It was the same in the First Era. It was the same in the Second Era. In Qin Shujian's opinion, if there was no great calamity of the demon abyss in the ancient times, the ancient heavenly courts would not be much weaker than the heavenly courts of the Third Era. Unfortunately, the heavenly courts collapsed. Therefore, the current era was very weak, very weak. At this moment, the true sun flame had completely melted the fragments of the East City. Then, Qin Shujian shattered a few more storage rings that he carried with him. A large number of materials were thrown into them. In an instant, they fused with the materials of the East City. The true sun flame burned. Qin Shujian spread out his spiritual will and began to forge. Since the heavenly courts had been established, naturally, the heavenly palace could not be lost. What he needed to do now was to personally forge the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian forged the heavenly palace in the astral wind layer. As for the other emperors, they had already left. The establishment of the heavenly courts, the emperors became gods. It could be said that this was something that was enough to change the situation of the great wide world. Especially the matter of the emperors becoming gods. It even allowed many emperors to break through their original boundaries and break through to the true immortal realm. If the myriad races were said to be very weak, then now, the strength of the myriad races could be said to be the strongest after the ancient times were destroyed. However, not everyone was satisfied with this god bestowment. There were also some emperors who did not obtain the deity position and were very dissatisfied with this. The Blood Spirit Secret Realm. The current bloodling Huang's face was gloomy. Among the emperors who did not obtain the deity position, he was one of them. The Blood Eldar was a top clan. There had never been such a situation. However, Bloodling Huang was also very clear that his strength was the weakest among the emperors. 9th level of the Heaven Realm, it was not presentable at all. It was not that the 9th level of the Heaven Realm was very weak, but it was the weakest among the emperors. As for the deity position of the heavenly courts, Bloodling Huang was also very envious. All the powerhouses who had obtained the deity position had their strength increased to different degrees. Some even broke through to the true immortal realm on the spot. If he could obtain the deity position, it was not impossible for him to break through to the 10th level of the Heaven Realm or even the half-immortal realm. When that time came, although his strength was still not very strong, it was much better than the current situation. An elder said in a deep voice, "Emperor, this time, Qin Shujian, crack." As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning tribulation struck down from the sky, directly tearing apart the Blood Spirit Secret Realm and bombarding the elder's body. The powerful lightning tribulation power. The elder with the strength of the 8th level of the Heaven Realm was directly split open, and he almost died on the spot. It was a sudden change. The expressions of Bloodling Huang and the others changed drastically. "Quick, bring the spiritual medicine over immediately to heal the elder's injuries," Bloodling Huang shouted. There were not many Blood Eldar mighty figures now, so no one could die. Otherwise, the strength of the Blood Eldar would be weakened again. Soon, some clansmen came in and carried the elder out. Blood Ling Huang's expression calmed down a little, and he said coldly, "The name of the heavenly court is not to be casually called out. This lightning tribulation is a warning. All of you should be more careful in the future." After saying that, he was also sad in his heart. They could not even call out his name. But there was nothing they could do about it, because the Emperor of Heaven was a position recognized by heaven and earth, which was equivalent to the ruler of heaven and earth. The boundless world. Billions of living beings. They were all under the control of the heavenly court. In this way, the name of the Emperor of Heaven was naturally supreme. Anyone who dared to disrespect the Emperor of Heaven and called him by his name would be punished by the lightning tribulation. Unless he had a deity position. At this moment, in the Blood Spirit Hall, the other elders did not dare to speak carelessly. Blood Ling Huang said, "The heavenly court's deity positions have been sealed. We, the Blood Eldar, don't have a single powerhouse on the god roll. If this continues, it won't be easy for our clan to recover our former strength. At present, apart from the deity positions on the god roll, the heavenly court still has 720 positions for Zhou Tian's generals. Although obtaining this position can't make one a god, there are still many benefits. Now that the War General Talisman is scattered all over the world, you must find it and bring it back. There can't be any mistakes." "We understand." A few elders bowed and replied. They then left. When there was no one in the hall, Blood Ling Huang no longer hid his emotions. His expression was extremely ugly. He was no longer qualified to be a deity of the heavenly court. The only thing he could fight for now was the position of the heavenly court's war general. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. No matter how unconventional the position of a war general was, it could still be supported by the providence of the heavenly court, which was of great help to Cultivation. Blood Ling Huang knew. The most important thing for him now was to break through to the 10th level of the Heaven Being Realm. Only by breaking through to the 10th level of the Heaven Being Realm would he have the hope of becoming a perfected immortal. Just as Blood Eldar was searching for the War General Talisman, the other races were also searching for the whereabouts of the War General Talisman. After all, when East City became a god, those top powerhouses already knew what kind of power the investiture of the gods possessed. Although the War General position was not the same as the deity position. However, that was a position given by the god roll after all. If they could obtain it, there would definitely be great benefits. Therefore, those emperors who did not obtain the deity position were all searching for the War General Talisman. Apart from the experts of the myriad races, the other cultivators, they were also searching for the War General Talisman. East Continent. In a canyon surrounded by mountains, there was a green jade talisman floating there quietly. And around the jade talisman, many cultivators had already gathered. The War General Talisman can leave your name on the War General Talisman. Some experts saw the green jade talisman, and their eyes lit up. Because of the god roll. Now, everyone knew how important the War General Talisman was. There were 4 continents in the world. There were countless living beings and cultivators in the 4 continents. Among so many experts, only 720 people were qualified to enter the War General ranking. From this, it could be seen how useful the War General ranking was. Entering the ranking. Not only was it beneficial for cultivation, but it could also give the cultivators on the ranking a great reputation. Because the ranking had already appeared in the minds of all living beings. As long as someone was on the ranking, that person's name would be known by others. Even if it was only for an instant, it was enough to become famous. Therefore, being on the War General ranking was not only beneficial, but also famous. In this way, how many people in the world did not want to be on the ranking? At this moment, the War General Talisman was right in front of them, but no one dared to approach it. It was not that they did not want to. It was that they could not. Although the War General Talisman was only a dead object, it was still a power that was separated from the god roll and had endless power. Within the range of the Divine Talisman. Within a radius of 100 feet. Ordinary cultivators had no chance of approaching it. As for the area outside the range of the divine talisman, no power was revealed. War General Talisman. Lu Qingheng looked at the divine talisman in front of him with a burning gaze. If he could obtain the War General Talisman, the benefits would be extraordinary. Not to mention whether the players could use it. Even if the players could not use it, he could sell it to the NPCs who needed it and obtain great benefits from it. It could be said that, in Lu Qingheng's eyes, the War General Talisman was already equivalent to a supreme treasure. But the problem was, the War General Talisman was right in front of him, but it was not so easy to obtain. He had seen many people get close to the War General Talisman. They were either seriously injured or died on the spot. From this, it could be seen, the War General Talisman was not something that anyone was qualified to obtain. To this, Lu Qingheng was vexed, but he also understood. No matter what, obtaining the War General Talisman would also allow one to leave a name on the War General ranking. If a random true martial realm cultivator obtained it and left his name on the War General ranking, wouldn't that make the other cultivators who were not on the list a laughingstock? Therefore, obtaining the War General Talisman depended on opportunity and also required equivalent strength. It was also at this moment, the void shook, and an expert flew over. War General Talisman. A smile appeared on Qin Yuanbai's face, and then he reached out to grab the War General Talisman. That coercion, it had no effect on him at all. Just as Qin Yuanbai was about to grab the War General Talisman, a long sword suddenly slashed at him, forcing him to stop halfway. Then there were other experts who flew over. Elder Qin, I'm also very interested in the War General Talisman. Why don't you give it to me? City Lord Nan smiled slightly and appeared in front of Qin Yuanbai. After receiving the news about the War General Talisman, thus, he rushed over without stopping to rest. As soon as he arrived, he saw that Qin Yuanbai was one step ahead of him, so he immediately took action to intercept him. In terms of friendship, City Lord Nan and Qin Yuanbai had only met a few times. Although he knew that the other party was an elder of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, the problem was that there were many elders in the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, and he was also a subject of the Great Zhao. His status was not lower than his. Therefore, City Lord Nan was also determined to get the War General Talisman. Qin Yuanbai frowned slightly and said calmly, there are only more than 100 people on the War General list. There are still many War General Talismans scattered around the world. Why do you want to compete with me for this one? Treasures are rare. Elder Qin should understand. City Lord Nan shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Qin Yuanbai stopped trying to persuade him. A green longsword appeared in his hand. Even without activating it, sword chi emanated from it. With the treasure in front of us, it's meaningless for us to argue. Let's do it. Those who are stronger can naturally take the War General Talisman. Okay, please enlighten me. City Lord Nan had already taken out his own magic weapon. Qin Yuanbai took a step forward. The long sword slashed in the air, and a vast sword energy burst out. As soon as he made his move, he had already used all his strength. Because Qin Yuanbai knew very well how big the gap between him and City Lord Nan was. The other party was a cultivator in the 5th level of the celestial being, close to the 6th level. In comparison, he was only a cultivator in the 4th level of the celestial being. It would still take some time to reach the 5th level of the celestial being. So, in terms of realm, Qin Yuanbai was already a level lower. Of course, this was not a reason for him to back down. The gap of one small realm. It was not a big problem at all. When he was in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, Qin Yuanbai had relied on his own strength to personally kill a peak saint expert in the 6th level of the celestial being. City Lord Nan was strong. But he was also confident that he could win. The battle had already begun. The cultivators surrounding the War General Talisman could not help but retreat at this moment. Then, they shifted their gaze from the War General Talisman to the two people who were fighting. Everyone knew. If one's realm was not at the 4th level of the celestial being, there was no possibility of getting close to the War General Talisman. Right now, Qin Yuanbai and City Lord Nan had appeared. In other words, the War General Talisman would only belong to the two of them. The main premise was. However, there were no other experts that appeared. Half a day later, the two of them suddenly separated. City Lord Nan's expression did not look too good. There was a sword wound on his chest. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his body. Finally, he looked up at Qin Yuanbai, who was standing with a sword and sighed. I'm convinced of my defeat in this battle. I'll give the War General Talisman to Elder Qin. Goodbye. After saying that, City Lord Nan left directly. There was nothing to say. A fifth level of the celestial being lost to a fourth level of the celestial being. Moreover, he was almost completely suppressed throughout the battle. Such a gap. It made his mood very bad. Thank you. Qin Yuanbai revealed a smile on his face. Then, he put away the green long sword and reached out to take the War General Talisman again. This time, no one stopped him. The War General Talisman was easily caught in his hand. The War General Talisman was in his hand. Qin Yuanbai felt something in his heart. He cut his fingertip and smeared a drop of blood on the War General Talisman. Instantly, after the blood stained the War General Talisman melted in his hand bit by bit. At the same time, a surge of power came from the underworld. Qin Yuanbai only felt his body tremble slightly. In the next moment, he had already broken through to the fifth level of the celestial being. Immediately after, his name had already appeared on the War General ranking. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuanbai was in a good mood. Then, he looked at a player in the crowd, casually threw a divine weapon over, and immediately flew away. This is your reward. That player saw this. He hurriedly grabbed the divine weapon and then directly left the place without any hesitation. A message was delivered. He received a divine weapon that was not weaker than a Taoist artifact. For this player, it was equivalent to giving him a free reward. Seeing this scene, many players felt sour in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Not everyone could immediately notify others after receiving the news of the War General Talisman. After all, it was not so easy to send a message to the elders of the Qianyuan sacred ground. One needed to find a way. Elder Qin has entered the War General ranking. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, all the elders received the news immediately. Now that he has entered the War General ranking, I'm afraid that everyone in the 4 continents knows Qin Yuanbai. Fang Xinglan said with some jealousy. He also wanted to leave his name on the War General ranking. But some things could not be done just because one wanted to. There were many War General Talismans. However, the 4 continents were vast and boundless. More than 700 War General Talismans were scattered between heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult to find one of them. Fang Xinglan could not figure it out. Why was Qin Yuanbai so lucky to get the War General Talisman? In the astral wind layer, Qin Shujian was still forging the heavenly palace. But compared with forging the investiture of the gods, the requirements of the heavenly palace were much lower. Therefore, in just a month, the heavenly palace had begun to take shape. In the sky, naturally, there was a thunder tribulation. In fact, not only did the lightning tribulation exist beneath the heaven and earth squall, it could also condense above the heaven and earth squall. Because the thunder tribulation was the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. Even if there were cultivators hiding underground, the thunder tribulation could find them. Rumble, the thunder tribulation roared. It constantly draped over the heavenly palace. At this time, Qin Shujian had already dispersed the true sun fire. He stood silently to the side, watching the heavenly palace withstand the thunder tribulation. He did not help. He allowed the heavenly palace to bear the power of the thunder tribulation. 7 days. The thunder tribulation suddenly disappeared. A palace had already appeared in the astral wind. Then, Qin Shujian formed hand seals with both hands and inlaid array patterns into the heavenly palace, making it steadily stay in the astral wind layer and not fall to the ground below. At this moment, no matter how the astral wind blew, it could not do anything to the heavenly palace. Next, Qin Shujian took out the rest of the materials and used the fire-controlling art to draw the sun's primordial fire to start a new round of forging. The Heavenly Palace was not a simple palace. In fact, the Heavenly Palace was a whole. It was only when many palaces were combined together that it was considered a complete Heavenly Palace. According to the memories of the Third Era, Qin Shujian condensed the palaces one by one and then added array patterns, making them steadily stay in the astral wind layer. 2 months. In the astral wind layer, dozens of palaces had already appeared. Every palace stayed within the astral winds, moving slowly as the astral winds blew. But the flow trajectory of the palaces was fixed. At the center of all the palaces, it was the main palace of the Heavenly Palace that Qin Shujian had originally built. At this moment, all the palaces had been condensed. The array that was added on top of the palaces was finally completely activated. Boom, a vast array was formed with all the palaces as its foundation. Its mighty aura spread out completely, with the Heavenly Palace as the center. It had a radius of 10,000 miles. All the astral wind that blew over was suppressed. The astral wind that was enough to dissipate the flesh and bones of a half-immortal expert was useless in front of the Heavenly Palace. At this point, the Heavenly Palace was officially formed. When the Heavenly Palace was formed, all the experts who had obtained the deity position felt something at this time and raised their heads to look at the sky at the same time. There was clearly nothing there, but they knew very well. The Heavenly Palace, where did it exist? P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese Network, App Jidian Book, I am decent. Xianyuan Sacred Ground. After leaving the Heavenly Palace, Qin Shujian returned here. Ever since the opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield, all the elders, they all gathered in Xianyuan Hall once again. At this moment, there were still a large number of cultivators gathered in front of the human emperor's palace. Although Qin Shujian had already given up the throne of the human emperor, the palace in front of him no longer lived up to its name. However, this was still the sacred ground in everyone's mind. Although Qin Shujian was not the human emperor, he had been promoted to the Emperor of Heaven. Here, it was even more significant. In Xianyuan Hall, many elders took their seats. Although many celestials had been born in the Xianyuan sacred ground, only the original elders were really qualified to participate in the meeting in Xianyuan Hall. Apart from that, the remaining elders were not qualified to enter here. The void shook slightly. On the main seat, a person appeared out of thin air. When Qin Yuanbai and the others saw this, they immediately stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." "Sit down," Qin Shujian said lightly. Qin Yuanbai and the others said in unison, "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." After that, they sat down again. Starting from Qin Yuanbai, Qin Shujian's gaze swept over all the elders present. The opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield. It also allowed the elders of the Xianyuan sacred ground to gain a lot of benefits. Qin Yuanbai was strong. At this time, he was already in the 5th tier of the celestial being realm. The weaker ones, like Fang Xinglan and the others, were already in the 3rd tier of the celestial being realm. Among them, Fang Xinglan was an array master in the 2nd realm. In comparison, he was much stronger than when the Xianyuan sacred ground was first established. You should be very clear about the establishment of the heavenly court and the investiture of the emperors, Qin Shujian said slowly. At this moment, his body was faintly emitting a powerful aura. In front of him, Qin Yuanbai and the others did not dare to be presumptuous. Reporting to the heavenly emperor, "We already know about this matter. I am now the Emperor of Heaven. It is no longer appropriate for me to be the sacred lord of the Xianyuan sacred ground," Qin Shujian said. Hearing this, everyone else's body trembled slightly. They naturally understood the meaning behind Qin Shujian's words. He was no longer suitable for the position of sacred master. In other words, perhaps there would be a new sacred lord in the Xianyuan sacred ground. Thinking of this, Qin Yuanbai and the others were secretly excited. If Qin Shujian was no longer the sacred lord of the Xianyuan sacred ground, the sacred ground would not be able to compete with the great Zhao sacred ground. But even so, The Qianyuan sacred ground was also the most powerful force in the human race after the Great Zhao Empire. Even if it was the Great Zhao, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Because no matter what, the Emperor of Heaven in front of him was still the founder of the Qianyuan sacred ground. They didn't give the Holy Land any face. This was equivalent to disrespecting the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, if they could become the sacred lord of the sacred ground, they would at least have a supreme status. No one responded, but quietly waited for the follow-up. Qin Shujian said, however, the position of the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground is not something that ordinary people can hold. To hold the position of sacred lord, one must at least be in the 10th level of the celestial being realm. In the sacred ground, the strongest person is only in the 4th level of the celestial being realm, which is far from being qualified to hold the position of sacred lord. Therefore, I have decided to set up 2 more deputy positions under the sacred lord. Speaking of this, Qin Shujian looked down and said lightly, Qin Yuanbai, Fan Xinglan, you 2 are the strongest people in the sacred ground. In the past, you also made a lot of contributions in the Myriad clan battlefield. Today, the 2 of you will be the deputy sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground and maintain the order of the sacred ground. Don't ruin my efforts. We will obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Yuanbai and Fan Xinglan both stood up and saluted at the same time. Although they could not hold the position of sacred lord, they were already satisfied to be able to become deputy sacred lords. The only regret was, there was not only 1 deputy sacred lord, but there were 2. However, the 2 of them knew in their hearts. The 2 deputy sacred lords were only there to check and balance each other, so that no one could dominate. Qin Shujian said, all the internal and external affairs of the sacred ground can be handled by the deputy sacred lords. In the future, if anyone can break through the 10th level of the celestial being realm and has both talent and integrity, he can become the new sacred lord of the sacred ground. In addition, the elders also have the right to impeach. If more than 80% of the elders in the sacred ground impeach one person, he can be removed from the position of deputy sacred lord. The elders that Qin Shujian mentioned, not only the elders in the Qianyuan Hall, but also those who had the title of elder but could not enter the Qianyuan Hall. These people, they were also counted as elders. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai and Fan Xinglan's faces were also solemn, and the joy in their hearts decreased a little. The elders had the right to impeach. That proved that the position of deputy sacred lord was not really stable. Unless one day, if they could sit in the position of sacred lord, there would be less trouble. But before that, the authority of a deputy sacred lord was much less than that of a real sacred lord. We will do our best to maintain the order in the sacred ground. We will not let the Emperor of Heaven down, Qin Yuanbai replied in a deep voice. That would be best. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and then said, you guys should be mentally prepared. It won't be long before the great wide world will no longer be peaceful. The strength of the celestial being is indeed top-notch in the past. But in the future, it won't be of much use. In the future calamity, not to mention the celestial being, even the weaker true immortals will find it difficult to survive. So for the time being, I hope you all take care of yourselves and don't slack off on the path of cultivation. Qin Shujian's words were a little heavy. The atmosphere in the Qianyuan Hall also became solemn. The celestial being could not help. Ordinary true immortals would also find it difficult to survive. In this way, Qin Yuanbai and the others felt great pressure. Fan Xinglan said, what does the Emperor of Heaven mean by what he said? The demons of the void and the demon abyss are all calamities that the great wide world is about to face. Instead of being beaten passively, it's better to take the initiative to attack. You guys just have to be prepared. Qin Shujian shook his head. After saying that, he had already disappeared from the Qianyuan Hall. In the hall, only the crowd was left in deep thought. Qin Shujian's words made them realize something. That was, the war was not far away. Qin Yuanbai's expression was solemn. The Emperor of Heaven has already made his intentions clear. Perhaps it won't be long before the Heavenly Court launches a large-scale attack on the demons of the void. Only by solving the hidden dangers of the void can we face the demon abyss with peace of mind. Now, the demons of the void were attacking the great wide world all the time. It was understandable that the heavenly court wanted to attack the demons of the void. If they did not deal with them, when the demon abyss attacked, the heavenly court might have to face a pincer attack from both sides. Therefore, attacking the nefarious devil clan in the void was inevitable. Qin Yuanbai did not think much about these things at first. However, since Qin Shujian had already said it out loud, he naturally understood what was going on. The world is not peaceful. Cui Hui sighed. The only peaceful time in the world was probably the time when the great Zhao established the eastern continent. The mutants descended, and the vassals rebelled. There were already signs of chaos in the world. Later, from the moment the human race walked out of the eastern continent, there was no longer much peace. The world of great battles, the beginning of the great calamity, that was probably it. The others also had solemn expressions. No one was sure that they could safely survive the great calamity. Even if the great calamity had not officially begun, the number of experts who had fallen was already innumerable. The 10,000 races battlefield opened. Tens of thousands of celestial beings had fallen there. Even perfected immortals, dozens of them had also fallen in the 4 great continents. In the face of such a calamity, no one had much confidence that they could survive it. After giving Qin Yuanbai and the others some pressure, Qin Shujian floated to his original courtyard. Niao Dali was still sleeping outside. When he came in, he did not cause any commotion, so he naturally did not wake the other party up. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and looked at everything in front of him. In the end, he did not take it away. There are some thoughts in using the courtyard. Rather than taking it to the heavenly palace, it is better to leave it here and avoid so much trouble. He shook his head. There was no need to take the courtyard away. He might as well leave it here. It might be of some use in the future. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's divine sense moved slightly, and soon someone came over. Disciple greets master. Ningbo bowed. Qin Shujian looked at the disciple in front of him and said, "How is your cultivation of the Guiyuan ancestral canon?" "It has been completely transformed. It should not be long before I can enter the middle stage of the divine martial realm." Ningbo replied truthfully. He walked the path of deriving heaven and earth. Therefore, he transformed his original cultivation technique into the Guiyuan ancestral canon. In a few months, he had completed the transformation of the cultivation technique and was able to improve on the original foundation. Such talent could already be described as outstanding. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Divine martial realm is just the beginning. After you enter the heavenly realm, the effects of the Guiyuan ancestral canon will gradually manifest. With your current realm, there is no need to stay in the Qianyuan realm. You can travel around and search for enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Because after breaking through to the heavenly realm, every small breakthrough will require a huge amount of resources. Disciple will remember master's teachings. In addition, Red Lotus of Purgation, how is your cultivation? Qin Shujian asked. He gave her the complete version of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. Naturally, it included the Red Lotus of Purgation. Ningbo said, "The Red Lotus of Purgation is almost completed. The Red Lotus of Purgation can refine everything in the world, but there is one thing you need to pay attention to. For the time being, you can't use it on the mutants. In addition, you can't use it on the humans. As for the outsiders, you need to pay attention to your actions. Don't leave any evidence behind." Qin Shujian looked at him and said meaningfully. Disciple understands. Ningbo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately lowered his head and said, how could he not understand his master's meaning when he had already spoken to this extent? Outsiders could refine it. But the premise was that no one knew. Or rather, even if others knew, no evidence would be left behind. His master was now the Emperor of Heaven, an existence that ruled all races. Similarly, in some matters, he couldn't be too biased. If he couldn't treat everyone equally, how could he be qualified to become the Emperor of Heaven that ruled all races, even if he treated everyone equally on the surface? It was also necessary. However, after cultivating the Red Lotus of Purgation, Ningbo had never used it, so he didn't know much about this method. I will live in the heavenly palace in the future. If there is anything, you can send a message. I'm too lazy to take this courtyard away. Just leave it here. When you have time, come back and clean it up. Don't let it be stained with dust. As for the things inside, you can do whatever you want with them. Xianxia said calmly. If he didn't take the courtyard away, then someone needed to take care of it. No matter what, Ningbo was his only disciple, so he had to leave something for him. Otherwise, after being apprenticed for so many years, not only did he not give him any guidance, he didn't even give him a few treasures. It couldn't be justified. So, Xianxia simply left the courtyard to Ningbo. After saying that, Xianxia walked out of the courtyard and gently kicked Niodali with his horn. Finally, the sleeping green bull woke up. Qin, Emperor of Heaven. Niodali instinctively wanted to say Emperor Qin, but immediately realized something and hurriedly changed his words. Xianxia sat sideways on the bull's back and gently tapped the bull's head with his folding fan. Go to the Vermilion Bird Tribe's territory. Yes. Niodali didn't say much and stepped into the air to leave. The Vermilion Bird Tribe's territory. It was in the human territory. After breaking through to the 9th level of the celestial being, Niodali's flying speed had increased. In just a short while, he arrived in the sky above the Vermilion Bird Tribe's territory. Xianxia said indifferently, Fire Sage, come quickly. His voice was ethereal. Without alerting the other Vermilion Bird Tribe cultivators, it directly entered Fire Sage's ears. Fire Sage, who was in seclusion, was suddenly awakened. Soon, she realized what had happened and immediately left her seclusion and appeared in front of Xianxia. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Take care of the Vermilion Bird Tribe's affairs, then follow me to the Heavenly Palace. Yes. Fire Sage nodded excitedly. Soon, she sent a message to the elders of the Vermilion Bird Tribe. After briefly explaining the matter, she followed Xianxia to the Heavenly Palace. To be able to go to the Heavenly Palace. For Fire Sage, it was an unparalleled opportunity. The current Xianxia was no longer as simple as the human emperor of the past. He was the Emperor of Heaven who ruled all races. The other party's strength. He could be called the #1 person of all races. In comparison, Fire Sage herself was still in the 8th level of the celestial being realm. She was far from the Emperor of Heaven in front of her. She couldn't believe it no matter what. A few years ago, she had fought with Xianxia and didn't die. Now that she was able to enter the Heavenly Palace and follow the Emperor of Heaven, the opportunity she had was unimaginable. In the dark, Fire Sage also had some premonitions. Entering the Heavenly Palace this time might bring her a great turnaround. So, that was the reason why the Vermilion Bird Clan's clan chief had followed him without hesitation. Because in her heart, there was no thought of refusing at all. Green Nyo was flying in the air. Fire Sage followed behind. When they came close to the astral wind layer, Xianxia opened the original human emperor fan, which had now been renamed the Emperor of Heaven fan, and waved it forward. Boom, the astral wind layer was torn apart. Niodali understood and directly flew into the air. The astral wind layer. Fire Sage saw the crack in the sky, and her pretty face turned pale. She never expected. The Heavenly Palace existed in the astral wind layer. In the Vermilion Bird Tribe's inheritance, it had already recorded the terror of the astral wind layer. It was a dangerous place for cultivators below the true immortal realm. Without condensing an immortal body, one didn't have the qualifications to enter the astral wind layer. Because once one entered it, they would be torn apart by the astral wind. Fire Sage herself was only in the 8th level of the celestial being realm. There was still a long way to go before she could become a true immortal. Although she didn't enter it. But just from the opening, she could already feel a terrifying threat. Just as Holy Fire was hesitating, Green Nyo had already entered it. Seeing this, Fire Sage gritted her teeth and could only harden her heart and barge in. She couldn't decide. She would definitely be in chaos. Since she had already come here, there was no reason to retreat midway. If she couldn't enter the astral wind layer, even if she could save her life, she would definitely lose a great opportunity. Since that was the case, it was better to take a gamble. After making up her mind, Fire Sage had already followed closely behind Xianxia and headed towards the astral wind layer. Just as they entered the astral wind layer, the temperature suddenly rose a lot. In the sky above their heads, there was a big sun hanging in the sky. The scorching true fire of the sun made the entire astral wind layer seem to be in flames. It was just that this temperature, it didn't make Fire Sage feel threatened. Instead, there was a kind of warm comfort. Even the power contained in her body was aroused a little. The danger she had expected did not come. At this time, Fire Sage finally had the time to look around. What entered her eyes? She saw that the palaces were scattered everywhere. All the palaces seemed to be held up by an invisible hand. They stopped there steadily and did not fall to the ground below. The palaces were big and small. However, each of the palaces emitted a powerful aura. And in the center of all the palaces, there was a huge palace. The moment she saw the palace, Fire Sage felt an endless pressure. Heavenly Palace. A name naturally appeared in her mind. This was the Heavenly Palace, the place where the Heavenly Court was located. Then, Fire Sage looked outside the palace. There was a heaven and earth astral wind raging there. Wind, it should have been invisible and colorless. But here, the heaven and earth astral wind had color. She didn't take a closer look. Fire Sage immediately followed behind Xianxia and entered the Heavenly Palace. Very big. Very big. This was Fire Sage's first feeling after entering the Heavenly Palace. Originally, from the outside, the Heavenly Palace was already not small. However, when she really walked in, she realized that the Heavenly Palace was many times larger than she had expected. With her knowledge, she also knew that this was because of the spatial array inside the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is divided into the Outer Palace and the Inner Palace. You two stay here in the Outer Palace. Also, don't wander around. This place is covered by the array, so we don't need to fear the power of the sun and moon, as well as the heaven and earth astral wind. However, if you leave the range of the array, you will be in danger of dying. Xianxia had already dismounted from the ox's back. He looked at the two calmly. At this time, Niu Dali also withdrew his true form and turned into a big man with two horns on his head. Also, Xianxia paused, then looked at Fire Sage and said, aside from the depths of the Sea of Death, this is the place closest to the sun. The Vermilion Bird clan has an innate divine fire and should be a powerful clan. However, you haven't completely mastered your innate divine fire and can't use much of its power. Now that you're in the Heavenly Palace, you can take this opportunity to cultivate your innate divine fire. The main purpose of bringing Fire Sage into the Heavenly Palace. Xianxia wanted her to cultivate her innate divine fire. This was a type of divine fire that was on par with the true fire of the sun, and one of the two most powerful divine fires in the world. Although not every vermilion bird could cultivate the Kane divine fire, it was still a rare opportunity. Still, as the leader of the Vermilion Bird clan, Fire Sage was their last hope. To a certain extent, the true fire of the sun shared the same origin as the innate divine fire. Therefore, if Fire Sage cultivated here, there was a very high chance that he would be able to master his innate divine fire. Fire Sage shed tears of gratitude. Your subordinate will definitely cultivate my innate divine fire and not disappoint the Emperor of Heaven. Go on. Xianxia waved his hand, then entered the inner palace. As for Niu Dali and Fire Sage, he didn't pay them any more attention. All he needed to do was bring them into the Heavenly Palace. As for everything else, he'd let them deal with it themselves. The Heavenly Palace was so large, after all. Raising a vermilion bird and a cow wouldn't take up much space. After entering the inner palace, the scenery was completely different from the outer palace. The so-called outer palace was actually the equivalent of an open-air plaza. From there, one could directly see the skies. As for what was inside the inner palace, there were 8 pillars that supported the entire palace. Apart from that, the palace was extremely spacious. There was only a row of white jade stairs in the middle, and at the end of the white jade stairs was a golden table and chair. He steadily walked up the white jade stairs. Xianxia sat down on the chair. Then, he took out the investiture of the gods from his sea of consciousness, as well as the imperial jade seal formed by the fate of all races. The investiture of the gods was placed on the left side of the table. The imperial jade seal was placed on the right side of the table. The moment the imperial jade seal fell, the entire heavenly palace shook violently a few times, causing Nyodali and Fire Sage's expressions to change drastically. They almost thought that there was a problem with the array. Then, they saw a rich fate spread out from the imperial jade seal. Like yellow clouds, the fate overflowed from the inner palace and quickly occupied the entire heavenly palace. The astral wind layer that originally only existed in white was now filled with other colors. The yellow clouds were embellished. It made the many palaces look even more sacred. Inside the inner palace, after Qin Shujian put down the things, he placed his hands on the armrests on both sides. He looked at the empty palace below with a faint smile on his face. Although it's a lot worse, it still looks a little like it. The heavenly palace in front of him, it was built based on the heavenly palace in the memory of the Third Era. The difference was, in the past, there were gods in the heavenly palace. Now, only he, the Emperor of Heaven, was here in the heavenly palace. There was also a cow and a vermilion bird outside. Was the heavenly palace of the ancient times like this? Qin Shujian asked. After that, Godslayer, who had been silent for a long time in his sea of consciousness, also answered at this time, the heavenly palace of the ancient times did not exist in the astral wind layer. It only existed in the void. As for the investiture of gods like the Emperor of Heaven, it has never appeared before. It was also the heavenly palace. In Godslayer's eyes, the heavenly palace in front of him was much more imposing than the heavenly palace of the ancient times. If there was a difference, it was probably that there was no breath of life in the heavenly palace now, and it seemed too lonely. Apart from that, there were no other problems. As for the investiture of gods, to be honest, Godslayer had never heard of it at all. Until a while ago, when Qin Shujian really made a move to investiture of gods, he saw that mysterious method. To put it bluntly, if the Emperor of Heaven in the ancient times had the method to investiture of gods, the strength of the heavenly palace would definitely have increased greatly. When facing the great calamity of the demon abyss, it might not have failed. However, there were no ifs in anything. The heavenly palace of the ancient times had been defeated. However, in Godslayer's view, now that the heavenly palace was under the control of Qin Shujian, there was a great chance that it could contend against the demon abyss. The method to investiture of gods has always existed, it's just that you don't know about it. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. He looked at the empty hall and said with a faint smile, the heaven and earth astral wind layer is the closest place to the specific world, and also the beginning of the projection of the stars in the outer realm into the vast thousand realms. Cultivating here will be faster than in other places. And because the heaven and earth astral wind layer is considered one of the ends of the world, the power of the rules here is the most obvious. As the existence that rules over the tens of thousands of races, the heavenly palace should exist in such a place. In Qin Shujian's memory, the heavenly palace of any era existed in such a place. Not only did it indicate the supreme status of the heavenly palace, but also because one could draw on the power of the stars to cultivate here, which was much faster than simply absorbing spirit chi to cultivate. In the ancient times, it was wrong for the heavenly palace to not be in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't care too much. After all, the ancient Emperor of Heaven was only a half-step down fruit, how much could he know? Senior, how far are you from the tribulation? The tribulation he was talking about was Zhu Bing's tribulation. Godslayer pondered for a moment and said, the Emperor of Heaven killed many perfected immortals before. In addition to my foundation over the years, I've reached the peak of the four tribulation Zhu Bing. If I kill a few more perfected immortals, I'll be able to transcend the tribulation naturally. Even now, I can take the initiative to draw the thunder tribulation down, but the chance of transcending the tribulation is not high. The more power he accumulated, the higher the chance of successfully transcending the tribulation. If he forcefully transcended the tribulation without accumulating enough power, the possibility of failure was very high. Even though Godslayer had existed for millions of years, he didn't dare to take the risk. Because of Zhu Bing's thunder tribulation. It was really too powerful. Killing a few more perfected immortals will be troublesome. Qin Shujian frowned slightly. Now that the 4 continents had been unified, although there were many perfected immortals, it was impossible to randomly pick a few out to kill. However, if Zhu Bing didn't transcend the tribulation, when the time came, he would start to transcend the tribulation after killing a few perfected immortal void demons. It would be disadvantageous to the battle. Godslayer said, "The Emperor of Heaven doesn't know that there are perfected immortal dire beasts in the Sea of Death. If I can enter it, I'll be able to accumulate enough power to transcend the tribulation. However, perfected immortal dire beasts mostly live in the depths of the Sea of Death. If I recklessly enter, I'm afraid I'll be in great danger. The things in the depths of the Sea of Death are indeed troublesome." Qin Shujian nodded. Half-step Dao fruit was troublesome enough. At least with his current strength, he was still far from being able to deal with them. But as Xiao Qingfeng said, the Sea of Death is a seal. Even if he's a half-step Dao fruit existence, he can't possibly break the seal. There's no need to worry too much. Before obtaining the memories of the Third Era, Qin Shujian didn't know much about the Sea of Death. However, after obtaining the memories, when he looked at the Sea of Death again, he could see many things. It was just as Xiao Qingfeng had said. The Sea of Death was actually a huge seal. The moment he became the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian's spiritual force had actually merged with heaven and earth for a short time. That moment of merging allowed him to have a panoramic view of the entire major kiliocosm. In the depths of the Sea of Death, in the depths of the heaven abyss, there were universal chains that imprisoned and sealed the half-step Dao fruit existences inside. This was also the reason why they had been unable to leave the 2 perilous lands. Universal chains. This was a force formed by the heaven-earth law. And the most powerful technique of heaven and earth. It was different from the True Dominion's universal sky lock. The True Dominion's universal sky lock was merely a weak manifestation of the nomological force. However, the universal chains in the 2 places were the true manifestation of the nomological force. Without reaching the Dao fruit realm, it was impossible to break free from the seal. When the time comes, I will naturally bring you to the Sea of Death. At that time, you will be able to find the opportunity to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Although 4 tribulation ancestral armaments are very powerful, they will not be enough for the later heavenly tribulations. Qin Shujian said. Then, he picked up the investiture of the gods on the table and sent out the corresponding message. Middle Prefecture Imperial City, Xianxia was cultivating. In his sea of consciousness, a square seal suddenly vibrated. It was something formed by the power of the investiture of the gods after he had become the Zhou Tian constellation. That seal, it symbolized the status of the Zhou Tian constellation. Similarly, it was also a bridge to communicate with the investiture of the gods. Now that the seal was vibrating, Xianxia immediately knew what had happened. After walking out of seclusion, he did not head to the heavenly court immediately. Instead, he went to Emperor Zhao's palace. "Father, the Emperor of Heaven has summoned the Zhou Tian constellation to the heavenly court. Have you received the news?" Xianxia went straight to the point the moment he saw Emperor Zhao. "Summon the Zhou Tian constellation to the heavenly court." Emperor Zhao shook his head and said calmly, "Ben Huang did not receive the news. Since the Emperor of Heaven has already sent a message, you can go over. Then I will take my leave first." Xianxia cupped his hand slightly and turned to leave. The Zhao Emperor looked at his departing figure and frowned slightly. As for the location of the heavenly court, as Emperor Zhongyuan, he had never been there personally. Although Emperor Zhao could know where the heavenly court was through the investiture of the gods, he could not go there without Qin Shujian's summons. At this time, the heavenly court suddenly sent a message and summoned the Zhou Tian constellation. It was inevitable that people would think too much. Not long after, Emperor Zhao got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. The heavenly court had been established. There were many things that he could not think about anymore. To put it bluntly, he was only the human emperor. When the heavenly court did not exist, the human emperor's position was naturally supreme. The emperors of the other races could at most be on equal footing with the human emperor's position. There was no possibility of them being superior. But it was different now. With the heavenly court, the emperors of the other races had to be lowered. Especially after the investiture of the gods. It also established the supreme position of the Emperor of Heaven. So, Emperor Zhao no longer referred to himself as emperor. Instead, he referred to himself as Ben Huang. When Xianxia was heading to the heavenly court, in the other races, all the emperors who were listed in the Zhou Tian constellation deity position were heading towards the heavenly court at this time. Soon, Xianxia arrived below the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Before he could do anything, the seal floating in his mind had already flown out and opened a passage under the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Seeing this, Xianxia reached out and grabbed the seal, then stepped into the passage. In an instant, the surrounding scene changed. This is the heavenly court. Looking at the many palaces floating in the air in front of him and thousands of yellow clouds hanging down, Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. As one of the gods of the heavenly court, he knew. What he saw in front of him was the location of the heavenly court. It was also at this time, another passage opened up. Soon after, the emperors walked out from inside. Brother Yang. So it's the Black Emperor. Seeing the person who came, Xianxia smiled and cupped his hands. He knew the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor naturally knew him too. At this moment, the Black Emperor had already broken through to the true immortal realm. Although he was on the same level as the Zhao Emperor, he was also on the same level as Xianxia. Because they were both true immortals, there was no such thing as seniority. At most, they would talk about their own things. The Black Emperor smiled and said, "The Emperor of Heaven has summoned us here this time. I wonder why. Brother Yang is also from the human clan. Do you have any news?" "No, I'm the same as the Black Emperor. I rushed over after receiving the message." Xianxia shook his head. He was also confused. Now that we have arrived at the heavenly court and the heavenly palace is right in front of us, we will go in and meet the Emperor of Heaven. Naturally, we will know everything. That's true. The Black Emperor nodded and said with a smile. Then, the two of them went together. The entire heavenly court. There were many palaces. Each palace did not seem to be connected to the other palaces. However, between the palaces, there was a faint yellow cloud paving the way. Walking on it was no different from walking on flat ground. Ben Huang has never seen such a scene before in his life. The Black Emperor sighed. He had never seen what the ancient heavenly court looked like, but the heavenly court in front of him was already filled with surprise. Xianxia did not say anything at the side. But from the expression on his face, it was not much different. He had never thought about it before. There would be someone who dared to open up a realm in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Moreover, they would not be afraid of the invasion of the heaven and earth astral wind layer, nor would they be afraid of the influence of the great Yin and great Yang energies. Xianxia raised his head and looked up. In the past, the sun was only the size of a fist from below. Now, it almost occupied his entire line of sight. But even so close, he wasn't affected too much either. The two of them stepped on the yellow clouds and arrived in front of the heavenly palace in the middle. A green ox was crawling and sleeping soundly in front of the outer hall. For Niu Dali, it was the same no matter where he slept. Even if there was a very big sun in the sky above his head, it would not affect him at all. Until Xianxia and the Black Emperor stepped into the heavenly palace. The green ox's snoring stopped for a moment, and then slowly opened its eyes. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. Brother Niu. Xianxia thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said. He didn't know how to address Niu Dali. But when he thought about how the other party was the mount of the Emperor of Heaven, his status was there, so he treated him as a peer. The Black Emperor at the side also cupped his hands. Niu Dali was too lazy to get up and directly lay on the ground, looking weak. You're here, the Emperor of Heaven is inside, you can just go in. Thank you. The two of them cupped their hands again and walked towards the inner hall. At this moment, a vermilion bird soared into the sky, flying above the heavenly palace, bathed in the true fire of the sun. The Black Emperor and Xianxia only took a simple glance and recognized the identity of the vermilion bird. Fire Saint, even though all of the vermilion birds looked pretty much the same from the outside, but as an expert, they had never relied on appearance to distinguish a person, but on aura. The powerful aura unique to Fire Saint was something that other vermilion birds did not have. Therefore, It wasn't difficult to recognize holy fire. After retracting his gaze, the two of them entered the inner hall. The inner hall was wide. There was clearly nothing there, but the moment they entered, there was an endless pressure coming from all directions. Xiang and the Black Emperor's hearts tightened. Then, they looked at Qin Shujian, bowed, and said, "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." You guys can wait at the side," Qin Shujian said casually with a light hum. Seeing this, the two of them stood in the hall. Not long after, the other experts with divine positions arrived one after another. 365 Zhoutian Constellation. There were a total of 365 experts. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." The gods bowed. Qin Shujian seemed to have seen a scene from the past, but he quickly came back to his senses. "Everyone, rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The gods stood up and looked at Qin Shujian with doubt in their eyes. From the moment they entered the heavenly court, they were quite surprised. After all, no one had ever dared to establish a heavenly court and a heavenly palace in the astral winds. Among the gods present, none of them entered the astral wind layer for the first time, which naturally aroused a lot of curiosity. However, what they were more concerned about was the purpose of Qin Shujian gathering the Zhoutian constellation. Qin Shujian said, "There are many stars in the void outside the star field. 365 main stars are the main stars. They have been there since the void outside the star field appeared. The stars contained boundless energy. Occasionally, the energy would overflow and be projected onto the heaven and earth barrier. Then, it would seep into the greater thousand world and be used by many living beings for cultivation. Compared to spiritual energy, the power of the stars in the heavens is more suitable for cultivators to cultivate." In the heavenly palace, only Qin Shujian's voice reverberated in the air. The other gods lowered their hands and listened attentively. He was listed on the investiture of the gods. They had no chance of resisting. Since he had enjoyed the benefits of the investiture of the gods, he had no choice but to pay the corresponding price. Regarding this, the gods didn't care too much. After all, Qin Shujian was powerful. Regardless of whether he had the investiture of the gods or not, he could easily kill them. In that case, there was no other problem. Qin Shujian said, "The reason why the heavenly court established the 365 Zhoutian constellation is related to the 365 main stars in the void outside the star field. Today, I gathered you here for a very simple purpose. You have been conferred the position of gods and enjoy the providence of heaven and earth. Seeing this, you should naturally serve heaven and earth. Therefore, I want you to draw the power of the stars in the heavens and illuminate the 4 continents so that all living beings can absorb the power of the stars to cultivate and produce enough experts as soon as possible. Draw the stars in the heavens, illuminate the 4 continents." The hearts of the gods trembled wildly. What Qin Shujian said was very unfamiliar to them, because no expert had ever tried to draw the power of the stars in the heavens. The reason was simple. It was because the stars in the heavens existed in the void outside the star field. There was a distance between heaven and earth. In addition, there was a barrier between heaven and earth. It was impossible to draw the power of the stars. Except for the races born from the power of the stars like the Star Clan, who could innately borrow some of the power of the stars. The other races, there was basically no way. Xiang cupped his hands and said, "Emperor of Heaven, the stars in the heavens exist in the void outside the star field. How can we draw the power of the stars down? Your deity positions are compatible with the stars in the heavens. Your mind is connected to the deity position seal and you can draw the power of the stars down." Qin Shujian said calmly. Deity position, it was an existence conferred by the heavenly court, but it also came from heaven and earth. After all, to a certain extent, the heavenly court was equivalent to an organization that maintained the order of heaven and earth. As the Emperor of Heaven, he had many privileges. Therefore, the deity position was actually the power that Qin Shujian absorbed from heaven and earth in his identity as the Emperor of Heaven and finally condensed into a deity position. Or else, investiture of the gods was a joke. There must be a corresponding method to condense the corresponding deity position. This was also the reason. The reason why the ancient heavenly court did not become a deity. Hearing this, with a thought, Xiang had already taken out the seal in his mind. The others, they were all doing the same thing. It was just that after taking out the seal, they did not know how to draw the power of the stars in the heavens. Everyone looked at each other and saw a puzzled look in each other's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand, and countless streams of light shot out and instantly escaped into the minds of the gods. The gods trembled slightly and instinctively closed their eyes. The next moment, when they opened their eyes, they already knew how to draw the power of the stars in the heavens. Qin Shujian said in a clear voice, "In the heavenly court, besides the heavenly palace, there are other palaces. In the future, you will live in the heavenly court and control the power of the stars in the heavens to illuminate the 4 continents. As the guides of the stars in the heavens, you will also be able to gain great benefits from it. We will obey your orders." Even without Qin Shujian's explanation, they could understand the benefits of borrowing the power of the stars to cultivate. Although after breaking through to the true immortal realm, one would mainly walk the laws of heaven and earth. However, true immortals could still absorb energy to temper their bodies. The more powerful the true immortal. Other than the powerful rules, his physique was also extremely powerful. Soon, the gods left the heavenly palace and saw the many palaces surrounding the heavenly palace. There were many palaces. Roughly looking over, there were hundreds of them. The Black Emperor said, excluding the heavenly palace, there are a total of 374 palaces in the heavenly court. They should be the corresponding deity positions of the 5 great imperial emperors, the 4 great war gods, and the 365 Zhou-Tian constellations. Which hall does Brother Yang plan to stay in? At the end of his sentence, the Black Emperor turned his head to look at Xiang. There weren't many people he was familiar with among the gods. Xiang was from the human clan, so he was the most familiar with him. As for the earthly emperor's words, in fact, he was also given the title of Zhou-Tian constellation. However, the Black Emperor didn't want to pay attention to this person who had betrayed him, including the Dog Emperor. It was the same. However, the other party was now one of the 5 great imperial emperors. His position was higher than his, so the Black Emperor didn't express his emotions. That one. Xiang stretched out his hand and pointed at the closest hall to the heavenly palace. Seeing this, the Black Emperor nodded and pointed at a nearby hall. Since Brother Yang has chosen this place, then Ben Huang will also take this place. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them stepped on yellow clouds and walked towards the 2 halls. However, just as they stepped into the hall, they were directly pushed back by a tyrannical force. At the same time, a message appeared in Xiang's mind. The central palace belongs to Emperor Zhongyuan. Without the emperor's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Looking at the hall in front of him, he finally knew that he wanted his father's territory. From this, it could be seen. All the palaces were not randomly chosen. Each hall corresponded to a different deity position. Seeing this, Xiang's gaze swept across the few halls closest to the heavenly palace. According to his guess, that should be where the 5 great imperial emperors were. Those outside belonged to the 4 great war gods. As for the Zhou-Tian constellation deity position, Xiang looked at the group of palaces at the outermost periphery. It should be there. All of a sudden, he felt something in his heart. He took out his imperial seal and sent his divine consciousness into it. All of a sudden, a strong connection was generated from the imperial seal. Then, through the connection, Xiang looked at one of the halls. Then, he stepped on yellow clouds and walked over. As expected. This time, there was no longer any obstruction. The other gods also discovered the secret in the hall. In the end, they each found their own hall. Not long after, a loud voice came from the heavenly palace. Stars in the sky, fall. Boom. From the 365 halls, a powerful force burst out and rushed towards the sky like a beam of light. Then, in the void outside the domain, the many stars that stayed outside the vast thousand worlds seemed to have been stimulated by some force. They all woke up from their silence and then shone brightly. Ah! Run! Those demons of the void who had attacked the vast thousand world and temporarily stayed on the stars were severely injured when the power of the stars erupted. The bright light shone down. All of the black shadows dissipated one after another. In less than a breath's time, all the demons of the void who were below the Demon King level on the stars died. Those demons of the void who had reached the Demon King level also suffered different degrees of injuries under the eruption of the power of the stars. The sudden change. It caused a great impact. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the demons of the void, a terrifying beam of light bombarded from the stars and landed directly on the heaven and earth barrier. Along the way, all the demons of the void who were touched by the beam of light melted and died. Quickly, report to the Demon King that the stars have changed. Seeing this, a Demon King's face was filled with horror. Without thinking, he fled into the depths of the void. The stars had changed. And it was related to the vast thousand world. No one dared to hide such a thing. The power of the stars was extremely pure, but to the demons of the void, it was no different from a highly toxic substance. In the heaven and earth barrier. Countless beams of light directly bombarded from the heaven and earth barrier. Then, after those beams of light entered the heaven and earth barrier, they landed in the palace of the deity position of the stars. In an instant, the entire heavenly court was nurtured in the starlight. Originally, the heavenly court already had the power of the sun and the moon. Now that the power of the stars had descended, the power here increased greatly. In the heavenly court, the moment the power of the stars descended, Xianxia felt as if all the pores on his body had been opened. He greedily breathed in the power. The power of the stars is still so strong. He could clearly feel it. When he was absorbing the power of the stars, his inner world could be illuminated by the power of the stars and was undergoing some kind of transformation. Now the inner world has many rules, but it is still far from a complete heaven and earth. Now that I am absorbing the power of the stars, there is a chance for the inner world to give birth to the stars. Xianxia thought in his heart. Being able to give birth to the stars was also a good thing for him. The birth of the stars. The corresponding rules would also be born. More importantly, with the illumination of the stars, the evolution of the inner world would be even faster. However, it was not easy to rely on absorbing the power of the stars to give birth to the stars in the inner world. According to Xianxia's estimation, it would take at least 10 years for it to be possible. 10 years is about enough. Xianxia estimated and had a rough idea in his heart. Moreover, the power of the stars in the heavenly court was much stronger than in the third era. The reason for this was, it was also because the power of the stars in this era had almost never been used, so when it was drawn down, it was so strong. At this moment, the power of the stars enveloped the entire heavenly court. In the hall, Xiang sat cross-legged, and there was a seal floating quietly in front of him. The light beam of the stars bombarded down and directly fell on the seal. And he had the deity position of the stars. At this moment, there was also a part of the power of the stars pouring into his body. What a powerful power of the stars! Xiang secretly gasped. He had always been unfamiliar with the power of the stars. Because the human clan of the eastern continent never relied on the power of the stars to cultivate, but only on the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It was the first time that Xiang had directly absorbed the power of the stars to cultivate like this. But also because of this, he finally understood how terrifying the power of the stars was. When the power of the stars bombarded down just now, Xiang found that his physical body, which had already transformed into an immortal body, had taken another step forward. Although it was only a small improvement, but that kind of improvement, it was enough to shock people. Xiang felt the extremely rich power of the stars around him, and there was a smile on his face. If I continue to cultivate here, my strength will definitely increase even faster. If my physical body is strong enough, then I might be able to rival a second or even a third level immortal in the realm of the first level immortal. Increasing strength, it was not necessary to increase one's realm. Just like Emperor Zhao and Xiao Qingfeng. They had just broken through to the true immortal realm and already had the strength of a third or fourth level immortal. The reason was, it was because of their strong foundation that they could have such powerful strength when they were first level immortals. If they could also have the strength of a third or fourth level immortal, then even if their realm was still first level immortal, no one would dare to underestimate them. In Xianx's opinion, the realm was not the only thing. Only strength, that was what was really useful. After he collected his thoughts, he focused his attention on the seal in front of him, then used his divine will to communicate with the seal and control the power of the stars to pour down on the 4 great continents. Boom, the sky shook. The sky, which was originally as bright as day, was now dyed with a faint blue color. Then, vast energy fell from the sky and converged into the 4 great continents. The moment the energy of the stars poured in, all of the living beings seemed to have sensed something as they looked up at the sky. Then, they discovered that their cultivation speed had increased a lot out of nowhere. Many cultivators who had reached a bottleneck directly broke through to the next level. 5th level celestial being. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, the Golden Rock King's face was a little stunned. Just now, a wave of pure power descended upon him, causing him to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation level, which he had already reached, to break through the original shackles. He broke through from the 4th level of the celestial being to the 5th level of the celestial being. It was a sudden breakthrough. The Golden Rock King was a little surprised. At this moment, he could clearly feel that there was still a mysterious force around him. Even if he did not actively absorb it, it would slowly penetrate into his body. In other words, even if he did not cultivate, he could slowly increase his strength. Even if the process was very slow, the improvement was real. This discovery, the Golden Rock King was a little shocked. Then he looked up at the sky. He could clearly feel that the source of the power was coming from there. Star power. In the territory of the star race, the current star emperor looked at the sky in shock as if he had seen something unbelievable. Ever since the previous star emperor died, in addition to the death of a large number of star race experts, the current star emperor's strength was only at the 9th level of the celestial being. After becoming the star emperor, he had been cultivating diligently and trying to improve his strength, hoping that one day he could bring the star race back to the peak. However, just now, the Star Emperor found that the star power that he had absorbed was no longer under his control. Then, even the weak power of the stars that roamed between heaven and earth instantly increased by more than a few times in an instant. The others did not know what this power was. But as the Star Race Emperor, how could he not know? But what the Star Emperor did not expect was, in addition to the star race, there were other experts in the world who could control the star power, and they were much stronger than the star race. An expert is controlling the star power and sprinkling it on the 4 great continents. Who is it? Why is he doing this? The Star Emperor's face was cloudy. The biggest trump card of the star race was the star power. Now that it was being controlled by someone else, he could not keep calm. Soon, the Star Emperor thought of the heavenly court. If there was anyone in the world who could control the star power and sprinkle it on the 4 great continents, it could only be the heavenly court. The 365 Zhoutian constellation. Could it be that the deity position is used to draw the star power? The Star Emperor was not sure. But this was the only explanation for the situation in front of him. Thinking of this, he felt a little bit of pain in his heart. If the deity position of the Zhoutian constellation really had such a method, his strength would be greatly improved if he could get the deity position. But now, there was no more chance. The Star Emperor felt that he might have missed a great opportunity. For this, even if he regretted it, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was only at the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Among the experts in the apotheosized realm, the weakest one was at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. A 9th level of the celestial being realm. It was impossible to obtain a deity position in the first place. Even if the star race joined the human race, the Emperor of Heaven would not open a back door like this. This was because the benefits involved in becoming a god were not as simple as just 1 or 2 races. Instead, it involved the entire myriad races. Then, the Star Emperor suppressed the thought in his heart. Although the star power was no longer exclusive to the star race, now that the star power in the world had become rich, it was also a great benefit for the star race. At this moment, bathed in the star power, he felt he was not far from breaking through the 10th level of the sky human realm. In the Qianyuan realm. In the Shao mansion. After becoming an immortal, Shao Qingfeng still lived here. He did not go to the heavenly court or other places. Earlier, when Qin Shujian summoned the Zhou Tian constellation, he got the news in advance. And now, the star power poured down. Although Xiao Qingfeng was shocked, he understood what had happened. All the stars in the sky, except for the sun and the moon, exist in the extraterritorial void. There has never been an expert who could draw the star power to bathe the entire 4 great continents. In this case, the deity position of the star is much more useful than I thought. The change now was also beyond Xiao Qingfeng's expectation. He realized the deity position of the star was much more powerful than he had expected. Just the point of drawing the star power to descend. It was enough to make others feel intimidated. Even the star race, who was born from the star power, could only draw the star power to themselves. They could not make the star power shine on the entire 4 great continents. Therefore, only the heavenly court was able to do this. As an expert from the ancient times, Xiao Qingfeng naturally knew how powerful the star power was. At that time, there were very few experts who could absorb the star power to cultivate. Most of them entered the extraterritorial void, broke the weak stars, and dug out the star sulfur. Of course, not just any star could shatter. Some powerful and ancient stars, even if a true immortal of the upper 3 grades appeared, they would not be damaged at all. That kind of existence, it was almost the same as the extraterritorial void. Xiao Qingfeng was not completely sure which star the star power that the heavenly court drew in came from. However, he had some guesses. In the void outside the realm, the 365 ancient stars are the most powerful, and they correspond to the deity positions of the constellations in the heavens. In that case, it is very likely that the power of the stars drawn by the heavenly court comes from the ancient stars. Not all the star power could be reflected in the Great Thousand World. The most likely one. It was those ancient stars. What a rich star power. The first demon emperor of the ancient times was also injured. He drew in the star power of the heavens and wanted to set up a big formation. But in the end, he did not succeed, which led to his defeat. Otherwise, there would only be the demon clan in the world now. Wu Ming sighed in his sea of consciousness. Many of his distant memories had been buried by him. Now when he saw the star power, they were rediscovered. Xiao Qingfeng frowned. You mean, the first demon emperor also tried to draw in the star power of the heavens? Of course. Then what is the big formation that you mentioned? Xiao Qingfeng asked. A big formation that could be valued by the first demon emperor was definitely not a simple one. However, he had never heard of the existence of such a powerful array formation in the world. Wu Ming said, I'm not sure. I'm not Zhu Bing of the demon clan, so I don't know much about it. It was just a coincidence that I knew about the existence of the big formation. After that, Wu Ming added, the race that I originally existed in was actually a member of the demon clan. At that time, the first demon emperor was powerful and subdued my race. As for the matter of the formation, I also heard about it from the experts of that race. His race. It had been destroyed in ancient times. So many things had disappeared in the dust of history. Only a Zhu Bing like Wu Ming, who was not afraid of the erosion of time, could preserve some things. Xiao Qingfeng was deep in thought. Not long after, he dispelled the thoughts in his mind. The ancient times were too far away from the present, and there was the ancient times in between. Many things that disappeared were difficult to find again. Then, Xiao Qingfeng calmed his mind and absorbed the star power around him to cultivate. He walked the path of physical sanctification. Now that he was absorbing the star power to cultivate, he could use this opportunity to strengthen his physical body. It could be said that, when the star power fell into the 4 continents, the cultivators who walked the path of physical sanctification were the ones who benefited the most. If it was possible, Xiao Qingfeng was more willing to go to the void outside the domain and personally shatter the stars, and dig out the star sulfur inside too. Cultivate. Some powerful star sulfur slurry. It would be very useful even for perfected immortals. But now outside the great wide world, the demons of the void had not disappeared. Going out rashly was no different from courting death. While Xiao Qingfeng was taking the opportunity to cultivate, in the Qianyuan realm, the other cultivators were also immersed in cultivation. Rumble. Test Jianfeng sat cross-legged, and a thunderous sound came from his body. Little by little, impurities were expelled from his body. The current hymn, he had completely changed to cultivate the purple heaven divine thunder scripture. After breaking through to the diviner realm, this supreme technique was mainly to absorb the power of heaven and earth to temper one's body until the body was strong enough to merge the soul and body. Then, one could start to go through the tribulation. Now, Test Jianfeng was in the stage of tempering his body. After the star power scattered, he directly broke through the original limit and reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm. The 7th level of the divine martial realm. He had officially entered the late stage of the divine martial realm. However, Test Jianfeng did not stop at all. He continued to absorb the star power and moved toward a higher level. It could be said that, the moment the star power was drawn down, in the 4 continents, there were countless cultivators who broke through the original bottleneck. Of course, most of the cultivators who broke through were below the diviner realm. Only a small number of diviner realm cultivators broke through a small realm under the sudden impact of the star power. As time went by, the star power in the great wide world became denser. Any cultivator who could absorb the star power to cultivate would have their strength increase at an extremely fast speed. The heavenly palace, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. He had already sensed the changes in the 4 continents. The power of the stars in this era is a lot stronger than I thought. Maybe I should teach them how to achieve the sacred realm with the flesh. Qin Shujian just had this thought in his mind, but then he dismissed it. The 4 continents, now, there were not only the native creatures, but also the players. If the physical sanctification technique was obtained by the players, it would be quite troublesome. Qin Shujian frowned slightly. In the end, he shook his head, the 3rd era's technique cannot be obtained by the players. In this case, let's focus on the current traditional route. As for other things, let's talk about it later. After putting this matter aside, Qin Shujian looked at the position above the heavenly palace. Although there was nothing there, it could not block his sight. He saw through it. Qin Shujian had already seen the huge sun. The 365 stars in the heavens are still not the most complete stage. If I can draw down the power of the sun and the moon, then the star power will become stronger. It's just that drawing the power of the sun and the moon is not easy. Until now, the investiture of the gods has no way to condense the deity positions of the sun and the moon. To condense the deity positions of the sun and the moon. It was not an easy thing to do. Because the stars in the heavens had no master, but the sun and the moon actually had masters. The 2 half-step Tao fruits in the Dead Sea domain and heavenly abyss were equivalent to the masters of the sun and the moon. Only with the power of the 2 as a medium. Only then could the deity positions of the sun and the moon be condensed. However, it was very difficult to snatch food from the half-step Tao fruit. Qin Shujian secretly estimated his strength. Now, with the perfection of his inner world and his other methods. At most, he could only fight against a level 6 immortal. If he encountered a level 3 true immortal, he would still have to turn around and run. As for the half-step Tao fruit, that was no different from courting death. Therefore, Qin Shujian only thought about it and did not act rashly. Immediately after, he tore the void in front of him and then walked in. The next second, Qin Shujian appeared in the mother stream of rules. The inner world now had many rules, but compared to the complete world's rules, it was still a drop in the ocean. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only comprehend more rules and perfect the rules of his inner world. Walking in the mother stream of rules. Occasionally, waves would hit him. Qin Shujian's footsteps did not stop. Any wave that came crashing over was easily extinguished by him. It was only when there were strong waves. He did not fight head-on and chose to retreat. In the mother stream of rules, the number of rules that existed was immeasurable. Qin Shujian did not need to choose at all. He directly found a rule that was neither big nor small. Then, he took out the Godslayer and was about to forcefully open the door. The long river of rules was torn apart. He flashed into it. In the heavenly palace, space was torn apart again. Qin Shujian fell out from inside. Now, he was covered in blood and his aura was erratic. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot in the long river of rules. To this, Qin Shujian's expression did not change. If the rules were so easy to comprehend, how could it stop so many people, after a simple recovery? He tore the void again and entered the mother stream of rules. In the outer realm, the ancient stars moved strangely, and a vast energy bombarded the heaven and earth barrier, causing many void demons to die. This matter. It also alarmed the emperors of the various clans. Endless black shadows descended and finally turned into a middle-aged man. Xialvis looked at the stars in front of him with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Since the birth of the stars, there has never been any strange phenomenon, and these ancient stars are even more so. Now that the power of the stars has suddenly erupted, could it be that the great wide world has used some method? He was not sure. Xialvis did not get too close to the light beam in front of him. The power of the stars was a terrifying poison to other void demons, and it was also a huge threat to demon emperor-level powerhouses. That surging energy. Xialvis suspected that even if the demon emperor encountered it, he would not dare to touch it easily. The movement of the stars is not a small matter. If it is really done by some powerhouses of the great wide world, it might be disadvantageous to the void demon clan. Standing in the same place, Xialvis's expression changed. The best way now was to report this matter to the demon emperor. However, the demon emperor had just fallen asleep. If he was disturbed again, it might cause the other party to be angry. Moreover, what happened last time? It had already made the demon emperor unhappy. Therefore, Xialvis did not want to hit the muzzle of the gun. He hesitated again and again. He suddenly attacked, and the power of darkness bombarded the light beam, trying to stop it from being projected to the great wide world. However, when the power of darkness bombarded the light beam, it was forcibly dissolved by the light beam. Not only that. There was even star energy that spread along with the power of darkness, trying to backfire on the person who attacked. Seeing this, Xialvis's expression changed. He did not hesitate. He immediately attacked and cut off the connection between himself and the power of darkness. Then, he retreated for a distance to avoid the possibility of being backfired. Star energy. There was deep fear in Xialvis's eyes. In that confrontation just now, he knew that he was no match for those ancient star energies. If there was life on an ancient star, it would be a miracle. Then every one of them. They were at least comparable to the demon emperor. Therefore, even if those stars did not have life and could only rely on some method to vent their power, the power of the venting was not something that other powerhouses could contend with. In the end, Xialvis disappeared from where he was. The movement of the ancient stars could be a big or small matter. Since he could not stop it himself, he had to report it to the demon emperor. In the depths of the void outside the realm, Xialvis appeared there, looked at the darkness in front of him, and bowed respectfully. The movement of the ancient stars, I hope the demon emperor knows about it. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. The black shadow shook. 2 rays of light extended from the darkness and landed on your ways. Suddenly, the demon emperor's body trembled involuntarily. The light disappeared. The black shadow condensed together and then turned into a human figure. Lord Demon Emperor. Xialvis bowed his head. Emo Shalua looked indifferent, looked at him and said calmly, "What's going on with the ancient stars?" Not long ago, in those ancient stars, there was a power that had been dormant for a long time erupting and projected to the vast thousand domains. Along the way, it also caused a lot of damage to our void evil demon clan. Xialvis did not dare to hide anything and said truthfully. Hearing this, Emo Shalua's expression did not change, and his body suddenly disappeared into the distance. After he left, only then did Xialvis's tense body suddenly relax. In front of Emo Shalua, he felt a great pressure. Demon Emperor. Xialvis's eyes flickered, and his fists were unconsciously clenched. He was close to the Demon Emperor. Only one step away. But even if it was only one step away, it was actually a world of difference. As early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, Xialvis was already a top demon emperor, and now hundreds of thousands of years had passed. There was no way to break through the threshold of that level. If he could break through to the demon emperor realm, then even if his strength was not as good as Emo Shalua's, he would not be like an ant that could be killed at will. On the other side, Emo Shalua had already appeared in front of a star. The star that used to be lonely was now blooming with bright light. The Void Evil Demon Clan. What they hated the most was this bright light. Because they were born in the void of the extraterritorial domain, and there was no light in the void of the extraterritorial domain. What kind of method did the vast thousand domains use to draw out the power contained in the stars? Emo Shalua's expression changed slightly. He was not very sure. After all, even the demon emperor who had existed for countless years did not know about it. Like why the void of the extraterritorial domain existed. Or why the stars were born. Emo Shalua did not know. What kind of method was it that could draw out the power contained within the withered stars, the power of the stars? It was a deadly poison to the fiendish void demons. However, to the beings of the great wide world, it was a supreme cultivation treasure. As early as the ancient times, some true immortals came out from the great thousand worlds, shattered those weak stars, and dug out the star sulfur slurry. However, ever since the ancient heavenly court was destroyed, the overall strength of the great thousand worlds had been greatly reduced. No one dared to openly enter the outer space to destroy the stars and seize the star sulfur lava anymore. Suddenly, Emo Shalua sent a palm strike towards the star seal. A terrifying power spread out and enveloped the entire star. Destroy. Emo Shalua spat out a word. The darkness engulfed the star, as if wanting to devour it completely. Buzz, the light beam that was originally bombarding the great wide world, was directly blocked by the darkness. In the heavenly court, the power of the stars that had fallen on the palace suddenly disappeared. Xiang opened his eyes and a look of doubt flashed across his face. Strange, why did the power of the stars disappear? He could feel it. The power of the other stars was still projected into the heavenly court. Only the star that he controlled seemed to be isolated by something, and there was no longer a trace of power projected over. There was one star missing. As a result, a flaw appeared in the number of 365 cycles. The Thousand-Eye Emperor also woke up from his cultivation. Just now, he sensed that there was a flaw in the power of the stars, which caused the power of the stars in the heavenly court to weaken by a lot. However, very soon, the Thousand-Eye Emperor calmed his mind again and continued to guide the power of the stars to descend. There was definitely a problem. However, with his current strength, he did not have the right to interfere in this matter. Since there was a flaw in the power of the stars, it was naturally the Emperor of Heaven's turn to take action. What could he, a true immortal who had just broken through, do, at this moment, under the Thousand-Eye Emperor's intentional control? The power of the stars that were pouring towards the four continents was tilted towards the western continent. To be precise, it was tilted towards the Thousand-Eye clan of the western continent. Although Qin Shujian's order was to let the power of the stars shine on the four continents, there was no rule that it had to be poured equally. Therefore, the Thousand-Eye Emperor had some selfish motives and focused on pouring the power of the stars into the Thousand-Eye clan. Actually, he also realized that the other experts were more or less doing the same. After all, as long as they were living beings, they would have selfish motives. It was normal to seek some benefits for one's own clan, as long as it was not too overboard. In the Thousand-Eye Emperor's opinion, Qin Shujian was just turning a blind eye. An expert took action and isolated the power of the stars. In the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian had just retreated from the mother stream and was now recuperating from his injuries. When the power of the stars was weakening, he also sensed that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. There were originally 365 beams of light, but now there were only 364 beams. One of them seemed to have been intercepted by something and had completely disappeared. Qin Shujian frowned. The power of the stars is extremely strong. Ordinary people can't intercept it. Moreover, the power of the stars here hasn't been used at all. After accumulating for countless years, its power has reached a terrifying level. To be able to block the power of the stars in such a situation, one has to be at least a true immortal of the upper three levels. No, it's not just an ordinary true immortal of the upper three levels. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning. An upper three levels true immortal. In the void outside, it was equivalent to a demon emperor. Now, only the evil demon clan of the void could possibly stop the power of the stars from descending. However, if you think you can stop the stars with this, I can only say that you're too naive. Qin Shujian's expression was slightly cold. Then, he grabbed the investiture of the gods on the table and threw it out into the air. The list broke through the sky. It instantly appeared in the sky above the heavenly court. At this moment, the list, which was about 10 feet long, had already covered the entire heavenly court. All living beings of the Zhou-Tian constellation, take out the imperial seal and integrate it into the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian shouted loudly. Hearing this, the gods immediately flew the imperial seal toward the investiture of the gods in the sky. After integrating it into the imperial seal, the investiture of the gods suddenly emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Qin Shujian took a step forward and appeared in the heavenly palace. He looked at the investiture of the gods in front of him and reached out his hand to gently stroke forward. In an instant, the investiture of the gods seemed to show a celestial map. The celestial map had just appeared. It bathed the entire heavenly court in starlight, and the original brilliance of the sun was blocked. Zhou-Tian constellation formation, rise. Qin Shujian pressed out his palm, and the entire celestial map suddenly moved. Boom, in the void outside the realm. The 364 ancient stars emitted an even brighter light. The ancient star that was originally sealed by darkness also emitted a powerful force at this moment, completely breaking through Xianxia's seal. The moment the seal broke through, the 365 ancient stars suddenly linked together, and a large formation was formed in an instant. What's going on? Xianxia was completely shocked by the change in front of him. Just now, the stars that had been suppressed by him suddenly erupted with a powerful force and directly broke through his seal. And, before he could react, it had already linked up with the other stars. The formation of the large formation. Xianxia had already felt that something was wrong around him. Years of experience made him understand what to do at this moment. He saw his body directly disappear. The next second, Xianxia's body reappeared in the same place. As if the disappearance just now was just an illusion, and it had never happened at all. Impossible. Xianxia's face could no longer remain calm. His divine sense frantically spread out, trying to find out what had happened. But, after the divine sense expanded to a certain extent, Xianxia found that his divine sense was blocked. The void in front of him. It was still the same void. But under the encirclement of the power of the stars, the outer void had unknowingly been divided into two. If one looked down from above, one could see that the 365 ancient stars had turned into nodes, and finally the large formation was directly linked up, with the great wide world as the center. The range of hundreds of millions of miles was isolated. Such a change. The other evil void demons in the formation also finally noticed the abnormality. What's going on? I can't get out, why can't I get out? Looks of panic appeared on the faces of the fiendish void demons. There were powerful demons of the void who wanted to escape into the void, but it didn't take long before they returned to the distance. The originally boundless outer void. At this moment, it seemed to have completely shrunk. The great wide world. The heavenly court. In the investiture of the gods, the star chart was presented. There were a total of 365 nodes on it, and each node was perfectly linked together, finally forming a powerful formation. At this moment, everyone in the heavenly court was looking up at the investiture of the gods. They were curious. What was the purpose of Qin Shujian bringing out the investiture of the gods and letting the gods put the seals in it? The star chart in front of them looked very mysterious. But with their eyesight, they couldn't see anything at all. At this moment, Qin Shujian disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already on the investiture of the gods. Under his feet, the investiture of the gods covered the heavenly court. The star chart that indicated the Zhou-Tian stars had already been presented there. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face, speaking of which, since I obtained the Zhou-Tian stars formation in the first era, I don't know how many years have passed since the last time I used it. The strength of the constellation gods isn't strong, and the seals condensed are much worse than those of the third era. But in any case, I have gathered the number of Zhou-Tian stars, and I can barely set up this formation. The Zhou Stars Formation. That was the strongest formation in the First Era. And this strongest formation also played a lot of roles in the Heavenly Court in the Third Era. In Qin Shujian's memory, there were very few formations that could be compared to the Zhou Stars Formation. More importantly, the other formations that could be compared to the Zhou Stars Formation had very high requirements for setting up. It was almost decided at birth and couldn't be changed after birth. In comparison, the Zhou Stars Formation was more approachable. As the first battle between the Heavenly Court and the Demons of the Void, it's a good idea to use the Zhou Stars Formation to start the battle. Let me see if the Demon Emperor of the nefarious Demon Clan can contend against the massive Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, he completely activated the formation. In the outer realm, starlight flickered. The 365 ancient stars vibrated in unison. Then, a vast and profound power spread out and pervaded the array. The moment the formation was activated, the boundless void began to crack open. Time shattered. Space obliterated. The entire formation was like a huge millstone, completely obliterating everything in the formation. Whether it was the Demon Lord or not. Or the Demon King. The moment the Great Array was activated, it did not have any power to resist. It was quietly destroyed, and there was not a trace of its existence left. Boom! A terrifying dark power erupted. Mo Shalua punched, vowing to destroy the formation. However, the dark power that resisted the terrifying dark power. In front of the Zhou Stars Formation, it didn't have the slightest effect. The stars swayed and trembled again. The originally gorgeous starlight seemed to be the source of destruction at this moment. A crazy warning rose in Mo Shalua's heart. Then, all the dark power that spread out seemed to be eroded by destruction, disintegrating bit by bit. That kind of disappearance. It was a true and complete disappearance. The moment the dark power disappeared, Mo Shalua felt his power gradually weakening. I don't believe that such a powerful formation exists. The Demon King's face was crazy. Since he existed for countless years, he didn't believe that there was such a powerful formation. Because he was already a Demon King. And a top Demon King. Unless it involved the existence of the Saint Demon realm, otherwise, who could be his opponent, even the so-called strongest Demon King Ba-Ito? Mo Shalua was confident that it was impossible to force him into such a situation. The void was still collapsing. He could clearly feel that the destructive power was approaching him step by step. It was as if there were countless big hands, squeezing him from all directions. For this, Mo Shalua took a step forward, and the shocking dark power completely erupted. Then, he threw a punch forward. This punch. It was the most powerful punch that Mo Shalua had ever thrown after breaking through to the top Demon King. Compared to the last time in the long river of time, when he fought with Haotsung a million years ago, the strength he displayed was slightly better. Boom, the dark power was like a torrent of rivers and seas, bombarding the destruction in front. Then, the formation shook wildly. The energy sealed in the ancient stars was completely stimulated. Boom! The dark torrent shattered. Mo Shalua was sent flying by the destructive power, and the Demon King's powerful body was also full of cracks. The original strong aura. It was completely dispirited. In the investiture of the gods, the star chart was shaking non-stop. Qin Shujian could see the scene of the outside void through the star chart. Seeing Mo Shalua, who was trying to break through Zhou star array, he could only sneer in his heart. Destroy. Qin Shujian's palm moved in the star chart. The illusory star chart, like someone touching the water surface, rippled with faint ripples. In an instant. In the outer void, a shocking massacre broke out. At that moment, Mo Shalua's heart trembled. Save me. He no longer cared about his dignity as a Demon King and directly sent out a distress signal. The moment the signal was sent out, several demon emperors who were in deep slumber immediately woke up. In the depths of the darkness, Bok woke up from his deep sleep, and two beams of light pierced through the outer void and directly saw the existence of Zhou Tian's star array. What kind of formation is this? that even Emo Shalua had to call for help. There was a dignified look on his face. Although Bok knew that Emo Shalua's strength was actually a little worse than his. But no matter how bad it was, the other party was also a top demon king. A formation that he had never seen before made a top demon king ask for help. In this regard, Bok's mind was also cautious. Without any hesitation, he directly made a move across the void, and a big dark handprint blasted towards Zhou Tian's star array. A terrifying power erupted. This caused the entire formation to tremble incessantly. At the same time, the other two demon kings also made a move at the same time. The three demon kings made a move, attacking Zhou Tian's star array across the void, making the formation suddenly unstable. Emo Shalua, who was inside. The pressure also suddenly reduced a lot. The pressure was reduced. Emo Shalua also immediately found the right opportunity and began to counterattack Zhou Tian's star array. Half an hour passed. The heavenly cycle of stars shattered with a loud bang. The moment the formation shattered, it also revealed Emo Shalua's broken body. Heavenly Court. The original star chart suddenly cracked, and the constellation seal that was integrated into the investiture of the gods also directly separated and fell back into the hands of the gods. But compared to before, now the seal was very dim, and it was full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. Qin Shujian saw this. He directly put away the investiture of the gods and returned to the heavenly palace. At the same time, a grand voice came from the heavenly palace: "Gods, continue to draw the power of the stars." Yes. The gods bowed and accepted the order. After returning to his palace, Xianxia did not hesitate for too long and immediately followed the original method to draw the power of the stars. As expected, the power of the stars that had disappeared appeared again at this moment. When the light fell on the seal, the cracks on the seal were also repaired bit by bit. At the same time, the power of the stars that had been gradually dissipating in the four continents had become rich again. Just now, could it be that a void demon made a move and isolated the starlight? Inside the palace, Xianxia did not enter the state of cultivation, but recalled what had just happened. Without a doubt, there was a problem with the power of the stars. There must be an expert intervening. As for Qin Shujian's appearance, he must have been fighting with the demons of the void from afar. Although he did not know the outcome. But now that the power of the stars could be drawn again, there should not be a big problem. Inside the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian's face did not look too good. Damn it, I did not expect other demon emperors to come to the rescue so soon. Otherwise, today I would have killed a demon emperor and used it as a blood sacrifice for the Zhou Tian constellation formation. For this, Qin Shujian really felt that it was a pity. Just a little bit more. The demon emperor that was trapped in the formation was about to be killed by him. Although he did not know Emo Shalua, he knew the other party's identity. However, the deity position of the Zhou Tian constellation had just been set up, and the strength of the gods was still too weak. Among the 365 deity positions, only about 1/3 of them were true immortals, and the remaining 2/3 were cultivators below the true immortal realm. Such strength. It could not be said to be weak, but it was definitely not very strong. If all the constellation deity holders were in the true immortal realm when the formation was first set up, Emo Shalua would definitely have no chance of survival. Even if other demon emperors intervened, it would be the same. But from the current situation, it would be difficult to let the gods break through to the true immortal realm. In the next few years, there was no need to think about it for the time being. Qin Shujian shook his head and sighed. In the third era, with the middle three true immortals as the foundation, the Zhou Tian constellation formation set up with the middle three true immortals was an existence that could even match Dao fruit experts. If the people of the first era knew that the Zhou Tian constellation formation set up could not even kill a true immortal of the upper three true immortals, it would really be a joke. There was nothing they could do if they were weak. But it was also true that it was embarrassing. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer remained silent. He realized that he did not seem to have the qualifications to interrupt what Qin Shujian said. What first era, third era? What Zhou Tian constellation formation? The God-slaying saber had never heard of this before. After Qin Shujian awakened his innate wisdom, he increasingly felt that his knowledge was shallow, and his original sense of superiority had completely disappeared. However, the god-slaying saber also silently remembered Qin Shujian's words. It did not matter if he did not have a sense of superiority now. When there was a chance to change the host in the future, he could still brag about this thing. He comforted himself in his heart. Godslayer suddenly felt much better. Subsequently, he displayed the spirit of not being ashamed to ask questions and asked, "Dare I ask, Emperor of Heaven, what is the Zhou Tian constellation formation?" The Zhou Tian constellation formation is a powerful formation that existed in the First Era. At its peak, it was set up using the Zhou Tian constellation as the foundation and supplemented by 365 true immortals of the upper three true immortals of the upper three true immortals. Once the formation is formed, even a Dao fruit expert can only quietly fall. However, it is not easy to gather 365 true immortals of the upper three true immortals, but if you can gather 365 true immortals of the middle three true immortals, you can match a Dao fruit expert. But if you want to kill them, you won't be able to do it. Qin Shujian explained. 365 true immortals of the upper three true immortals could kill a Dao fruit expert. 365 true immortals of the middle three true immortals could match a Dao fruit expert. If Godslayer were to transform into his human form now, he would definitely gasp. The power of the Zhou Tian constellation formation was more terrifying than he had imagined. However, the requirements to set up the formation were also extraordinarily high. Not to mention gathering all the true immortals of the upper three true immortals, even gathering all the true immortals of the middle three true immortals was not an easy task. Back in the ancient heavenly court, 365 true immortals, most of them were of the lower three true immortals. There were only 20 or 30 true immortals of the middle three true immortals. As for true immortals of the upper three true immortals, they were even rarer. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Godslayer continued, "The Emperor of Heaven has always talked about epics. I'd like to ask, what exactly is an epic?" The name epic. He had only heard of it from Qin Shujian. Apart from him, he had never heard of it from a second person. According to Godslayer's own understanding, epics should be similar to the primordial age and other eras. But as far as he knew, the primordial age was the beginning of the primordial age, then the primordial age, and finally the present. There were 3 epochs. There was no such thing as the first epoch, nor was there such a thing as the third epoch. Qin Shujian said, "The beginning and end of any universe is equivalent to an epoch. When you have the chance to break through to a higher level in the future, you'll naturally understand." He didn't have any intention of saying more about this. The existence of epochs. Without breaking through to the Dao fruit level, it was very difficult to understand. In his thought sea, Godslayer had completely fallen into a daze. The beginning and end of a universe was equivalent to an epoch. He had only just realized, it turned out that the so-called epoch was completely beyond the scope of his own understanding. In Godslayer's memories, he had never thought that the universe would one day come to an end. Nor did he expect, long before the primordial age appeared, several epochs had already ended. And Qin Shujian wasn't the reincarnation of a powerhouse of this epoch, but the reincarnation of a powerhouse of the third epoch. Too much information appeared at once. Godslayer needed time to digest it. Qin Shujian didn't disturb him. Instead, he calmed his mind and continued to cultivate in the mother stream. What he had to do now was to improve his strength as much as possible. Other means were, after all, just external objects. If he had enough strength just now, when the Demon Emperor intercepted the star power, he would have directly gone out and beaten the Demon Emperor up. It wasn't like what happened just now. He only dared to set up Zhou Tian's great star formation in the heavenly court through the power of the investiture of the gods and a constellation god position. In the end, he didn't kill the Demon Emperor and let the other party escape. In the void outside the realm. When Zhou Tian's great star formation was broken, Mo Shalua had already evacuated the range of the stars. That formation just now, it had already made him feel like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Ever since he broke through to the top Demon Emperor, it was the first time Mo Shalua felt the aura of death. At this moment, after hundreds of millions of miles away, his heart was still a little unsettled. In front of Mo Shalua, Ba Duo and the other demon emperors had also appeared. Emo Shalua, what happened? Boyle's face was solemn. It was also his first time seeing Emo Shalua in such a sorry state. Even if the other party's injuries had recovered from the surface, it was still noticeable that he was weak. Hearing this, Emo Shalua's face was ugly. He shook his head and said, "There are strong people in the great wide world who are drawing the power of the stars. I had just tried to stop them when I encountered a counterattack. Using an ancient star to set up a great formation, even this emperor almost died there. The power of that formation is terrifying, very terrifying." Emo Shalua had no way to describe the Zhou Tian's great star formation. So, he could only use the word terrifying to describe it. When the other demon emperors saw this, their faces became even more solemn. If Emo Shalua could repeatedly describe how terrifying it was, then it was really terrifying. And, if they hadn't acted just now, Emo Shalua might have really fallen in the great formation. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have opened his mouth to ask for help. Ba Duo's brows were tightly knitted. There was a look of bewilderment on his face. In the great wide world, I have never heard of such a terrifying formation. Even if it's a top formation saint, the formation setup can't kill a top demon emperor. Not to mention, it's drawing the power of the stars to set up a formation. Ba Duo finished speaking. His face became more and more solemn. The more unknown something was, the more it was important. This was especially so for a formation that even peak demon emperors were helpless against. That made him even more fearful. Although Ba Duo was confident that his strength was much stronger than Emo Shalua. But looking at the other party's current state, he wasn't sure if he would be able to break out of the formation if he went deep into it. Then, Ba Duo's gaze fell in the direction of the great wide world. There was still the power of the stars there, but now no void demon dared to approach. Because when the Zhou Tian's great star formation was activated, all of the void demons that had besieged the great thousand domains had been wiped out. It could be said that, when the formation was activated, at least hundreds of millions of void demons had fallen. Among them, there was no lack of demon masters above the 7th level of the celestial being realm and demon kings who were already at the true immortal realm. In front of the Zhou Tian's great star formation. Unless it was an expert who could contend with it, otherwise, any existence would be wiped out. Ba Duo said, "There are many stars in the outer realm, but those 365 stars have always existed there since the outer realm was born. Over the endless years, although the ancient stars have not given birth to intelligence, they have accumulated terrifying power. To be able to attract such star power, something must have happened in the great wide world that we don't know about." Ba Duo thought of the time turbulence. If he guessed correctly, the current time node just happened to appear in the time turbulence. As a result, it was impossible to enter the long river of time and peek into the past and future. If one was not careful, one might even be trapped in it. Boyle said in a deep voice, "First, Barkle fell, and now the great wide world is changing more and more. If we delay any longer, the situation from 1,000,000 years ago might happen again. 1,000,000 years ago, the Heavenly Court attacked the Void Demon Clan. In that battle, the Void Demon Clan suffered heavy losses. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavenly Court didn't want to lose too much, and that the outer realm was too big, the Void Demon Clan, perhaps they would have been completely destroyed 1,000,000 years ago." The changes in the great wide world made Boyle feel a great threat. "Even if we don't want to delay, what can we do?" Yiswa shook his head. "There's no chance of breaking the barrier now. With our current strength, there's no way we can force our way in. No matter how unwilling we are now, we can only wait for the right opportunity." Boyle was worried. Yiswa also understood. However, with the barrier, the great wide world was like an unbreakable tortoise shell. Even someone as strong as the Demon Emperor could only look on helplessly. To break the barrier of the great wide world, we can only find the weak points. Continue to let the Void Demon Clan attack the barrier and find a way to attack the weak points. As for the changes in the stars, don't worry too much about it for now." Ba Duo immediately made a decision. They still had to attack the barrier. If they didn't attack, how could they find the loopholes in the great wide world? As for the 365 ancient stars, he didn't want to provoke them for the time being. He didn't see how Emo Shalua had caused so much trouble just by touching them. when there was no way to completely destroy the ancient stars. Ba Duo didn't want to complicate matters. As for the possible dangers of attacking the barrier of heaven and earth, he did not consider them at all. There weren't many void demons. They had a large population. It didn't matter if hundreds of millions of void demons died. Compared to the entire void demon clan, it was just a drop in the ocean. Not to mention hundreds of millions of void demons. Even if it was 10 times more. To the nefarious fiend clan of the void, it wasn't enough to hurt them. On the contrary, if they found the loopholes in the barrier, it would really affect the entire void demon clan. Mo Shalua nodded. Slightly. That's the only thing we can do now. Seeing this, the other 2 demon emperors didn't object. Soon, the 4 demon emperors all spread the order. Then, the 4 demon emperors returned to their deep sleep. From beginning to end, they didn't get close to the great wide world. At the same time, all the demon emperors in charge of the clans received the news immediately. The demon emperor has ordered us to continue to send our clansmen to attack the barrier. Yelvis came out of his closed state and opened his eyes, revealing the darkness inside. There's no problem attacking the barrier. Apart from that, did the demon emperor say anything else? Troy asked. Yelvis shook his head and said in a heavy voice, the demon emperor didn't send any extra messages. He just told us not to stop attacking the barrier. Let's leave this matter to the other clansmen. That's the only way. Yelvis nodded. He knew that the other 2 demon emperors had the same idea as him. Many of the hundreds of millions of void demons that died were experts of the Mo Shalua clan. In the end, even Mo Shalua himself was trapped in the formation. It wasn't until the other demon emperors took action that he was rescued from the formation. It could be seen. Attacking the great wide world now was already full of risks. Once that array was activated again, any powerhouse below the demon emperor level would only have the possibility of dying. Even the demon emperor. There was absolutely no way to escape. No one cared about their lives. It was even more so for the demon emperor. After tens of millions of years, he had painstakingly cultivated to his current realm. If he died in the formation, it would really be a failure. Therefore, Yelvis and the other demon emperors were unwilling to take the risk easily. In any case, attacking the barrier was to find the weakness of the great wide world. Such a thing, there was no need for the demon emperor to take action personally. It was enough for the other void demons to complete it. All of a sudden, a large number of void demons, driven by the absolute order, unwillingly headed toward the barrier. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese Network, app Jidian Reading, I'm really decent, seeking monthly votes. End of chapter 721. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.